Chapter 001, Freedom of Wealth. Brain Depository. A certain family in the Kafko Seaview 1 neighborhood in Magic City. Mom, I know. I'll be back tomorrow, Zhang Chu said on the phone while organizing his luggage. Come early tomorrow. Your cousin is getting married. Your father and I have been busy until now. The voice on the other side of the phone looked very anxious. It's time for you to share some responsibility for your dad. We're getting older too. Okay Mom, I know. I'm packing now. I'll talk to you later haha. Zhang Chu hurriedly responded and then hung up the phone. How did Mom become such a nag? It's probably menopause, Zhang Chu muttered to himself as he continued to organize his luggage. Ding bell dash. Not long after hanging up the phone, Zhang Chu's cell phone rang once again. These two couples are really interesting. One just finished calling and the other immediately called again. Zhang Chu muttered, picking up his cell phone and passing to see that it was his father calling this time. Hey, Dad, what's wrong? Zhang Chu asked after picking up the phone. Nothing much, just reminding you to come over early tomorrow to help out. Remember to bring your Rolls Royce over. Your brother's wedding is just short of a headliner. Uncle already told me about this. I know Dad. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Zhang Chu hung up the phone. After organizing his luggage, Zhang Chu's entire body collapsed onto the sofa, preparing 2 large suitcases of luggage all by himself. Are you free tonight? Zhang Chu sent a message in his college dormitory group and then opened the voice chat. Scram. Lousy is at work. Fong Zi's agitated voice came from the chat group, clearly displeased that Zhang Chu was disturbing him at this time. After all, as an office worker, he had to face busy work and pressure every day. However, Zhang Chu said nonchalantly, I'll treat you all to a pedicure in the evening. This sentence was like a heavy bomb, instantly igniting everyone's interest. Alright, father. Fong Zi's tone instantly became excited, as if the person who had just complained wasn't him. This sudden transformation made people marvel at his thick skin, which was comparable to a city wall. The other roommates chortled. Fong Zi, you're shameless. For this living treasure-like roommate, they had long been accustomed to it. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it had been 4 years since they graduated from college. Despite the passage of years, the relationship between them did not fade. After graduation, they all chose to stay in the prosperous Magic City, and through their own efforts found a job with a substantial income. Of course, Zhang Chu was an exception. He accidentally gained the favor of the system in his freshman year, and with the help of the system, he managed to achieve financial freedom. Nowadays, he lived a life of leisure and ease, without the need to run around for a living. Thank you Mr. Zhang. I wish Mr. Zhang $1 million a year. Oldly, what a poisonous curse. The atmosphere in the chat room was relaxed and happy, and it was as if the crowd had returned to their college days, with no differences in status or position, so everyone could speak freely. Zhang Chu naturally wouldn't bother about this with Oldly. After all, there was a deep father-son bond between them. How can a father blame his own son? He is the father of everyone in the dormitory except him. Hello, Mr. Zhang. When Zhang Chu walked into his company, the little girl at the front desk immediately stood up to greet him. Hello guys, is Mr. Lu in? Zhang Chu smiled and inquired. Mr. Lu is in his office. The little girl replied. Alright. Zhang Chu nodded and then walked straight to his office. Since the company had entered a stable development phase a year ago, Zhang Chu had gradually decentralized the company, handing over the company's day-to-day operational affairs to his right-hand deputy and partner, Lu Ming, to manage. Nowadays, he only needed to sign some important documents on a regular monthly basis. This relaxed working pattern allowed him to have more time to enjoy life and spend time with his family. Mr. Zhang, I heard you were here. Lu Ming put down the work in his hands and quickly came to Zhang Chu's office. Well, I'm going on a trip in a while, so I want to sign this month's order in advance so that I don't have to delay it until next month. Zhang Chu spoke while boredly fiddling with a small golden toad on his desk. I'll go and have the various departments organize this month's list, Lu Ming said and immediately ordered the matter down through the executive group. Zhang Chu came down from within the Alpine mansion at 5 p.m. His hands kept rubbing his waist, muttering, it's really been a long time since I've spent so much time in the office. This sitting is for the whole afternoon. My waist is almost broken. He shook his head as if trying to shake out that soreness, but it didn't do much good. He thought in his heart that he would have to let Technician 88 rub his waist properly tonight. Gotta go. It's time. Let's go eat a meal first, then go find them to do a foot spa to relax and unwind, Zhang Chu said to himself while rubbing his waist. After saying that, he took a step towards the restaurant he often went to. Zhang Chu arrived at his favorite new Rongji and found a quiet spot to sit down. The waitress enthusiastically came up and asked, and Zhang Chu skillfully ordered a few dishes that he often ate: home-roasted rhubarb fish, sand garlic bean noodles, fried scallop, a green crab, a case of pigeon, and a case of beef ribs. These are his favorite dishes, and he orders one every time he comes. I'm going on a long trip this time, so I won't be able to eat new rongji for a while, so I have to order a few more dishes to satisfy my craving. Zhang Chu smiled at the waiter, then leaned back in his chair and waited for the food to be served. You guys are here really early. After Zhang Chu parked his car, he was surprised to find that a few other people had already arrived long ago and were waiting for him at the entrance. You're finally here. I thought you were taken by the police, Fonzie said flirtatiously. I just had a meal, so I came a bit late. Let's hurry and go in. Zhang Chu replied with a smile. The group walked into a foot spa, and when the receptionist saw these familiar faces, she immediately greeted them warmly and quickly arranged for a technician and a box for them without them having to say much. After entering the box, several people began to enjoy the services provided by the technicians to their heart's content, especially Zhang Chu, who was lying on the massage bed, letting technician 88 massage his back with a very cozy look. Really comfortable. Today went to the company to sit for an afternoon on the back pain. It seems that in the future the company were less good to go. Zhang Chu very cozy said. You roll. Lousy every day to work have not shouted tired. You are good only half a day to shout tired. The crowd really cannot stand Zhang Chu's for sigh. If not to know 10 years, or sure to beat him a meal. Chapter 002, Returning Home. At 4:30 a.m. The underground garage of Kafko Seaview 1 was dimly lit, with only a few weak fluorescent lights illuminating the entire space. Zhang Chu stood beside a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan, busily carrying his luggage. This time, he planned to go on a trip and expected to travel for more than a month, so he had to prepare enough clothes and household items. Zhang Chu opened the trunk, which was already filled with various suitcases and packages. He carefully placed the last piece of luggage into it, making sure that they wouldn't crush or damage each other. In addition to his own belongings, there was also a pile of gifts on the back seat, which he had specially selected for his family. After finishing organizing his luggage, Zhang Chu turned towards the passenger seat of the car. He gently opened the door of the car, and a cute cat was lying quietly in the cage. This cat is Zhang Chu's pet, named Meatballs. He decided to take Meatballs back to his hometown to eat together. Zhang Chu carefully placed Meatball in his cage on the passenger seat and adjusted the angle of the seat to ensure Meatball's safety and comfort. Then, he closed the car door, returned to the driver's seat, started the engine, and began to embark on the journey home. Zhang Chu's hometown was located in Zhejiang province, just over 100 kilometers away from Magic City. Due to the geographic proximity of the two places, their languages, cultures and customs were very similar, so Zhang Chu felt very close to the city of Magic City, and would even sometimes directly use his hometown dialect to communicate with the locals. The drive from Mordor to his hometown took about 2 hours or so, but in reality, Zhang Chu didn't necessarily need to leave so early in the morning. However, the main reason why he chose to leave early in the morning was because he hoped to arrive home earlier and in time to have breakfast with his grandfather. Zhang Chu's grandfather was already 80 years old this year, and he had always maintained the habit of going out for breakfast and a small drink every morning, a habit that had lasted for decades. Whenever Zhang Chu was on vacation as a child, he always liked to follow his grandfather to the breakfast place to enjoy the food. Nowadays, although he had grown up, this beautiful memory was still deeply engraved in his heart. As the vehicle pulled out of the garage, Zhang Chu drove towards the highway in a happy and expectant mood. He was looking forward to reuniting with his family, especially the cozy moment of sharing breakfast with his grandfather. On the other side of Zhang Chu's countryside home, before the sun had risen and the sky was still gray, Zhang Chu's grandparents had already gotten up and started working. The two old men were hale and hearty, with contented smiles on their faces. They were busily planting vegetables in the small vegetable plot in front of the house, hoping to provide fresh ingredients for their family. Zhang Chu's old home was located in a quiet countryside, but it was no less urban. The houses in the village are all newly built townhouses, neat and beautiful. Not only that, the village is also equipped with a variety of amenities, such as an activity room for the elderly, a cultural hall, a basketball court and a gym, which provide villagers with a rich variety of recreational activities. Zhang Chu's house is undoubtedly the most luxurious in the village, with the house alone covering an area of 800 square meters. Outside the house, there are walls, gardens, swimming pools and garages, just like a small manor. This villa-style residence showed the Zhang family's affluence and comfort. Old man, I've planted on my side. Remember to water it later. Zhang Chu's grandmother, Lu Fengqin, said as she carefully planted the last vegetable and gently patted the soil. Anticipation shone in her eyes, as if she had seen a future harvest scene. Old woman, how can you finish planting so many vegetables? Zhang Chu's grandfather, Zhang Guoming, grumbled on his lips, but the movements on his hands looked very skillful. He picked up a water ladle and carefully poured water on each vegetable seedling to make sure they were adequately moisturized. Eat up, these are all reserved for our Xiao Chu. He won't be able to eat such good vegetables in the city, and these are Xiao Chu's favorites. By the way, old man, Don't forget to take out the frozen chestnuts from the refrigerator and defrost them later. I'll wrap him up some chestnut wontons and spring rolls, Zhang Chu's favorite food. Lu Fengqin smiled and reminded her old partner. Zhang Guoming nodded his head, indicating that he understood. He knew what his grandson Zhang Chu loved to eat, so he had specially prepared some special dishes from his hometown. Even though it was a bit troublesome, as long as it made his grandson happy, it was all worth it. Tick-tock, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan appeared in front of Zhang Chu's house. This was precisely Zhang Chu's car, and due to the low number of cars on the road in the morning it arrived home in less than 2 hours. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back, Zhang Chu called in the car in dialect. It's Xiao Chu who's back, the two of them said, not to mention how happy they were to see their eldest grandson back. The two old men jogged out of the vegetable field and opened the door for Zhang Chu. Xiao Chu, why are you back so early? Lu Fengqin looked at her eldest grandson with compassion in her eyes. I missed you all, Zhang Chu said as he took the supplements out of the car. Grandma and Grandpa, these are the supplements I bought for you. You child, why did you buy so many things? You haven't finished eating the ones you bought last time. I know, Grandma. For the two old men, Zhang Chu could only obey them. As for whether they would change or not, it was not certain. Right, Grandma? Where are my parents and the two of them? Why don't I see them? Zhang Chu furrowed his brows and inquired to his grandmother in a puzzled manner. He secretly wondered in his heart, at such an early hour. Mom and Dad should be at home. Grandma smiled and explained. Your dad and Jianbin, Zhang Chu's uncle, went to the market to fetch vegetables, and your mom went to Jianbin's house early in the morning to help. Hearing this answer, Zhang Chu suddenly realized. So that was it. At this time, Zhang Chu suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask his grandfather. Grandpa, have you eaten breakfast yet? In fact, he wasn't really concerned about whether or not his grandfather had already eaten breakfast, but rather wanted to take this opportunity to imply that he hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Grandpa Zhang Guoming understood and replied with a smile. It just so happens that I'm going to have breakfast, so if you haven't eaten, come with me. So, Zhang Chu cheerfully agreed and volunteered to drive his grandfather's tricycle to take him along to the breakfast store in the market town. A noodle shop in the market town was crowded and full, and a tantalizing aroma filled the store. Most of the people eating here were older people, and everyone was enjoying the food while chatting happily. After Zhang Chu and his grandfather walked into the noodle shop, Zhang Guoming walked straight to the store owner and ordered 2 bowls of mutton noodles without hesitation, and specifically instructed that the mutton and noodles be served separately. The shopkeeper stood next to the cauldron at the front of the store and skillfully cut off a piece of mutton and put it into the bowl, while asking curiously, "You didn't come to eat alone today, and brought your grandson with you?" With a happy smile on his face, Zhang Guoming proudly replied, "Yes, my precious grandson is back today." Chapter 003, Before the Wedding. When Zhang Chu rode Zhang Guoming's tricycle and brought Zhang Guoming back to his home, his dad Zhang Jianming, Uncle Zhang Jianbin and Aunt Su Guodong had already returned from the wholesale market to buy vegetables. At this time they are unloading the ingredients from the car. His uncle Zhang Jianbin's SUV trunk is stuffed full, which is full of all kinds of ingredients needed for the wedding banquet. You've come at the right time. Quickly come over and help unload the stuff. As soon as Zhang Jianming saw Zhang Chu, he immediately greeted him and asked him to come over to work, so that one more would be quicker. Later we have to go to the wholesale market to get vegetables. Your uncle's car can't hold much. Your car has a lot of space and can hold a lot more. After unloading the stuff, Zhang Jianming said to Zhang Chu, "You want to drive your own drive? I put it at home to eat dust is better than you help me drive it. The key in your right?" Zhang Chu responded. The car that Zhang Jianming was talking about was the Lincoln Navigator that Zhang Chu had previously parked in his old home. This was the first car he had purchased, but with the increase in the number of vehicles, this car was placed in his old home and used by Zhang Jianming. However, Zhang Jianming felt that the car was too big and wasn't too accustomed to driving it, so it had been sitting idle at home and hadn't been driven much. Here, Zhang Jianming threw the car keys to Zhang Chu. "Uncle, where's Xin? Why don't I see him? He's the main character of the wedding," Zhang Chu asked curiously. He went to Jia Hui's house, saying that he had some things to take care of. He should be back by noon, Zhang Jianbin explained with a smile. After the few people took a short break, Zhang Chu drove the pilot and drove the group to the vegetable market to continue picking up vegetables, perhaps because he was accustomed to the Cullinan's driving experience. When driving the pilot again, Zhang Chu felt a bit rusty. After all, there was still a gap between the power of a V6 engine compared to a V12 engine. This time, they needed to pick up items such as dry goods, seasonings, and frozen goods that would be used in the wedding. After they bring everything home and carefully count them, they will transport them to the village's cultural hall. Zhang Jianbin specially chose the cultural hall as the venue for the wedding banquet and personally searched for a suitable team of chefs. At the same time, they also decided to prepare the required ingredients on their own to ensure that the quality and flavor met the requirements. "You've come just in time," Your sister has arrived at the high-speed train station, you go and pick her up. Zhang Chu had just arrived home and was ready to rest. His mother Chu Qin came over. No mom, you let me rest first. I rushed back early in the morning and haven't rested yet, Zhang Chu complained. He was treated like a tool man except for going out for breakfast with his grandfather. Chu Qin didn't give Zhang Chu time to rest and directly grabbed Zhang Chu's ear. Hurry up, you can also rest after picking up your sister back. Mom, pain. I'll go. In the face of menopause cranky mom, Zhang Chu can only admit defeat. Zhang Chu drove his car to the high-speed rail station. He looked at the crowd looking for his sister. At the entrance of the high-speed rail station, a young girl wearing a white dress and carrying a suitcase was waiting for someone to pick her up. And the young girl's eyebrows were very similar to Zhang Chu's, who had just called her mom to say that someone had already come to pick her up. Brother, I'm here. Zhang Chu's sister saw Zhang Chu's car and quickly waved her hand to indicate. Zhang Chu also heard his sister Zhang Ting's voice, stopped the car and pulled down the window to search and found her in front of the station. Ting. After parking the car, Zhang Chu walked straight to Zhang Ting. Brother, why are you here to pick me up? Where is Dad? Zhang Ting asked. Dad and uncle and aunt in the cultural auditorium to prepare a xin wedding banquet. Things do not have time to come to pick you. Mom, let me come to pick you. Zhang Chu took Zhang Ting's suitcase. I'll take it. Brother, when did you come back? Why didn't I know? Zhang Ting blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhang Chu curiously and asked. I arrived at more than 7 in the morning. I came in the morning and went to the market town with Grandpa to have breakfast. Zhang Chu replied with a smile. Still, brother, you are comfortable. You can come back whenever you want. Zhang Ting looked at Zhang Chu with an envious face, her tone filled with longing. What's so good about me? I have nothing to do every day like a jerk. You have to study hard and find a good job after graduation to fulfill every day, Zhang Chu said to Zhang Ting in a serious tone. His face showed a hint of seriousness and expectation. Brother, I don't want to work. You support me. You're the best brother. I don't ask for much. You give me $1 million a month on the line. Zhang Ting began to pout to her brother. Her voice became whiny, so that people couldn't help but listen to the heart of love. Driving, don't make a scene. Zhang Chu tightly gripped the steering wheel. His eyes were focused on the road ahead, not daring to be the slightest bit lax. You don't want to work outside. Go to Dad's factory to Dad's help. When Dad retires, after the factory will be managed by you and xin. I can't afford to feed you, Zhang Chu said while driving. You're a big liar. You're so rich to support your sister. How I don't want to go to Dad's factory. I don't want to go to Dad's factory. I don't want to go to Dad's factory. To work for someone is a cow and horse. Factory second generation is the nuclear power cow and horse. Hearing that after going to go to Dad's factory, Zhang Ting is a face of reluctance. Don't listen to the internet's nonsense. How is the second generation of the factory is a nuclear-powered oxen and horses? That is their envy and jealousy. Zhang Chu advised. Brother, that factory second generation so good, how do you not do it? Zhang Ting asked rhetorically. Dad's factory is too small for my talent to be utilized. My stage is in Magic City. Zhang Chu said with a smile. If I hadn't gotten into Jiaotong University and come to Mordor, maybe I would have returned home to inherit my dad's factory after I graduated. Of course, it's not bad to be a factory second generation, but coming to Mordor is a much bigger sea and sky for me. But I really don't like that kind of lifestyle. Zhang Ting was still a bit reluctant. She felt comfortable with her current life and didn't want to change it easily. You try it first. How do you know if you like it or not if you don't try? Zhang Chu advised bitterly. I know, brother. Although Zhang Ting was still a bit hesitant, she agreed to see her brother being so insistent. You've grown up. It's time for you to have a car. I'll take you to see a car when you've done your internship. Good, brother. I told you that you are the one who spoils me the most. Zhang Ting exclaimed excitedly upon hearing the news, the unpleasantness she had just experienced instantly dissipating. Grandparents, Mom and Dad, I'm back. Just as the car entered the front door, Zhang Ting couldn't wait to get out of the car and ran towards the house. Ting Ting is back. Lu Fengqin heard her granddaughter's voice and happily walked out of the house to greet her. Grandma, where are my parents? Zhang Ting asked when she didn't see her parents. The two of them went next door to help out at Jianbin's house. At noon, Jianbin asked us to go to his house for dinner. Your grandfather should also be at Jianbin's house. Ting Ting is back. At this time, Zhang Chu's Aunt Zhang Mei came over. Auntie, you're dressed so beautifully today. Zhang Ting's small mouth was especially sweet, and her words were very pleasing. Which is not as pretty as our Ting Ting. Zhang Mei had a bright smile on her face. Mom, Jianbin asked me to come and call you. They have already gone to the restaurant. You are all that is missing. Okay, Auntie, we'll leave later. You come with me. Chapter 004, The Wedding, 1. Inside the box of the largest hotel in Zhang Chu's old town, Zhang Jianming, Zhang Jianming and Su Guodong's three families were sitting around. Zhang Jianbin stood up with a smile on his face. I invited everyone over today because I want to take this opportunity to thank you all. With that, he picked up the wine bottle and filled everyone's cups with wine. These days, you all have been busy and have put in a lot of effort and hard work for Xian's wedding. Here, I want to toast everyone first. After saying that, Zhang Jianbin raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. At this time, Zhang Xin and Shen Jiawei also stood up, the two of them holding hands and smiling happily. They picked up their wine cups and expressed their gratitude to everyone. Here we husband and wife would like to give you all a toast, said they. They also drank their cups in one go. Come Xin. Jiahui, this is grandma's wedding gift for you. It was passed down from my mother's side of the family. Lu Fengqin took out a jade bracelet wrapped in silk from her pocket and handed it over to Shen Jiahui. Shen Jiawei took the jade bracelet and opened it, only to see a turquoise jade bracelet placed inside. It looked crystal clear, warm and delicate, as if it contained endless life force and aura. This was given to me by my mother when I married your grandfather, and she asked me to pass it on to my children and grandchildren. Each of you has 1 inch. Lu Fengqin introduced. She came from a big family. When she got married, her mother gave her a piece of jade for her to make into a bracelet to pass on to her children and grandchildren in the future, so that she could ensure that the family prospered. This is the 5th. I have 2 more. Zhang Chu, you and Ting Ting should hurry up, Lu Fengqin said as she looked toward Zhang Chu and Zhang Ting. Grandma, I'm still in school. Hearing this, Zhang Ting was a little shy, a hint of blush spreading across her face. Grandma, I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait for a few more years. Zhang Chu didn't have any plans to get married right now. He felt that he was still young and should focus on his career first. You're the oldest amongst you guys. It's time to find. Lu Fengqin frowned, looking at Zhang Chu with some dissatisfaction. Although Lu Fengqin was now living a happy and fulfilling life, she had always had a peace of mind that was her eldest grandson Zhang Chu's marriage. Zhang Chu was already 27 years old, but had not found a suitable match, and would be 30 in a few years. Lu Fengqin was very anxious in her heart. She hoped that Zhang Chu could start a family soon and lead a happy life. Zhao Chua, you're not too young. You should also consider thinking about your own lifelong matters. When your parents were as old as you, they had you long ago. All the elders in the audience chimed in. Well, I know. I'll do my best. Zhang Chu spoke perfunctorily, but in his heart, he did not think so. He felt that things like marriage could not be rushed. It was better to find the right person. After finishing his meal, Zhang Chu really couldn't stand the crowded and noisy environment in the box, so he found an excuse to sneak out to get some air. Zhao Chu, the day after tomorrow's first car will trouble you. At this time, Zhang Jianbin also walked out, and after lighting a cigarette, he took out a pre-prepared red packet and handed it to Zhang Chu to express his gratitude. Uncle, you're too polite. We're a family. What's the need to be so polite? Zhang Chu hurriedly excused himself, refusing to accept the red packet. Zhao Chu, you must accept this red packet, or I won't be able to get over it in my heart. Zhang Jianbin insisted on giving it, directly stuffing the red packet into Zhang Chu's pocket. There's really no need, uncle. Zhang Chu hurriedly took out the red packet and handed it back to Zhang Jianbin. The two of them pushed and shoved like this for quite a while, and in the end, Zhang Chu still couldn't argue with Zhang Jianbin, so he had no choice but to helplessly accept the red envelope. The following day, the first day of the wedding, Zhang Chu was woken up early in the morning by Chu Qin. Mom called me up so early. Is there something wrong? Zhang Chu was sleepy-eyed. Get up and go help. Your father has already gone to the cultural auditorium long ago. Come meatballs to grandma's side. Chu Qin picked up the meatballs lying on Zhang Chu's bed. I'll get up now. Zhang Chu finished getting up from the bed and stretched. You can think of your own way for breakfast, Chu Qin said as she carried the meatballs downstairs. In the back kitchen of the banquet hall of the village cultural hall, the people who had come to help had already arrived. All of them were from Zhang Chu's family. Yeah, Zhao Chu, you're such a big boss and you're here to help too. One of Zhang Chu's cousin uncles, with a cigarette in his mouth, smiled and joked. You're joking, uncle. I'm the boss outside, but here, I'm just a junior, Zhang Chu said as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them to the elders present. Yo, this is the first time I've seen this kind of huazi. It should be quite expensive, right? Someone asked curiously. It's alright, not too expensive, Zhang Chu replied with a smile. In fact, he didn't smoke himself, but he usually kept a pack of cigarettes on him when he went out, and they must be Huazi brand. Although Huazi cigarettes had an average flavor, they were very dignified. After everyone chatted for a while, they started to get busy. Since there were only 10 tables of banquets to be set up at noon, the workload was relatively small, so not many people were needed to help. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, was assigned to his father to assist in collecting the gift money. Dad, I'll give you my gift money first. Zhang Chu pulled out a thick red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Jianming. It turned out that he and Zhang Jianming had already discussed before that the gift money for the two of them should be given separately. For Xin, a cousin who grew up together, he definitely wrapped a large red packet now that he could afford it. Do you still have an empty red packet? Asked Zhang Jianming, who was keeping score at the side. There is still. Why? Zhang Chu asked in return. Tomorrow at the wedding our elders will also give meet and greet money. I don't have enough red envelopes here. I put mine at home. I'll give it to you later. Do I need to give a meet and greet gift tomorrow? Zhang Chu asked. You and Xin are peers, you don't need to give a meet and greet gift. Today wasn't the main banquet, there were fewer guests who came to pay their gifts, so father and son were relatively empty. After lunch, everyone began to busily prepare for the evening banquet. Zhang Chu was assigned to the back kitchen to prepare the dishes. He put on his labor gloves and handled the king crabs with the two elders of his family. First, they used scissors to gently stab the king crab's stomach to let the water flow out. Next, they carefully used the scissors to break open the hard shell. The king crab's body is covered with sharp thorns, so even with gloves on, extra care is needed. Although the evening was not a formal banquet, the food was still very sumptuous. For his son's wedding, Zhang Jianbin spent $300,000 on ingredients alone. Various rare ingredients were available, such as Australian lobster, abalone, king crab, and eastern star spot. However, for those who came to help, these rare ingredients caused them a lot of trouble because each ingredient required special handling. Chapter 005 The Wedding, 2. On the second day of Zhang Xian's wedding, the sunlight poured through the window on the bed, and Zhang Chu was awakened in his sleep by the sound of firecrackers from his uncle's house next door. Last night, the groom organized a bachelor night party and invited them to go to KTV to sing and indulge until more than 12 o'clock before going home. Chu Qin walked into Zhang Chu's room, looked at his son who was still lying on the bed, and urged, "You get up quickly, wait for more than 8 o'clock, breakfast is going to be served, and after breakfast you still have to go to your uncle's house to gather it." At this time, Chu Qin was dressed in a new outfit, looking extraordinarily refreshed. Got it, Mom. Zhang Chu lazily got out of bed and opened his suitcase, taking out a brand new black suit from it. This suit was specially customized by him, without any brand logo, only the unique markings that belonged to him. Wow, brother, you really look human today. Zheng Ting walked out of her room and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when she saw how Zhang Chu looked in his formal attire. What are you talking about? This is what I call a jade-like appearance, okay? Zhang Chu proudly struck a few poses in front of his sister. Brother, how come you don't have a brand on this dress? Zheng Ting asked curiously. This was made by a tailor I specifically found. There is no brand, but it is one of a kind, Zhang Chu proudly explained. This is a private customization of 1 million a set, only me in the world. So expensive. Zheng Ting hastily retracted her hand. I can't afford to pay for this. It's only $1 million. No matter how you touch it, it won't break. Besides, even if it breaks, how would I let you pay for it? My silly sister Zhang Chu dotingly touched Zheng Ting's head. Let's go eat. Zhang Chu took Zheng Ting's hand and the two of them went to the cultural hall together. The cultural auditorium was bustling with activity at this time, with red festive decorations and cheerful music everywhere. The banquet in the morning had already been prepared, and the guests were seated and enjoying the sumptuous food. Brother, you're here. Today's Zhang Xian was extraordinarily handsome, dressed in a well-tailored suit, with a well-prepared hairstyle and makeup. The whole person looked radiant. Good day, Brother Chu. Zhang Xian's groomsmen were also all dressed in neat dresses and greeted Zhang Chu with big smiles. They all knew Zhang Chu and had great respect for him, so they addressed him as Brother Chu. Hello guys, Zhang Chu responded with a smile before finding an empty seat and sitting down. At 8:30, after everyone had finished their breakfast, they followed Zhang Xian back to his house and prepared to go greet the bride. Zhang Chu was not only acting as the best man today, but also doubled up as the head car driver. Zhang Chu's Rolls-Royce Cullinan was decorated by the wedding company in a very festive manner. The flowers on the front of the car coupled with the red ribbons around it to the point that Zhang Chu could hardly recognize it. With the sound of a firecracker, the ancestor worship ceremony before receiving the bride was over, and the crowd was ready to leave to receive the bride. Zhang Chu started his favorite car. His car as the first car must be the first to go. Accompanied by the drums and music and the sound of firecrackers slowly drove out of the gate of Zhang Xian's house. Xian, don't be nervous, there is water in the refrigerator in the car. Zhang Chu, who was driving the car, noticed that Zhang Xian behind him was a bit fidgety. He knew that this was the most important moment in Zhang Xian's life and it was inevitable that he would feel nervous and excited. So he said comfortingly, relax, today is your big day, be happy. Zhang Xian nodded gratefully, then opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of mineral water without any information. He gently unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. The cold water flowed down his throat, making him feel a burst of refreshment and slightly relieving some of his tension. Half an hour later, the wedding caravan finally arrived at the village where the bride's family was located. However, they did not enter the village directly, but stopped by the roadside and lit firecrackers. The sound of the firecrackers resounded throughout the village, conveying the news of their arrival to the bride's family. When the firecrackers were finished, the drum band began to play the joyful sound of gongs and drums. The caravan drives slowly into the bride's house to the sound of exciting music. After the car stops, all the people welcoming the bride stay motionless in the car, waiting for the woman's family to come out to meet them. Please drink sugar tea. With a warm greeting, Two middle-aged women dressed in festive attire came out with paper cups and kettles of hot water, smilingly handing everyone in the car a cup of steaming hot sugar tea. The sweet flavor of the sugar tea filled the air and put people in a happy mood. Everyone took the cup and savored the sweet taste, feeling the joyful atmosphere of the wedding. After drinking the sweet tea, all the people got off the bus. They were warmly welcomed by the woman's family and invited into the woman's hall to sit down. The woman's family kept serving cigarettes and pouring sweet tea for everyone, and the table was full of various kinds of snacks, so that the guests could enjoy the food and at the same time feel the strong affection and warmth. After enjoying the snacks, the woman's family led the crowd to the second floor to receive the bride. The bridesmaids who had been waiting for a long time had already blocked the door. They were laughing and smiling, thinking in their hearts, "We can't let the groom take the bride away so easily." "Jiawei, it's me, open the door." Zhang Xian knocked on the door while shouting inside. "Don't open the door until you give the red envelope," came the voices of the bridesmaids from inside, a hint of smugness and mischief in their voices. "Quickly take out the red envelopes." Zhang Xian signaled the crowd to take out the prepared red envelopes. "Shove the red packets through the doorway," came the voices of the bridesmaids again from inside. They were keeping an eye on the door through the cat's eye of the doorway, fearing that the groomsmen would play tricks on them. The bridesmaids were watching the door through the cat's eye to make sure the groomsmen didn't try to play tricks on them. Boom, the door opened and the crowd rushed inside in a rush. "You've passed the first hurdle. The next is the second hurdle of physical strength. You hold us to do squats. Finish 50 and you'll be considered to have passed," said the bridesmaids in unison, their faces beaming with excitement. "Yes," said the groomsmen in unison, with excited smiles on their faces. When the groomsmen heard that they were doing squats while holding their bridesmaids, they were like chicken blood, with an expectant gleam in their eyes. "Let's start with you." The bridesmaids were the first to pick Zhang Chu, because Jia Hui had privately told this group of single girlfriends that Zhang Xian's cousin was a rich and handsome man and was still single, telling them to seize the opportunity. "Me?" Zhang Chu looked incredulous. He didn't want to participate in such a game, so he immediately turned around and hid behind the crowd. However, even so, he was eventually called out by the people. "Yes, it's you, handsome," a bridesmaid with a pretty temperament said excitedly, as she clearly held a favorable impression of Zhang Chu. "You come and hold me and do squats, is that okay?" "Oh." The groomsmen on the side began to coo as they let out cheers and whistles as if they were cheering for the scene. Seeing the other party naming him for a hug, Zhang Chu hesitated for a moment, but in order to help his cousin Zhang Xian successfully marry Jia Hui, he decided to go out on a limb. He walked up to the bridesmaid, picked her up easily in a princess hug, and started doing 50 squats. In reality, this was not a difficult task for Zhang Chu, since he usually had a specialized trainer in charge of his fitness training. His stamina was very good. Chapter 006 The Wedding, 3, with Zhang Chu taking the lead. The other groomsmen followed suit and picked up their bridesmaids to do squats. For a while, the room was filled with laughter and cheering. The second level is over. There's still the third level. Seeing that the groomsmen passed the second level so easily, the bridesmaids group decided to use their killer technique, testing intelligence. One of the bridesmaids took out the questions prepared in advance and distributed them to each of the groomsmen. "This is the English translation of the examination. You must translate it into Chinese within 15 minutes. Looking at the dense English words in front of them, the groomsmen immediately felt a headache. They all scratched their ears and thought hard, but they had not touched English for many years and had long forgotten what they had learned. No cell phones allowed. Just then, someone tried to sneak out their cell phone to search for the answer, but they were caught red-handed by the sharp-eyed bridesmaids. "Alright." At this time, Zhang Chu stood up to hand in his paper. "So fast? You didn't write it blindly, did you?" The bridesmaids couldn't believe their eyes, and while the other groomsmen were still scratching their heads in thought, Zhang Chu had actually already turned in his paper. Heavens, his translation is surprisingly no different from the standard answer, and the phrases are very smooth. The bridesmaid on the side said in surprise after carefully comparing them. Did he just look at his cell phone? They still couldn't believe it, so they asked the bridesmaids who had just been supervising from the side. "No, I was staring the whole time. He really didn't look at his phone." "Okay, you guys get a pass on this one." The bridesmaids were lost, originally thinking that they could kill the sharpness of the groomsmen through this level, but they didn't expect to be cracked by Zhang Chu so easily. For the next level, you don't need to participate, go to the side and rest. The bridesmaids somewhat roguishly said to Zhang Chu. "On what grounds? Brother Chu is also a best man. Why doesn't he need to participate in the next level?" The bridesmaids expressed their displeasure and began to clamor. "Just by virtue of the fact that we set the rules, do you guys still want to go and marry off our Jia Hui?" The bridesmaids responded with a straight face. "You guys go for it." After Zhang Chu easily dropped this sentence, he leisurely walked to the side and watched the fun with interest. "The next level is to find the shoes. Jia Hui's wedding shoes have been skillfully hidden by us. You guys need to successfully find them in just half an hour. Remember, you can't ask for help outside the venue. If you still haven't found them by the end of the time, then I'm sorry, you'll have to go home. Before the bridesmaids finished speaking, the groomsmen couldn't wait to get started. Like a pack of energetic hounds, they searched every corner where the shoes could be hidden. The restroom, the bottom of the bed, the balcony, and even every crevice. Whoa! Found one! The groomsmen cheered excitedly as they finally found a delicate high-heeled shoe in the bridesmaids' bags. The successful finding of one shoe made the best men's spirits rise even higher. With their morale boosted, they continued to expand their search and focused more attention on the bridesmaids. After all, they were the ones most likely to be hiding the shoes. The groomsmen and the bridesmaids began a fun-filled game of mind games. When the groomsmen couldn't find the shoes in the room, they turned their attention to the bridesmaids, who they thought must have hidden the shoes on them. So the groomsmen tried to approach the bridesmaids, but the bridesmaids laughed and warned, "Don't come any closer. The shoes aren't on us. They're in this house." Despite searching around the room, the groomsmen still found nothing. Eventually, they had to give up and start looking outside. The best men searched almost the entire floor, even the trash cans. With great success, they finally found the carefully wrapped shoes in a trash can. When all the shoes were found, Zhang Xian personally put on Jiawei's shoes and expressed his deep love for her. At this point, the bridesmaids began to clamor for the groom to carry his bride downstairs. Without hesitation, Zhang Xian picked up Jiawei and slowly walked her downstairs in a princess carry. At this time, the woman's family on the first floor was anxiously waiting for the two newlyweds to come downstairs, ready for the next step of the wedding, the woman's family ancestor worship ceremony. After the ancestor worship was over, the banquet on the woman's side of the family was about to begin. According to the custom of the old family, the main banquet of the woman's family would usually be held at noon. Zhang Chu and the others, as guests of honor, were arranged to sit in the center of the hall of the woman's home, and their best man and maid of honor were arranged to sit at the same table as the bride and groom. During the free time before the food was served, everyone chatted. One of them said, "I really didn't expect there to be such a powerful person among you." Our carefully prepared translation even took only 5 minutes to be cracked. At that moment, Zhang Xian replied with a smile, "That's because my brother is a senior student of the Magic City Jiaotong University. He's been a good boy in other people's mouths since he was a kid." Zhang Xian and Jia Hui had been worrying a lot about Zhang Chu's lifelong affairs, and in the process of receiving the bride, they had made it a point to let the bridesmaids have more contact with Zhang Chu. The bridesmaids curiously asked Zhang Chu, "What kind of work are you engaged in? Are you in the foreign trade industry?" They had a clear favorable impression of Zhang Chu. However, Zhang Chu shook his head and replied, "No, I used to do investment. Now I can be said to be a hobo. My brother, he has his own investment company and has now realized his wealth freedom." Zhang Xian added from the sidelines. During the time when the people were chatting, the banquet started. The back kitchen started to serve the food in a tight schedule. A dish of delicious food was placed on the table, the aroma overflowing, mouth-watering. Guests have tasted these dishes. Laughter filled the entire banquet hall. The two newlyweds were also tightly drying their meals. They knew that there were still a lot of things to do next, so they seized the time to eat. Later on, they had to go and toast the guests, which was one of the important parts of the wedding. "It's time for you to go make your toasts." The bride's parents came over to remind the two when the food was served. They looked at their daughter and son-in-law with smiles, their eyes full of blessings and expectations. The bride and groom nodded their heads to indicate that they were ready, so they stood up and walked hand in hand to the banquet hall, ready to toast their friends and family. The end of the formal wine at the woman's home in the afternoon represents the fact that the bride will no longer belong to the family. She will leave her parents and start a new family with the groom. This moment is full of emotion and reluctance, but it also means the beginning of a new life. The marriage procession was about to depart. Jiawei sat in the car, looking through the window at the home where she had lived for more than 20 years with a sense of reluctance. There are so many memories here, and every place makes her feel close and warm. Now, she was leaving this place and traveling to another place to start a brand new life. The receiving party returned to the groom's home at 2 p.m. The elders of the groom's family were waiting at the door. They were all smiles as they greeted the bride. Zhang Chu's mother and Zhang Xian's aunt and uncle were waiting for the newlyweds with 2 cups of sweetened tea. When the bride and groom walked through the door, they immediately went forward and handed over the sweet tea to express their blessings and welcome to the newlyweds. Chapter 007 The Wedding 4. When the bride got off the bus, her feet did not touch the ground and the groom directly carried her up to the second floor to change clothes in their new room, while Zhang Chu was called to help unload the dowry of the woman. By the time the dowry was unloaded, the bride had also finished changing her clothes and started to pay her respects. The wedding was a combination of Chinese and Western, and after the ceremony there was a lawn wedding. In the hall, Zhang Chu's uncle Zhang Jianbin and his grandparents dressed in festive clothes to accept the wedding tea of the young couple. After drinking the happy tea, Lu Fengqin said to Zhang Chu, "Xiao Chu, we're going to offer sacrifices to our ancestors later, so you and Tingting will go kneel with me." Zhang Chu nodded, indicating that he knew. Next, the hall of Zhang Jianben's house enshrined the ancestral tablets, preparing for the ancestor worship ceremony, consoling the ancestors that the Zhang family had another descendant who had become a family, hoping that the ancestors would bless the young couple with a happy and fulfilling life in the future. Zhang Chu and Tingting followed behind Lu Fengqin, facing the ancestral tablets and kneeling down respectfully. They lit incense and bowed reverently to the ancestral tablets, expressing their respect and gratitude to their ancestors. Next, they inserted incense into the incense burner and then bowed deeply once again. The entire ancestor worship ceremony is solemn and dignified, giving a sense of the family's tradition and cultural heritage. After completing the ancestor worship ceremony, the bride rechanged into a white wedding dress and drove to the park for a Western-style lawn wedding. Nearby the lawn and the park wedding company has set up the venue. The background is Zhang Xian and Jiaowei's photo. At this time, the melodious music sounded. The wedding host walked onto the stage with elegant steps, and announced in a loud voice, "Dear guests and friends, now let's witness this wonderful moment. The lawn wedding officially begins." The words just fell. The guests under the stage have risen, with a smile on their faces to move to the green grass on the lawn. Full of anticipation waiting for this romantic Western-style wedding pulled open the curtain, accompanied by a cheerful melody. The surrounding sound rang out the famous composer Delsong's classic work Wedding March. The exciting notes echoed in the air, as if telling the sweetness and solemnity of love. The master of ceremonies, dressed in a gorgeous gown, came on stage and said with a big smile, "Thank you very much to all the guests and friends for taking time out of their busy schedules to come and witness the happy moments of the two new couples." Then, with deep emotion, he continued, "Today is really a wonderful day. The handsome and dashing Mr. Zhang Xian beside me will soon marry the love of his life. And she is the beautiful and touching Ms. Shan Jiawei." Their story is full of warmth and romance, from their first encounter during high school military training, to now walking hand in hand into the marriage hall. Along the way, they have gone through countless storms, but always stick to each other's promises. This sincere feelings move people. After saying that, the MC threw an encouraging look to the audience under the stage, and then shouted in a loud voice, "Next, please welcome the father of the bride to walk onto the stage together with the bride," with a warm applause. Amidst the thunderous applause, Jia Hui's father slowly walked onto the stage with Jia Hui's hand in his hand. Jia Hui was clad in a white wedding gown, just like a fairy descending to earth. Her face was filled with happy smiles, while her father looked particularly solemn and serious. The MC smiled and walked toward Jia Hui's father, handed him the microphone in his hand and said softly, "Dear father of the bride, as the bride's relatives, you must have a lot of heartfelt words to say to the two newcomers at this moment, right?" Jia Hui's father took the microphone, his eyes glistening with tears, and said with a great deal of emotion, "Today I am overjoyed because my precious daughter is getting married. Watching her grow up and find her own happiness fills my heart with relief and blessings. I hope that you will support each other and be together in the days to come, and create a beautiful life together." After speaking, he gently patted Zhang Xian's shoulder to show his trust and support. "Now let's witness this happy moment together." The father of the bride hands over his most precious daughter to the groom. "Dear guests, please pick up your cell phones and record this wonderful moment together." With the warm words of the MC, the whole wedding site was immersed in romance and warmth. Under the gaze of all the guests, Jiaowei's father slowly walked towards the center of the stage, his eyes full of deep blessings and reluctance for his daughter. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, stood on the side, waiting for this moment with nervousness and anticipation. Finally, Jiaowei's father walked in front of them. He gently held Jiaowei's hand and handed her over to Zhang Xian, and instructed, "I hope you can support each other and grow old together." At this moment, the MC came on stage again, and he said with a smile, "Next, please invite the bride and groom to exchange the rings." Accompanied by the melodious music, a pair of cute little flower girls walked onto the stage holding an exquisite ring box. They carefully opened the box, and the wedding rings inside glittered with bright light, as if heralding the future life of the newlyweds. "Please ask the bride and groom to exchange the rings." The MC's voice sounded again. Zhang Xian and Jia Hui looked at each other fondly, then simultaneously picked up each other's rings and gently put them on each other's fingers. This simple yet sacred action meant that they were henceforth husband and wife, promising to be together for the rest of their lives. Just then, a group of white pigeons were released. They circled and flew in the air, adding a peaceful and serene to the whole wedding. At the same time, there were loud applause and cheers from the stage, and everyone felt heartfelt blessings for the couple. The lawn wedding reached its climax in this beautiful scene and became an indelible memory in everyone's heart. When the bride and groom came to the cultural hall at 5:30 p.m., the guests had already come, and they sat on the seats waiting for the wedding banquet to begin. In the evening, it was the main banquet of the man's family, who invited a professional team to prepare performances and lucky draws for the guests. It was still the same as at noon. The best man and maid of honor were at the same table as the newlyweds. "Did you take this, brother?" Zhang Xin and Jiawei were holding their cameras and admiring the photos Zhang Chu had just taken of them at the lawn wedding. Zhang Chu had captured their happy moments without ghosting, and the shots were very natural. It's so beautiful. Jiahui couldn't help but praise. I think I can even be a photographer, Zhang Chu said with a smile. Indeed, you're really good at taking pictures. Zhang Xin followed suit and chimed in. Ha ha, thanks for the compliment. Zhang Chu laughed happily. I'm going to upload these photos to my certain voice. I'll upload them if you guys agree. We both agree. Brother, you've taken such nice pictures of the two of us. Uploading them to a certain sound will allow more people to share in our joy. Chapter 008 Departure. Brother, what's the name of your some voice account? The two took out their cell phones and opened a certain tone ready to follow. Just this Shanghai. Zhang Chu took out his cell phone and opened a certain sound to show his account to the two. The others at the table also took out their cell phones to follow. Zhang Chu's a certain sound account was created more than a year ago. He used to share his shooting works. Slowly his account up now fans have more than 100,000 fans. The daily average flow of each work can be given to break 10,000, which a certain sound platform to him to push part of the flow. Shareholders father if not fire if the heavens are hard to forgive. He has also met many fellow photographers and exchanged experiences with them through this account. Right, when are you guys planning to go on your honeymoon? Zhang Chu suddenly asked. We haven't thought about it yet. I can't go away because the factory is busy during this period of time. I want to wait for the new year before going on a honeymoon, Zhang Xin replied. Since Zhang Jianming they started to decentralize their power. Zhang Xin's burden has increased. Sales, production and logistics all need him. The factory second generation is really the same as the internet said is the nuclear power oxen and horses. That's fine. Pick a good place to relax at that time, Zhang Chu said with a smile. Well, let's hope for a pleasant vacation. Zhang Xin nodded, looking forward to the future honeymoon trip. Brother, how many days do you plan to stay back this time? Zhang Xin asked. He was very envious of Zhang Chu starting his own business without having to be tied down by inheriting the family business. I should stay for a while. After all, I haven't been back for a long time. So it's time to accompany mom and dad, Zhang Chu replied. That's also true. Great uncle and great aunt are definitely very happy to have you back. Zhang Xin laughed. Right. How are your factory's recent benefits? Zhang Chu asked with concern. It's not bad. It's just busy. Big uncle and the others don't care much now, Zhang Xin answered truthfully. Do a good job. And strive to get to the next level, Zhang Chu encouraged. Well, thank you, brother, Zhang Xin said gratefully. 3 days later in the morning, the sunshine sprinkled in Zhang Chu's face. Zhang Xin's wedding to his busy bad. At home even sleep for 2 days to make up for the energy back. Zhang Chu feel a little bored at home, so decided to pack up the luggage, according to the plan to embark on his self-driving tour. After saying goodbye to his family, Zhang Chu started his self-driving trip. As the wheels rolled, Zhang Chu gradually away from home, the mood became more and more excited. He opened the car windows, feeling the freshness of the breeze on his face and enjoying the beautiful scenery along the way. It would be a journey full of challenges and surprises, and he looked forward to every new place and person he met. According to Zhang Chu's pre-established travel plan, he first drove to Rongqing in Sichuan province, a city known as the Land of Heaven that attracted countless tourists to explore its unique charm. Zhang Chu couldn't wait to enjoy the food, culture and natural landscape there. He had been to Rongqing many times before, but every time he went there, it was for work and projects, and every time it was a business reception from the other side, and he had never properly strolled through Rongqing without experiencing its customs and culture. Rongqing is a city with a long history of more than 2,000 years, and its surrounding area is a convergence of many famous attractions, such as Dujianjian and Wuhou Temple, which are popular places for tourists to visit. In addition, the city has also developed a unique food culture, including skewers, hot pots and Sichuan cuisine, which are popular among the public, as well as the national banquet-level Sichuan cuisine culture. At this moment, a car is speeding on the highway, this time to Rongqing. Only Zhang Chu, one person traveling alone. Even his cat named Meatballs did not come along with him, but was fostered in the old home, because Zhang Chu's mother was particularly fond of Meatball. Every time she went home, she would hold Meatball tightly in her arms. On this trip to Rongqing, one would have to cross a distance of nearly 2,000 kilometers just by driving, and based on time, it would take almost 24 full hours. Such a long driving time was just too much for Zhang Chu, who was driving alone, to bear. Therefore, he planned to arrive in Rongqing in 2 days, and once he felt exhausted on the way, he would choose to drive off the highway and look for a comfortable hotel to take a rest. After all, he was not a poor traveler, so why treat himself poorly? Then the question arose, why must Zhang Chu insist on driving to Rongqing instead of choosing a more convenient flight? In fact, the reason was very simple. It was just because he had a whim and felt that traveling by plane had already made him tired, and wanted to try something different for his travel. So tired, Zhang Chu said while rubbing his neck. The long drive had made him feel very tired. After driving for more than 5 hours, he finally parked his car in the nearest service area, preparing to rest for a while and go buy some food to replenish his strength. He was in the service area to buy something to replenish his strength. Suddenly he found something familiar in the breakfast area, his hometown specialty dumplings. I didn't expect to actually see this in the service area, Zhang Chu lamented, and then bought a large meat dumpling. After checking out Zhang Chu in the service area rest area ready to eat something to replenish energy when suddenly heard the staff in his hometown language exchange. Listening to the accent, are you guys also from Shoujo? Zhang Chu asked. Yes, are you too? That staff member asked with a smile. Yes, I'm from the Wutong side of Shoujo. Zhang Chu switched to his hometown dialect to communicate with him. Coincidentally, I'm also from Wutong. More than a third of our colleagues in the service area are from Wutong, the staff member introduced. After resting for 2 hours in the service area, Zhang Chu got back on the road. During this period, he learned from the staff, the original highway. More than half of the service area is operated by his hometown. Zhang Chu couldn't help but marvel at the fact that these people from his hometown not only worked hard in his hometown, but also stepped out of his home to create a better life all over the country. My neck ah! Zhang Chu couldn't help but turn his neck while driving. Driving for a long time made his neck become sore and painful. I've heard that old Ju and their Ju Factory's Smart Choice car, which is in collaboration with other car companies, can realize long periods of automatic driving. I must ask him to get me one next time, Zhang Chu said to himself. In fact, old Ju had proposed to give him a car like this before, but at that time, Zhang Chu felt that he did not need it. But nowadays, it seemed that he really needed a car that could help him drive. And at that time, old Ju had invited him to go for an experience that he didn't go for when he happened to be abroad. Can be sure that this self-driving trip down, Zhang Chu will have a period of time do not want to touch the car. Self-driving too hurt waist and neck. This has just begun to be difficult. Chapter 009, the first day in Rongqing City. On the third day of the self-driving tour, Zhang Chu walked all the way and finally arrived in downtown Rongqing at 2 in the morning. My waist. Zhang Chu couldn't help but moan as he got down from the car holding his waist. He felt as if his waist was being pressed against a boulder, and it was sore and painful. He moved his body while looking around for a parking lot. He felt like he could no longer drive, and if he continued, he might become a disabled person. Goo goo, a loud sound came from Zhang Chu's abdomen, reminding him that he hadn't eaten for a long time. Zhang Chu let out a bitter smile, thinking to himself that he had really asked for it, giving up the highway in order to see the scenery, only to end up exhausting himself to death. However, since he had come to Rongqing, the food capital, then he had to savor the local specialties before he could do so. Fortunately, this was Rongqing, China's famous city that never sleeps, and even in the wee hours of the morning there were still many stores in business. If it were Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai, I am afraid that it would be very difficult to find stores that are still open after 9 o'clock. After all, Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai didn't really have a nightlife, and became cold and quiet at night. Zhang Chu walked into a noodle shop and said to the owner, "Boss, give me a bowl of 2 mixed sauce noodles, slightly spicy not numb." Here, the way of ordering was a bit special. The noodles were calculated according to the number of 2s. Noodles for you, handsome, only to see the boss handily placing the steaming hot noodles that had just come out of the pot in front of Zhang Chu. The bowl of noodles looked colorful and fragrant, making people salivate. Zhang Chu picked up his chopsticks and couldn't wait to stir the noodles well, so that each and every one of them was coated with the delicious soup and seasonings. He took a deep breath, feeling the aroma emanating from the noodles, and then began to take a big bite. The noodles were strong and chewy, and the store's own stir-fried miscellaneous sauce was deliciously flavorful. Due to driving around for the past 2 days, Zhang Chu hadn't been able to enjoy the food properly, and the food and drinks in the service area were not only expensive, but also had an average flavor. Now that he was finally able to taste such delicious noodles, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. In a short while, the first bowl of noodles was devoured by Zhang Chu. He licked his lips unfulfilled and said to the boss, "Boss, another bowl." The boss looked at the customer in front of him, who had an amazing appetite, and kindly reminded him, "Handsome man, you need to not have another 1 or 2. You won't necessarily be able to finish it with 2 more. However, Zhang Chu replied confidently, "It's fine, boss, I can eat it." After all, he knew his appetite very well, and this bit of food was not difficult for him. It was only after 2 bowls of 2 tails of mixed sauce noodles went down that Zhang Chu's stomach was satisfied. As he rubbed his rounded stomach, he thought to himself, sure enough, Rongqing, the food capital, lives up to its name. After solving the 5 organs, it was time to solve the problem of accommodation. Zhang Chu had his assistant book a hotel for him before he arrived. "Hello, I booked your hotel's presidential suite earlier, at the front desk of the Bosch Taikuli Hotel in Rongqing." Zhang Chu took out his identity document and gave it to the hotel's front desk. "You are Mr. Zhang? Your suite is ready. Someone will take you there later. I'll register you over here." The receptionist very politely took Zhang Chu's identity document and helped him register. "Sir, this is your identity document. Please keep it." The front desk used both hands to hand Zhang Chu's identity document back to him. "Our hotel will arrange for someone to take you to your room." Zhang Chu nodded and followed the attendant to the presidential suite he had booked. As soon as he entered, Zhang Chu was attracted by the spacious and bright room and the luxurious decorations. "This room is quite worthy of his price." Zhang Chu looked at everything in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. He slowly walked into the room and gazed around. The suite was more than 270 square feet, spacious and bright, with every corner exuding comfort. The 3 floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room allowed for a wide view, and one could clearly see the Taikoo shopping district and the IFS International Financial Center not far away, with the bustling cityscape at one's fingertips. However, the downside is that the room's decorative style is not Zhang Chu's favorite. He preferred the decoration style of his own home-grain CDU1, which was a unique and exquisite style. At first, he had deliberately hired a famous domestic Chinese designer to work with foreign designers, skillfully blending simplicity with new Chinese elements to create a distinctive atmosphere. After placing his luggage properly, Zhang Chu felt a wave of exhaustion hit him. He first took a hot shower to relax his body and mind. The warm water washed over his body, bringing a hint of comfort. After the bath, he directly collapsed onto the large, 2-meter-wide bed, the soft mattress seeming as comfortable as a cloud. He closed his eyes and felt the warm sunlight pouring on his face through the window, gradually falling into dreamland. Throughout the morning, he lay quietly on the large bed like this, enjoying this rare peace and comfort. "It's so comfortable." At 1 p.m., Zhang Chu leisurely woke up from his sleep, and after stretching his waist, the tiredness from driving for a day completely dissipated. Sure enough, young people going out on a trip means getting enough sleep first. Zhang Chu got down from the bed, feeling the lightness of his body and the refreshment of his spirit. His mood was extraordinarily pleasant. He walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. The sunlight spilled into the room, warm and bright. Outside the window, a prosperous and bustling scene unfolded before his eyes. "The weather in Rongqing is really nice today, but there are too many people here, right?" Zhang Chu muttered to himself. He decided to go out for a walk to explore the city's beauty and culture. Zhang Chu strolled alone along the famous pedestrian street in Rong City, the broad and narrow alley. The streets were lined with a wide array of stores, not too different from other walking streets in China. However, the tourists who came to the street in admiration crowded the street, causing his excitement to dissipate instantly. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Zhang Chu sighed helplessly. Where's the fun in shopping here? Thus, he left the noisy main street and arrived at a quiet alley along the nearby residential area. The alley was narrow and quiet, as if it was isolated from the world. As he went deeper into the alley, a shouting sound reached his ears. Curious, Zhang Chu followed the sound and eventually arrived in front of a dilapidated tea house. It could be ascertained that the sound of shouting was coming from inside. Zhang Chu walked into the tea house, which was decorated in the style of the 1970s and 1980s, and the tea house was run by an old couple with their son. "How much is the tea over here, boss?" Zhang Chu asked. "Tea is $10, the boss replied in Sichuan province. "Boss, I want a cup of green tea, and bring me a few more snacks." Chapter 010, A Leisurely Life in Rongqing. Zhang Chu picked a seat by the river with his teacup and sat down, sipping the tea while enjoying the riverside scenery. Zhang Chu looked around. The tea drinkers who came here to drink tea should all be retired old people from the nearby neighborhoods. Some of them were playing chess, some were playing poker, and some were chatting. And he also found the source of the shouting. It was the sound made by those old people playing mahjong. No wonder the old saying goes, "A young man never enters Sichuan, and an old man never leaves Shu." Hibiscus City is really a place where people feel comfortable and relaxed. The pace of life here is slow and people can enjoy life to the fullest. Unlike our old people there, they have to continue to labor even in their old age, Zhang Chu said with emotion, and he couldn't help but think of his grandparents. Despite being 70 to 80 years old, they still insisted on going down to the fields every day to grow vegetables, and their monthly pensions added up to more than $5,000, but they couldn't afford to spend it. "Boss, your dim sum is here." At this moment, the tea house owner brought an exquisite dim sum platter, which was filled with various traditional dim sums, such as sesame cakes and mung bean cakes. In addition, the boss also gave Zhang Chu a serving of peanut and melon seeds for him to eat and drink at the same time. Zhang Chu picked up a piece of dim sum and put it into his mouth, savoring the sweet and delicious taste. Although these traditional dim sums were not as exquisite as modern pastries, they had a unique charm that brought back memories. In such an atmosphere, Zhang Chu felt a long-lost peace and tranquility. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Chu leaned back in his chair and blew the small breeze of the river. drinking tea and eating pastries, humming a small song in his mouth, too peaceful. Handsome man pulling out ears? A bald uncle carrying a bag walked up to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu looked at the bald uncle in front of him somewhat puzzled. He stretched out his hand and pointed to his ear with a bewildered look. Pulling out your ear? Yes, pulling out your ears. The uncle revealed an amiable smile and nodded his head to confirm. How much? Zhang Chu asked curiously. $40 a time, the uncle said as he waved his 4 fingers, clearly indicating the price. Zhang Chu hesitated for a moment, but decided to try this novel experience and said, come once. After all, this was the first ear-pulling experience in his life. Okay. After hearing Zhang Chu's promise, the uncle immediately put down his backpack and took out a set of professional ear-pulling tools from it. Zhang Chu tilted his head slightly to the side, preparing for this special experience. As the tools slowly entered his ears, an indescribable soreness instantly struck him, causing him to let out a soft cry. Wow! The uncle skillfully stuck the tool into Zhang Chu's ear, carefully pulling out the dirt and impurities from his ear, and from time to time, gently tapping the tool with a delicate copper rod to make a crisp and pleasant sound. As time passed, Zhang Chu's sensations gradually changed. At first, the aching sensation gradually transformed into a tingling sensation, and in the end, it actually turned into a pleasurable enjoyment. Alright, handsome, uncle said softly. So fast? Zhang Chu was still immersed in the enjoyment he had just experienced, and he surprisingly did not come back to his senses for a while. Money I sweep you. WeChat. Zhang Chu took out his cell phone and swept the code to pay. After pulling out his ears, Zhang Chu felt refreshed, and his hearing was better than before. At 5 p.m. Zhang Chu, who had been lying in the tea house for the afternoon, began to forage for food in the streets and alleys of Rongqing. Since I've come to Rongqing, I must try the hot pot, Zhang Chu said to himself as he stood in front of a hot pot restaurant. Hello, handsome, how many are dining? Zhang Chu had just walked into the store when he felt the warm atmosphere inside. A waitress immediately walked quickly with a menu when she saw him enter. I'm just one person. Oh, I've already bought the set menu online, Zhang Chu said and took out his cell phone, ready to show the waiter the purchase record. Alright sir, please come over here first. I'll verify the group purchase voucher for you. The waitress smiled and gestured for Zhang Chu to walk over to the bar. Sir, may I ask what kind of pot base you would like? We have slightly spicy, medium spicy, heavy spicy and clear soup for you to choose from, the waiter asked, pointing to the options on the menu. Well, let's make it medium spicy then, Zhang Chu thought to himself. After all, he had come to Rongqing, which was known for its spiciness, so if he only ordered the clear soup pot he might make people laugh. It was better to order a medium spicy pot to avoid being looked down upon by others. Okay sir, then do you need something to drink? Bring me a big bottle of Coke, with ice. Zhang Chu was worried that the flavor of the medium spice might be too much for him to bear later, so he took precautions in advance. Yes sir, please follow me. After checking the coupon and selecting the pot base, the waiter led Zhang Chu to a table for 2. The store was filled with the aroma of butter and spice, and Zhang Chu waited for his order to be served amidst the scent. Ding 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 ding. The WeChat phone on Zhang Chu's cell phone rang, and he casually tapped it to see that it was a friend from Tianfu calling, so he didn't hesitate to tap the answer button. Hey, isn't this Mr. Orange? How come you, a busy man, have the time to call me? Zhang Chu asked with a smile. What are you doing right now? A pleasant female voice came from the cell phone. I'm having dinner, Zhang Chu replied. Where are you right now? Is it in Rongqing? I saw your friend's circle. It's in Rongqing. The girl in the cell phone sent out a series of questions. Ha ha, I'm indeed in Rongqing, but I also just arrived today. What's wrong? Zhang Chu asked curiously. You didn't tell me in advance when you came to Rongqing. Are you looking down on me as a landlord? The girl said with a slight grumble. How could I? Ms. Orange, I wouldn't dare to look down on you. It's just that you are so busy at work. I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't tell you. Zhang Chu explained somewhat sheepishly. Humph, fine then, but since you've come to Rongqing, let's meet, like this. Tomorrow you treat me to dinner and this matter will be over, and I will bring my best friend along with me. Oh, the girl proposed. No, Mr. Orange, Zhang Chu's words were not finished when the other party hung up. The dishes you ordered. Sir, the waiter brought up all the dishes that came with the set meal at once. The set meal contained 18 meat dishes and 12 vegetarian dishes, a large variety and a small amount, each of which was served on a small plate. After waiting for the hot pot to boil, Zhang Chu started to put things in it. He first put down some meat and seafood ingredients such as beef, mutton, shrimp sliders, fish balls and so on. These ingredients would become tender and juicy when cooked and had a wonderful flavor. Next, he put down some vegetables, such as cabbage, spinach, bean sprouts, mushrooms and so on. These vegetables should not be blanched in the pot for too long or they will be too spicy. Finally, he also put down some bean products such as tofu, bean skin, vermicelli, etc. These bean products can add layers of texture to the hot pot, making it more satisfying to eat. Chapter 011 Friends Meeting Up. Hiss. As the hot pot cooked longer and longer, Zhang Chu clearly felt the spicy flavor getting heavier and heavier, and the level that was acceptable just now had now become unbearable. Despite the help of the oil dish, the stimulation of the chili peppers still caused his mouth to burn. He began to frequently drink up ice cola in an attempt to ease the burning sensation. Handsome man, you can try our store's ice soup dumplings or ice powder. Oh, both of these desserts are perfect for relieving the spice. Seeing Zhang Chu's situation, the waitress couldn't help but step forward and suggest, alright, let's have one of each then. Zhang Chu's lips were slightly red from the spiciness, looking a bit more sexy. However, at this moment, he was more concerned about how to reduce the spicy flavor in his mouth. In less than 2 minutes, the waiter quickly brought up the ice powder and ice soup dumplings that Zhang Chu had just ordered. Zhang Chu hurriedly picked up a spoon and couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful of ice soup dumplings and send it into his mouth. On top of the ice soup dumplings was a small hand-rolled glutinous rice ball, while underneath was a layer of smoothie and then topped with sweet syrup. Ah, finally better. After a mouthful of ice soup dumplings went down, Zhang Chu immediately felt a wave of coolness spreading from his throat to his entire body, and the fiery sensation was instantly washed away. He let out a long sigh of relief, a contented expression appearing on his face. Keep eating, Zhang Chu said as he brought the ice soup dumplings into his mouth before picking up a piece of meat and placing it into the pot to be scalded. He felt that since the food had been ordered, he must finish it and not waste the food. Whoa! I should have known that I wouldn't have ordered medium spicy after coming out of the hot pot restaurant. Zhang Chu felt his stomach burning a bit hot, and he realized that it might be caused by the fact that he had just eaten too many chili peppers and peppercorns. Did the camera group blow up? Zhang Chu heard his cell phone constantly ringing with beeps, so he took it out to check. He realized that there were over 200 unread messages in their camera group. Who's been flirting in the group again? Zhang Chu felt very puzzled, and he began to keep swiping the screen upwards, trying to understand what exactly was going on in the group. Rongqing, National Wind Activity. Qin at all members, the day after tomorrow this side of Rongqing is still short of photographers for the event. If you want to come, private me treatment is favorable. Hang Cheng, Photography. Old Xia, is there a good-looking girl? Hang Cheng, Photography. Xia Mo, any good-looking girls? I'll definitely come if there are any. There's a national style event in Rongqing. I'll go and make a scene at that time to see it, Zhang Chu said to himself as he looked at the inside of the group. The first time I've ever seen a movie. I've seen a movie. Photography. Shanghai at Rongqing, National Wind Activity. Where will the event be held on the next big day? Hangzhou. Photography. Color of the sky. Damn. Mr. Zhang is out. Does Mr. Zhang want to go to Rongqing for the event? Hangzhou. Photography. Old Xia, Boss Zhang has appeared. Everyone get ready to grab the red packets. Magic City. Photography. Shanghai at Hangzhou. Photography. Color of the sky. I'm not participating in the event. I just happened to be traveling in Rongqing and thought I'd check it out. Besides, I just brought a Canon R3 and a Leica S3, and I didn't bring many lenses, just the usual ones. Hangzhou. Photography. Zhao, damn. The life of a big brother is my dream. Hangzhou. Photography. Xia Mo, big brother, can I touch your Leica later? NV. JPG. Tip, Magic City. Photography. Shanghai sent a red packet in the group. Hint, Mordor. Photography. Shanghai sent a red envelope in the group. Hint, Mordor. Photography. Shanghai sent a red envelope in the group. Hint, Mordor. Photography. Shanghai sent a red envelope in the group. Hint, Mordor. Photography. Shanghai sent a red envelope in the group. Hint, Mordor. Photography. Shanghai sent a red envelope in the group. Hint, Mordor. Photography. Shanghai sent a red envelope in the group. Hint, Mordor. Photography. Shanghai sent a red envelope in the group. Hint, Mordor. Photography. Shanghai sent a red envelope in the group. Hint, Mordor. Photography. Shanghai sent a red packet in the group. Zhang Chu sent 20 red envelopes in a row in the group. Hangzhou. Photography. Dishuai, thank you big brother. Worship. JPG. Hibiscus. Photography. Orange, thanks boss. Magic City. Photography. Grass, boss. The atmosphere is powerful. Hangzhou. Photography. Wine color, big brother is mighty and domineering. Does big brother still lack a pendant? 20 red envelopes blew up all the people diving in the group. What time do you guys go over? Mr. Chen, do you want me to pick you up? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, Zhang Chu sat in the presidential suite of the hotel, carefully organizing his hairstyle in front of the mirror and humming a song in his mouth. In an extraordinarily pleasant mood. Today was his first meeting with Ms. Chen's best friend, so he must leave a good impression on the other party. We'll be there around 5. If it's convenient, you come pick us up. Orange's voice came from the other end of the phone. Then I'll come pick you guys up later. You send me an address. Zhang Chu replied with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chu continued to focus on his costume. Meanwhile, in the 601 room of Building C of a certain neighborhood in Rongcheng, two young girls were busily dressing themselves. One of the girls wearing black-framed glasses and shoulder-length short hair was named Orange. She was the same girl who had called Zhang Chu yesterday, and while she was packing her makeup bag, she said to the other girl, Mingyue, someone is coming to pick us up later. The girl who was called Mingyu on the other hand had long black shiny hair and a pretty face that looked like a bright pearl. While combing her hair in the mirror, she curiously asked, Orange, is this friend of yours reliable? Orange smiled and replied mysteriously, let's put it this way, Mingyue, do you know about mountain and sea? Mingyu nodded. A trace of envy flashed in her eyes. Of course I know, Mr. Shanhai's videos and photos are particularly good looking. Last year I heard that the models who worked with him basically all had explosive works. Orange laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, let me tell you, this friend of mine is Shanhai. He happened to be traveling to Rongcheng, so that's why we had the chance to get to know each other. Hearing this, Mingyue couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her face filled with surprise. Really? An uncontrollable excitement and anticipation surged in her heart. After all, being able to meet and work with such a talented photographer was a rare opportunity for any model. That's right, Mingyu. Shanhai, he's single and still a big handsome guy. You have to seize the opportunity, Orange teased. Nasty Su Mingyue hand gently slapped Orange, her face slightly red. Chapter 012, Friends Meeting, Middle. Orange looked at the watch on her wrist and somewhat anxiously urged, Mingyue, we should go downstairs. It's almost time. Wait for me. Oh. Su Mingyue was carefully applying her pupils. She wanted to make herself look a little more beautiful. Hurry up. You two are meeting for the first time. Don't be late. You have to leave a good impression on each other. Orange urged again like an old mother. The autumn night in Rongcheng was a bit cool. Su Mingyue couldn't help but shiver a bit as she wore a short sleeve and a thin jacket. She softly asked Orange, Orange, are you cold? A little, Orange replied. Just then, a black Rolls-Royce slowly drove up and stopped in front of the two. The windows rolled down, revealing Zhang Chu's handsome face. I'm sorry, the road was a bit jammed and I'm late. You guys get in the car quickly, Zhang Chu said with a smile. As his words fell, the car door automatically opened. Sitting in the car, Orange couldn't help but marvel. Wow, this car of yours is a Rolls-Royce. It must not be cheap. Although he had known for a long time that Zhang Chu was rich, he was still shocked by the luxury car in front of him. It's alright, the whole car is just over $10 million when it's done. Actually, a Rolls-Royce is just a car to drive. It's not much different from other cars, Zhang Chu said with a faint smile. Orange said with a surprised face, more than $10 million. Knowing that you are a big dog, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Right, where are you staying in Rongcheng? A hotel? Orange asked curiously. While driving, Zhang Chu casually replied, well, I'm staying at the Bosch, just over at Taiku Lianshuanxi Road. Hearing this answer, Orange was instantly interested. She said in surprise, the Bosch wouldn't be the hotel that is known to be the most expensive hotel in Rongcheng, right? How good is the environment over there? It actually costs a few thousand a night. Zhang Chu smiled and replied, how can I put it? The decoration is average, not my cup of tea, but it can still be considered worthy of its price. At least the presidential suite I stayed in wasn't bad. It came with its own balcony that could see the night view of Taiku Li. Wow, you're too rich for that. Orange's eyes widened in awe. Are you a rich second generation? Orange couldn't help but ask. Zhang Chu laughed and shook his head as he replied, I'm not a rich second generation. I'm the rich second generation's father, the rich generation. Ha! Orange was so surprised that his jaw dropped. You're open for business. I'm going to report it. Same 9 years of compulsory education out. Why do you stand out so much? I am studying finance. Only in the university on the knowledge learned in practice. Luck but good billion ... Zhang Chu's words seem to be very modest, in fact is to praise themselves. I don't listen. Orange covered his ears up. By the way, can you introduce your bestie? Zhang Chu looked at Su Mingyue sitting in the back row from the rearview mirror, and when his eyes met with her, his heart suddenly thumped faster. Hello, Mr. Shanhai. My name is Su Mingyue. I'm Orange's bestie and a national style model. Su Mingyue wore a smile and took the initiative to introduce herself. You are good. My name is Zhang Chu. I'm a photographer. My friends in the circle like to call me Shanhai. Zhang Chu responded somewhat shyly. His face flushed with a hint of redness. Boss Zhang, Mingyu is my best BFF. She is a professional model. Oh, can you see if there are any cooperation projects suitable for her? Orange excitedly introduced her best friend to Zhang Chu, an expectant glint in her eyes. No problem. There will definitely be opportunities to work together in the future. I happen to be planning to lean the shooting center a little bit towards Guofeng. Recently, Guofeng's traffic has been very good, and it just so happens that your BFF is a Guofeng model, so we can work together at that time. Zhang Chu replied with a smile. That's great. Orange was so happy that she couldn't stop talking. We'll all be friends. Zhang Chu looked at Su Mingyue through the rearview mirror. Su Mingyue was his heartthrob girl. What are we going to eat tonight? Zhang Chu suddenly asked. His stomach started to rumble as hunger gradually hit him. Orange swiped his cell phone as he casually replied. The restaurant I chose is a hot pot restaurant. When you come to our own city, you definitely need to eat hot pot. Su Mingyue chimed in. Yes, you must eat hot pot when you come to Rongqing. Mr. Shanghai, this meal is on us. You are the guest. Hot pot is okay. In fact, I already had one last night. Zhang Chu scratched his head and said a little embarrassed. Where did you eat? This vegetable chicken of yours wouldn't have ordered a Mandarin duck pot, right? Orange asked curiously, and flirted with Zhang Chu's ability to eat spicy food in passing. Just over on XXX Road. I bought the set menu online. And, don't underestimate people, I ordered medium spicy. Zhang Chu retorted unconvincingly. Hearing this, Orange couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, is medium spicy considered spicy? Boss Zhang, you still need to work on your ability to eat spicy food more often. And the one you ate is not authentic. I went to eat that spicy unnatural heartburn before. Our old Rongqing hot pot won't burn my heart when I eat it. Zhang Chu handed the menu to Orange and Su Mingyue both. You guys order? I don't know what to order as an outsider. Orange took the menu and started ticking off the items on it. Then we'll order it. We don't care if you're used to eating it or not. Zhang Chu smiled and said, it's okay, I can eat it all. I'm not picky. Waiter, we ordered. Orange shouted with a menu in hand. At this time, Orange suddenly asked, by the way, how many days are you coming to Rongqing to play this time? Zhang Chu spread his hands and said, I don't know. I'll go back when I've played enough. I plan to stop by Star City and Jiang City on my way back. An envious look appeared in Orange's eyes. This is too dashing of you. Zhang Chu started to act up, pretending to be deep. The main thing is that I'm too bored staying without a job, looking at the series of numbers in my card every day and not being able to spend it all, and lying alone in a few hundred square feet of house and enduring loneliness. So I just have to go out more to broaden my horizons. He was secretly pleased in his heart, feeling that such a life was really cozy. Orange pulled out his own little fist pretending to punch Zhang Chu. You'll have no friends if you act 13 like this. Zhang Chu spread his hands to show his innocence. Look, you guys don't want to hear me when I tell you the truth, and I can't stand it when I tell you a lie. Orange's fists were already almost out of control. Zhang Chu was really too angry. In fact, this time I invited you to dinner because there is one thing I need you to help. Originally I thought that you came to Rongqing to travel and let you help would be a bit too much, but now I see that it's not necessary to be too much at all. Chapter 013, Friends Meeting. Next, Zhang Chu, like the Iron Rooster in the novel that doesn't give a damn, asked in a slightly nervous tone, what's the matter? But I have to make a statement beforehand, haha. The matter of borrowing money is exempted. I don't want to jeopardize the friendship between the two of us because of this. Orange rolled her eyes and helplessly said, come on, you're so rich now. Would you still be afraid of us borrowing money from you? Zhang Chu hastily shook his head and replied in a serious manner. Of course I'm afraid, although I have quite a lot of money, but there's always a day when it's spent. Orange looked at Zhang Chu's appearance and couldn't help but laugh, saying, alright, I'm not here to find you to borrow money. It's like this. Old Qin has cooperated with the scenic spot to organize a national style activity, and all other aspects have been prepared, except for the lack of a photographer. You should have seen his message in the group, right? The day after tomorrow will start, but now the photographer is not enough, so I want to ask you to help save an emergency. It only takes 2 days, and it comes with food. Zhang Chu was speechless. Dare he come to find him to work? He cried and laughed. Big sister, I came to Rongqing to travel, not to work. Orange revealed a pitiful look and pouted. Oops, I really have no choice. Old Qin has often helped me before, and this time when he is in trouble, I also want to help him. Zhang Chu thought for a while and spoke. I'll help once but my money can't be less. Su Mingyue spoke. Great Mr. Shanghai, can we work together this time? I happen to be participating in this event as well. Yes, of course, but this time my camera lenses are a bit low and I won't necessarily be able to capture your beauty. Zhang Chu was already excited inside when he heard that Su Mingyue was also participating in this event. Zhang Chu gave Orange a look as if to say, why didn't you tell me earlier that your best friend is also participating in the event? Orange returned the favor with a look that said, Old me asked my bestie to come over just for the sake of your collaboration. It's you who didn't understand. Here's the pot base you ordered. The waitress came up with a pot containing Mandarin duck pot base. Actually, I can eat spicy food, so you don't have to order the Mandarin duck pot to accommodate me. Zhang Chu took a look at the pot that came up and thought that they were accommodating her. Who is accommodating you vegetable chicken? Ordering Mandarin duck pot is for one thing. Orange looked at Zhang Chu and said, what is it that would actually make you a Chuan Yu person? Order the Mandarin duck pot, Zhang Chu asked with some curiosity. He had always thought that Orange and the other Sichuan China people would not order a Mandarin duck hot pot. At least when she was in Jiangsu and Zhejiang she had not ordered a Mandarin duck hot pot. But he did not expect to order a Mandarin duck hot pot today. You'll know later. Orange smiled mysteriously and sold a secret. She didn't seem to be in a hurry to explain why, instead focusing on preparing the ingredients and seasonings. The hot pot is boiling. It's time to add the vegetables, Orange said as she skillfully picked up chopsticks and plates and began to add the vegetables to the pot. Marinated chunks of beef, hairy squid, fresh duck blood, and various other delicious ingredients fell into the boiling hot pot, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Watching this scene, Zhang Chu became even more puzzled. Since they only ate spicy pots, why did they order clear soup pots? Could it be that there was some other special reason? This tripe was sent directly from the slaughterhouse. Just shabu-shabu for 8 seconds, Orange said as she picked up a piece of tripe and shabu-shabued it in the pot, demonstrating to Zhang Chu the correct way to eat it. Zhang Chu also followed Orange's example and put the tripe into the pot for about 8 seconds before pulling it out and quickly wrapping it in a layer of sesame oil to lower the temperature. When the tripe entered the mouth, the crunchy texture was intoxicating, and it was easy to swallow after only a few chews. And compared to yesterday's hot pot, the spiciness wasn't as strong this time, with the same medium spiciness, one pungent and the other mild. Now I can tell you why I ordered the Mandarin duck hot pot. Orange looked at Zhang Chu smugly, then poured a plate of green leafy vegetables that Zhang Chu had never seen before into the clear soup pot. What kind of dish is this? Zhang Chu asked curiously, feeling that the dish was both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. This is the pea tip, which is also known as the young shoots of peas. We in Sichuan and Chongqing all consider it to be the most delicious vegetable. It's our greatest tolerance for the clear soup pot, Su Mingyue explained to Zhang Chu with a smile. So that's how it is. Long knowledge. Zhang Chu listened attentively to Su Mingyue's introduction like a studious student. By the way, Boss Zhang, Mingyue and I will be moving to Magic City next month. Orange suddenly spoke up. Why did you guys suddenly decide to move away? You've developed quite well in Rongqing. Zhang Chu asked suspiciously. There are just too few national-style activities here, and we wanted to go out and venture out to see if we could make a difference. So we're planning to try our luck in a big city. How about it? Will you welcome us? Orange looked at Zhang Chu expectantly. Of course, welcome, Zhang Chu replied without any hesitation. Actually, you're right. Most of the national wind activities are indeed centered around Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Like large-scale national wind events, they are basically only found in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Have you guys found a house yet? Houses in Magic City aren't cheap, Zhang Chu continued to ask. After all, as an internationalized metropolis, Magic City's house prices and rents were in the leading position in the country. Well, we contacted the agent ahead of time, and they helped us pick a 2-bedroom apartment that's around 7,000 a month. By then, if we feel satisfied, we'll rent it. Hearing this, Zhang Chu nodded. Magic City's 2-bedroom whole rent is almost this price, but I also have a suite over here that has been empty, so if you guys need it at that time, you can just tell me about it. Do you guys know where that house is? Some places, although they also look like downtown, are actually far from downtown. You guys don't want to be cheated. Zhang Chu gave the two of them a preventive shot. We will pay attention to it. When we come to Magic City, we will not be able to trouble you as a local snake. It's nothing troublesome. Rongqing. Photography. Orange uploaded a video. Hang Cheng. Photography. Wine color. Whose Rolls Royce is this? I'm uncomfortable watching it. I'll get red eyes. Wang Kai. JPG. Magic City. Photography. Nan, the Shanghai license plate 1 won't be Boss Shang's car. Hibiscus. Photography. Orange. Bingo, guessed correctly but no reward. Magic City. Photography. Nan, I've seen this car a few times in Mordor, but I didn't realize it was Boss Shang's car. Mordor. Photography. Mountain and Sea. Broken car only. Open up, no other car comfortable. Made this time to drive him on the highway to get my back pain. Do not recommend that you buy it. Chapter 014 Activities. Hangzhou. Photography. Xia Mo. Boss Zhang's words are so beat up. I want to beat him up. Hangzhou. Photography. De Shui, me too. Hangzhou. Photography. Wine color, me too. Zhang Chu's words aroused the group's ire, and Zhang Chu once again used his banknote ability. Magic City. Photography. Mountain and Sea, sent a red envelope in the group. Mordor. Photography. Shanghai, in the group sent a red envelope. Mordor. Photography. Shanghai, in the group sent a red envelope. Mordor. Photography. Shanghai, in the group sent a red envelope. Mordor. Photography. Shanghai, in the group sent a red envelope. Zhang Chu looked at the messages that kept bouncing on his cell phone screen and knew that he had to take action to calm everyone's anger. So he quickly sent out 20 red packets in a row in the group. As the red packets were distributed, the atmosphere in the group instantly became lively. Everyone clicked to receive the red packets with joyful smiles on their faces. Hangzhou. Photography. Dishui, this car really matches with Boss Zhang. It's so handsome. Hangzhou. Photography. Wine color, I also want to sit in Boss Zhang's Rolls Royce. Even if I were to eat mountains of delicacies every day, I would still be willing to do so. Seeing these messages, Zhang Chu couldn't help but smile. These people were really fickle. One second they were acting very angry, the next they immediately started flattering him. However, as they were all friends, he wouldn't care too much. Zhang Chu didn't pay any more attention to the developments in the group, but continued to chat with Su Mingyue and Orange. They talked about various topics and shared bits and pieces of each other's lives. You're so ho. Orange gave Zhang Chu a thumbs up after grabbing several red envelopes in the group. She was now curious about how much this guy was worth. The red envelopes casually sent out in the past 2 days added up to almost half a month's salary for her. It's just a small amount of money. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened, seemingly not caring about the money. To him, these were just insignificant figures. Hey, are you guys out yet? I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. At 6 in the morning, when the sky had just dawned, Zhang Chu had already driven to the door of Su Mingyue's in their neighborhood and waited outside. Roaching in the fall, the early morning hours seemed exceptionally cool and pleasant. We're out. Wait for another 5 minutes. The voices of Su Mingyue and Orange came from the cell phone. The two seemed to be running, their tone a little out of breath. It wasn't long before Zhang Chu saw Su Mingyue and Orange carrying backpacks, jogging all the way to appear within his line of sight. I'm sorry, I've kept you waiting. Su Mingyue gasped and said, it's fine, I also just arrived not long ago. You guys shouldn't have had breakfast, right? I had the hotel make 2 extra servings and brought them over for you. Zhang Chu said, taking out a bag from under the passenger seat and handing it to Su Mingyue and the girls, which contained the hotel's special sandwiches as well as fresh milk. Thank you, oh. Su Mingyue gratefully accepted the breakfast and handed one to Orange beside her. By the way, where's your camera? How come I didn't see it? Orange asked after finishing a bite of her sandwich. It's in the trunk. Why? Zhang Chu said as he opened the navigation and started searching for today's destination. Wow, can you lend me that Leica of yours to touch? I haven't used such an expensive camera until now. Orange said excitedly, an expectant gleam in her eyes. I'll lend it to you when the time comes for me to use it, Zhang Chu said. Okay, Orange was very much looking forward to it. That's right, Wine Color and the others have also come over to participate in the group's activities. They came over from Hangzhou to participate in the event? Why haven't I heard them mention it? Zhang Chu asked. They said that they wanted to give you a surprise. After all, you are also in Rongqing. What kind of surprise do they have? I think it's a shock. One more than the other. Zhang Chu spat out. After familiarizing himself with a few of them, he found out that they were not serious people. They are already at the entrance. Orange saw through the car window that a few people carrying cameras were standing there at the entrance. Let's hurry over there then. Orange said, ready to just open the car door and get out. Don't rush. Let them wait for a while. There's no rush anyway, Zhang Chu said with a smile. Look at that look on their faces, as if they're waiting for someone. Zhang Chu looked through the car window and saw that Wine Color, Zhao and a few other friends were standing in front of the main gate, carrying cameras and looking at this side with an expectant look on their faces. They noticed this side and were walking towards them. You said that these guys seem to be considered serious, but in reality, none of them are serious. Especially Zhao and Ink Color. Zhang Chu couldn't help but spit out to Orange next to him. Indeed, when they were in Hangzhou last time, the two of them weren't even decent. Orange echoed. While talking, Wine Color and the others had already walked up to the car, and after seeing Zhang Chu inside through the window, they excitedly shouted out, "It's really Boss Zhang's car." Zhang Chu smiled as he rolled down the car window and teased, "You guys came quite early." Afterward, Zhang Chu, Orange, and Su Mingyue opened the car door and got out of the car. "We're not like you, Boss Zhang. Going out is a big labor, so we could only come over earlier." The crowd circled around the car, their eyes glowing as they said, "Want to go in and try it out?" Zhang Chu deliberately took out the key and waved it around in his hand, tempting the crowd with a smug look on his face. "Forget it, when we're done for the day, I'll invite you all to have a seat." Zhang Chu laughed and put away the key before opening the trunk and preparing to take out today's filming equipment. Seeing this, the Wine Color's several people were very understanding and went up to help take the things. "Boss Zhang will help you take it. Several teachers you're here. Here are your work tags." The event staff enthusiastically handed the work tags to several people. "Where is your Mr. Sheen? How come I haven't seen him?" Wine Color asked suspiciously. "Several teachers. I'm really sorry, our Mr. Sheen just went out for something." The staff replied very politely, "But please rest assured, everything has been arranged. This morning's work is very simple, just taking pictures of the models by the lake. There are several clothing sponsors participating this time. and they are very much looking forward to teachers taking more pictures of their new products in order to show off the charm and characteristics of these garments. So please, teachers, feel free to utilize your professional skills and let's create something amazing together. Chapter 015 Shooting 1. Camera teachers, modeling teachers have already gone over. You can go over as well, the staff urged with some urgency. Good, we'll go over now. The crowd boarded the ferry to head to the place where the morning shoot was taking place. Scenic Lakeside has already set up the scene. In order to improve their own fame this time, scenic area to the activities of the party to provide great convenience. Lakeside models who arrived early have also changed into the hanfu provided by the sponsor. Makeup in the lakeside waiting for the shooting to begin. Today's Zhang Chu was very proud of himself. Yesterday he specially greeted old Chin to arrange him as Su Mingyue's full-time model. This would allow him to have more contact with Su Mingyue. Ms. Mingyue, today I'm your cameraman. Zhang Chu held his camera and walked up to Su Mingyue. Today this set of clothes is especially suitable for you. Wear it like a fairy. Thank you for the compliment. Mr. Shanghai, you are also very handsome, Su Mingyue said with a smile on her face. Mr. Shanghai, when do we start filming? Wait a moment. I'll adjust the parameters of the camera, Zhang Chu said as he held the camera. He skillfully adjusted the settings of the camera to ensure that he could capture the most perfect moment. The sunlight sprinkled on the surface of the lake, sending up layers of ripples, as if adding a touch of mysterious color to the entire scene. Are you ready? Zhang Chu raised his head and looked at Su Mingyue, an expectant light flickering in his eyes. Su Mingyue gently nodded, her eyes revealing confidence and concentration. She leaned on the scenery erected at the lakeside scenic spot to pose for an action. Teacher Mingyue, let's shoot a turning action. Su Mingyue stood up from the scenery. She elegantly turned around. The breeze drifted past her and drove the hem of her skirt to flutter in the air, just like a fairy descending to the earth. Zhang Chu is fully concentrated on capturing these wonderful moments. He constantly adjusts the angle, light and focus, and strives to freeze the most beautiful picture in the lens. At this moment, he was incarnated as. On this beautiful morning, the view of the lake became the best backdrop. The shimmering water of the lake and the rolling hills complemented the model's outfits and makeup. Each photo was a work of art, conveying unique emotions and stories. Fantastic! Zhang Chu shouted out excitedly, his voice filled with surprise and excitement. He tightly gripped the camera in his hand, his eyes dead set on the screen, and the corners of his mouth couldn't restrain themselves from rising, revealing a bright smile. Thank you, Mr. Shanghai, Su Mingyue said softly, her face overflowing with gratitude. You're welcome, Ms. Akatsuki. It's such a pleasure to work with you, Zhang Chu replied with a smile, his eyes revealing his appreciation for Su Mingyue. Teacher Mingyue, let's go to the woods over there and take a few shots, Zhang Chu said as he pointed at a dense forest not far away, an expectant light flashing in his eyes. That's fine, Teacher Shanghai. Su Mingyue smiled and nodded in agreement. At this time, it was autumn. The leaves had already begun to turn yellow, and the fallen leaves spread over the ground like a golden carpet. This is for you. You'll need it for the shoot later. Zhang Chu handed Mingyu a branch of osmanthus that he had broken off from the osmanthus tree by the lake. Mingyu carefully received the osmanthus. The branch of osmanthus was in full bloom, its golden petals gently swaying, emitting a gust of tranquil fragrance. They walked into the woods. The sunlight shed dappled light and shadows through the gaps between the leaves, as if nature had purposely created a dreamy scene for them. Teacher Mingyu, you hold this, let's do another turn. This time for a video, Zhang Chu said to Mingyu with a serious face. Okay. Mingyu responded to Zhang Chu as she did so before gently placing the bouquet of osmanthus flowers in her own hands. Next, Mingyu began to slowly rotate her body, gently patting the osmanthus flowers on her other hand. As she moved, the bouquet of osmanthus flowers fluttered as well, emitting a faint fragrance. Get ready. I'll turn around on the count of 3. Zhang Chu picked up his camera and adjusted the angle towards Mingyue. The moment he pressed the shutter, time seemed to freeze. 1, 2, 3 and Zhang Chu softly counted while pressing the shutter of his camera. Just then, a breeze blew gently, driving the fallen leaves on the ground to float up around Mingyu. At this moment, the beauty of the bright moon and the harmony of the surroundings blended together, creating a mesmerizing atmosphere. Too beautiful. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Zhang Chu could not help but exclaim in admiration. His eyes were firmly fixed on the camera screen, as if he wanted to freeze the scene forever. In the camera, Mingyue turned around lightly like a flower goddess, her smile as warm as the warm spring sun. The wind was just right, more like a romantic feast specially arranged by nature for them. Mingyu's hair fluttered with the wind, intertwining with the falling leaves to form a wonderful picture. The hem of her pale yellow Chinese dress gently swayed in the wind, as if telling a moving story. Zhang Chu was immersed in this wonderful atmosphere, and he knew that he had just captured an eternal moment. This moment not only displayed the beauty of the bright moon, but also conveyed a deep emotion and resonance. How was Mr. Shanghai shot? Mingyue asked as she walked over to Zhang Chu's side. Look at it, Teacher Mingyu, it's very good, Zhang Chu said as he handed the camera to Mingyu. Mingyu took the camera and scrutinized the pictures inside with a satisfied smile on her face. Teacher Mingyu, let's take another set of photos. Zhang Chu picked up a few fallen leaves on the ground and said to Mingyu, wait, Teacher Mingyu, you put this leaf on your hand and then gently blow on it. Mingyu took the leaves and looked at Zhang Chu suspiciously. Zhang Chu smiled and explained, I want to capture a light and spiritual feeling, just like the leaves floating down. Su Mingyue nodded in understanding. She followed Zhang Chu's request and placed the leaves on her hand, blowing gently. Zhang Chu quickly pressed the shutter and captured this beautiful moment. He used his camera to record Mingyue's beauty and elegance, as well as the gesture of the fallen leaf flying in the air. Teacher Mingyue, Teacher Shanhai, the two of you have successfully completed your shooting duties this morning. It's been a hard day's work. A staff member enthusiastically expressed his gratitude to Su Mingyue and Zhang Chu. Two teachers, it's been hard work. Please take a rest in the pavilion. Another staff member followed suit. Thank you all for your concern. None of us feel tired yet. Akatsuki responded with a smile. Teachers, there is water and fresh fruits inside the pavilion. You can take a rest there. Lunch will be at 11:30 in the scenic restaurant. There will be a car to pick you up later. The staff member thoughtfully reminded. I know, thanks, but I want to go and see how the others' filming is progressing. Zhang Chu said, I also want to go with you to check it out. Mingyue agreed. Thus, they walked together towards the other filming sites. Chapter 016, Shooting, 2. Zhang Chu gently walked over to Winecolor's side for fear of disturbing the shoot. Winecolor was sitting behind the camera, seriously looking at the photos taken just now on the screen. The model stood to the side and the makeup artist was holding a brush to touch up her makeup. Boss Zhang, you're done with the shoot? Winecolor asked Zhang Chu without looking up. Yeah, I worked especially well with MS Mingyue today. I never expected it to go so smoothly. The video one past, Zhang Chu said excitedly. He was very satisfied with his performance today. Really? How come I didn't see you in MS Model just now? Winecolor raised his head and looked at Zhang Chu suspiciously. Oh, I saw that the woods over there were nice, so I went over there with my modeling teacher to shoot. Zhang Chu pointed to the woods in the distance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't you say that the shoot was by the lake? Winecolor said with some dissatisfaction. The woods are also by the lake, Zhang Chu explained. That's fine. Later I'll also bring the modeling teacher to shoot a group in the woods as well, Winecolor said thoughtfully as he watched Shanhai and Mingyue walk into the woods. Hello Mr. Shanhai. Who are you shooting today? At this time, the model that he had worked with before came over to greet Zhang Chu. I'm photographing Ms. Mingyue today. MS Jiayu, this is a beautiful outfit you have on today, Zhang Chu responded with a smile. Thank you Mr. Shanhai for the compliment. You're very handsome as well, Jiayu complimented with a smile. Zhang Chu strolled over to each photographer's side for a while. So many of the photographers that came this time were ones that he knew. There were also several national style models that he had worked with. They exchanged photography skills and experiences with each other, and the atmosphere was very cordial. Time flew by quickly. In a flash it was 11:20 at noon. Teachers, our morning shooting is over. The scenic area has arranged a car to pick everyone up to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Afternoon shooting we will start at 2 o'clock. The staff held a loudspeaker and informed. Let's go Teacher Mingyu, we should head back, Zhang Chu said to Mingyu. The two of them packed up their things and followed the other photographers on the scenic drive to the cafeteria for lunch. Old Qin, you're here. I didn't see you this morning at this time. The person in charge of the event, Old Qin, finally appeared. I'm sorry, I had some things to deal with in the morning. I heard that your shooting went very smoothly in the morning. Boss Zhang. Old Qin wore a smile on his face. It's mainly the work of our teacher Mingyue. It's one line over every time, Zhang Chu said as he looked at Mingyue who was eating at the side. It's mainly you, Mr. Shanhai. Mingyue at the side was a bit embarrassed, her face slightly red. You guys eat first. Later Boss Zhang, I have something to find you, Old Qin said and left in a hurry. Old Qin, what are you looking for me for? After the meal, Zhang Chu found Old Qin. Old Qin scratched his head and revealed an awkward smile. It's like this. One of our modeling teachers couldn't come over due to an unexpected event. We're short one person for tomorrow's event arrangements, so I'd like to ask you to do us a favor and fill in. Zhang Chu's eyes widened as he said with a surprised expression. No Old Qin, I'm not a professional model. Moreover, if I fill in tomorrow, what about Ms. Mingyue's shoot? Old Qin sighed helplessly. That's the problem. That teacher was supposed to be shooting the new clothing as Ms. Mingyue's partner tomorrow. Zhang Chu furrowed his brows. That's so but if I'm on top of it, who's going to shoot it? Old Qin quickly explained. Don't worry, Boss Zhang, I will arrange for someone. Zhang Chu hesitated and pretended to say reluctantly, alright then, I'll help you out for once. But in fact, he had already been happy in his heart, and he couldn't help but feel his heart surge at the thought of being able to shoot with Mingyue. After the meal the organizers provided a venue for everyone to rest. Mingyu was lying down on a chair to rest. When she saw Zhang Chu coming back she asked, Mr. Shanghai just now Mr. Chin asked you what's going on. It's like this, I can't shoot for you tomorrow. Your partner for tomorrow has something going on and can't come over. So old Chin asked me to fill in. Zhang Chu told Mingyu what had just happened. What happened to my partner? Su Mingyue asked with some surprise. I'm not sure about this. Ms. Mingyue, you don't mind me being your partner, right? Of course I don't mind. At 2 in the afternoon. The afternoon shooting started on time. Before the shooting started the organizer specially bought afternoon tea for everyone. Teachers in the afternoon everyone can open a certain voice to start broadcasting, to increase some popularity for the event said the staff. This was normal. Many photographers and models would increase traffic to their accounts through live broadcasting. Mr. Shanghai, are you going to open the live broadcast later? Su Mingyue changed into a new dress and sat in front of the mirror. The makeup artist on the side was doing a new makeup for him. If the Su Mingyue in the morning was a goddess, the one in the afternoon was a young girl. I haven't opened a live broadcast yet. Mr. Mingyue, do you want to go live? If you want to go live I can help you lift your cell phone. Oh. Shanghai smiled and replied, I rarely go live, mainly because I find it too troublesome. Su Mingyue said softly, why don't you open a live stream later? Mr. Shanghai, so you can increase some traffic. A trace of anticipation spread across Su Mingyue's face. Well, it can be tried. Zhang Chu agreed after thinking for a moment. Then let's let everyone follow the camera and tour the grounds together. Zhao held up his cell phone and casually wandered around the backfield. Wow, is the one in front also a photographer? Yeah, he's so handsome. How come I haven't seen him before? He's an old friend. He's just never shown his face before. Zhao looked at the pop-ups in the comments section of the live broadcast and explained with a smile. His account is called Shanghai. He's the first handsome in our photography circle. And the second handsome, that's naturally me. Boss Zhang, quickly say hello to the viewers and friends in the live broadcast room. Zhama said and pointed the camera at Zhang Chu. Hello everyone, I'm Shanghai. Zhang Chu smiled faintly and waved his hand at the camera. Finally, I've met Mr. Shanghai in person. They say he's a handsome man. I didn't expect him to be this handsome. Can Mr. Shanghai go on air? Boss Zhang, everyone is asking when you can start broadcasting. Everyone wants to see you live. Zhao looked at the constantly scrolling pop-ups and asked on behalf of the netizens. I'll go live on my account for a while later. Zhang Shanghai replied with a smile. Zhao nodded, then looked to the camera and said, everyone, go follow this account of Shanghai. He'll go live later. After saying these words, Zhao pointed the camera at Su Mingyue who was putting on makeup on the other side. And at this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room also finally noticed Su Mingyue who was putting on makeup on the side. Wow, Ms. Mingyue's makeup today is so girly. Yes, she looks like she's 18 years old. Seeing these comments, Zhao held up his cell phone and walked over to Su Mingyue's side, smilingly saying to her, Teacher Mingyue, say hello to the fans in the live broadcast room, right? Su Mingyue nodded her head a little embarrassed, then waved her hand at the camera and said with a smile, hello everyone. Chapter 017 Filming, 3, alright, I'll show you all the other teachers. Ms. Mingyue is about to start filming, so I won't bother her. Zhao held up his cell phone and quickly scurried to other places like a nimble little monkey. At this time Su Mingyue had already finished her makeup. After she walked out from the dressing room, her whole person looked a little more lively and spirited as a young girl. She smiled and said to Teacher Shanghai, Teacher Shanghai, I've finished my makeup. We can start filming. Zhang Chu looked at the beautiful and moving girl in front of him and a trace of anticipation could not help but well up in his heart. He smiled and nodded, then picked up the camera in his hand and walked out of the indoor venue with Su Mingyue to the outdoors. The sunlight poured down through the gaps in the leaves of the trees, creating dappled light and shadow, adding a romantic atmosphere to the entire environment. Zhang Chu pointed to a large tree not far away and said softly, Teacher Mingyue, later, you sit under that tree and tilt your head slightly at a 45-degree angle to look at the sky. His eyes were focused and serious, as if he had already sketched out a perfect picture in his mind. Su Mingyue obediently nodded her head, then lightly walked towards that big tree. She gently sat on the grass beside the tree, her body naturally relaxed, her head slightly raised, her gaze gently looking towards the sky. Her hair fluttered with the wind, blending with the surrounding natural scenery like a beautiful painting. Good, very beautiful. Zhang Chu excitedly pressed the shutter, and the Su Mingyue in the camera looked like an innocent young girl, sitting quietly under the tree, gazing up at the sky with her head tilted up, her eyes revealing a faint feeling of longing, as if she was nostalgically remembering her distant lover. Great, Ms. Mingyue, let's shift our position and go shoot next to that osmanthus tree. I have a great creative image in my head. Oh, Zhang Chu proposed with excitement. Thus, the two of them came together to the osmanthus tree not far away. Ms. Mingyue, please hold this branch with one hand and gently pull it in front of you. then gently sniff it. Zhang Chu personally did a demonstration for Su Mingyue. Then, he instructed, next, you can pick up that group fan, stand elegantly next to the branch, and gently fan the fan. Su Mingyue followed Zhang Chu's advice and skillfully imitated the movements he taught her. She carefully reached out her hand and gently pulled the branch, slowly bringing it closer to her face, carefully savoring the fresh fragrance of the osmanthus flowers. Good. Zhang Chu excitedly pressed the shutter and captured this beautiful moment. Excitement shone in his eyes as if he had seen a precious work of art. Teacher Mingyue, let me show you. Zhang Chu couldn't wait to hand the camera to Su Mingyue, wanting her to be able to appreciate the beautiful image he had just captured as well. Su Mingyue received the camera, her eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. She carefully scrutinized the photos on the screen, and the corners of her mouth gradually rose, revealing a satisfied smile. What a beautiful shot. Thank you, she said softly, her eyes revealing her appreciation for Zhang Chu's photography skills. Afterward, Su Mingyue held the group fan and walked lightly next to the tree branch. She slightly waved the group fan, and that gentle movement was like that of a dancing fairy. The breeze lightly brushed her hair, making the whole scene more poetic. At the same time, the fragrance of osmanthus flowers drifted away with the wind and filled the air, mesmerizing people. Excellent. Zhang Chu kept pressing the shutter, recording the beauty of this moment to his heart's content. His fingers seemed to be one with the camera, and every time he pressed the shutter was so natural and smooth. He couldn't wait to fill up the memory card and keep this beauty forever. When the two of them finally finished shooting, there was still some time left before the event ended. So, they returned to the makeup venue together to rest. Zhang Chu found a cell phone stand and prepared to start a live broadcast. He smiled and said to Su Mingyue, "We're just in time to start a live broadcast." Ms. Mingyue, do you want to come along? Su Mingyue smiled and nodded, expressing her willingness to participate. After these 2 days together, the relationship between the two had long since sublimated into good friends. She felt that this live broadcast was also a good opportunity to share bits and pieces of her life. Yes, Su Mingyue readily agreed. She sat to the side and adjusted her posture, ready for the interaction and communication that this live broadcast would bring. Teacher Shanghai is really on the air. If I promised you guys before, I'll do it. Zhang Chu understood the comments section of the live broadcast through his other cell phone. Teacher Shanghai, they all say you're the #1 high roller in the photography circle. Is that true? Yes. Just now when Mr. Wine Color was live streaming, he said that you have a Rolls Royce. Seeing these pop-ups, Zhang Chu faintly smiled. Regarding this issue, I actually personally believe that both tall and handsome are very subjective evaluation standards, and everyone has a different definition of height and face value. But objectively speaking, my height is 180 centimeters, which is considered relatively tall in the southern region, and the so-called rich well, I can say is by their own efforts to earn a billion point money, although not too much, but also enough to let me live a relatively comfortable life. As for whether or not I can be called the #1 rich man, that's up to you, the audience, to judge. After saying that, he added, by the way, I do own a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, but I don't recommend everyone to buy this model because it's not comfortable to drive, and it's also particularly waste-consuming. If you really want to buy this type of luxury car, you can consider choosing the 4-seater version with a professional chauffeur. This way, you can enjoy the comfort that comes with luxury seating and avoid the discomfort of driving. Of course, the above is just my personal opinion, and the specifics should still be decided based on personal preferences and needs. Saying that, Zhang Chu casually picked up the car key that was placed on the table and displayed it to the audience in the live broadcast room. No way. Mr. Shanghai is really high-flying. I love it. This is the closest I've gotten to a billionaire. It's just a screen away. Mr. Shanghai is very handsome, and Mr. Mingyue on the side is very beautiful. In the capital, inside the president's office at the headquarters of a certain festival, the head of a certain sound came in hurriedly. What happened? So impatient a certain section president Zhang Yiming is drinking tea in the office to see subordinates come in so urgent asked. Zhang Total, you see this subordinate will hand the phone to Zhang Yiming. The phone is exactly Zhang Chu's live room. Zhang Total, Mr. Zhang is live, we want to not push. Immediately push traffic for me. Remember to push premium traffic, Zhang Yiming said as he took the phone. Good. I'll go and do it. The subordinate picked up the cell phone and ran all the way, sparks with lightning. Why are there so many people? Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue, who were chatting with the fans, noticed that the number of people in the live broadcast room had broken 10,000 and was still growing. Chapter 018 Shooting 4. Ms. Akatsuki, you're so girly today. I'm your fan. Yes, Ms. Mingyue, you're so pretty today. Thank you all for the compliments. It's mainly due to our makeup teacher. Su Mingyue was a little embarrassed by the compliments. Actually, it's still you, Ms. Mingyue, who is naturally beautiful and looks good no matter what, Zhang Chu said with a smile. Mr. Shanghai and Ms. Mingyue are a good match. They're a perfect match. I think so too. Noticing that some people in the comments section of his own live broadcast room were starting to coax him to be a good match, Zhang Chu hurriedly explained, I'm just a friend of Mr. Mingyue's, and the two of us have only known each other for a few days. However, Zhang Chu was already happy inside. The audience in the live broadcast room said that the two of them were a good match, and the eyes of the masses were bright. Yes, the two of us are just friends. Su Mingyue on the side also followed suit and nodded in agreement. Everyone can go follow MS Mingyue's certain voice account. Her account is called Mingyue. Zhang Chu began to help Su Mingyue attract traffic, allowing more people to follow Su Mingyue. Time came to the second day of the event, and Zhang Chu arrived at the entrance of Su Mingyue's neighborhood early in the morning. Zhang Chu yawned 3 times in a row. After the shoot yesterday, Zhao and their photographers ate hot pot and played games with the models until 12 o'clock. He yawned while looking at his watch, secretly praying in his heart that Su Mingyue and Orange would show up soon. Finally, he saw 2 familiar silhouettes running all the way over with their bags. Good morning. Su Mingyue greeted Zhang Chu with a smile, and Orange followed suit with a good morning. Just like yesterday. This is the hotel's breakfast, Zhang Chu said, handing the breakfast in his hand to the two of them. AC. There's also coffee, Orange cried out in surprise as she took out 2 cups of coffee from the breakfast bag and realized that it was still hot. I figured you two didn't sleep well when we got back so late yesterday, so I had the hotel make 3 cups of coffee, 1 for each of the 3 of us. This is made from freshly ground Abyssinian Yegashufa's G1 coffee beans. Zhang Chu picked up his own coffee from the water cup holder and proudly introduced it. It smells better than the coffee I used to drink. Yes, it is. Orange took a sip of the coffee, closed her eyes and savored the aroma of the coffee before giving her comment. Boss Zhang, lend me your camera today. Orange had been drooling over Zhang Chu's but never had the chance to be able to use it. I'll lend it to you later when you're filming me in MS Mingyue. Zhang Chu replied with a smile. Can't you lend it to me for a while longer? Orange was unwilling. However, Zhang Chu shook his head. This is my treasure. Lending it to you for a day is already very good. When Zhang Chu and the others arrived at the scenic spot, the staff saw them arrive and walked over to them. You two teachers. You're here. Today's time is tight and the task is heavy. The makeup teacher is already at the venue. Please follow me. After saying that, he led them towards the venue. Zhang Chu and Mingyu looked at each other, then followed the staff and rode along in the scenic area's vehicle to their destination. Along the way, Orange still couldn't stop thinking about that camera, occasionally casting mournful glances at Zhang Chu. Finally arriving at the venue, the staff had already been waiting here for a long time. Seeing them arrive, they immediately greeted them and said, Teacher, you're here. Mr. Makeup is already waiting for you. Saying that, they led them into the venue and began to prepare for the makeup matters. You actually have the temperament of a gentleman from a fictional family when you change into a Chinese dress. Orange looked at Zhang Chu, who had put on a Chinese dress, and could not help but sigh. His Chinese dress seemed to blend in with him, setting him off like a genteel and gentle gentleman of the world. It's nothing. It's probably just the temperament piece that's taken to death. Zhang Chu smiled faintly, looking humble and confident. The way he looked after putting on his hanbok really gave off a unique feeling that made people unable to resist wanting to look at him a few more times. I'm sorry for keeping you guys waiting. At this time, Su Mingyue finally finished her makeup and walked out from within the venue. She was wearing a gorgeous Chinese dress. Her makeup was exquisite. Her hair was as soft as silk, and her entire person exuded a classical beauty. It's fine. I'm also only a few minutes ahead of MS Mingyue. Zhang Chu replied with a smile. Alright, we can go filming now. Orange was wearing Zhang Chu's camera around her neck, which had just been lent to her by Zhang Chu, and she appeared to be extra cautious. After all, this was such an expensive camera, and it was her first time using it. Afterward, the 3 of them came together to the venue provided by the scenic spot. Here, there were already staff members who had set up the landscape in advance, and had even prepared 2 crow's nest boats. Let's shoot the scenes on the boats first. After the staff introduced themselves, they led the 3 of them to board the crow's nest boats. The sunlight sprinkled on the surface of the lake and the waves sparkled as a crowtop boat slowly glided along. Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue sat side by side at the bow of the boat, their laughter echoing in the air. Su Mingyue reached out her hand and gently paddled across the lake, flicking the water towards Zhang Chu, the water droplets splashing down on him, bringing a burst of coolness and laughter. Good, very good, Orange shouted excitedly from the sidelines. The camera in his hand kept pressing the shutter to record this beautiful moment. The natural and tacit interaction between Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue made Orange feel immensely gratified. As a photographer, she was able to keenly capture the different emotions that flowed from Zhang Chu's eyes. Perhaps, this guy already had his heart set on his BFF? After a period of filming, both the staff and partier were satisfied with the few clips filmed on the ship. So, the group decided to shift the venue and head to the land to continue filming. Arriving in front of a long, ancient corridor, Zhang Chu elegantly leaned against the railing, holding a volume of books in her hands as she read with a focused gaze. The sunlight poured onto him through the gaps in the corridor pillars, forming a mottled light and shadow. At this moment, Su Mingyue walked lightly from the other end of the long corridor, just like a fairy descending to earth. She gently walked behind Zhang Chu and used her hand to gently blindfold him. "3 teachers, our morning's activities are over. It's been hard on you." The staff sincerely thanked them and handed over several bottles of water. "It's fine, it's due." The 3 took the water and drank it. In the afternoon, the scenic spot has arranged a garden party, and all the teachers will interact with the tourists, so we still need the teachers to work hard at that time, the staff said earnestly. "Okay, no problem," the trio agreed in one mouthful. Time quickly came to the afternoon. The tourists heard that the scenic spot has a garden party came to the name. There is no lack of some parents with children. There are also students called on their classmates to come and play together. "Brother, sister, are you a couple?" This was one of the questions that tourists asked Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue the most, because the two were just too much of a couple. Hearing this question, Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue glanced at each other, both a little embarrassed, but feeling amused. "No, we are just friends," Zhang Chu replied with a smile. "That's such a shame. I thought you guys were a couple," the tourists said regretfully. But despite that, there were still many people who cast envious glances at them. After all, it was indeed rare to see a groom and daughter pairing like them. Chapter 019 Idle Time. Good job, teachers. At 5:30 p.m., after the event was over, the person in charge of the event, Old Chin, gathered the models and photographers together and said with a smile, "I've booked a table at the restaurant, so please enjoy yourselves." Hearing this, all of them smiled and expressed their gratitude. Afterward, everyone went to the restaurant together. This time, because there were so many people, Old Chin had booked a banquet hall with a total of 8 tables, including models, photographers, and staff. Zhang Chu, Su Mingyue, Orange, and the 3 of them sat at the same table as Wine Color. While waiting for the food to be served, Wine Color suddenly opened his mouth and asked Zhang Chu, "Boss Zhang, how many days are you planning to play in Tianfu this time?" Zhang Chu smiled faintly and replied, "I'm not sure about that. I'll go back when I've had enough. Do you guys want to join together?" A trace of envy showed in Wine Color's eyes, but he still shook his head and said, "Forget it, I still have to go and help a merchant with a shoot tomorrow, and I'll be returning to Hangzhou the day after tomorrow." "Mr. Shanghai, you look so handsome in your hanbok," the modeling teacher at the same table complimented without mincing words. Zhang Chu smiled and responded, "Thanks for the compliment, but I'm usually pretty handsome too." He was still quite confident in his face value. Other than Su Mingyue, who was a recent acquaintance, the guests at this table were all acquaintances, and there were even models who had worked with Zhang Chu before. Everyone chatted while waiting for the dishes to be served. In the midst of the chit-chat, the dishes were brought onto the table one after another. The first to come up were a few cold dishes, including sliced ears in red oil, mouth-watering chicken, white meat with garlic paste, etc. There was also a dish that was unfamiliar to Zhang Chu: folded ear root. Zhang Chu, who had been busy all day, had long been so hungry that his stomach rumbled, and couldn't wait to pick up chopsticks and put a folded ear root into his mouth. However, he couldn't help but spit it out in the next second, asking with a face full of shock, "What is this? It tastes so strange." Then he quickly grabbed a glass of water to rinse his mouth. The orange beside him replied with a smile, "This is folded ear root, also known as fishy grasso," she said as she picked up the folded ear root with her chopsticks and ate it with gusto. Zhang Chu frowned in confusion. "I've seen fishy grass before, but it doesn't look like this." Orange patiently explained, "This is the leaves of the folded ear root. What you saw before was its root. This is the star vegetable of Sichuan and Chongqing. People over here love to eat it." "Ms. Mingyue, do you like to eat this as well?" Zhang Chu looked at Su Mingyue in front of him. This girl from Rongqing, but she had no interest in folded ear root. Su Mingyue smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I'm probably a fake Sichuan Chongqing person. I've never been able to love folded ear root since I was a child." As expected, in the end, the whole plate of folded ear root went into Orange's stomach, while the others at the same table shunned it. However, all the dishes on the table were acceptable to everyone except for the daunting dish of the folded ear root. Despite the addition of chili peppers, but the spiciness is still moderate, not beyond the tolerance of the crowd. In the middle of the meal, Lao Qin toasted from table to table, and Zhang Chu used to drink instead of wine to toast back because he needed to drive. At 11 a.m. the next day, Zhang Chu woke up leisurely from the hotel's big bed. How cozy! He stretched his back comfortably. That sleep last night until noon felt like he had made up for all the sleep he owed from the previous days. La 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 la, Zhang Chu hummed, and the first thing he did after waking up from the bed was to go to the bathroom to take a shower. This afternoon, he had a date with Su Mingyue and Orange to go to a tea house for tea. After taking a shower and coming out, the hotel's lunch happened to be delivered to the room. Zhang Chu picked up the lunchbox and walked to the balcony, eating his lunch while enjoying the beautiful scenery outside the window. Zhang Chu drove his car to the entrance of Su Mingyue's in their neighborhood and waited for Su Mingyue and Orange to come downstairs as usual. It wasn't long before the two walked out in pairs. As soon as Orange saw Zhang Chu, she curiously asked, "Why do you come earlier than us every time?" Zhang Chu smiled faintly and patiently explained, "It's just my personal habit. I like to arrive at my destination earlier rather than making others wait for me. Whether it's at work or in life, I always make full preparations beforehand because I never fight a battle I'm not sure of." Hearing this, Orange couldn't help but laugh at herself. "Alas, no wonder you're so rich. It seems like I won't be able to become a rich woman in my life. Do you guys just drink tea at the tea house in the afternoon? What about other recreational activities? Don't you go shopping?" On the way to the tea house, Zhang Chu asked Orange and Peach suspiciously, "Who says tea houses can only drink tea? You can listen to stand-up comedy, Peking opera, and the most basic of all, mahjong." Orange looked at Zhang Chu like he was a country bumpkin. "The last tea house I went to didn't have any of what you said except playing mahjong," Zhang Chu recalled. "Yours should be a tea house where old people go. I'll let you see the tea house where our young people go later," Orange said proudly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, and Zhang Chu and the three of them arrived at a tea house called Dear Ming Tea House. As soon as they entered the tea house, Zhang Chu was attracted by the lively atmosphere inside. The tea house was already filled with tea drinkers, and people were chatting, tasting tea, or enjoying the performances, which was very pleasant. Even though today was a Monday working day, the tea house was still full, which was enough to prove the popularity of this tea house. Zhang Chu and the others managed to grab an empty table and sat down, ordering 3 cups of gai bowl tea and a dim sum platter, and then began to look forward to the next stand-up comedy show. Soon, a young waiter came over and served them 3 cups of gai bowl tea. Then he took out a slender kettle and demonstrated his skill. Seeing him turn the kettle skillfully in his hand, the tea poured out from the spout and poured into each of the gaiwan bowls accurately. Zhang Chu couldn't help but sigh. It really was a young man's tea house, full of novelty and creativity. Of course, such a service also meant that the price would not be cheap. The time came to 2:30 in the afternoon, and the talk show started on time. At this time, all the lights were gathered on the stage in front of the tea house hall, and the originally dim environment became bright. The stand-up comedian mounted the stage, and his appearance triggered warm applause and cheers from the audience. As the stand-up comedian's performance began, the atmosphere gradually heated up. The comedian was very eloquent and had a great sense of humor, which caused the audience to burst into laughter. What's more interesting is that he skillfully incorporated popular internet stems into his performance, making the whole show modern and fun. The stand-up comedy lasted 1.5 hours, but the audience laughed for at least an hour during that time. The rest of the half hour was spent on adjusting the laughter, having a sip of tea, and savoring snacks. To Zhang Chu's surprise, this tea house actually provided staple foods like dumplings and noodles. Together with a cup of fragrant tea, one could indeed spend an entire day here. Chapter 020, Shopping. Thank you to all the folks in clothes horses for coming to support the show, accompanied by the deep bow of the stand-up comedian on stage as well as his gratitude. The stand-up show came to a successful end. However, the audience on stage seemed to be still immersed in the show and could not get enough of it, but could only wait helplessly for the next opportunity to come back. Although the talk show had ended, the tea drinkers did not immediately disperse. They still sat on their seats, continuing to savor the fragrant tea in their hands. At this time, Zhang Chu gently took a sip of tea and cast his gaze towards the theater stage, only to see that a new round of performances had begun on the stage, the Sichuan opera. The protagonist kept changing the facial features on his face, and every change brightened people's eyes, as if he had entered a fantasy world. Zhang Chu couldn't help but sigh. This tea house you found is really unique. Not only does it have wonderful stand-up comedy performances, but it also has such a unique Sichuan opera performance. He felt very new to everything here. Su Mingyue replied with a smile. We people in the Sichuan and Chongqing region have always valued quality of life and pursued comfort and enjoyment. As the saying goes, mountains don't enter Sichuan, and old age doesn't come out of Shu. Meaning that Sichuan and Chongqing is a very cozy place to end one's life in peace, she said while revealing a proud look. Orange on the side also chimed in. Yes, Boss Zhang, what do you think of our place? Should we consider buying a house here and settling in this beautiful Rongqing in the future? For the time being, I shouldn't come to settle in Rongqing. My hometown and company are all in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Especially Magic City is now my home base, so it might be too comfortable for me to settle here when I'm old. However, I do have the intention to buy a house, so I will come here in a while to look at the real estate, Zhang Chu said with a smile. Rongqing's house is not cheap. Orange just said half of the words, remembered that Zhang Chu even Rolls-Royce are open. District house for him naturally does not count for any big money. Rongqing's property prices are not bad. A single house won't cost much, Zhang Chu said lightly. as if buying a house was just a trivial matter. As the three of them chatted leisurely in the tea house, time passed quietly until their stomachs protested and they realized that it was time to fill up their temples. Thus, they got up and left the tea house. Dinner was carefully arranged by Su Mingyue and Orange, who chose a restaurant specializing in Yendu Saltgang cuisine. Yendu Saltgang cuisine was famous for its unique flavor, which was characterized by its strong taste, heavy oil and spiciness, and a fondness for adding seasonings such as peppercorns and ginger. For Zhang Chu, who had just adapted to the spiciness of Sichuan cuisine in Rongcheng, this meal seemed to bring him into a whole new world of taste. He cried out that he couldn't stand it, but at the same time, he was so attracted by the spicy flavor that he couldn't stop holding his chopsticks. Even though his mouth kept shouting that he couldn't stand it, his hands didn't stop for a moment to pick up the food and bring it into his mouth. It's so addictive. After a meal, Zhang Chu was already sweating profusely, and his lips had become red and swollen from eating spicy food, as if he had applied a layer of brightly colored lip glaze. Even Su Mingyue and Orange, who were locals of Rongcheng, were not able to resist the spicy temptation of the saltgang dishes, and they drank 3 cups of beverages to alleviate the spicy flavor in their mouths after a meal. Let's go to Taiku Li for a stroll together in the evening. It just so happens that you live in the neighborhood. Why don't you suggest that we visit the hotel you're staying at? After the meal, Orange offered to go to Taiku Li for a stroll and visit the Bosch Hotel on the way. She had only seen the interior of this hotel on Little Sweet Potato before, and had always wanted to go and experience it for herself. Of course I don't mind. Zhang Chu also agreed very quickly. As night fell, Taiku Li was brilliantly lit, and the degree of prosperity was no less than during the day. The streets were crowded with pedestrians, and people of various skin colors, ages, and dresses weaved in and out, forming a unique picture of the city. In the distance, a panda landmark stood out from the lights, making Taiku Li an iconic landmark. The city of Chengdu is known for its tolerance and openness, and its people are highly receptive to novelty and different lifestyles. As a result, those dressed in strange costumes stride down the street without being bothered by the strange looks of passers-by. They confidently displayed their individuality, as if the city was a huge stage where everyone was the main character. As Zhang Chu strolled through the streets, he witnessed many rumored strange costumes along the way. Suddenly, a pair of male friends who were considered lovers walked past him, and one of them, dressed in women's clothes, gave him an ambiguous gaze. Zhang Chu immediately felt a surge of nervousness in his lower body and hurriedly accelerated his pace to flee the scene. After walking out for some distance, Zhang Chu could not help but curse in a low voice. Despite the fact that he had visited Rongcheng many times and heard about the open atmosphere here, his personal experience still left him doubly shocked. In particular, the scene just now caused him to feel uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but sigh at how quickly the world had changed. How's that? Now you know how open our Rongcheng is. Orange on the side sensed Zhang Chu's reaction and teased with a smile. She seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of scene and did not feel surprised by Zhang Chu's surprise. Let's not talk about this. Don't you guys want to check out the hotel I'm staying at? It's nearby. Zhang Chu didn't want to continue with the topic from earlier, so he took the initiative to digress and then led the two of them into the Bosse Taikoli hotel where he was staying. After entering the room, Su Mingyue and Orange's first impression was that the room was very spacious. Just one living room was more than double the size of the living room of the apartment they rented, and it was also a 3-sided panoramic floor-to-ceiling glass with an excellent view. This room of yours is so spacious. Su Mingyue couldn't help but exclaim. It's alright, not as big as my house in Magic City. Zhang Chu unintentionally flaunted his wealth again in a small way. You can see the night view of Taiku Li from here. Su Mingyue walked to the balcony and looked far away. Taiku Li was in full view. What would you guys like to drink? Tea or drinks? Zhang Chu asked enthusiastically. Water will do, the two replied in unison. Alright. Zhang Chu turned around and opened the refrigerator, taking out 2 bottles of Evian mineral water from it, handing them to Su Mingyue and Orange. When can I also live in a house like this? Orange looked at the luxurious room in front of her, her eyes filled with envy and longing. She imagined that she could have such a cozy and luxurious home where she could enjoy the beauty of life to the fullest. Have a seat. I'll have the hotel send some fruits and snacks over. Zhang Chu warmly greeted the two of them as they sat down, hoping to provide them with some attentive service. He picked up the phone and explained the needs to the hotel staff. There's no need to go to so much trouble. We just had dinner not long ago and we're not hungry yet, and we'll just sit down for a bit and then leave. Su Mingyue hastily refused. She felt that it would disturb Zhang Chu too much and didn't want to cause him any trouble. Chapter 021, The Way Back. In the next few days, Su Mingyue and Orange acted as guides, leading Zhang Chu through the streets and alleys of Rongcheng and its famous monuments. In the process, they gained a deeper understanding of each other. Su Mingyue, in particular, gradually developed a special emotion in her heart. Zhang Chu was not only talented, but also tall and handsome, such an excellent boy. Ask which girl could resist. And Zhang Chu, after spending these few days with Su Mingyue, felt more and more that he had fallen deeply in love with her. Ever since the first time he saw her, her figure had been floating in his mind from time to time. Perhaps, this was the so-called love at first sight. Originally, Zhang Chu had planned to travel to Star City and Jiang City to continue traveling after he had had enough fun in Rongcheng, but due to Su Mingyue's presence, he decided to stay in Rongcheng for some more time to be able to spend more time with her. However, a sudden phone call disrupted all his plans. Hey, Mom! Early in the morning, Zhang Chu was awakened by a sharp ringing of his cell phone and picked up the call in a daze. Son, where are you now? Chu Qin's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. You hurry and come back. Your grandfather went to the hospital for a medical checkup, and the doctor said that he had a tumor growing in his body, and that he needed to be operated on. Hearing this news, Zhang Chu instantly lost all sleep and hurriedly said, Mom, I'll be right back. Mom, which hospital is Grandpa in now? Zhang Chu asked. The First City Hospital. Mom, I'll make the arrangements next. You and Uncle don't need to care. Zhang Chu hung up the phone after saying that, his heart somewhat worried. After the phone hung up, Zhang Chu quickly dialed his assistant's phone and said in a firm tone, Xiao Chen, you immediately help me contact the oncology department of the Magic City's Rinsheng Hospital. I have a relative who needs to be transferred over for treatment. Make sure to let Director Wang personally operate the surgery. In addition, help me apply for a route from Mordor to Rongcheng and back to Mordor. It may not be possible to make it in time, so book a first-class ticket to Mordor for me first. Understood, Mr. Zhang. I'll take care of it right away. The voice of the assistant answering dryly came from the other end of the phone. After only half an hour, the assistant called back, stating that the hospital had been successfully contacted, while the air ticket had also been successfully booked, with a departure time of 4:30 p.m. After everything was arranged, Zhang Chu dialed Zhang Qin's phone again and softly said, Mom, I've already contacted the hospital. It's the Magic City's Rinsheng Hospital. They will send a special car to pick up Grandpa and transfer him to the hospital. And the doctor in charge of the treatment is one that I've specially arranged for. Director Wang of the Oncology Department of Rinsheng Hospital, who is a very famous and authoritative expert in the industry. I expect to arrive in Magic City at 8 o'clock in the evening. At that time, you and your uncle will first come to my place to stay. Good. You pay attention to safety on the road, Zhang Qin urged. After making arrangements for the hospital, Zhang Chu dialed his assistant's phone again. You can contact the transportation company in Rongcheng for me, and have my car shipped back to Mordor. The faster the better. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Hey, it's time to go. Zhang Chu got down from the bed and started packing his luggage. One by one, he folded the clothes and put them into the suitcase. Shanghai, I'm sorry, something happened at home. I have to go back. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Zhang Chu sent a message to Su Mingyue and Orange thanking them both for their hospitality these past few days. Hey Mr. Shanghai, you're going back? Not a moment later Su Mingyue called. Yes, the old man at home is not feeling well. Thank you for your hospitality over the past few days. Airplane in the afternoon. Zhang Chu thanked again. What about your car? I'll have the consignment company send the car back to Magic City for me. What time is your afternoon flight? I'll come with Orange to see you off, Su Mingyue asked. Zhang Chu thought about it and replied, 4:30 p.m. Then we'll be at the airport at 1:30 p.m. Alright, thank you guys. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Chu continued to pack his luggage. He organized his clothes, shoes, and some necessary items and packed them into his suitcase. Then, he checked the room again to make sure he hadn't left anything behind before driving the car to the check-in company. Time passed quickly, and in a flash, it was just after 12 noon. Zhang Chu looked at his watch and felt that it was almost time to leave for the airport. He dragged his suitcase out of the hotel and hailed a cab to the airport. After arriving at the airport, Zhang Chu checked in and then went to the waiting room to wait for boarding. After a while, Su Mingyue and Orange also arrived at the airport. Teacher Shanghai, have a safe trip. Oh, Su Mingyue said with a smile. Thank you for coming to see me off. Zhang Chu said gratefully. Don't be so polite, La. We're going to have to rely on you as a local snake when we move to Magic City next month. Orange also said. See you after the National Day. You guys must notify me first when you arrive. Zhang Chu nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Zhang Chu boarded the flight to Magic City, ending this trip to Rongcheng. Only after Zhang Chu walked away did Su Mingyue turn to leave. Mingyue, we should go back. Tianfu Airport is a bit far from the city. Orange, who had come along, looked at Su Mingyue and said. Orange had seen it all in her eyes. She knew that this good best friend of hers had a crush on Zhang Chu. I should say she liked him. And Zhang Chu also had a good feeling towards Su Mingyue. It was evident from the very beginning when she introduced the two of them to each other, and she was thinking about whether or not to help the two of them out. At 6:40 in the evening, the airplane landed on time at the Magic City Pudong Airport. Zhang Chu carrying his suitcase from appeared at the exit gate. The special car that came to pick him up had long since arrived. Mr. Zhang, Zhang Chu's assistant, Xiao Chen, spotted Zhang Chu at a glance in the crowd of people leaving the station and quickly went forward to receive the suitcase. How is it? What did the hospital side say? Zhang Chu asked while walking. After Mr. Zhang's old man was transferred to Renai Hospital, Director Wang examined the old man. The tumor is benign. Just need to do a surgery. The surgery time has been set for 3 days from now, Xiao Chen reported to Zhang Chu as he walked. I know, Xiao Chen, you've worked hard. After sending me home, you should go back and rest as well. No hard work. Xiao Chen put his luggage in the trunk. Xiao Chen, my mom, are they at my house? Auntie, they settled in the hospital after the old man. I will follow your arrangement to receive them to your home. The old man's side of the hospital arranged a special caregiver to take care of 24 hours a day. At the same time, the hospital provided a restroom right in the old man's hospital room. Xiao Chen sat in the driver's seat and continued to report. Good, I know. Xiao Chen, send me home. Zhang Chu is a little impatient. Now he only wants to go home quickly. Kafko Sea View 1. Zhang Chu's home. Zhang Chu's mother Chu Qin, his uncle Chu Guoliang couple is sitting in the living room waiting. Chapter 022, Hospitalization. Pop the door opened and Zhang Chu and Xiao Chen walked in with their suitcases. Mom, Uncle, Auntie, you are all here. Zhang Chu entered and greeted. You're back. Chu Qin saw that her son had returned, and her originally sad face instantly became much better. Xiao Chen, you worked hard. Did not eat at this side to eat and then go back. Chu Qin pulled Xiao Chen's hand. This day Xiao Chen busy before and after. Auntie, no need. I have already eaten. This is what I should do. Xiao Chen quickly refused. Zhang Chu could see that Xiao Chen was indeed exhausted today, from arranging the transfer to settling the family in the morning. Mom, Xiao Chen has been busy all day. You should let him go back and rest first. Dinner can be another day. That's fine. Today you worked hard, Xiao Chen. Some other day I come home for dinner. Chu Qin said to Xiao Chen. Thank you, Auntie. I'll go back first. I'll see you next time. Xiao Chen replied politely. Mom, I'm hungry. What's there to eat? Zhang Chu asked after Xiao Chen left. I fried 2 dishes for you. The rice is inside the rice cooker, Chu Qin said. Mom, have you guys eaten? Zhang Chu asked. We ate a long time ago, just waiting for you to come back, Chu Qin replied. Zhang Chu walked into the kitchen and served a bowl of rice, carrying the rice and sitting on the living room sofa, watching the TV while eating. Chu Qin and Chu Guoliang sat on the side, chatting with Zhang Chu from time to time. Zhang Chu quickly finished the bowl of rice and went to serve another bowl. Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Xiao Chen has already told me that Grandpa is a benign tumor. He'll be fine after the surgery. Director Wang is an authoritative expert in the industry. There's nothing wrong with Grandpa, Zhang Chu said while eating. Xiao Chu trouble you? Chu Guoliang thanked. He as a son actually did not do as well as this nephew of his. Uncle, don't thank you. We are family. Right. Where's Grandma? Is she in the hospital? Zhang Chu noticed that his grandmother actually wasn't there. Your grandmother is uneasy. She wants to accompany your grandfather in the hospital. Your uncle and I can't argue with her, Chu Qin said. I know Zhang Chu knew very well that his grandmother was very strong. After the meal, Zhang Chu took a shower and went to bed, exhausted after a long day of running around. Get up. It's time for breakfast. After eating, go to the hospital to see your grandpa. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chu Qin punctually appeared in Zhang Chu's room to wake him up. Oh, Zhang Chu stretched. Sleeping until 8 in the morning was really cool. Mom, my uncle, where are they? After Zhang Chu came to the living room, he did not see his uncle and aunt, so he asked suspiciously. Chu Qin walked out from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of Yangchun noodles with eggs and said with a smile, they left for the hospital early in the morning. After saying that, she placed the noodles on the dining table. Zhang Chu walked over to the dining table and sat down, picking up his chopsticks and preparing to start enjoying the delicious bowl of Yangchun noodles. At this time, Chu Qin also sat down across from Zhang Chu and looked at him, saying, after we finish eating, we'll go to the hospital to see your grandfather. Your father will bring your grandparents over later, and they're going to visit your grandpa together as well. Zhang Chu nodded his head, indicating that he knew, and then began to gorge on the noodles. It had to be said that Mom's noodles were really delicious, with a fresh flavor and smooth texture, even better than the ones sold in restaurants outside. At the same time, in the oncology department of the Magic City Rensheng Hospital, in a high-class single room, Zhang Chu's grandfather, Chu Deliang, was quietly lying on the hospital bed. To the side, Director Wang of the oncology department was personally leading a group of doctors to check the room. Director Wang walked to the front of the hospital bed and softly asked Chu Deliang, Master, how are you feeling today? His tone was very kind, making people feel warm and affectionate. The doctors who checked in with Director Wang were all a bit surprised, because the Director Wang they usually saw always had a serious look on his face, and very few people had ever seen him so gentle and friendly. But everyone understood that this was because of Chu Deliang's special status. Grandpa, Grandma, we're here. Mother and son Zhang Chu Chuqin came over to visit Chu Deliang carrying fruits. Xiao Chu has come. Zhang Chu's grandmother Shen Jinfeng saw her grandson come and her hanging heart fell. Xiao Chu, you're here. Chu Deliang saw his grandson come and a very happy smile appeared on his face. How are you feeling, Grandpa? Zhang Chu inquired with concern. It's just a minor problem. There's no need for Xiao Chu to come to such a good hospital. Just go to the city hospital, and you can apply for medical insurance. Chu Deliang was a person who had come from a hard life, and was more frugal in his living habits, not being able to spend a penny more. Grandpa, the charges of Rinsheng Hospital are not expensive, and Director Wang here is an authoritative expert in this field in China. Zhang Chu patiently persuaded. After Zhang Chu's painstaking persuasion, Chu Deliang finally let go of his heart and prepared for the next surgery with peace of mind. Throughout the morning, Zhang Chu had been accompanying Chu Deliang in the hospital to take care of him, and during that time, he had received several phone calls, all from some of the bigwigs in Mordor, stating that they had heard that his grandfather had been hospitalized, and wanted to personally come to the hospital to visit the old man, but all of them were politely refused by Zhang Chu, citing the old man's need to recuperate as the reason. In addition, he also received a condolence call from the two heads of Magic City. How is De Liang's situation now? Near noon, Zhang Chu's father, Zhang Jianming, hurriedly arrived at the hospital with his grandparents. Guoming, you guys are here. There's nothing wrong, just a minor surgery. Chu Deliang's face looked much better than it did in the morning. Grandpa, I'll take it. Zhang Chu took the things in the hands of the two old men and put them in an empty place. Just one morning the house has been filled with condolences, all sent by the bigwigs of the Magic City. Zhang Chu did not allow them to come over and they called for flowers to be sent with the condolences to the hospital. Dad, how are you doing? Zhang Chu's father, Zhang Jianming, came up after parking the car and asked. Jianming came. Nothing wrong. The day after tomorrow to do a surgery will be good. Let you take Guoming so far to come over. Chu Deliang somewhat embarrassed. Brother-in-law came. Chu Guoliang walked in with his lunchbox. Guoliang, you take Jianming, Guoming and the others outside to have some dinner. Okay Dad. Chu Guoliang put the lunchbox on Chu Deliang's bedside table and then greeted everyone to go out to eat together. Zhang Jianming looked at Chu Deliang on the hospital bed, his heart filled with concern. Dad, don't worry too much. The doctor said that you'll recover well after the surgery. Chu Deliang nodded and smiled at his son-in-law. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You guys go eat quickly. Don't starve. The others followed Chu Guoliang out of the hospital room to go to the outside restaurant to eat their noon meal, leaving Grandma Zhang Chu to accompany Chu Deliang. The old lady said that accompanying Chu Deliang would be enough for them to bring her some rice. After a while, Chu Guoliang and the others came back, carrying some meals in their hands. Mom, you eat some rice. Dad, this has me. And Chu Guoliang will restaurant packaged meals to his mother Shen Jinfeng. Chapter 023 Surgery. 2 days later it was finally the day that Chu Deliang would undergo surgery. In Chu Deliang's hospital room, Director Wang personally conducted the last check for Chu Deliang before the surgery. After careful confirmation, all the indicators were normal and surgery could be performed. Thus, Director Wang immediately applied for an operating room from the hospital and confirmed that the surgery would begin in an hour. Mr. Zhang, all the indicators of the old man's body meet the criteria for surgery, and the surgery can be carried out in an hour. Director Wang walked out of the ward and came out into the corridor to report the situation to Zhang Chu. Tough on you, Director Wang. If you need any help in the future, please feel free to contact my assistant. Zhang Chu said softly. Thank you for Mr. Zhang's concern and support. This is a responsibility I should fulfill as a doctor. Although Director Wang said this on his lips, he had long been ecstatic inwardly. Being able to obtain a promise from a bigwig in Shanghai would undoubtedly be of great help to his future career development. At this moment, only Chu Deliang's family members remained in the ward. Chu Guoliang, Zhang Chu, Chu Qin, and Shen Jinfeng. The other relatives and friends were waiting for news at Zhang Chu's home. They didn't want Chu Deliang to suffer too much psychological pressure before entering the operating room, so they decided to wait until the surgery started before coming over. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chu Deliang was pushed into the operating room. Outside the operating room, Zhang Chu, Chu Guoliang, and the others were sitting on chairs anxiously waiting, and other family members had also rushed over. Dad, how is Grandpa doing? Zhang Chu's cousin Chu Yufan and his cousin Chu Yuxuan ran all the way over, holding flowers, their faces filled with worry. Chu Guoliang patted their shoulders. Your grandfather just went into the operating room. The doctor said that the surgery wasn't too risky. Nothing will happen. Thank you, brother. Chu Yuxuan gratefully looked towards Zhang Chu, tears glistening in her eyes. Don't be polite. This is all what I should do. Zhang Chu smiled and shook his head, indicating that there was no need to care. You guys sit down first. It's not a good idea to stand like this. Zhang Chu greeted his cousins to find a seat and take a break. Zhang Chu walked over to Shen Jinfeng's side and gently held her hand, softly comforting her. Grandmother, don't worry too much. Grandpa will definitely be fine. Shen Jinfeng clasped her hands tightly, her brows locked, her eyes revealing endless worries. She and Chu Deliang had been married for 58 years, and each other had long become an integral part of the other's life. Even though the risks of the surgery were minimal, she still couldn't completely put her heart down. Yes, Grandma, brother is right. The fortune teller said that Grandpa's good fortune will be fine. Chu Yufan was very understanding and sat by Shen Jinfeng's side. He knew that Grandma was the most worried about Grandpa, and now he was going to be Grandma's reliance. 3 hours later, the lights at the entrance of the operating room turned green, which means that the operation was successfully completed. Shen Jinfeng's heart, which had been hanging in the air, could finally be put down at this moment. She stared nervously at the door of the operating room, looking forward to the doctor to bring good news. Finally, the door of the operating room slowly opened. Chu Deliang was pushed out by the medical staff. Shen Jinfeng and the others immediately surrounded them, their eyes filled with concern. General Manager Zhang, the surgery was very successful. All the tumors in the old man's body have been removed. Director Wang's words caused everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, which was undoubtedly a delightful piece of news. However, the effects of the anesthetic have not yet passed, and the old master is still in a state of lethargy. In about half an hour, he should awaken. Director Wang continued. After he wakes up, the old master needs to recuperate, and he needs to pay special attention to his diet, keeping it light. You guys can cook soup with blackfish for him to drink. It will help with the healing of the wound. Director Wang kept explaining the post-operative precautions to the family members, while the two of them, Chu Guoliang and Chu Qin, took out their cell phones and carefully recorded this important information. Director Wang, you've worked hard. After the recording was completed, Chu Guoliang walked forward and tightly held Director Wang's hand to express his heartfelt gratitude. Guoliang, you take everyone to have a meal. Everyone waited from morning until now and didn't have a bite to eat. Your father has me to look after him. After confirming that her partner was fine, Shen Jinfeng asked her son to take everyone to have a meal. At the same time, the other side of the Su Mingyue learned that this morning Zhang Chu's grandfather to undergo surgery. For some reason, her heart always feel a trace of uneasiness. This feeling prevented her from calming down, as if there was an invisible pressure enveloping her. Cindy, how is your grandfather's surgery going? Brother Chu? Shanghai, the surgery was just done. The tumor was removed. Now it will need to recuperate for a while. Cindy, that's good. Grandpa is in good hands. Cindy, have you eaten yet? Shanghai, I haven't eaten yet. I'm about to eat now. Cindy, then, have you eaten? Cindy, then you eat. Brother Chu, I won't bother you anymore. Cindy, I'll leave you alone. After hearing that Zhang Chu's grandfather's surgery was a success, Su Mingyue's entire body felt much more relaxed. Who are you chatting with? A girlfriend? At the dinner table, Chu Qin noticed that after returning from Rongqing, Zhang Chu would always take his cell phone and chat with someone else, and it was all at a fixed time slot. No, Mom is just an ordinary friend. She found out that Grandpa is going to have an operation today, so she came to show her concern. What friend do I know? Chu Qin continued to ask. Her sixth sense detected a hint of abnormality. You don't know. Zhang Chu's answer was very vague. Male, female? Female. S. Chu Qin heard this answer, heart thumped, but still pretended to calmly said, oh, just ordinary friends. Ah, how do you know? Well, a chance to recognize, Zhang Chu said with some hesitation. Chu Qin looked at Zhang Chu's expression and felt more and more that there was a problem in her heart. However, it was not good for her to directly force her son to ask, so she had to put down the topic for the time being. Zhang Chu was secretly happy in his heart that he had just dodged a bullet, and now with Su Mingyue is not a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, cannot let Mom know. Otherwise, according to her, eagerness will be urged, and may also ask him to ask for Su Mingyue's contact information. This meal is more comfortable to eat. Everyone in the heart of the stone finally landed. After lunch, the group returned to the hospital. At this time, the effect of anesthesia has passed. Chu Deliang slowly woke up from sleep. Under the attentive care of the caregiver, he slowly began to drink kanji. Grandpa, are you feeling better? Chu Deliang's grandson Chu Yufan asked with concern. Much better. This side doesn't hurt much anymore. Chu Deliang pointed at his wound and replied with a smile. Grandpa, Director Wang said that you need to recuperate for this period of time, and you can be discharged from the hospital in about half a month. Chapter 024, Post-Operative. Xiao Chen's future. In the days after Chu Deliang's surgery, everything gradually returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Chu Guoliang and the others needed to work, so they returned to their hometown. Chu Qin and Shen Jinfeng, on the other hand, stayed in Magic City and took care of Chu Deliang wholeheartedly. During the day, the mother and daughter duo would take turns taking care of Chu Deliang. At night, there were professional caregivers responsible for watching over them. As for Zhang Chu, he would go to the company every day to take care of business. In fact, if his mother wasn't here, he could have chosen to rest at home. However, he really didn't dare to take the risk, fearing that once he angered his menopausal mother, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, he still decided to stay at the company, more trouble than it's worth. On the 30th floor of the Alpine mansion, in Zhang Chu's office, he brewed himself a precious pot of Nyolan Pit cinnamon tea. At the same time, he carefully took care of the fortune tree in the company. Due to the fear of possible malicious business competition, Zhang Chu had purposely placed this fortune tree in his own office and had arranged for specialists to carefully manage it. Little Chen, come over to my office for a moment. Zhang Chu picked up the phone on his desk and issued instructions to his assistant, Xiao Chen. Not long after, Xiao Chen quickly arrived at the office. Mr. Zhang, may I ask what you need to order? Zhang Chu replied with a smile. Come to my home for dinner tonight. My mom has already prepared a large table of sumptuous dishes. Mr. Zhang, thank auntie for me for her kindness, but I'd rather not go, it's too intrusive. Don't. I'll be scolded if you don't go. I'm your boss, you listen to me tonight to my home for dinner, Zhang Chu said. Okay. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment and agreed. There's one more thing. Xiao Chen, you've been my assistant for 4 years. You joined the company as soon as you graduated from college, right? Zhang Chu suddenly asked. Yes, Mr. Zhang. This is my first job after graduating from university, Xiao Chen replied. Well, time flies. Zhang Chu sighed. Xiao Chen, have you ever considered going further in the company? Zhang Chu looked at Xiao Chen and asked. Xiao Chen froze for a moment. He did not expect Zhang Chu to ask this. I haven't thought about it yet. Xiao Chen replied somewhat nervously. Oh, then you can think about it now. Zhang Chu smiled and said. You've been with me for 4 years. I've seen your ability and performance in my eyes. I feel that you already have the conditions to go further. Xiao Chen's heart was delighted. He knew what this meant. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your appreciation. Xiao Chen said gratefully. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Zhang Chu waved his hand and said. However, we will have to discuss the specific positions and arrangements again. Alright, General Manager Zhang. I'll follow all your arrangements. Xiao Chen said excitedly. Well, let's do this first. After I communicate with General Manager Liu, or if you have a position you want to go to, you can also tell me. Zhang Chu said. Okay, General Manager Zhang. Thank you again for your trust and support. Xiao Chen sounded a bit excited. Xiao Chen had been Zhang Chu's assistant since he graduated from university. Treating people well, Zhang Chu was very satisfied, and it was time to promote him after 4 years. You go down first. Personnel will notify you when the time comes. Yes. Waiting for Xiao Chen to leave, Zhang Chu continued his groping life in the office, using the trumpet to see what his colleagues were chatting about, whether they were groping, whether they were making up this boss of his, and what they were eating for lunch. Let's go. Let's eat. At 11:30 at noon, the company's lunch break time arrived. Lu Ming came to the office to call Zhang Chu for dinner. Zhang Chu got up and joked. I'm too lucky today, actually letting Mr. Lu personally call this busy man for dinner. Lu Ming laughed. Don't be poor. Let's go. Zhang Chu followed Lu Ming out of the office and said, Mr. Lu, what are we going to eat for lunch? Lu Ming said, I don't know. What do you want to eat? Zhang Chu scratched his head. I don't know. The two of them encountered a big problem of what to eat at noon. And just like that, they were at a standstill in Zhang Chu's office. How about a hot pot? Zhang Chu proposed. Lu Ming shook his head. No, I've been on fire recently. I can't eat spicy food. Sichuan cuisine. This one goes down well. I ate several meals in Rongqing a while ago. How about Japanese food? I don't like sashimi much. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. What exactly do we eat? Zhang Chu thought for a moment and said, how about new rongji? I haven't eaten xin rongji for more than 10 days, and I miss it quite a bit. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Good idea. Let's make it xin rongji then. Thus, the two of them decided to head to xin rongji for dinner, finally solving this headache-inducing problem. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu, you're here. When the store manager of xin rongji saw the arrival of the two honored guests, Zhang Chu and Lu Ming, a warm smile appeared on his face as he personally greeted them. Store manager Wang, long time no see. Zhang Chu responded with a smile. Yes, what have Mr. Zhang and Mr. Lu been busy with lately? Store manager Wang smiled and exchanged pleasantries. Same as always, busy working. Zhang Chu replied. Then we'll have to enjoy the food today. Lu Ming added. Right. Shopkeeper Wang, please help us arrange a private room. Then follow the old rules and have the head chef help arrange the dishes. Zhang Chu commanded. Alright, Mr. Zhang, don't worry, we will make sure to satisfy you. Store manager Wang nodded and responded, then led the two to the private room. In xin rongji's small box, Zhang Chu and Lu Ming quietly waited for the food to be served. The room was filled with the faint aroma of tea, making people feel tranquil and cozy. Old Lu, What do you think of little Chen as a person? Zhang Chu suddenly spoke up to break the silence, his gaze landing on Lu Ming. Lu Ming lifted his head and thought for a moment before answering. Little Chen is a very good person. Whether it's his work ability or how he handles people, he has performed well. Well, I think so too. I've considered that I might not be in the company very often in the future, so there's no need to have the position of assistant general manager for a long period of time. Zhang Chu explained in a deep tone. I understand what you mean. You want to provide Xiao Chen with better development opportunities, right? Lu Ming nodded in understanding. That's right. Little Chen is indeed a rare talent. I hope to transfer him to a more suitable position and train him to become a unique backbone, Zhang Chu said with firm eyes. There are currently a few positions vacant on the group company side, but they are all at the same level as the assistant general manager. As for the deputy manager positions of the subsidiaries below, there are vacancies. I wonder if Xiao Chen is willing to accept such a challenge. Lu Ming made a suggestion. This needs to depend on Xiao Chen's wishes. After all, this involves the choice of career development direction, Zhang Chu said after a moment of contemplation. That's also true. Everyone has their own career plans and interests. They can't be forced. Lu Ming expressed his approval. In any case, Xiao Chen's potential cannot be underestimated. We should give him more opportunities and support, Zhang Chu said with emotion. Of course, this is also the company's responsibility to cultivate talents. Lu Ming concurred. Chapter 025 Chatting. I see that you went to Rongqing this time, but also went to filming. Lu Ming took out his cell phone at the dinner table and said that he clicked on Zhang Chu someone account, and the first top work on it was Su Mingyue. The original old Lu you actually will brush a certain sound. I thought you water and soil do not enter it. Zhang Chu flirted with Lu Ming. This time to go to Rongqing was called by a friend to help when 2 days of photography and modeling. You are the major shareholder of the company. I have to understand your situation. In case something goes wrong to be prepared. I'm sorry, can you hope for something good for me? Pray for my long life, can't you? You're also a scourge. The king of hell will lose his life if he accepts you. The two of them started a war of words. Who is the girl you photographed? She is so pretty. Lu Ming ended the fight and asked. A new acquaintance. Very pretty, right? Zhang Chu replied smugly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as if he was showing off his new discovery. Indeed, quite pretty. With a kind of classical beauty, Lu Ming said with admiration. Zhang Chu smiled and said, yes, she's really pretty. No matter what style of Chinese dress she wears, she can manage it perfectly, and each has its own beauty. I've taken so many photos and videos of her, and every single frame is so beautiful and moving. Lu Ming looked at Zhang Chu's happy smile on his face and listened to his doting tone. His heart couldn't help but produce a trace of doubt and tentatively asked, do you like her? Zhang Chu didn't answer this question directly, but instead, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, and said softly, right now, we're just ordinary friends, but who can say what will happen in the future? Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes widened in surprise as he cried out, wow, you guy finally got the hang of it. I had been worried before if you didn't like the opposite sex. After saying that, Lu Ming took advantage of Zhang Chu's inattention to quickly chuck the last piece of golden crispy scallops on his plate into his own bowl. Zhang Chu laughed helplessly and explained, of course I'm a normal man, it's just that I've never met anyone who made my heart flutter before, and don't you dare mention that incident again. I have a shadow in my heart. Thinking back to that time when he was shopping in Taikuli, he happened to meet that pair of same-sex people who had a special couple relationship. Zhang Chu immediately felt a wave of nausea, and his mood became very bad. Lu Ming curiously asked, you didn't go to Rongqing to do that kind of thing, did you? Zhang Chu hurriedly waved his hands and denied, not at all. I was just shopping in Rongqing when I met that kind of couple in Taikuli, and one of the guys even winked at me. Thinking about it, Zhang Chu couldn't help but shiver and goosebumps fell all over the place. You don't say it, I get it. Lu Ming's brain envisioned a moment the whole person was also bad. In the late afternoon, the sun was shining, and a tranquil atmosphere permeated the Alpine mansion, as if the entire building was immersed in a sweet siesta. Years ago, Zhang Chu and Lu Ming had jointly formulated the company's regulations, which specifically included a clause that every day from 11:30 to 2:30 in the afternoon was the lunch break, and that all positions without exception must strictly abide by it. This Alpine mansion was not only the headquarters of the Alpine Group, it was also the centralized location of many of the group's subsidiaries. After lunch, Zhang Chu and Lu Ming returned to the company together. As they walked through the company's office area, they found that everyone was quietly lying on their workstations enjoying their lunch break. Due to this rule, the Alpine Group had specially provided comfortable reclining chairs for every employee to ensure that they were able to fully rest and increase their work efficiency. There was a separate restroom in their respective offices, which was fully equipped with beds, bathing facilities, and a change of clothes. During busy periods in the past, Zhang Chu had considered this place his home, and had even lived directly in the company, working side by side with all the staff in the pursuit of their dreams. When Zhang Chu returned to the office, a strong urge to sleep came over him, and he didn't hesitate to walk into the lounge, pull the curtains to make the room dim, and then slowly climbed onto the soft bed, closed his eyes, and began to enjoy a nice lunch break. At 2:30 p.m., when all the other employees started to get busy, Zhang Chu was still immersed in a sweet dream. In his dream, he saw Su Mingyue, and the two of them became a sweet couple and entered the marriage hall together. This beautiful dream made Zhang Chu unable to stop drooling, and by 5 in the afternoon, when the others in the company were still busy non-stop, Zhang Chu had already quietly left the company. As the boss, he did not need to abide by the attendance system. Ms. Chu Qin had specifically instructed him to stop by the food market on his way home to buy some cooked food back. Xiao Chen, you can leave work early later. Oh, I've already talked to the personnel and counted you as field work this time, Zhang Chu said with a smile as he passed by Xiao Chen's office. Okay, boss. Xiao Chen hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. After Zhang Chu left, he also quickly packed up his things and prepared to leave work. After all, when one went to the fruit store later to buy some fruits before going to someone else's house as a guest, one could not go empty-handed, let alone to one's boss' house. It smells so good. Zhang Chu returned home, and the aroma of food wafted through the house, arousing Zhang Chu's cravings. Chu Qin was still busy cooking in the kitchen, and the table in the living room was already filled with the delicious dishes that she had carefully fried, including the colorful braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, and the fragrant oil-blasted shrimp. Don't just stand there. Hurry over to the kitchen and help out, Chu Qin shouted from the kitchen. Zhang Chu didn't dare to be slow, fearing that his slow movements would upset Ms. Chu Qin, who was going through menopause, so he quickly ran to the kitchen, thinking that he could help share some of the household chores as soon as possible. Zhang Chu skillfully opened the cupboard and took out 2 clean white porcelain plates from it, which he prepared to use to hold the roasted duck and popped fish that he had just purchased. These foods were all freshly baked and steaming hot from the food market that he had purposely lined up at. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Zhang Chu hurriedly said to his mother, "Mom, it should be little Chen coming. I'll go open the door." After saying that, he hurriedly ran towards the door. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Chu saw Xiao Chen carrying a bag of fruits in his hand, and couldn't help but frown and chided. "Xiao Chen, it's good that you came to our house for dinner. Why are you still buying things?" Xiao Chen smiled and explained, "Coming to your home for dinner. I really can't be bothered not to buy something." Zhang Chu ordered in an unquestionable tone, "Next time don't buy it again. It's hard for you to make money too. Little Chen is here. Come in and sit down." Chu Qin came out from the kitchen with a pot of fragrant old hen soup that had just been boiled, and warmly greeted Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, you child, come to the house to have a casual meal and still buy something. Next time don't be like this." Chapter 026, Family Feast. "Sorry, I'm late for the traffic jam," Lu Ming gasped as he walked quickly into Zhang Chu's house. Fine beads of sweat hung on his forehead. He had obviously rushed all the way here. "Little Lu is here. Just in time for dinner. Everyone sit down." Chu Qin warmly greeted the crowd as they took their seats. She had a gracious smile on her face, making people feel extra warm. After the meal was served, Chu Qin kept on giving dishes to Xiao Chen and asked with concern, "I don't know your taste, so I casually made a few dishes. I don't know if it's to your liking?" Xiao Chen nodded gratefully, with food in his mouth, and said vaguely, "Auntie, all the dishes you made are what I like to eat." After saying that, he sent another mouthful of food into his mouth and ate with relish. Chu Qin smiled as she looked at Xiao Chen and said gently, "That's good. Eat more." Her eyes were filled with love, as if little Chen was her own child. However, right at this moment, Chu Qin suddenly turned her head. Her gaze fell on Zhang Chu, and she opened her mouth to ask, "Little Chen, how old are you this year? Where is your hometown? Do you have a girlfriend?" Xiao Chen was caught a little off guard by Chu Qin's sudden question. He froze for a moment, then stammered and replied, "Auntie, I am 26 years old this year. My hometown is Gusu's. As for a girlfriend, there is one, also a former college classmate. Now we are both working in Magic City." Hearing that Xiao Chen already had a girlfriend, Chu Qin nodded with satisfaction. But then, she turned her gaze to Zhang Chu and criticized with slight dissatisfaction, "Look at you, just 2 years older than little Chen. You don't even have a girlfriend. Really let me worry." "Mom, this popping fish is delicious. Eat more." Zhang Chu could only cover up the embarrassment and change the topic by chucking food. Eat, just know how to eat." The more Chu Qin thought about it, the more angry she became. Putting down her chopsticks and looking at Zhang Chu, she said, "You said how come you're so indomitable?" Lu Ming saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly stepped in to help Zhang Chu out. "Auntie, don't be angry. Old Zhang, he's in good condition and doesn't lack a date. My wife unit has a lot of good conditions of the little girl. Wait 2 days. I let her help arrange a little. Let them meet. After saying that, he also winked towards Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu immediately understood and agreed. Right, Mom, old Lu is right. Next time let his wife help introduce a few. Hearing this, Chu Qin's mood was finally a bit more relaxed, and said with a smile, then please ask Xiao Lu. It's really troublesome for you guys. After the meal, Chu Qin was alone in the kitchen tidying up. Said tidying up, but in fact it was just washing the pots and pans. As for the dishes, they were all handed over to the dishwasher to deal with. As night fell, the lights of the city were bright and colorful, while Zhang Chu and the three of them were sitting on the balcony of Zhang Chu's house to watch the night view. Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Chu with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I didn't mean it. His head slightly had to be lowered. Looking a bit frustrated and self-condemning, Zhang Chu waved his hand and comforted. It's not your problem. My mom is in menopause and is rather grumpy. Even if you didn't come, she would still be like this. He knew his mother's character well, so he did not blame Xiao Chen. Then, Zhang Chu said at length, how about there is no one to go to the post or unit? There is if you can tell me. There is no hierarchy here, only the senior and junior. I and the old Lu, two seniors, can help you counseling. He hoped to help Xiao Chen find a more suitable direction for his development. Xiao Chen frowned, revealing a hint of distress. Mr. Zhang, I also want to progress, but I don't know where I should go. He was confused about his future and didn't know what to choose. Lu Ming, who was beside him, opened his mouth and said, Xiao Chen, Lao Zhang and I are both your seniors. We are willing to help out our schoolmates. There are a few positions over here in the company that are vacant. I'll introduce you to them. He introduced Xiao Chen in detail to some of the possible positions and departments. Xiao Chen quietly listened to Lu Ming's introduction. His heart gradually had an idea. After some thinking, he firmly said, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu, I choose to go to the branch. He thought that this opportunity would allow him to learn more and get better exercise. Zhang Chu patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, there is no hurry. First, go back and think again. Come back to me in a few days. He hoped that Xiao Chen would think deeply before making a decision to ensure that he would not regret his choice. Come and have some fruit. Chu Qin brought a plate of washed fruit, the very same plate that Xiao Chen had just delivered. Little Chen, you just said that you have a girlfriend. Is she also in Magic City? Zhang Chu asked curiously while eating the fruit. Yes, Mr. Zhang. She's a lawyer then. We're planning to get a license first next year and then organize a wedding the year after. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, a happy smile on her face. Wow. So how long have you guys been together? Zhang Chu and Lu Ming's gossipy hearts were aroused, and continued to ask, how did you guys meet? We've been together for 7 years. We met during her freshman year's military training, when she had a heat stroke, and I happened to be a member of the student council, so I carried her to the infirmary. Then that's how we met. Xiao Chen recalled their first meeting as if everything was still fresh in his mind. Which one of you chased after whom? The two asked curiously. It was me who chased her. Little Chen was a little embarrassed. Ha ha, so that's how it was. That's really a wonderful memory. Next time you get married, you can be sure to call me an old Lua. We will definitely prepare a special gift for you, Zhang Chu said with a smile. Xiao Chen nodded gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Lu, for your blessings. When the time comes, we will definitely invite you guys over to witness our happy moment. Old Zhang, you have to work hard. Xiao Chen, this elementary school brother is about to start a family. You have to speed up. I want to eat your seat. Soon after listening to Xiao Chen's story, Lu Ming flirted with Zhang Chu. I'm not 8 years old yet. We just met. I want to speed up, but I also need time. Zhang Chu's heart very much wanted to be with Su Mingyue, but there also had to be an opportunity. Zhang Chu knew that his feelings for Su Mingyue had grown deeper and deeper, but he didn't know how to express this love to her. They had just met not long ago and didn't know each other well enough, so he didn't dare to confess easily. However, seeing Xiao Chen about to enter the marriage hall, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He was worried that if he didn't act soon, he might miss the opportunity to develop further with Su Mingyue. The good thing was that Su Mingyue was going to move to Magic City next month, so when the time came, he would find a way to get in touch with her more, to find a way to create some opportunities to be alone. Chapter 027 Choice. National Day Party. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a gap, and in the blink of an eye, it came to 3 days later. At this moment, Zhang Chu was sitting in his spacious and bright office, busily dealing with various matters. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Please come in, Zhang Chu said without lifting his head. The door slowly opened and Xiao Chen walked in. There was a hint of hesitation and determination on his face, as if he had something important to tell Zhang Chu. Mr. Zhang, after deep consideration over the past few days, I have decided that it is better for me to develop in the group's subsidiary. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and finally spoke his decision. This was his choice after repeated thoughts and weighing the pros and cons, and it also had the full support of his family. Hearing these words, Zhang Chu stopped the pen in his hand and raised his head to look at Xiao Chen. His eyes revealed a hint of regret, but more understanding and respect. After all, everyone had their own career plans and development direction, and as a leader, he should give his employees enough space and freedom. Little Chen, I respect your decision very much, since you've already thought about it. Let's pursue a better future according to your own wishes, Zhang Chu said with a smile. Xiao Chen nodded gratefully, his heart filled with admiration for Zhang Chu. He knew that if it wasn't because of Zhang Chu's trust and cultivation, it was impossible for him to achieve what he had today. And now, he was about to leave the group headquarters and head to a new position to continue chasing his dreams. You'll report over to Jingawei in November. Before then, you need to hand over the work at hand and ensure that everything transitions smoothly. Zhang Chu continued to exhort. No problem, Mr. Zhang. I will complete the work handover as soon as possible, Xiao Chen replied confidently. Then, Zhang Chu remembered something else. Oh, right, Xiao Chen. I remember that you haven't taken your annual vacation this year. It's just right to take advantage of the National Day holiday to take your annual leave, so you can rest for a while longer, spend more time with your family, or accompany your girlfriend to go out for a trip. When you get to Jingwei, you won't have as much time with your girlfriend as you do now. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. You are so considerate. I will definitely cherish this vacation opportunity and spend time with my family. You're welcome, Little Chen. I hope you can continue to shine in your new position, Zhang Chu encouraged. Xiao Chen nodded vigorously, stating that she would definitely live up to her expectations. Afterward, she bowed deeply to Zhang Chu to express her deepest gratitude. Then, she turned around and left the office with a firm and confident pace. Looking at Xiao Chen's departing back, Zhang Chu felt a great deal of emotion in his heart. Over the past 4 years, Xiao Chen had gradually grown from a fledgling college student into a mature and steady workplace person. During this time, Zhang Chu witnessed his growth and progress, but also saw his efforts and dedication. Now Xiao Chen is going to cross a new level, and he wishes him the best from the bottom of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Ming came to the mouth of Zhang Chu's office and knocked on the door several times. Come in. Zhang Chu's voice came from inside. Lu Ming pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Zhang Chu sitting in front of his desk and busy, he walked over to Zhang Chu and asked with a smile, "You're going to the National Day cultural performance of Jiaotong University later, right?" Zhang Chu raised his head to look at Lu Ming and replied, "Go. President Wang invited, surely go." "What's wrong?" Lu Ming smiled and said, "Since you're going, can you give me a ride to your car? My car was sent for maintenance today." Zhang Chu frowned and asked suspiciously, "You don't have just one car? Don't tell me that all your other cars have been sent for maintenance?" Lu Ming shrugged and explained, "The Bentley was driven away by my wife, and the Maybach is in my hometown, so I can only trouble you to give me a ride. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a midnight snack at night as a thank you." Zhang Chu shook his head helplessly and said, "Can't you have your wife pick you up?" Lu Ming laughed bitterly. "My wife is on National Day vacation this afternoon. She's taking the kids to the neighborhood, so I'll be the only one at home at night." Zhang Chu thought about it and finally agreed to Lu Ming's request, saying, "All right, then go over together at night. But as promised, the evening snack is on you." Lu Ming nodded his head repeatedly and said, "No problem, I guarantee to satisfy you." As night fell, the campus of Magic City Transportation University was brilliantly lit and filled with a festive atmosphere. Colorful balloons and flags were hung up at the entrance of the school, and the teaching buildings were decorated with colorful lights, making the entire campus extraordinarily beautiful. The members of the school student union stood at the entrance of the school to welcome the guests who came to the party in neat formal attire. They were all smiles, warmly welcoming every guest and guiding them into the venue. Tonight's party would be held in the auditorium of Jiaotong University, and the student union had already carefully decorated the auditorium, with the handsome boys and girls of the concierge department standing at the entrance of the auditorium, enthusiastically providing guidance services for the guests who had come to participate in the party. Zhang Chu and Lu Ming sat in the center of the second row of VIP seats. The first row was reserved for school leaders and city leaders. At 5 in the afternoon, the National Day Cultural Performance and New Year's Welcome Conference of the Jiaotong University officially kicked off. The host of the evening party made special mention of Zhang Chu and Lu Ming in his opening speech. "It is a great honor to welcome all the guests to this evening party. They include Mr. Zhang Chu, the distinguished graduate of the class of 2018 from the School of Economics of our university, the founder and chairman of Alpine Group, as well as a young entrepreneur and youth leader in the Magic City. Mr. Lu Ming, a 2014 graduate of our school's School of Economics, co-founder and vice-chairman of the Alpine Group, and winner of the title of Top 10 Outstanding Youth of Magic City." At this moment, the lights focused on the second row, and Zhang Chu and Lu Ming had to stand up and bow to the entire audience. They wore smiles and displayed confidence and humility, earning a warm applause from the audience. With the end of the opening speech, the National Day party officially began. First on stage was a classical dance performance prepared by the teachers and students of the dance academy, accompanied by the melodious music. The dancers danced. Their posture was light and elegant. Every movement was full of artistic beauty, as if a beautiful picture scroll was shown in front of the audience. The guests were immersed in the performance and enjoyed it with their eyes. Immediately afterward, members of the dance club brought a passionate hot dance. A dozen of young girls in cool costumes were energetic. Their dance steps were cheerful and powerful, full of youthful vigor and vitality. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly ignited, and the audience couldn't help but boiled with applause and cheers. At 7 p.m. The National Day Cultural Performance and New Year's Conference of Magic City Jiaotong University came to a successful end in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. All the actors and actresses took the stage together to make a curtain call, and the audience on the stage gave a warm applause and cheers. The party not only showed the talent and spirit of the school's teachers and students, but also let the new students feel the warmth and care of the school. Zhang Chu and Lu Ming were about to leave when they suddenly heard someone shouting, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu, wait for me." Turning back to look, it turned out to be the dean of the college from their one previous college. The two hurriedly stopped and respectfully said, "Principal Li, you are too polite. Just call us Xiao Zhang or Xiao Lu directly." Principal Li smiled and said, "Ha ha, you are all my favorite disciples. Come, let me introduce you. These are all teachers from our School of Economics." Saying that, he introduced them one by one. Although President Li was now the vice president of Jiaotong University, he still undertook teaching duties, and the faculty secretary of the School of Economics would still schedule classes for him. Chapter 028 Visiting Professor. Why don't you two take a seat in my office? Respectfully, I'll do as I'm told. Oldly should say not to say you this office than the previous one big privately two people called the principal Lili Oldly. Bigger than you two office is not as big as the two big bosses with hundreds of billions of dollars. And then again I have this office and the two of you credit in the office of the principal Li also did not have the frame outside the mouth. After all, our acquaintances, how? This time back to his alma mater. What are the feelings? I feel that the money I donate every year is not a loss. The implementation in place, at least our Alpine building is better than the other school building. Zhang Chu is also a mouthful. Who among the two of you is interested in coming to Jiaotong University to teach? Principal Li suddenly turned the tables and said to the two with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu immediately crossed his legs and replied snidely, "Yes, but I'm worried that the school might not be able to pay for my appearance." Lu Ming, on the other hand, curiously asked, "Can people like us who don't have a teaching license also become teachers?" Principal Li smiled and explained, "Of course you can. The School of Finance intends to invite some outstanding alumni to serve as guest professors and offer specialized elective courses, and I think the two of you are very suitable for this role." Hearing this, Zhang Chu came to some interest and hurriedly asked, "Old Wang, I would like to find out how many class hours a semester a visiting professor needs to take?" Principal Li thought for a moment and replied, 16 class hours, 1 class per week, and the initial plan is to use a large classroom teaching mode. Xiao Zhang, you can be in charge of teaching investment studies. With your investment experience, casually sharing a little can benefit those students greatly, enough for them to study for a long time. After hearing this, Zhang Chu's heart began to waver a bit and said, "I'll think about it again." Seeing that Zhang Chu seemed to have been moved, Principal Li turned his gaze back to Lu Ming and continued, "Little Lu, what about you? Are you interested in giving it a try?" Lu Ming scratched his head and said with a smile, "I also have to think about it." Principal Li knew that the two bigwigs from Magic City had both been moved, and he was secretly happy in his heart, because being able to successfully invite them as visiting professors would undoubtedly have a positive impact on his position in the school. After chatting for half an hour in President Li's office, Zhang Chu and Lu Ming walked side by side on the campus of Jiaotong University. They were heading in the direction of the cafeteria, as both of them had yet to eat, and at this point, they were already starving, desperately needing to find some food to fill their stomachs. Old Li is really something, actually not inviting the two of us for a meal. Zhang Chu couldn't help but complain. "Come on, you don't know how poor Old Li is. His monthly salary is paid to his wife. He only keeps a few $100s for himself." Lu Ming said with a smile, "Old Li is a wife. This has long been no secret in the school, and his students basically know, but Old Li himself is proud of this. I also wonder if that barbecue bibimbap in the first cafeteria is still open?" Zhang Chu suddenly remembered a store he frequented in college, on the third floor of Jiaotong University's first cafeteria. Even at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, there was still a steady stream of students coming to eat. Since this place was very close to the Jiaotong University library, many students would choose to eat here before continuing back to the library to study. "I need to eat a roasted pork and rice first to pad my stomach. Old Lu, don't forget about the late-night snack later." Zhang Chu saw the store he used to frequent at a glance and said excitedly, "How are you? Senior, some students recognized Zhang Chu and Lu Ming. After all, their pictures were posted on the school's wall of honor and the school often used them for publicity. And some even took pictures of the two eating in the cafeteria. Soon, the photo of the two outstanding alumni eating in the school cafeteria was spread to the forum. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Lu, it's really you two. A familiar voice came from behind the two. The two turned around and realized that it was the current dean of the School of Finance, their former department head Li Kun. So the two called out in unison. Hello, Mr. Li. What? Principal Li didn't keep you two for dinner? Li Kun carried the dinner plate and asked them with a smile. Do you mind if I sit with you? Don't mind. Of course not, the two of them said in a hurry. Teacher Li, you also know that old Li is a strict wife. How could he possibly have the money to treat us to dinner? The two secretly crickets old Li behind their backs. Teacher Li, did you not eat even this late? Zhang Chu asked with concern. Li Kun sat across from the two. Yes, the National Day is coming up. All the arrangements in the institution need to be implemented by me and the secretary personally, and I have just been invited to see the cultural performance. This time the school's National Day cultural performance can actually invite you two great Buddhas over. It's really not easy. By the way, that matter of Principal Li should have already been told to you guys, right? It's been said, but we both need to think about it. Lu Ming spoke. Good, you guys do have to think about it. Li Kun smiled and said, there is no shortage of teachers in our academy, but there is a shortage of talents like you guys who have a lot of real-world experience. After all, you guys have been in the shopping mall for so long. The experience you have accumulated is much richer than those of us who hide in the school and teach. The meaning of Li Kun's words was very clear. That is, he hoped that Zhang Chu and the two of them could come over here to serve as visiting professors. After a moment of silence, Zhang Chu slowly spoke. Teacher Li, you flatter me. Our achievements today cannot be separated from the teaching and cultivation of the teachers at the academy. As the saying goes, the master leads the way. The cultivation depends on the individual. Without the teachers of the academy leading the way, it would have been difficult for the two of us to bring our talents into play even if we were more talented. So, that's why the two of us owe our existence today to the teachers of the academy. Zhang Chu's words were very much appreciated by Li Kun, who smiled and nodded in agreement. After the meal, the two of them took a walk in this Jiaotong University campus. Zhang Chu looked at the brightly lit library and asked, Old Lu, were you studying in the library at that time as well? Lu Ming shook his head. No, who would go to the library to study in a serious person? And I never study after class. As he said this, a hint of pride appeared on his face. Zhang Chu looked at him curiously. Then what do you usually do? Lu Ming smiled. Playing games? What else? Zhang Chu couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, so that's how it is. However, it's really impressive that you can get into college like this. Lu Ming shrugged. Just lucky. By the way, what about you? Did you go to the library at that time? Zhang Chu hurriedly waved his hands. Never been there. I never studied. Who would study for a serious person? Lu Ming heard this and laughed out loud. That's true. We are both people who don't love studying. The two of them joked and laughed while continuing to walk forward. Chapter 029, Cleaning, Going Home. September 30th, the day before the National Day, was definitely the most unbearable day for many students and office workers. After all, tomorrow was the holiday, and everyone's hearts had long since flown to the clouds while their bodies were still trapped in the school or office. However, for Zhang Chu, such worries did not exist as he had long ago given himself a National Day vacation in advance and did not need to go to the office at all. Zhang Chu drove his car all the way to the Hudu Springview neighborhood. This community was only a short 4 kilometers away from the Kofko Seaview one that he was currently residing in, but it was likewise an upscale residential area in Magic City. Mr. Zhang, you're here. When the security guard saw that it was Zhang Chu's car, he immediately opened the access door and quickly greeted him. I've come to take a look at the house. It might be rented out in a few days. Captain Wang, this bit of stuff is for the brothers, wishing them a happy National Day in advance. Saying that, Zhang Chu took out a piece of huazi from the car and handed it to Captain Wang. When the time comes, please take care of Captain Wang. Mr. Zhang, serving the owners is supposed to be our job. There is no reason to accept something from the owners. You'd better take it back quickly, Captain Wang said with a serious face, while firmly pushing away the huazi that Zhang Chu handed over. The management of the property company they worked for was very strict, and it was strictly forbidden for employees to accept gifts or belongings from owners privately. Oh, is that so? Zhang Chu was slightly stunned, and then said with a smile, well, in that case, then I'll trouble Brother Wang to do me a favor later. Send the cigarette to the store owner's wife across the street, and just tell her that this is what I've deposited at her place. After saying that, he once again handed the cigarette to Captain Wang. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Captain Wang immediately understood Zhang Chu's intentions and accepted the cigarettes without hesitation. Although the company's rules could not be violated, People were flexible after all. Waiting until after work and asking the brothers to buy cigarettes from the store across the street was also considered a clever way of dealing with the situation. Hoodoo Springview Building A. Room 801. Zhang Chu gently turned the key and pushed open the door and walked in. This house had been unused and unoccupied since he moved out. A faint smell of mold and dust permeated the room. Zhang Chu hurriedly walked over to the window and quickly opened it, allowing fresh air to rush into the house and dispel the unpleasant odor. Subsequently, Zhang Chu began to seriously inspect the various electrical equipment in the house. Even though these electrical appliances had been in use for nearly 3 years, they were all internationally renowned brands, and their quality was absolutely reliable. After some meticulous inspections, Zhang Chu confirmed that each and every piece of electrical appliances could operate normally without any problems. After completing the inspection and confirming that the electrical appliances were all fine, Zhang Chu sat directly on the sofa, not caring about the dust on it as he looked at the ceiling. The total area of this house was about 208 square meters, including amortization. The actual living area was about 180 square meters, and the layout was 3 rooms and 2 halls with 3 bathrooms. Zhang Chu in his sophomore year, when the company began to make a profit, have a little money on hand, but at that time the whole person feels empty, as if life is missing something. After some thinking, he thought that the reason is that he has not a set of his own house in Magic City, so he made up his mind to buy a house. During that time, he and Lu Ming together ran several properties, and finally fell in love with the current property. It was the first property in his life. In order to create an ideal living environment, he personally participated in the design and put forward strict requirements for every detail. From the decoration style to the furniture configuration, everything was selected according to his preferences. After careful preparation, the house was finally completed in his junior year and he moved in as he wished. At that time, he excitedly invited all his roommates and friends to his home to share the joy with them. "Hey, are you guys at the entrance of the neighborhood yet? Please wait a moment. I'll contact the security guard to let you in right away." "Hey, Brother Wang, I called the cleaning staff at the entrance. Please let them in." The cleaning staff had already arrived at the entrance, and Zhang Chu immediately called the security guards to inform them to let them in. "Mr. Zhang is sorry, there was some delay on the road." The cleaning staff from the cleaning company that Zhang Chu had called each carried tools in their hands and said with apologies on their faces, "It's fine. You guys get busy. Just notify Captain Wang in the security room when it's ready." Zhang Chu instructed a few sentences and prepared to leave. "Alright, Mr. Zhang, don't worry. We will definitely complete the cleaning work as soon as possible and notify Captain Wang of the security room as you requested." The cleaners replied in unison. Zhang Chu nodded before turning around to leave. As he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped and turned back to Captain Wang. "Brother Wang, I'm leaving first. Please help keep an eye on them, and they'll come to you when they're done cleaning." Captain Wang hurriedly agreed. "No problem, Mr. Zhang, don't worry. I'll keep an eye here." Zhang Chu smiled in satisfaction before leaving the room. He walked out of the building, went to the parking lot, and drove his car out of the district. Along the way, he was in a happy mood, thinking that he could finally go home for the holidays. When he arrived home, it was already evening. He simply packed his bags and prepared to leave for home first thing in the morning. Old Zhang had explained earlier that he should go back early and make a trip to his factory first. Zhang Chu didn't know what kind of medicine his family's old Zhan was selling, as long as he did as he was told. After Zhang Chu returned home, he quickly organized his luggage. This time when he went home, he planned to stay for only 3 days. The reason for this was that soon Mingyue and Orange would be arriving in Magic City on the 4th, and he would need to go to the airport to greet them at that time. Therefore, he only carried a few sets of change of clothes, due to the fact that he had to take care of Grandpa with his grandmother. Zhang Chu's mother, Ms. Chu Qin, did not return to her hometown with him, but chose to drive home on her own later on. Zhang Chu embarked on the return trip, but the road was quite congested, and the original 2-hour drive took 3 hours. After arriving at his destination, he didn't return home directly, but took the lead and went to his father, Lao Zhang's factory. When he parked his vehicle in front of the factory, Zhang Chu noticed that there was almost no one in the factory. Today is not a day off, so why is there no one in the factory? He muttered to himself in confusion. At that moment, a man named Uncle Wang appeared in front of him, who was not only Zhang Chu's father's subordinate, but also a relative of their family. Seeing Zhang Chu, Uncle Wang greeted him warmly. "Xiao Chu, are you here to see Mr. Zhang?" "Yes, Uncle Wang. Why aren't there many people in the factory today?" Zhang Chu inquired curiously. "This morning, General Manager Zhang has already told everyone to take a vacation, and at the moment, he is loading goods at the backdoor warehouse," Uncle Wang explained. Chapter 030, The Strongman. "You've come at the right time. Go to the warehouse and help load the truck." At this moment, Zhang Jianming's voice came from the back door. "Xiao Chu, I'll go to the warehouse to help first. You father and son talk. Uncle Wang finished speaking and quickly rushed to the warehouse. Dad, you go change into a factory overalls and follow me to the warehouse to help load the truck, Zhang Jianming said in his factory work clothes. Dad, you didn't ask me to make a trip to your factory just to work, did you? Zhang Chu suddenly somewhat understood his family's old Zhang's intentions, just wanting to use him as a laborer for free. The workers are all on vacation, but there can't be no one to work. It costs a lot of money to hire outsiders, so it's not as cost-effective as getting help from your own family, Zhang Jianming explained perkily. Hurry up and go change your clothes. Alright, I'll go now. Zhang Chu sighed helplessly, thinking that he couldn't argue with Zhang Jianming anyway, and that this kind of job of loading a car wasn't unfamiliar to him, having done similar work before. Arriving at the warehouse entrance, he only saw a 9-meter-6 high-bar truck was parked there. Obviously this is the vehicle that came to the factory to load goods today. Zhang Xian pushed the forklift to pull the goods from the warehouse, and Zhang Jianbin drove the forklift to fork the goods to the truck with the board. There were 2 workers on the truck who were unloading the goods on the board onto the truck. Zhang Jianming rushed over with Zhang Chu, who had changed into his work clothes. Zhang Chu, you go help Xian pull the goods. Lao Wen, you get on the truck with me to load the goods. We need to speed up. Brother, how did you come over? Zhang Xian asked. Still not called over by my dad. Do you have to do the loading inside Xian's factory as well? Zhang Xian said as he forked the manual forklift into the prepared goods. Yes. Brother, the factory is understaffed. I alone have to cover several positions. Logistics, maintenance, warehouse, production. So hard. Zhang Chu, really factory second generation is very tired. But I did not expect so tired. A person on top of several people. So how much do you pay a month? Less than 5,000. Zhang Xian pressed the forklift with his hand to top up the goods. Brother, you help push at the back. The goods are too heavy for one person to pull. So low. Zhang Chu was a bit surprised. He thought that as the son of the factory manager, the salary should be higher than ordinary workers, but he didn't expect it to be less than $5,000. $5,000 can't find an all-round worker, but can find to handle a top cow horse, factory second generation. There is no way. My father and uncle said that this factory will be handed over to us later. What's the use of asking for such a high wage? There is no money to find him, Zhang Xian said helplessly. Holy, old Zhang and uncle actually know how to PUA people. $5,000 is not even enough to cover my expenses for a day. Zhang Chu couldn't help but spit in his heart. If he were to do this job, he wouldn't be able to last a day. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's just hurry up and get to work. Zhang Xian smiled and said to Zhang Chu. Alright, Zhang Chu answered and walked behind the goods, pushing the goods with both hands with force, pushing them to the open space outside the warehouse, and then letting Zhang Jianbin use a forklift to fork it to the truck. Zhang Chu and his family's factory mainly produced silk thread, and the finished products produced would all be packaged in bags, and since they were all relatively large pieces of goods, loading them was very convenient and fast. In less than 2 hours, a high-bar truck that was 9 meters and 6 meters long had already been filled with a full load of goods. Brother, take a cigarette break. After loading the goods, Zhang Xian pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and pulled one out and handed it to Zhang Chu. Thanks. I don't know how to smoke. Zhang Chu waved his hand in a hurry and rejected Zhang Xian's good intentions. Come on, everyone have a smoke. Hard work. Seeing Zhang Chu's refusal, Zhang Xian did not care, but handed the cigarettes to the other workers who were loading the goods together. For a while, smoke filled the outside of the factory's warehouse as a group of people gathered around and gulped down the smoke, enjoying a moment of relaxation after a busy day. Xian, you tell my dad. I'll go home first. Zhang Chu hurriedly left the factory for fear that Zhang Jianming would catch him working again. Returning home, Zhang Chu's foster meatballs immediately jumped down from the stool and jumped into Zhang Chu's arms when he saw him return. Wanted me or not? Zhang Chu hugged the meatballs. Almost a month have not seen. Estimated that the meatballs in heavy. Brother, you're back, came his sister Zhang Ting's voice from the stairs. Aha! Holding meatballs is really inconvenient. Zhang Chu will meatballs down. Meatballs are very reluctant to come down from the body of Zhang Chu. Ting Ting, when you came back? I came back in the morning. There are no classes in school. Zhang Ting, pick up meatballs. Come meatballs to me. Brother, why did you wake me up so early in the morning? Zhang Ting rubbed her eyes and looked at Zhang Chu with a dissatisfied face. Let's go. Take you to the food market to buy vegetables. Zhang Chu pulled Zhang Ting and headed for the door. Arriving at the vegetable market, Zhang Chu familiarly walked to a stall selling seafood and said to the stall owner, Boss, pick me a few king crabs and an eastern star spot. Okay. The stall owner responded enthusiastically and quickly fished out a few king crabs and an eastern star spot from the pool. Zhang Chu carefully selected them, and finally chose one of the fattest king crabs and a live eastern star spot. Boss, you can take care of this king crab and eastern star spot for me. I'll come over to pick them up later. After paying, Zhang Chu said to the stall owner. Afterward, Zhang Chu brought Zhang Ting to the other areas to continue purchasing ingredients. Boss, roughly how many pounds is one of your sheep? Zhang Chu arrived at a stall selling mutton and inquired, how big of a sheep do you want? I have both large and small sheep here. The stall owner replied, what's the right size of sheep to roast a whole lamb? Zhang Chu continued to pursue, roasted whole sheep. A sheep of 20 to 30 pounds after processing is about right. And we also provide door-to-door service. As long as you report an address, we will come to your door and roast it for you. Seeing that Zhang Chu was a big customer, the lamb stall owner hurriedly marketed. Yes, Zhang Chu felt it was fine to let the boss pick a sheep and provided him with the address for the door-to-door service. After buying all the ingredients, Zhang Chu and Zhang Ting both carried large bags to the car. This time, Zhang Chu was the chef for the reunion dinner, while Zhang Ting and Zhang Xin played the role. Xin, Ting Ting, you guys go wash the dishes. After putting on the fence and hat, Zhang Chu acted like a chef. Zhang Chu picked up the kitchen knife and cut the treated king crab into pieces. Click kitchen knife and king crab armor. Cordial contact in the kitchen composed a food march. The king crab was dismantled in 3 times, and this time there were 3 ways to eat the crab. One half steamed with garlic, the other half deep fried with salt and pepper, and the crab shells and yolks were steamed with eggs. The steamed half was placed on a plate with ginger and yellow wine to remove the fishy and put it into the steamer on the fire to steam. Will be processed to take out the eastern star spot according to the fish meat. Fish bones separate. Add lard to the pot until all the lard melted. Add onions and ginger. Burst incense into the fish bones fried golden and pour boiling water. Sliced fish fillets. Add egg white. Cornstarch stirred vigorously. A few moments of work after the fish soup has been milky white. Turn off the fire. Will be fish soup filtering. Pour some canola oil in the pot. Add sauerkraut sautéed and poured into the fish soup. Boil down into the slurry good fish fillets. Fish slices. Cooked fish out of the plate and pour the soup. Sprinkle chili peppers, garlic puree. Pouring hot oil instantly the whole kitchen aroma. Chapter 031 National Day Gathering. Zhang Chu skillfully wrapped the other half of the king crab in a thin layer of raw powder, then poured a large amount of oil into the pot. When the oil temperature rose to 50%, he carefully placed the king crab into the pot for deep frying. During the frying process, Zhang Chu holds a spatula and keeps stirring the king crabs in the pot to make sure they don't stick together. When the king crab is golden brown, he quickly pulls it out to drain the oil. Then he waited for the oil to warm up and deep fried the king crabs again until they were fully cooked. Then, leaving some oil in the pan, Zhang Chu put the garlic and chili pepper into the pan to stir-fry the aroma. Immediately after that, he poured the fried king crab into the pot, added an appropriate amount of pepper salt, quickly stir-fried evenly, and finally discharged the pot to plate. At the same time, the dishes in the steamer have also been steamed. Zhang Chu put on his gloves, opened the door of the steamer, took out the steamed garlic king crab, and poured on the pre-fried garlic hot oil while it was still hot. Immediately, the rich garlic aroma hit his nose, making people salivate. Wow, it smells so good. Zhang Ting and Zhang Xin walked into the kitchen with the processed dishes and were immediately attracted by the aroma that filled the room. Ting Ting, come try to see if the chicken stewed on the stove is cooked. Zhang Chu began to assign tasks. Xin, go get a few plates and set up a plate with the cooked food you bought. After saying that, Zhang Chu raised his hand and cut the celery into small pieces. Then, he poured an appropriate amount of oil into the pan, and when the oil was hot, he slid the beef into the pan and stir-fried it until it changed color, and quickly fished it out and set it aside. The pan left a little bottom oil. The celery into the pan, stir-fry a few times over high heat, and then pour the beef seasoning into the stir-fry together. After a few plates of vegetables were stir-fried, the earthen chicken that had been stewed all morning was also ready. The skin was crispy and the meat was rotten, and the chicken soup presented a golden brown color, which was very tempting to look at. Go tell everyone to eat. Zhang Chu wore heat-insulating gloves on his hands and carried the chicken soup, very carefully walking out of the kitchen. In the dining room of Zhang Chu's old family villa, there were many people today, and Zhang Jianming purposely took out a large round table for a family reunion. The round table was filled with dishes, and Zhang Chu took out his cell phone to take a few photos. Shanghai, photos. Mountains and seas, photos. Shanghai, photo. Cindy, is this what your family ate on the 4th of July? Shanghai, I had a small taste of cooking today, and I made this table of dishes in one morning. Cindy, that's great. Awesome. JPG. Cindy, photo. Cindy, my dad made this, and he's a good cook too. Su Mingyue sent the dishes her dad made to Zhang Chu. It was also very rich, with fish, meat, and shrimp, and several of the dishes were actually not Sichuan cuisine. Shanghai, uncle is really great. Uncle is not from Sichuan province. How come there are several dishes from our side? Cindy, so great that you found out. My dad is from Hucheng, Zhejiang province. Shanghai, then we are considered half hometown. Hucheng is just beside my house. Brother, who are you chatting with? Dinner is ready. Zhang Ting's voice came from behind. Okay, I'm coming. Shanghai, I'll eat first. We'll talk later. There's a big dish in the evening to send you then. Bad smile. JPG. On the other side of Rongqing, Su Mingyue was lazily lying on the sofa, playing with her cell phone while waiting for dinner to start. Today was the national day, and she had purposely returned to her parents' home to spend the holiday with her family. A few days later, she would be heading to the Magic City to work, and the chances of reuniting with her family would be reduced then. Wife, who are you chatting with while holding her cell phone? Su Changping was busy in the kitchen, and seeing his daughter's behavior through the kitchen window, he couldn't help but ask his wife Deng Jia. It should be chatting with a friend. Deng Jia replied, knowing that her daughter was already 26 years old and should consider finding a boyfriend. As a father who loved his daughter, Su Changping was a bit worried. Yes, but we have to remind you to be careful. There are too many crooks in society nowadays. It's easy to be fooled. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu was taking out a bottle of long-cherished wine from the wine cabinet. The aroma of this bottle of wine filled the entire room, making people salivate. He smiled and said to Zhang Jianming, "Dad, let's drink this wine today." After saying this, Zhang Chu poured wine into several people's wine glasses. Zhang Guoming took the wine glass, gently sniffed it, and sighed in admiration. This is really a good bottle of wine, with a great aroma. Zhang Jianming and Zhang Jianben also nodded their heads in agreement as they looked forward to savoring the taste of this bottle of wine. After the meal, Zhang Chu sat alone in the living room chatting with Su Mingyue. "Mom, does my brother have a girlfriend?" Zhang Ting guessed. Chu Qin asked curiously. "What's wrong, Ting Ting? I see that he's been holding his cell phone today as if he's chatting with someone. He just finished cooking and he's taking pictures. He didn't have this habit before." When you say it like that, a few days ago he was also chatting with no one tomorrow. Sometimes he even giggled. Chu Qin thought of Zhang Chu's abnormal behavior a few days ago. "Ting Ting, you go to help mom explore your brother. This is your hard work," finished Chu Qin through a certain micro transferred 500 to Zhang Ting. "Thank you mom." Zhang Ting inside the money collected. Shanghai, photo. "Cindy, is this your cat? So cute." Shanghai, "This is my family's meatball. Long and cute but also very well behaved." Zhang Chu sends out text while petting meatball on the side. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the roasted whole goat team that Zhang Chu had taught came over, and 2 people drove a van. "Mr. Zhang, we are the roasted whole goat team you called," 2 tall men said as they walked up to Zhang Chu. They wore uniforms with their team's name and contact information printed on them. "Hello, 2 masters, please come in." Zhang Chu greeted them warmly and handed them 2 cigarettes. Afterwards, he handed the venue over to these 2 professional masters, only to see them skillfully lifting down a huge roasting oven from the van, and then carefully carrying off the rack and the whole sheep that had already been processed. Next, the 2 masters began to show their exquisite skills. One of them quickly set up the rack and placed the sheep firmly on it, while the other built a roaring fire in the oven underneath. Then he keeps turning the sheep to make sure that each side is evenly heated. At the same time, the other chef is not idle. He took a sharp knife, gently cut several slits on the sheep, and then evenly brushed with a layer of secret seasoning, so that the sheep more flavorful. As time passed, the burst of aroma emanating from the charcoal fire intertwined with the tantalizing scent of the lamb itself, gradually permeating the backyard. Under the sizzling of the charcoal fire, the roasted whole lamb niggled and continuously bubbled with golden grease. Let's carry the table out. Tonight, we'll eat the roasted whole lamb in the backyard," Zhang Chu excitedly said to Xin beside him. At this moment, he already had a beautiful scene in his mind for the evening, a warm charcoal fire in the backyard, a group of close friends sitting around the table, enjoying the food while blowing in the cool evening breeze. Chapter 032, Su Mingyue's arrival. In Zhang Chu's family every year, the night of the National Day was the home of the young people, and this time was no exception. And this time the whole thing was bigger than previous years. Young people from Zhang Chu's his family, Zhang Jianben's family, and Zhang Chu's aunt's family were all gathered together. Shanghai, photo. Shanghai, promised you a big meal of roasted whole sheep in the evening. Bad joke. JPG, Cindy, when did I ask you to post pictures of the big meal? Shanghai, actually, I wanted to post it. This bad guy. Su Mingyue was already drooling as she looked at the photo of the roasted whole lamb that Zhang Chu had posted. "Who are you chatting with?" grandmother on Su Mingyue's side asked. "Ah, grandmother is just an ordinary friend," Su Mingyue hurriedly explained. "Is an ordinary friend worth our little Yuer being so excited about?" grandmother asked with a puzzled expression. "No la, grandma. It's just that he just happened to send over a photo of food that looked very tantalizing. So that's why I'm like this," Su Mingyue explained with a red face. "Oh, so that's how it is. But this friend of yours is quite interesting, knowing to share delicious food for you," grandmother said with a smile. In fact, she knew it very well in her heart. "Well, he is indeed quite interesting." Su Mingyue nodded her head. Just then, Zhang Chu sent another message. "Shanghai, how about seeing this roasted whole goat? Did you drool?" Bad smile. JPG, Cindy, humph, just know how to make fun of me. Shanghai, want to eat it? I'll personally roast it for you next time you come to Mordor. Cindy, that's what you said, no backing out. On the other hand, Zhang Chu and his siblings of the same generation were sitting around the campfire, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. The knife scratched on the crispy lamb skin with a moist clamor, and the lamb under the skin was so juicy that the juices flowed out as soon as they were cut open. Zhang Chu picked a piece of lamb chops, gently bite the lamb skin in the mouth, crispy slag. The fat under the skin has been charcoal grilled off, not greasy, wrapped in lettuce and then sprinkled with cumin, a mouthful of satisfaction. Of course Zhang Chu also did not forget to send Su Mingyue to gluttonize her. This bad guy just, no gluttony me. Su Mingyue looked at Zhang Chu sen in her heart spit. The relationship between the two people in the unknowingly more and more intimate. Su Mingyue grandmother looked at the pavilion granddaughter and said, Xiao Yuer, more chat with grandma. You this went to the magic city. Grandma will not know when I can see you again. Grandma, when I'm settled over there, I'll take you over to see the magic city. No need. My little Yuer has grown up and has her own life. Grandma won't bother. Su Mingyue leaned on her grandmother's shoulder just like when she was a child. I've always been grandmother's little Yuer. Su Mingyue's grandmother gently patted Su Mingyue and said, My little Yuer will be married in a few years. No, I don't want to get married, I just want to spend more time with grandma. Su Mingyue and her grandmother chatted, reminiscing about their childhood. Cozy and beautiful. Time passed quickly. Night fell. Stars twinkled in the sky. Su Mingyue softly said to her grandmother, Grandma, I want to sing you a song. Is that okay? Grandma smiled and nodded her head in agreement. Su Mingyue softly sang the children's song that her grandmother used to put her to sleep when she was a child, and her voice was melodious and full of love and fondness for her grandmother. On October 3rd, Zhang Chu's National Day vacation was nearing its end, and he began to pack his bags, preparing to return to the bustling magic city. When Lu Fengqin learned that he was leaving, she picked a large pile of vegetables from the vegetable patch early in the morning, carrying a large bag filled with all kinds of food. These were all vegetables that she had personally grown and were Zhang Chu's favorites. She handed the bag to Zhang Chu with concern in her eyes. Xiao Chua, you must pay attention to safety when driving on the road. Don't drive too fast. Zhang Chu took the bag and smiled as he nodded his head in agreement. Got it, Grandma, I'll be careful. Then, he turned around and opened the car door, placing the bag on the back seat. Then, he glanced back at Lu Fengqin with gratitude in his eyes. All right, Grandma, I'm leaving, you go back too. After saying that, he got into the car and started the engine. The car slowly drove out of the house, and Zhang Chu waved goodbye to Lu Fengqin through the car window. Lu Fengqin stood still, watching the car drift away until it disappeared from sight. October 4th, this day was very special for Zhang Chu, because today was the day that Su Mingyue and Orange came to Magic City. He woke up early and after washing up, he couldn't wait to go out to meet them. He first went to the florist to order a bouquet of flowers, and then called the car forest store to have their car cleaned and refreshed. After arriving in Magic City yesterday, Zhang Chu went to the Voodoo Spring View neighborhood at the first opportunity to reconfirm whether the electrical equipment at home was working properly and double-check the hygiene of the room. Only after everything was properly arranged did he leave with peace of mind. At 12 noon, the flight that Su Mingyue and Orange took landed at Pudong International Airport on time. Finally arrived. After getting off the plane, Orange couldn't help but rub her waist and exclaimed, "The airplane is really fast, but it's still not as comfortable as taking a high-speed train." Su Mingyue on the side hurriedly urged, "Orange, we have to hurry to pick up our luggage. Brother Chu is already waiting outside to pick us up." Okay, Orange agreed on his lips, but in his heart, he couldn't help but mutter secretly, the relationship between the two of them is also progressing too fast. Right, they've actually begun to call Brother Chu. Could it be that I'm missing out on something important? At the same time, at the exit gate of Pudong Airport, Zhang Chu was holding a bouquet of flowers and waiting anxiously. At this moment, he was filled with excitement and nervousness. Not long after, two familiar figures carrying suitcases slowly walked out of the exit gate. Over here, Zhang Chu waved the flowers in his hand while waving to the two. "Welcome to Magic City." Zhang Chu enthusiastically handed the flowers to Su Mingyue. "Thank you." Su Mingyue wore a smile on her face as she gladly accepted the beautiful bouquet of flowers. "Let me take your luggage." Zhang Chu took the two of them to the parking lot with a suitcase in one hand. "Are you guys going to eat first or are you going to look at the house first?" Zhang Chu asked on the way. "Let's go look at the house first. There are snacks on the plane, we're not hungry right now." "Okay, then you guys send me the location of the real estate agent." Zhang Chu opened the trunk and put his suitcase in. Why is this agent's location a bit off in the car? Zhang Chu used his navigation to search and found that the agency was on the edge of the Magic City area. "Mingyue, our house won't be a bit out of the way as well, right?" Orange was starting to get a bit worried. Zhang Chu started the car and prepared to go. "You haven't signed the rental contract yet." "Right, as long as you haven't signed it, it's fine. The big deal is not to rent it. My house has been cleaned up a few days ago. You guys can just turn in your bags and move in. Chapter 033, Renting a Room. After hearing what Zhang Chu said, Su Mingyue couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart and began to worry a bit. We haven't signed the contract yet. We had planned to sign the contract directly to move in if the house is suitable. Zhang Chu hurriedly comforted the two girls. Don't worry, as long as you haven't signed the contract, there won't be too much of a problem. This company called Everyday Rental Agency was the housing agency that Su Mingyue and Orange had found through the internet. Located at the edge of the Magic City area, the actual location was close to the urban and rural areas, and there was only a small store department. With apprehension, Su Mingyue and Orange walked into the store and said softly, "Hello, we made an appointment online before to come over to see the house. May I ask if this is Ms. Su and Ms. Chen?" There was only one staff member in the store at this time. "Yes. Then is it convenient for you to show us the house now?" The housing agent enthusiastically inquired. "Of course. How did you guys get here? Do you need me to arrange a vehicle for you guys to be picked up and dropped off?" Zhang Chu replied on behalf of Su Mingyue and Orange. "Don't bother. We drove here ourselves." "Well then, please follow me." The agent led the crowd to the neighborhood where the rental was located. The neighborhood looked to be quite old. It was a bit closer to the city than where the agent was just now, but the location was still relatively remote. When the people walked into the neighborhood, they were surprised to find that the security guards in the neighborhood security room were all old men. Presumably these old men are retired and re-employed to take up this job. The district was not equipped with an elevator, which undoubtedly brought inconvenience to the people living here. In particular, the house Su Mingyue and Orange were looking at was located on the 7th floor, and without an elevator, going up and down the stairs became a daunting task every time. The internal structure of the house was 2 rooms and 1 hall, with only 1 toilet and bathroom, making it less convenient to use. You can visit as much as you like, and if you have any questions or need to know, you can always ask me, the agent said enthusiastically. Orange curiously asked, "May I ask how much is the rent over here?" "The rent is 6,000 per month. The deposit is 1 month's rent, and the utilities are charged separately every month," the agent replied. Hearing this price, Su Mingyue and Orange immediately lost interest. They originally thought that they could find a cost-effective house, but they didn't realize that the conditions here were not ideal. After all, in Rongcheng, their rent was only 5,000 per month, and the environment was much better. Despite the difference between Rongcheng and the Magic City, such conditions were really hard to accept. Thus, the two decided to look for other suitable housing. "Then we'll go back and think about it first, and I'll give you news then." Su Mingyue and Orange looked at each other before politely saying to the agent, "Okay." The agent understood in his heart that this deal was probably going to be yellow. After all, the quality of the listings here was indeed less than ideal, and from the car that Zhang Chu drove, they could tell that they would not be satisfied. This house really doesn't work. The house is old, there's no elevator, and the security isn't good. On the way back, Zhang Chu kept complaining while driving. His heart had actually been happy for a long time, as he knew that his chance had come. "Let me take you guys to my set of houses to take a look," Zhang Chu proposed in a pretense of relaxation. "Then I'll trouble Brother Chu." Su Mingyue replied gratefully. Su Mingyue watched as the car gradually drove towards the city and asked curiously, "Brother Chu, which district is your house in?" "It's near Lujiazui, just 3 or 4 kilometers from where I live now. If you guys have any problems in the future, you can always come to me," Zhang Chu enthusiastically introduced. The car stopped at the entrance of the Hudu Springview neighborhood, and Zhang Chu brought Su Mingyue and Orange into the neighborhood. Compared to the houses they had seen before, this place was clearly much better. The 3 of them went upstairs to room 801, and as soon as they entered the door, a neat and clean atmosphere came to them. The whole room looks bright and spacious. The furniture is well organized. People feel very comfortable. After looking at the 2 people are very satisfied. Asked how much the suite rent will not be tens of thousands of it? Zhang Chu very atmospheric waved his hand. "Do not need so much. Our friends, 5,000 a month on the line. Do not need to deposit 1 to pay 3. Water and electricity. I will give you an account. You pay on your own," he added with a smile. "I'll let my lawyer draw up a good contract. Definitely won't let you guys suffer. Let's go. It's almost 5 o'clock now. Let's go eat dinner first. You guys leave your luggage here for now and come back later to pack it up." Zhang Chu glanced at the time and warmly invited the 2 to dine together. After an afternoon of running around, Zhang Chu had long been famished, and he decided to take Su Mingyue and Orange to savor some food. They arrived at Xin Rongji, a restaurant known for its exquisite dishes. Zhang Chu smiled and said to Su Mingyue and Orange, "I'll treat you guys to this meal. Last time when I arrived in Rongcheng, you guys also treated me." Zhang Chu purposely booked this meal in advance and asked Xin Rongji to find a way to get a wild rhubarb fish. This was because this precious ingredient was very rare nowadays, and could be considered unattainable. New Rongji store manager Wan was very knowledgeable and immediately arranged a quiet compartment for them to ensure that the dining environment was free from outside interference. Waiter, give us a dish of chili sauce here. Zhang Chu very thoughtfully asked the store for a dish of chili sauce, fearing that the two of them, Orange and Su Mingyue, would not be accustomed to eating Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine. Zhang boss, you know a lot about food. Orange was conquered by this store. Not spicy dishes can actually be so delicious. Do not need that chili sauce. Xin Rongji. The taste is very suitable for the public. I usually use it as a canteen. Zhang Chu used his male chopsticks to clip a piece of rhubarb fish into Su Mingyu's bowl. This is wild rhubarb fish. It's usually very rare to be paired with this rice cake sticky giblets. You guys will like it a lot. Thank you, brother Chu. Su Mingyue clamped up the rhubarb fish in the mouth, very fresh meat into garlic cloves. And then the rhubarb fish soup poured on the glutinous kirikiri rice cake is very tasty. Wow, really delicious. Orange couldn't help but marvel. This fish meat is so tender. And it's not fishy at all. Yeah, this dish is really unique. Su Mingyue concurred. There's also this rice cake. It's soft and sweet, and paired with the rhubarb fish's soup, it's simply excellent. Zhang Chu smiled as he watched them enjoying their food, feeling very satisfied in his heart. He continued to use his male chopsticks to serve them the dishes, while introducing the characteristics and preparation methods of each dish. This sand garlic bean noodle is also one of their house's signatures, with a rich texture and delicious flavor. Zhang Chu said, there's also this crispy skin chicken, with crispy skin and tender meat, and an overflowing aroma. Wow, all of these dishes look so delicious. Orange said excitedly, Boss Zhang, you're really good at ordering food. Ha ha, as long as you guys are happy eating. Zhang Chu said with a smile. Under Zhang Chu's leadership, the three of them happily savored a delicious dish and enjoyed this feast for their taste buds. Chapter 034, Touring the Magic City. After finishing dinner, Zhang Chu drove his car and brought Su Mingyue and Orange back to the Hudu Springview neighborhood. Due to the delay during the day, they had to simply decorate the home this evening, or else they would have to go out for the night. Su Mingyue and Orange didn't bring too many things with them when they came, only some changes of clothes and toiletries. As for quilts and such, they were prepared to purchase ready-made ones when they arrived here. Zhang Chu brought the two of them to a nearby home store to pick out quilts, sheets, and other bedding. Fortunately, the dishes and chopsticks were all readily available in the house, so there was no need to purchase any additional ones. By the time this new home was simply decorated, it was already past 9 in the evening. This was really tiring for Zhang Chu, who had been busy all day, and he yawned several times in a row. You guys take an early rest. If there's anything, you can go ahead and seek help from Brother Wang of the security team. Tomorrow, I will take you guys to Magic City for a stroll so that you can familiarize yourselves with the place. Zhang Chu said, this is the key to the house. One for each of you guys to keep it safe. Zhang Chu handed the 2 keys to Su Mingyue and Orange. Brother Chu, be careful on the road. Su Mingyue watched Zhang Chu leave with reluctance in her eyes. Good morning, Mr. Zhan. Good morning, Brother Wang. At 7:30 in the morning, Zhang Chu drove to the entrance of the Hudu Springview neighborhood. He purposely moved half an hour earlier with the purpose of coming to pick up Su Mingyue and Orange. Today's weather was very good. The sun was shining brightly and the breeze was blowing on the face, very suitable for going out to play. Zhang Chu drove his car into the neighborhood in a happy mood and drove directly to the downstairs of Building A. Usually, he always parked his car in his own exclusive parking space, but he did not do so today. He knew that at this time of the day, most of the surrounding residents had yet to go out and would not affect the passage of others. Moreover, the residents here were basically elites working in the nearby Lujiazui, living at a relatively slow pace, and usually didn't go out until around 8:30 p.m. Therefore, he did not have to worry at all about blocking other people's way. After all, ordinary people simply couldn't afford to buy the expensive properties here. Just then, Su Mingyue and Orange came downstairs holding hands and laughing. Did you sleep well last night? Was there anything you weren't used to? Zhang Chu inquired with concern. Orange happily replied, quite good. I have to say, your bed is really comfortable. As soon as I lay on it, I felt my whole body relax and quickly went to dreamland. Zhang Chu first took Su Mingyue and Orange to a breakfast store near the vegetable market, which sold the traditional breakfast of the Magic City, with a wide variety of items, including the 4 greats, donut, baked cake, soy milk and sticky rice, pan-fried dumplings, fried dumplings, and beef vermicelli soup. You guys see what you want to eat first. I'll order first, Zhang Chu said to the 2 men. Speaking in a fluent vernacular, he ordered from the owner, boss, I'd like 1 or 2 pan-fried dumplings, 1 or 2 fried dumplings, and a bowl of salted soy milk. Su Mingyue looked at every single thing on the store's menu and wanted to eat it, but in the end, she made a difficult choice. She said, I'll have a bowl of curry beef vermicelli soup and 1 or 2 raw dumplings. Orange followed suit and said, boss, I'll have the same as hers. Okay, the boss answered. The store was very busy at this time. and he had no time to care about anything else. After Zhang Chu paid, the three of them started looking for seats. Since the store was overcrowded, it took them a lot of effort to find an empty table. Due to the lack of manpower, customers needed to go to the front of the store to pick up their food themselves. What are you doing here? Orange curiously looked at the bowl in Zhang Chu's hand, which was a bowl of food she had never seen before. Salted soybean milk with squash, fritters, soy sauce and scallions. It's very tasty, Zhang Chu explained with a smile before using a spoon to scoop a spoonful of salted soy milk into her mouth. Ah, no way. How could there be such a thing as salted soy milk? Shouldn't soy milk be sweet? The salted soy milk confused Orange so much that she couldn't understand this new thing at all. I've been used to drinking salted soy milk since I was a kid and I don't feel comfortable with sweet soy milk instead, Zhang Chu said as he took another large sip of salted soy milk, his satisfaction overflowing. After breakfast, Zhang Chu prepared to take Su Mingyue and Orange to Disneyland. This was a request that the two of them had made yesterday. After all, every girl had a princess dream in her heart, and Disneyland was undoubtedly the place to realize that dream. When they arrived at the entrance of Disneyland, they were stunned by the sight in front of them, long lines snaking around. People rushing to line up early just to get into the park earlier. Some people even hit the ground running here last night. Why is the line so long? Orange looked at the line in front of her, a hint of regret on her face. Zhang Chu swore, "Don't worry, we don't need to line up. You guys just follow me." "But, shouldn't we go to the door over there?" one of them asked doubtfully. However, the two still chose to trust Zhang Chu and followed him closely. They moved farther and farther away from the entrance and eventually arrived at a mysterious gate. There were no other people lined up here, only a tightly closed door and a tiny window. "We want to go inside." Zhang Chu pulled out a mysterious black card from his pocket and handed it to the staff at the window. "All right, sir, there will be a special car over here to pick up you and the two beautiful ladies to enter the park." The window staff received the black card and after carefully verifying it, he replied respectfully. Just then, the mysterious door slowly opened with a heavy sound. The window staff walked from inside to Zhang Chu and handed the black card back to him with both hands. Afterward, a carriage that looked like a princess riding in a fairy tale came out of the door and drove straight towards them, stopping steadily in front of them. "Two princesses, please get on board." Zhang Chu elegantly bent down like a knight and invited the two to board the carriage. Su Mingyue and Orange on the carriage were in a mood that could not be calmed for a long time. Zhang Chu's mysterious black card was able to allow them to not have to queue up to enter Disneyland and still be received by the park authorities at a high level. Because of the privilege of Zhang Chu's mysterious black card, they did not need to wait in line to play various projects in the scenic area. Therefore, in just one morning's time, they completed the projects that other tourists needed a whole day to experience. For example, the two hottest programs in the scenic area, Flying Horizon and Heat Tracking, which usually require 2 to 3 hours of queuing, were directly arranged by the scenic area to cut in line. Such a tight schedule caused them to be more tired than others, so they decided to find a place to rest a little. However, when they had just sat down and started to enjoy their food, Orange took out snacks from his bag, and was immediately stopped by the staff of the nearby scenic spot. Chapter 035, Conflict. Who allowed you guys to bring food privately? According to the rules of the scenic area, tourists are not allowed to bring food into the area and must consume the food provided in the scenic area. The scenic staff nonchalantly snatched Orange's backpack with one hand and prepared to search it. "You give me back my bag." Orange tried to retrieve her bag, but the other staff member held on tightly and the two got into a fierce tug-of-war. "Who gave your scenic spot the power to stop tourists from carrying food?" Seeing this, Zhang Chu also quickly joined the confrontation, and with a hard pull, he managed to snatch Orange's bag back. "Someone is causing trouble in Area A, quickly come over a few people to help deal with it." The staff saw the situation and hurriedly called for backup. "Kid, you wait." The scenic staff put down a harsh sentence. The scenic area has never had a tourist who dared to be so arrogant. Inside the scenic area, the scenic party is the sky. Anyone has to abide by the scenic area rules. Who dares to make trouble in the scenic area? The scenic support arrived. Each one is fierce and vicious. "Captain, just the three of them actually violated the rules of the scenic spot. Actually dared to carry food privately and still not let me search." That staff member had a smug face as if to say, "Boy, you're finished. Round them up." The man in charge ordered his subordinates as he saw that there were no tourists around. Zhang Chu was really angry, but he didn't get angry and just said coldly, "Who gave you permission to treat the tourists like this? Tell your leaders to get their asses over here. Just you still want to see our leader? Come on people, kick the three of them out of here." The man in charge laughed, actually wanting to see their leader. What a big bully. Zhang Chu sneered and looked around at the security guards. "Is this how you treat tourists? What's going on?" At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over. He was one of the people in charge of the scenic spot. Seeing this scene, he frowned and asked, "Manager, these three people are not cooperating with the inspection and are trying to break into the scenic spot." that staff member said in a very flattering manner. Oh, the middle-aged man looked at Zhang Chu and the others, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Don't you know the rules here? Rules? Zhang Chu snorted. Are your so-called rules just bullying people? How dare you? The middle-aged man's face sank. If you dare to act wild here, do you believe that I will call the police to arrest you? Call the police? Zhang Chu laughed out loud. Fine, go ahead and report it. But before that, I will first complain to the relevant departments about your scenic spot service attitude and management style. Why don't you guys kick them out of here? Did the scenic spot race you so that you can eat dry rice? I will solve the rest of the matter, said the security chief with a flattering face. Stop. At this time a voice came from not far away. It was the Chinese general manager of the scenic spot. The general manager of the scenic spot, Fong Bo, walked straight towards Zhang Chu, and when he reached Zhang Chu, he gave Zhang Chu a very standard Japanese bow. I'm very sorry, Mr. Zhang. Just now, the people below told me that you came over. I didn't think that the people below had offended you. I'm very sorry. Humph, you guys have such a big rack. You are not allowed to bring food into the park. Zhang Chu lightly grunted. Snap, snap, snap. General manager of the scenic area, Fong Bo, gave every scenic staff present a slap. Dogs with such big guts actually dare to treat Mr. Zhang like this. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, we were wrong. A row of people bowed and apologized to Zhang Chu. Mr. Fong, go and tell John that your company is too noble. Our small family in Alpine is not worthy of working with you. After Zhang Chu put down these words, his eyes looked at Fong Bo with an icy cold look before he turned around and left with Su Mingyue and Orange. When Fong Bo heard these words, his face instantly turned as white as paper, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew that he had made a big mistake, and if he couldn't salvage the situation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, he hurriedly chased after Zhang Chu and the others, stopping them and bowing once again in apology. Mr. Zhang, I'm very sorry. This is all the responsibility of our scenic spot. We will definitely correct it. Please give us a chance. However, Zhang Chu did not pay any attention to him and just looked at him coldly as if he was looking at a stranger. Seeing this, Fong Bo became more and more anxious in his heart, and hurriedly said, Two ladies, I'm really sorry. This time, this matter is entirely our scenic spot's fault. Our scenic spot is willing to do our best to satisfy one of the two ladies' desires, and we hope to be forgiven by you. After saying that, he bowed deeply again. Fong Bo secretly grumbled in his heart. If he angered that mysterious big brother because of this matter, causing him to withdraw his investment, then he was afraid that he would be in a desperate situation. At that time, the head office side would definitely not let him off easily, and might even make him end up in a miserable situation. Thus, no matter what, he had to find a way to salvage the situation and gain Zhang Chu's understanding as much as possible. I am a person who has always been generous and merciful, and I am happy to give you guys a chance. Disneyland is committed to allowing every visitor to fulfill their princess and prince dreams, and every visitor who comes here is an honored prince and princess, Zhang Chu said blandly. Afterward, he turned around and led the two away. Hearing these words, Fong Bo felt relieved and nodded his head repeatedly to show that he understood. Alright, Mr. Zhang, I'll immediately arrange for someone to rectify the situation. This was his only chance to keep his job. After Zhang Chu left, the smile on Fong Bo's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy face. He glared viciously at the few staff members just now and roared, You guys, get the hell out of here and go find the finance to settle your wages right away. I never want to see you guys again, and you'll never be able to find a job in Magic City. Boss Zhang, thank you so much just now. If it wasn't for your timely appearance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Orange thanked Zhang Chu with a grateful face. It's nothing, I'm just not used to seeing those people. A bunch of self-righteous guys. Zhang Chu waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. Boss Zhang, what exactly is your status? To be able to make the other side fear so much, Orange couldn't help but ask curiously. She knew that Zhang Chu was regarded as a big shot in the circle, but his exact identity had always been a mystery. You can go to Chengdu and search for Zhang Chu and you'll be able to understand my identity. Zhang Chu replied calmly. Oh, is that so? Orange doubtfully clicked on the search engine and typed in the words Zhang Chu. When she saw the search results, she couldn't help but be surprised. No way, Zhang Chu, is this really you? Su Mingyue on the side also curiously came over and took the phone from Orange. She looked carefully at the content on the screen, and was similarly too shocked to speak. Well, this is me. This phrase was compiled 4 years ago, and I specifically explained to Chengdu not to upload my picture. Zhang Chu explained gently. Chapter 036, Hanging Out in Magic City. Holy, Big Brother is right beside me. Orange used a nationalist expression to express her mood at this moment. The Big Brother that she could only see on TV was actually beside him. This made her feel both surprised and excited, as if she was in a dream. What Big Brother or not, I'm just an ordinary person who also has likes and dislikes, eats, drinks, and sleeps. There's no difference at all when I walk on the street," Zhang Chu said with a smile, his tone revealing a sense of calmness and humility. Despite his enormous wealth and outstanding achievements, he always maintained a clear understanding of his identity and viewed himself as an ordinary person. This low-key and authentic attitude made people couldn't help but feel more favorable towards him. "Where do you guys want to go for a stroll this afternoon?" Zhang Chu changed the topic, trying to ease the atmosphere. He knew that for these young people, exploring new places and experiencing fresh things was an important part of their traveling. "Why don't you take us to the Oriental Pearl Tower and the Bund to take a stroll? They say that when you come to Magic City, you must go to the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower," Su Mingyue proposed excitedly. Anticipation shone in her eyes, as if she couldn't wait to enjoy the unique charm of the city. Zhang Chu nodded his head in agreement. "Okay, no problem, but for now, let's go eat something first. The Bund will look better at night." He knew that the Bund was at its most beautiful at night. The bright lights and bustling night scenery would bring unrivaled visual enjoyment. "Good, I'm hungry too." Because of the dispute over Disney just now, the three of them were still hungry up to now. Zhang Chu parked his car on the street. "You guys wait in the car for a bit, I'll get off and go buy some things." After getting out of the car, Zhang Chu went straight to a dim sum store. Once inside the store, there were customers who came to buy dim sum. "I want 6 fresh meat mooncakes." Zhang Chu smelled the aroma of freshly baked mooncakes. His mouth was already watering. "I'm sorry, sir, we've sold out of mooncakes in this pot. The next pot will take another 10 minutes. Please wait for a while," the sales clerk said apologetically. "Okay, then please hurry up." Zhang Chu could only wait helplessly. Finally, after some time, the mooncakes were freshly baked. After paying, Zhang Chu took the mooncakes and returned to the car. "Come and try the freshly baked fresh meat mooncakes." Back in the car, Zhang Chu distributed the mooncakes to Su Mingyue and Orange. "This is a mooncake? Fresh meat?" Orange looked at the mooncake that Zhang Chu handed over and was confused. "Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai special fresh meat mooncake. Only in this area." Zhang Chu introduced and picked up a piece of mooncake. A bite of freshly baked lasagna crust crumbled in the mouth, and then the juice exploded in the mouth. It was really delicious. No wonder so many people came to buy it. "Wow, this flavor is really special." Su Mingyue was able to accept it because her grandmother had bought her fresh meat mooncakes when she was a child in her dad's hometown. As for Orange, a native of Sichuan province, she tasted a fresh meat mooncake for the first time in her life. Her knowledge of more than 20 years was instantly turned upside down. The original mooncake had a savory flavor, and it was even wrapped with meat filling. However, when she took her first bite, she unexpectedly found that this peculiar flavor was actually still acceptable. The next day was the Mid-Autumn Festival, which would be the first festival they spent in Magic City. During the meal, Zhang Chu mentioned this matter. "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. This should be the first festival you guys spend in Magic City. Do you guys have any special plans?" When Su Mingyue heard this, she looked up at Zhang Chu and asked softly, "Brother Chu, do you have any other arrangements for tomorrow?" "We've discussed it with Orange and would like to treat you to a meal to thank you for taking care of us during this period of time." Zhang Chu smiled and waved his hand as he replied, "I already have arrangements. Thank you for your kindness. I've invited a few friends who are also unable to go home for the holidays to come to my house to get together. You guys should come along too." Su Mingyue somewhat embarrassedly excused herself. "That's not too good. Would it be too much trouble for you?" Zhang Chu hurriedly shook his head and explained, "Don't be polite. It's just everyone getting together for a festival. And you guys haven't been to my house, so it's a good time to take this opportunity to get to know my friends." After the meal, Zhang Chu brought Su Mingyue and Orange to the Oriental Pearl Tower, one of the landmarks of Magic City. This is the Oriental Pearl Tower. It's so tall. The two of them, Orange and Su Mingyue, looked up at the top of the Oriental Pearl Tower from underneath the tower, which was even more spectacular and taller than what they had seen on the internet. The three of them first took the elevator to the upper half of the second ball, which had a wide view and could overlook the entire bustling scene of the Magic City. Not far away, the Lujiazui three-piece suite towers majestically. The Huangpu River rushes on, its surface sparkling. The Bund has a long history, with different architectural styles, so that it is as if people traveled to the past. Zhang Chu excitedly pointed his finger to the distance and began to introduce, "Look, that's the famous Lujiazui three-piece suite. The tallest building is the Magic City Center building, which has a unique shape that resembles an egg beater. The building next to it is the World Financial Center, WFC, which is jokingly called the Corkscrew. Before the Magic City Center was built, it was the tallest building in Magic City. My company used to be located there. There's also that building on the far right, called the Economic and Trade Building, which looks like a syringe." Su Mingyue looked in the direction Zhang Chu was pointing, her eyes flashing with curiosity and amazement. She could not help but exclaim, "You're right. The appearance of these buildings is indeed very distinctive, very graphic and vivid. Then, Zhang Chu pointed to the 3 tall buildings on the other side and proudly said, "Those 3 houses are where I live now, Kafko Sea View 1. With an excellent view of the Huangpu River. It's simply beautiful. You see the building on the side of the Magic City Center building is now my company location Alpine Tower. Although not as good as the 3-piece suite but in Lujiazui is also very famous. The whole building has 60 floors with 222 meters high. The building is called Alpine Mansion. This building wouldn't all be your company, right?" Orange asked curiously as she suddenly realized this surprising detail. "That's right, the entire building is indeed owned by our company, but it is also partially rented out to the public," Zhang Chu explained with a smile. Afterward, they passed through the stairs to the lower half of the second ball. There was a brightly lit glass stack here, which not only allowed them to enjoy the magnificent view of Lujiazui in the distance, but also overlooked the plaza below. However, for those who are afraid of heights, this is certainly a great challenge. "Come on, give me your hand. Don't look down," Zhang Chu tenderly said to Su Mingyue and extended his hand to her side. Su Mingyue did not dare to easily step onto the trestle because of her severe fear of heights, but deep down, she was very eager to try it out. Su Mingyue held Zhang Chu's hand tightly and followed his advice, her gaze always forward, carefully taking her first step and stepping onto the glass trestle. With a successful first step, the next steps became easier and easier. The two walked slowly hand in hand, enjoying this unique experience. Chapter 037, Cuisine and Night View of the Bund, Up. After strolling around the Oriental Pearl Tower, night fell. The sky was brushed with a layer of black like ink. A round of bright moon hung high in the sky. Next to it were dotted with a few bright stars, just like a beautiful painting. There's a store near the Bund that's still in the old foreign house that does delicious bengang dishes. I'll take you guys to try it. Zhang Chu smiled and said to Su Mingyue in Orange. At this time, they had just finished their tour of the Oriental Pearl Tower, and the time had already come to more than 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Chu suggested that they all taste some authentic local dishes together, which was also a token of his appreciation for Su Mingyue in Orange. So, the 3 of them went to this old foreign house restaurant located on the Bund, Guiyuan. Guiyuan restaurant is located in an old building on the Bund of Magic City. This old house has 100 years of history and has witnessed the development of Magic City. It is named Guiyuan because of the many osmanthus trees planted around it. There are many 100-year-old osmanthus trees in the garden, which are like witnesses of the years and have become one of the precious historical relics of Magic City. When Zhang Chu walked into the Gui garden, storekeeper Jean immediately warmly came forward to greet him. "Boss, you're here." Zhang Chu smiled and nodded in response. Then, without hesitation, he gave instructions to shopkeeper Jean. "Lao Jean, prepare an open-air table for us, let Oldly cook a few of his specialties, and prepare half a roast goose and 3 pigeons." Storekeeper Jean quickly recorded Zhang Chu's request and replied, "Yes, boss." He then led the crowd to the private rooms while arranging for the chefs to prepare the delicacies. "Boss Zhang, do you own this store?" Orange asked curiously. The current her was no longer surprised by Zhang Chu's wealth. After all, habit becomes nature. She had already been shocked countless times during this day. "Yes, this store is owned by me. This townhouse is also mine, and the several townhouses in the neighborhood are also my properties," Zhang Chu said indifferently, without the slightest hint of showing off in his tone. In reality, he had already lost track of how many properties he actually owned, and these were just a part of life for him. "Boss, your squab is here." Shopkeeper Jean personally served the food with a warm smile on his face. However, when he saw Zhang Chu, he couldn't help but complain. "Boss, next time you remember to make a reservation in advance. The squab is rationed every day. What are they going to do if you eat what the other guests ordered?" Zhang Chu smiled faintly in understanding. "Okay, I know Lao Jean." Lao Jean continued to nag. "And boss, you don't even come to the store for a month. Other people's bosses will at least come once a month. But you're fine, you can't even be seen." He kept spouting. In his eyes, Zhang Chu as a boss was really too incompetent. However, he also understood that a big boss like Zhang Chu must have a lot going on. "Old Jean, why is our family squab limited and New Rongji's squab not limited?" Zhang Chu hurriedly changed the topic. His image in front of Su Mingyue had to be maintained. "Boss, you have the nerve to talk about Xin Rongji. The number of times you go to Xin Rongji to eat in a month is more than the number of times you come to the store to eat in a year. You're affecting Guiyuan's image in Shanghai's dining world." When Lao Jean heard Zhang Chu mention Xin Rongji, he blew out his beard in anger. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Chu was his boss, he really wanted to severely beat Zhang Chu up. How could there be a boss who went to other restaurants to eat more often than in his own store? "I know, Lao Jean. I'm not doing this to save the store's costs," Zhang Chu replied somewhat sheepishly. In fact, he didn't really want to save money. He just didn't want to listen to old Jean nagging him anymore. If he didn't happen to be in the neighborhood today, he wouldn't have bothered to come over. Old Jean was good at everything, and Zhang Chu was very relieved to leave the store in his hands. But it was his mouth that was just too nagging. and he also disliked Zhang Chu from time to time. Boss, even if you eat 3 meals a day at the store, even if you eat sea cucumbers and abalone all the time, our store will definitely not go bankrupt. Our store's profit for a day is enough for you to eat for a week. Besides, you're such a big boss. You're not going to watch your store go out of business by eating yourself, right? Old Jean glared at Zhang Chu without any good humor and continued. Alright Lao Jean, go ahead and get busy. You're affecting my dining like this. I'm also a customer. Zhang Chu hurriedly drove Lao Jean down. His words were really too much of an appetite affecter. Old Jean is a nagging person, Zhang Chu said while chucking a piece of pigeon into each of Su Mingwei and Orange's bowls, and then said with a smile, quickly taste the specialties of our store. There isn't a single restaurant in the entire Magic City that can do it better than our store. Hearing Zhang Chu say that, Su Mingwei and Orange both looked at the pigeon in their bowls with some anticipation, then carefully picked it up and put it into their mouths. When they bit down, a rich fragrance instantly filled the air, causing them to close their eyes and enjoy the satisfaction that the food brought. Thank you, Su Mingwei said softly. Her voice was gentle and melodious, making people hear it like a spring breeze. Then, she picked up the pigeon in the bowl and gently bit into it with her small cherry mouth, only to see the reddish-colored pigeon skin explode in her mouth. The juice was overflowing, mouth-watering. At this time, the waiter served up a plate of roast goose with excellent color and flavor. The roast goose's outer skin was reddish in color and looked very enticing. Zhang Chu skillfully picked up a piece of roast goose, then dipped it into the sweet and sour plum sauce and sent it into his mouth. He savored it, feeling the elasticity and tenderness of the goose meat, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This flavor is truly excellent." Just as everyone was savoring the delicious taste, Lao Jean brought 2 cups of the store's special drinks. He said enthusiastically, "Come 2 beauties. This is our store's special drink. It's good for the skin." Su Mingwei and Orange took the drinks and smiled in appreciation. However, Zhang Chu on the side was a bit dissatisfied as he looked at Lao Jean and asked, "Where's Lao Jin's for me? How come you only prepared it for the 2 beauties and forgot about me? Do you still have me as your boss in your eyes?" Lao Jean quickly explained, "I'm sorry, boss. You don't come here often. I didn't know what you like to drink, so I didn't prepare it for you. If you want to drink, you can go to the bar over there and see if there's anything you like. If you want me to get you a drink, remember to come to the store a few more times in the future so I can remember." Zhang Chu sighed helplessly, thinking that old Jean had gone too far to forget to prepare drinks for him. However, he didn't want to affect everyone's mood because of this little thing, so he got up and went to the bar, and got himself a can of coconut tree coconut juice, which he had been drinking since he was a child, and the model on it was not only beautiful but also had a big chest. Chapter 038 Cuisine and Night View of the Bund. Next, when Zhang Chu went downstairs to fetch the drinks, the dishes had all been served. These dishes were all the signature dishes of the Gue Yuan restaurant, and they were mouth-watering: emerald lobster balls, braised lobster brisket, 4 heads of loose abalone with braised pork, hand-peeled crystal shrimp with crab meat, thinly broiled snowflake beef short ribs with black garlic, and 8 treasures gourd duck. It was a pleasant night, and the 3 of them sat at the rooftop alfresco table, blowing in the night breeze and enjoying the stunning night view of the Bund not far away. This 8 treasures gourd duck is our store's signature dish, and the production process is quite tedious, Zhang Chu introduced while using a knife and fork to cut the duck open. The duck had already been stripped of its bones and had been carefully cooked for a long time, so there was no need to make any effort to cut it open with a light touch. The knife and fork gently cut through the duck, and the 8 treasures of rice wrapped inside were immediately exposed. Eat it while it's hot. Once the 8 treasures rice inside cools down, the flavor will be greatly reduced, Zhang Chu said, using a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of 8 treasures rice into his mouth. The belly of the 8 treasures duck was stuffed full of ingredients, including glutinous rice, quinoa ham, dried scallops, abalone, 5 flour meat, chestnuts, Cantonese sausage, cayenne, and pork ribs, etc., which were perfectly blended with the store's chef's secret soy sauce, and then stuffed into the belly of the deboned duck in the shape of a lovely gourd. The preparation process is even more complicated, with the duck first deep-fried until golden brown, then broiled until fully cooked, and finally steamed in a pot. In this way, the fresh flavor of the duck fully penetrates into the 8 treasures of rice, making people mouth-watering. Wow! The glutinous rice inside this duck is really delicious, with an oily texture, full of the fresh flavor of the duck and the fresh aroma of abalone, dried scallops, and seafood such as shrimp skin, cayenne. In addition, the distinctive flavors of ham and Chinese sausage were incorporated, and the flavors of each ingredient complemented each other without being overpowering. Orange raved after tasting the glutinous rice in the 8 treasure duck. Zhang Chu used his chopsticks to pick up the duck meat while explaining, "As a result, this dish has become our store's signature dish. If you want to savor it, you need to make a reservation in advance. Oh, because the production process is really tedious. Not only is the stuffing inside the 8 treasures duck amazing, even the duck meat itself is no less impressive. The duck meat was stewed to the point of being soft and falling off the bone, and after the complex cooking process, all of the flavors seeped deeply into it, leaving one with a lingering aftertaste. Zhang Chu picked up a dinner fork and gently speared a 4-headed dried abalone, then carefully sliced it open with the knife and fork, placing the juicy dried abalone on top of the rice and topping it with the rich soup. Normally, other restaurants would use abalone sauce to cook the dried abalone, but Guiyuan uniquely chose to serve it with braised pork. They first soak and cook the dried abalone well, then put it into the carefully cooked braised pork, simmer it for an hour, and finally take out the braised pork to continue cooking. This unique approach allows the dried abalone to fully absorb the flavor of the braised meat while maintaining its own freshness. Wow! The texture of this abalone is marvelous. Surprisingly, it's a bit sticky to the teeth like fudge, completely different from the abalone I've eaten before. Su Mingyue could not help but exclaim after tasting the delicious abalone. Zhang Chu smiled as he explained, "This is a 4-headed loose abalone. After a special process, its interior is in a semi-solidified state like a loose egg. Thus the taste is different from ordinary fresh abalone." As he spoke, he gently pinched a piece of abalone and showed it to Su Mingyue. At this time, Lao Jin walked in with the after-dinner dessert and asked with a smile, "Two beautiful ladies, are you still satisfied with your meal?" Su Mingyue and Orange looked at each other and replied in unison, "Very satisfied. Every dish is delicious." In fact, every dish on the table was very much to their liking. As Zhang Chu watched this scene, his heart turned a little sour and he couldn't help but say to Lao Jin, "Lao Jin, have you taken the wrong medicine today? Why have you suddenly become so attentive?" Lao Jin, however, replied nonchalantly, "No, I'm quite normal. I'm just enthusiastically serving every god." Zhang Chu frowned and continued to pursue, "Then have you forgotten that there is another god over here?" He pointed a finger at himself. Old Jin laughed and said bluntly, "I only have 2 gods here. Ah, and a boss who doesn't do anything." He wasn't afraid of Zhang Chu at all and even directly disliked him. After saying this, Old Jin turned to Su Mingyue and Orange and said, "Two ladies, you take your time to eat, I'll go and get busy first." Then, like wiping oil from his feet, he quickly slipped away, fearing that he would be opened up by Zhang Chu. The Bund on the National Day was full of tourists who came here in admiration, and the previously lively Bund became even more lively. After dinner at Guiyuan, the 3 of them walked to the Bund not far away to take a walk, all as an antidote. "It's now more than 10 o'clock at night, and the opposite side is still brightly lit," said Orange, looking at the time and looking across the brightly lit buildings in the Lujiazui financial district. "Overtime is normal in the financial industry. 996 is really a blessing for them. High income represents high payment," said Zhang Chu. "I just started my business that 2 years sleeping in the company is the norm. At that time going home before 12 o'clock was a luxury. So it's normal for your company to work overtime, and your Alpine mansion is also brightly lit." Su Mingyue said as she looked at the brightly lit Alpine mansion in the distance. "My company does work overtime. It's still mainly focused on investment and the internet, but they do have overtime pay, and 3 consecutive days of overtime work will result in a mandatory day off." "That's so. It seems like your company is still more humane." Su Mingyue nodded and said. Zhang Chu said with a serious face, "Isn't this something I should do? This has nothing to do with humanity. My employees are equally human. They all have their own families and loved ones. Everyone is the pillar of a family. Only by letting them live well can they be more at ease with their work." Zhang Chu never felt that he was a good person, but he always thought that he was a good capitalist. From the very beginning of his business, he always paid attention to the needs of his employees and gave them welfare benefits that far exceeded the level of the same industry. Because of this, the loyalty of Alpine Group's employees was far better than that of other companies. Orange was very concerned about their wages and asked curiously, "Boss Zhang, just how high is the average wage in your company?" Zhang Chu smiled faintly and replied, "This specifically depends on different positions, but in general, our company's average salary is about 20% or so higher than our peers, and in the case of frontline workers, it will be about 30% higher." Hearing this, Orange's eyes glistened. "Do you think I can go to your company? What's your education? 985 or 211? Do you have any experience in the related industry? Have you interned in an industry T3 company?" Chapter 039 Mid-Autumn Family Feast. Up. "Isn't it your company that is so demanding? I was just joking. You don't have to take it seriously." Boss Zhang Orange explained with a smile while a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. She knew that her words just now were a bit presumptuous, but she did not want Zhang Chu to misunderstand. Compared to working in a company, Orange preferred the freedom of being a photographer. Although a photographer's salary and development prospects might not be as high as working in a company, this career was more in line with his inner pursuit of freedom. As a photographer, She didn't have to be bound by company rules and regulations and could work at her own pace and preference. This freedom made him feel incredibly happy and satisfied. Zhang Chu smiled and responded, although my company isn't listed and isn't one of the top 500 in the world, it's a major taxpayer in Magic City. It's only natural that our requirements for talents would be a bit higher. His tone revealed his pride and confidence in his company. The media company under my company is short of photographers. If you're willing, I can recommend you over. However, Orange didn't seem to be impressed as she politely declined. Thank you for your kind words, Boss Zhang, but I still prefer to be a freelance photographer and don't want to be restricted by fixed working hours and tasks. This way, I can better utilize my creativity and inspiration. Zhang Chu nodded in understanding. Alright, since you have your own plans, I won't force you. If you change your mind or need help in the future, you can always look for me. He knew that everyone had their own choices and pursuits, and couldn't force others to follow the same path. After chatting for a while, the three of them continued to walk along the Bund. There is a saying that there are really a lot of tourists on the National Day. Even at 10 o'clock in the evening, the Bund is still a sea of people. No wonder it is said that the former Magic City 10 miles of ocean fireworks, paper and gold Shanghai Bund. Light a Bund is so lively. Orange stood on the Bund observation deck, looking at the bright lights and bustling crowds on both sides of the Huangpu River, and couldn't help but emote. This is nothing. The prosperity of Magic City now is not comparable to what it used to be. Zhang Chu smiled. He knew far more about Magic City than Orange. When there is an opportunity, I will take you guys to see the real prosperity of Magic City. Boss, I want this chicken. Kill it for me. In front of the stall selling live poultry in the vegetable market, Zhang Chu picked a plump old hen. The stall owner skillfully put the live chicken on the scale. Alright boss, 200 in total. I've been with you for so long just to buy a live chicken? Lu Ming, who had come along to buy food, couldn't help but ask. Zhang Chu smiled and explained. You don't know, in the entire Magic City, it's not easy to find a place where you can buy a live chicken, the stall owner said while plucking the feathers. Two bosses. There aren't many places in the entire Magic City where you can buy live poultry, and our house is one. If you guys need it next time, you can call the number in front of my stall. We can deliver it to your door. Okay, Zhang Chu specifically instructed. Chicken blood and chicken mash, help me deal with it, I'll take it with me. No problem, boss. The stall owner carefully plucked the feathers. After buying the chicken, Zhang Chu and Lu Ming came to a fish stall. Brother Chang, do you have any more warp beaks? Zhang Chu asked. Yes, you called and reserved a few days ago. I'm sure I'll keep it for you. Brother Chang stopped his hand movements, picked up the plunge net and went to the back door to fish out a huge warble in the bucket. The fish in the net kept struggling. Look at this fish caught yesterday. How fresh and pure wild. Good Brother Chang, you help me deal with it. Right Brother Chang, where did you catch this fish? Convenient to disclose. Zhang Chu looked at such a big warble mouth. Fishing addiction committed. Also want to go to fish A. You can, but you have to promise not to disclose it to others. Chang mysteriously. I can guarantee. Good Brother Chang very quietly told Zhang Chu the location. Thank you Brother Chang. I will definitely not tell anyone. Zhang Chu said gratefully. You're welcome. You're my regular customer. This little favor is nothing. Brother Chang said with a smile. Old Zhang, how are you going to eat such a big fish? Steamed or braised? Why don't we chop and steam it? Lu Ming spoke while skillfully picking up the big heavy fish with an expectant glint in his eyes. Let's have 2 meals with 1 fish. Doesn't your family CC love eating fish rounds? We can make her a clear soup of fish rounds, and the other half will be salted and popped to marinate, and then steamed in chicken oil at night. Zhang Chu similarly skillfully picked up a fat old hen and other ingredients and replied with a smile. How about adding some chopped peppers? Steaming with chicken oil is too bland. Lately my wife's cooking has been too bland, making my mouth tasteless. Lu Ming put forward his own idea. Alright, then we'll go back early to cook. Zhang Chu agreed with alacrity. After returning home, Zhang Chu acted quickly. He first used a sharp knife to split the washed warped beak into 2 halves, then skillfully scratched flour knives on one of the halves and placed it into the pre-mixed brine to marinate it. Next, he picks up another knife and gently scrapes at the other half of the warabi, taking off the tender flesh bit by bit. This required patience and skill to ensure that the scraped-off fish meat was complete and delicate. Afterwards, Zhang Chu placed the scraped-off fish meat on the board and minced it carefully. He added the appropriate amount of onion, ginger, garlic and salt, and stirred them in one direction so that they were fully integrated to form a delicious fish paste. After the minced fish was ready, Zhang Chu boiled another pot of hot water. The water temperature was kept at 50 to 60 degrees. One hand grabbed the fish rounds in and squeezed them out from the tiger's mouth. The other hand used a spoon to put the squeezed-out fish rounds into the hot water. You can do this craft. Who did you learn it from? Lu Ming, who was playing the next hand, looked dumbfounded, thinking when did this guy learn it, and why didn't I see him do it before? Learned from my mom. Fishball is our Jiangnan traditional dishes. My family side of the older ones will basically a little other than the preparation being a bit troublesome. Everything else is simple. As Zhang Chu spoke, his hands didn't stop squeezing the fish rounds. Lu Ming looked at Zhang Chu's skillful movements, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I really didn't expect that he actually had this kind of cooking skill, and I actually hadn't done it before. Zhang Chu seemed to see Lu Ming's mind, smiled and said, you also know that I usually don't have a few hobbies, just photography, eating, fishing, and recently there is one more cooking. I found that after people have nothing to do, they think of making delicious food for themselves. Lu Ming nodded his head in understanding. Yes, cooking is also a pleasure in life. It allows one to relax and enjoy the happiness that food brings. After the fish rounds were squeezed, Zhang Chu opened fire to let the fish rounds break the rawness, then fished them out and set them aside. Chapter 040 Mid-Autumn Family Feast, Middle. Oops, old Lu, you helped drive to get the hairy crabs. Zhang Chu spoke while taking out a crab card from his pocket and handing it to Lu Ming next to him. Lu Ming nodded and took the crab card and said, good, give me the keys to your car. Zhang Chu answered and then threw the car keys in his hand to Lu Ming. Just then, Lu Ming had already turned around and left, heading to the parking lot to get his car in preparation for getting the hairy crabs. While at this moment, Zhang Chu took advantage of this gap and began to busily handle the ingredients. He first soaked and cleaned the beef ribs he bought from the food market, then blanched them in a pot. Then, he skillfully started the pot to boil oil. When the oil temperature rises, quickly into the onion ginger garlic stir-fry flavor. Immediately after that, he put the blanched beef ribs into the pot and sautéed for a few moments, then added the appropriate amount of oyster sauce, soy sauce, dark soy sauce and sugar to taste. Finally, he poured in enough beer to cover the beef ribs and covered the pot with a lid, cooking slowly over low heat. Just then, a tantalizing aroma came to his nose. Zhang Chu was secretly delighted in his heart, knowing that his cooking skills had once again been utilized to the fullest. Just as he was immersed in the joy of the food, Lu Ming hurried back to the kitchen. He only saw Lu Ming carrying an exquisite box full of hairy crabs in his hands. He excitedly said to Zhang Chu, old Chow is a good enough person. The crabs each weigh 7 taels. After saying that, he carefully opened the box and displayed a single fat hairy crab. These hairy crabs were neatly arranged in the box, and each one was tightly tied with straw, showing the standard green shell and white belly. A standard Yangchang Lake hairy crab. Lu Ming asked, old Zhang, what are we going to eat for lunch? Early in the morning was called by Zhang Chu to go to the food market to buy food. Lu Ming is now already hungry. There's some leftover rice in the fridge. I'll fry an egg fried rice later. We'll both just eat whatever we want for lunch, Zhang Chu said after opening the refrigerator and taking a look. No way. You're doing this to me. I followed you here and there all morning and I only deserve to eat leftovers? After all, the feelings are fading. Lu Ming looked at Zhang Chu with an incredulous face after hearing these words. These dishes were all prepared in the evening. There's really nothing left in my home refrigerator. Why don't we both go out to eat? Zhang Chu hadn't eaten at home in the past few days, so there wasn't much in the refrigerator. The vegetables his grandmother planted were prepared for him. How could he let anyone else eat them? Ming Yu, it's only after 3 o'clock. What are we doing there so early? Orange, who was carrying the stuff, asked suspiciously. We're helping out with the hands. It's been Brother Chu taking care of us for the past few days. Today we're going to go and cook a meal for them. Su Mingyue replied with a smile. The two of them took a taxi and soon arrived at the Kafko CDU1 where Zhang Chu lived. The security measures of this neighborhood were very strict, and outsiders were almost never allowed to enter unless led by the owner personally. Hey, Zhang Chu received a call from Su Mingyue. He hurriedly said, alright, I'll come down to pick you guys up right away. You guys wait at the entrance for a bit. After saying that, he hung up the phone and quickly took off his apron before taking the elevator downstairs and jogging all the way to the entrance of the district. Zhang Chu instructed the security guard in the security booth. These two are my friends, let them in. Seeing that it was Zhang Chu himself who had come to greet them, the security guard in the security booth immediately nodded in agreement and opened the gate. Su Mingyue and Orange both came to such an upscale residential area for the first time and looked around curiously. This is my home. Zhang Chu opened the door and enthusiastically introduced the two of them. The two walked into the house and were immediately shocked by the sight before them. This was a one-story, one-family large flat with an unrivaled view of the river. No wonder the last time in Rongcheng, Zhang Chu said that the presidential suite in Bosch was average. This is my friend Lu Ming. Zhang Chu pointed at Lu Ming who was busy and introduced him. Lu Ming wore an apron and greeted the two with a smile. Hello you guys. You guys have a seat. What kind of drink or tea? Zhang Chu warmly greeted the two, leading them into the living room and asking with concern. Plain water is fine. Su Mingyue and Orange came to Zhang Chu's home for the first time and appeared a bit formal. Alright, you guys watch some TV in the living room first. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Zhang Chu nodded with a smile before turning around and walking towards the kitchen. Old Zhang, this friend of yours is even prettier than the one you saw in your cell phone last time. Your kid is really blessed with good fortune. In the kitchen, Lu Ming lowered his voice and teased with a smile. The corner of Zhang Chu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Ha ha, the 8 characters haven't even started yet. Right now it's just an ordinary friend. Then you have to hurry up. Do you want a buddy to help you counsel? Lu Ming winked and said mysteriously. Forget it, it's better for me to do this kind of thing myself. Zhang Chu waved his hand with a smile. Right at this moment, the doorbell rang with a crisp ding-dong sound. It should be my wife coming, Lu Ming said, quickly walking towards the door. Zhang Chu also followed closely and personally opened the door. Sister-in-law is here, he greeted enthusiastically. Cici is beautiful again. Zhang Chu looked at Lu Ming's daughter and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Godfather, Lu Ming's daughter, Lu Chenxi, called out in a milky voice. Cici be good, play with mommy in the living room for a while. Godfather will go make you something delicious. Hearing Cici's shouts, Zhang Chu's heart melted and his entire being seemed to float. Let me introduce you to Chen Hong, Lu Ming's wife. Cici, Lu Ming's daughter, is also my goddaughter. Zhang Chu smiled and introduced everyone. Good day to you two sisters. Cici blinked her big eyes and greeted very politely. Her mouth as sweet as honey. You two sisters are so beautiful. Come little friend, eat candy. Su Mingyue's heart was melted. She had never seen such a knowledgeable and cute little friend. Thank you, sister. Sister, are you a god in the sky? How come you are so beautiful? Cici received the candy. Her eyes sparkled. Her little mouth was sweeter than the candy. Old Lu, your daughter is really good at talking. She has mingled with Mingyue and the girls so quickly. Zhang Chu looked at the laughing and talking crowd in the living room through the kitchen window and couldn't help but sigh. That's for sure. My daughter must be as eloquent as I am, Lu Ming said proudly with a smile on his face as he mentioned his daughter. While they were talking, their hands didn't stop. Zhang Chu arranged the hairy crabs one by one in the steamer tray and put a small hat, ginger, on each one to send them into the steamer. On the other hand, Lu Ming is on the other side of the fire juice. Stewed all afternoon beef ribs have been soft and rotten off the bone. Will be thickened soup poured on the beef ribs and then covered with a small green hat. Chapter 041 Mid-Autumn Family Feast. Next, Zhang Chu sliced the chicken mash into thin slices, put it into a bowl, added the right amount of cooking wine and stirred it well so that it could fully absorb the aroma of the wine, then set it aside to marinate for a few moments. He skillfully turned on the stove, heated the pot and poured in salad oil. When the oil temperature reaches 50%, he carefully poured the marinated chicken into the pot and quickly stir-fried it with a spatula. The chicken morsels made a sizzling sound in the hot oil, emitting a tantalizing aroma. 15 seconds later, he decisively fished out the chicken, drained off the excess oil, and set it aside on a plate, leaving a little bit of bottom oil in the pan. He put chopped pickled peppers and pickled ginger into the pan and sautéed them to produce a strong sour and spicy flavor. As the temperature rose, a mouth-watering aroma filled the kitchen. Then, he just fried chicken again into the pot, quickly stir-fried, so that the chicken fully absorbed the flavor of the pickled pepper and pickled ginger. Finally, he put the chopped celery segments into the pot and stir-fried a few times together with the chicken. For a while, the entire kitchen was filled with a sour and spicy aroma, a unique flavor that made one's appetite whetted by the smell. Achoo! Suddenly, Lu Ming couldn't help but sneeze. It turned out that he was stimulated by the strong sour and spicy flavor. And at this moment, Zhang Chu had already taken the steamed explosive marinated warble beak out of the steamer, poured off the excess water, and then evenly spread a layer of chopped pepper sauce on the fish, sprinkled some shredded green onions, and finally drizzled the boiling hot oil on top, instantly inspiring a crackling sound and pungent fragrance. Zhang Chu put on his heat-insulating gloves, carefully picked up the chicken soup that had been simmering all afternoon, and said to Lu Ming, "Old Lu, go and call everyone for dinner." "Okay, I'll go call everyone for dinner," Lu Ming said as he took off his apron, still holding the dishes he had just fried in his hands. In a short while, the table in the living room of Zhang Chu's house was filled with all sorts of delicacies, including popping pickled warthogs, fish rounds in clear soup, Jinling roast duck, braised beef ribs, and stewed old hen soup. Simply made a little bit. I don't know if it's to everyone's taste, Zhang Chu said, serving the steamed hairy crabs on the table. The two of them, Su Mingyue and Orange, looked at the entire table of dishes and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This is what he said about doing something simple? Then what was what we used to eat? Vital signs maintenance meals? Zhang Chu took out a bottle of Dom Perignon P2 and a bottle of Egon Muller Noble Rot from the icebar liquor cabinet and said to everyone with a smile, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, so let's all have a drink. I have to drive." "Forget it, let Lu Ming drink with you," Chen Hong politely refused. "Sister-in-law, isn't that house below you vacant? Stay over here today," Zhang Chu warmly invited. "Ming you and Orange accompany your sister-in-law for a drink." Zhang Chu turned his head to look at Su Mingyue and Orange. "Yes, wife, let's stay down here today." Lu Ming also chimed in. "Alright," Chen Hong finally agreed. As night fell, a bright full moon quietly climbed up into the sky outside the window, shedding a soft light that illuminated the entire city. At the same time, the lights on both sides of the Huangpu River also lit up one by one, creating a dazzling night scene. On this beautiful night, the crowd sat around the dining table, enjoying the beautiful scenery in front of them through the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows. They savored the delicious food and fine wine while enjoying the tranquility and beauty. The dining table was filled with all sorts of delicacies, the most notable of which was the fish rounds that Zhang Chu had made with his own hands. He used a spoon to clip the fish rounds into Cece's bowl and said with a smile, "Here, Cece, try the fish rounds made by Godfather." Cece replied very politely, "Thank you, Godfather." Then, Zhang Chu enthusiastically poured wine into everyone's wine cups, with the exception of the little children. Of course, Zhang Chu raised his glass and proposed that everyone toast together. The crowd responded by raising their glasses and clinking them together, making a crisp ringing sound. At this time, Su Mingyue and Orange curiously asked, "What kind of wine is this? It tastes so good." Zhang Chu smiled and explained, "This is noble rot wine, a sweet wine that is especially suitable for ladies." Hearing this, Su Mingyue and Orange suddenly realized that this wine was so special. They tasted it again, feeling the cold, sweet taste, their hearts filled with pleasure. On this beautiful night, the crowd laughed and enjoyed the happiness brought by the food and wine. "Brother Chu, let me help you wash the dishes after the meal." Su Mingyue and Orange took the initiative to propose to help brush the dishes. "No need, you guys just put the bowls in the dishwasher." Zhang Chu was busy cleaning the pots and pans. After cooking so many dishes, cleaning up the mess was also a huge project. "Lu Ming, is Zhang Chu interested in Xiao Su?" Chen Hong, who was watching TV in the living room, suddenly asked in a low voice. "Shu, wife, lower your voice." Lu Ming also lowered his voice and replied, "Yes, old Zhang is interested in her. But wife, how did you see it?" "You don't have to ask. Anyone with eyes can see it," Chen Hong said with a smile. "It's a pity. Originally I wanted to introduce my little sisters to old Zhang, but now it seems unnecessary." "Ha ha, wife, don't you think old Zhang and little Su are a good match?" Lu Ming said, took out his cell phone and opened Shake-Toon, and found the video he had collected, the couple's video that Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue had filmed the last time they were in Rongqing. It's really. Chen Hong looked at the video and couldn't help but smile. "How can I say that the two of them are really quite compatible? It's not easy. Old Zhang actually got the hang of it." Lu Ming lamented. He and Zhang Chu had known each other for 10 long years, and during these long years, Zhang Chu had mercilessly rejected the advances of no less than 10 girls. However, this was the first time he had seen Zhang Chu being so attached to a girl. Right at this moment, Cece suddenly appeared behind the two of them like a ghost, blinking her big eyes curiously as she asked, "Mom and Dad, what are you guys talking about?" Chen Hong was startled and hurriedly dragged Cece to her side before asking softly, "Cece, what do you think of Auntie Mingyue?" Cece blinked and replied with a bright smile, "Sister Mingyue is gentle and pretty, like a fairy sister." From her expression, it could be seen that she liked Su Mingyue very much. Chen Hong struck the iron while it was hot and then asked, "Then do you want Sister Mingyue to be your god?" Unfortunately, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted and stopped by Lu Ming in time. Lu Ming cleared his throat and gently said to Cece, "Cece, you go play and look for your sister Mingyue. Dad and Mom still have some things to discuss." Only after Cece left did Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief and turned his head to Chen Hong. "Wife, there's not even a single word on this matter of old Zhang. It's better for us to let as few people know about it as possible, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble." Chapter 042 Fishing. "What are you two chatting about behind my back?" At this time, after cleaning up the kitchen, Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue walked out of the kitchen together with the three of them, looking at Lu Ming and Chen Hong with suspicion on their faces. "Nothing." The couple, Lu Ming and Chen Hong, glanced at each other, both of them a little weak in their hearts. They had just been discussing about Zhang Chu, but didn't want him to know. Zhang Chu looked at Lu Ming and then at Chen Hong, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then he gave Lu Ming a look as if asking, "Did you tell your wife about me?" Lu Ming read Zhang Chu's look and hurriedly returned a look, stating, "No, she guessed it herself." In order to avoid embarrassment, Lu Ming hurriedly changed the topic. "Old Zhang, where is your treasured tea? Hurry up and bring it out, just so everyone can savor it together. It's right there, don't you know it yet? Go get it yourself," Zhang Chu said as he pointed at the cabinet. Then, Zhang Chu turned around and walked into the kitchen, bringing in 2 plates of fresh fruits and exquisite snacks, placing them on the table in the living room, and said to everyone with a smile, "Try these fruits and snacks, they're all in season, and the mooncakes are also freshly made today." Just then, Lu Ming suddenly found an unopened can of tea in Zhang Chu's tea cabinet, with no markings on the can, except for the word Zhang. Lu Ming asked curiously, "How come I have never seen you drink this tea before, nor have I ever seen it before?" Lu Ming scrutinized the tea canister. but could not find any relevant information about this tea. Zhang Chu smiled and explained, "This is the Lion Peak Dragon well that was first picked before Ming this year. I personally traveled to the origin to find it and asked the master to hand-fry it. Tea of this quality is almost impossible to buy on the market." After saying that, he took the tea canister from Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined. Why was I completely unaware of this? He was filled with envy and desire for the precious can of tea. Zhang Chu carefully opened the jar, gently took out some tea leaves and put them into the teapot, and then brewed it with the spring water he had specially called from the mountains for tea brewing. Not long after, the fragrance of the tea overflowed and filled the entire room. Zhang Chu smiled and said to the crowd, "Come, everyone try this tea. I can guarantee that 99% of the dragon well teas sold on the market cannot be compared to this." He then poured a cup of fragrant tea for everyone in turn. Zhang Chu lightly sipped a mouthful of tea, letting the aroma spread in his mouth, then slowly swallowed it, and then said, "Last time I asked you to go to Hangzhou, you said you had something not to go, and you missed it." Lu Ming gently tasted a mouthful of tea. The aroma of the tea overflowed after entering the mouth. He carefully observed the tea broth and found that it was clear and translucent, belonging to the very best of dragon well. He smiled and said to Zhang Chu, "Next time you go to Hangzhou to look for tea, you must bring me along." The two continued to enjoy the aroma of the tea and the quiet time. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. October's Magic City had already entered the fall season, and the temperature was lower in the morning. Wearing a punching jacket, carrying a fishing gear bag, carrying a fishing box in his hand, and wearing a duck-tongued cap, Zhang Chu went out early. He drove to an off-the-beaten-path lake, which was the place he had inquired about from Chang yesterday, and heard that there were big fish here, which aroused Zhang Chu's great interest. Zhang Chu drove the car to the riverbank and stopped the cars but facing the lake, then opened the trunk. The Range Rover seats slowly stretched out from the trunk. This was a configuration that he had spent $300,000 on as an option, and he had chosen this feature in the first place to be able to fish from the car. The first step in fishing was to make a nest. As the saying goes, when the nest is well made, there are always fish to be sacrificed. Zhang Chu skillfully threw the bait into the lake and waited for the fish to take the bait. After Zhang Chu had scattered as much as 10 pounds of nesting material into the lake, he began to patiently wait for the fish to take the bait. In his heart, he was secretly looking forward to being able to reap the rewards of this fishing trip. Not long after, a strong vibration suddenly came from Zhang Chu's fishing rod, and he immediately felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself, "Brother Chang was indeed right. The resources here are really rich, and a fish has taken the bait so soon." Zhang Chu quickly picked up the fishing rod and retracted the line in a hurry, fearing that the fish would escape because he was moving too slowly. As the fishing line retracted, he felt a strong resistance, but he didn't give up and continued to push. When the fish was finally pulled ashore, Zhang Chu was a bit dumbfounded. It was not an ordinary fish, but a huge body size, weighing 3 or 4 pounds of the big kingfish. Looking at the turtle in front of him, Zhang Chu couldn't help but smile. "I didn't expect to actually catch a turtle. It seems like I had good luck today." Although he was originally expecting a fish, Zhang Chu still comforted himself. "Never mind, snappers are also considered fish, and this snapper looks to be of good quality, so it might be even more delicious than a fish. This is also a good omen. I hope there will be more harvests to come." Zhang Chu carefully used the hook remover to remove the hook from the turtle. The guy seemed to have sensed the danger and became very ferocious, stretching his neck, ready to attack at any time. Zhang Chu didn't dare to be careless. Using his hands to tightly grasp the turtle where its limbs were, he put it into the fishing box and warned, "Don't be arrogant. I'll stew you into soup later." Zhang Chu skillfully hung the bait on the hook once again, then gently flung the fishing rod, and the bait drew a high arc in the air, eventually falling into the lake and splashing a circle of ripples. He sat quietly at the edge of the lake, watching the float and waiting for the fish to take the bait. However, as time went by, he realized that there were more and more anglers around. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Didn't Brother Chang say that there were very few people who knew about this side? Why are there more and more people now? But soon, he reassured himself, how can fishing be a distraction? They are all good airmen and I am not. So, he continued to focus on his fishing endeavors. Just then, the fishing guy next to him suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that he had managed to catch a big mackerel, but due to his overexcitement, he had forgotten to carry his hook extractor. He anxiously looked around, hoping to find a tool he could borrow. Seeing Zhang Chu, he immediately walked over and politely asked, "Brother, do you have a hook extractor? Can you lend it to me? I forgot to bring mine." Zhang Chu smiled and nodded, taking out the hook extractor from the fishing tackle box and handing it to him. The fishing man gratefully accepted the hook extractor, and while busily handling the big bluegill he caught, he chatted with Zhang Chu. Curious, Zhang Chu asked, "Old brother, you don't sound like a native of Magic City?" Older brother smiled and replied, I'm from Hailing. I heard my friend say that there are big fish over here, so I specially rushed over to try my luck. I didn't expect to catch such a big mackerel as soon as I came." Saying this, he proudly displayed the big mackerel in his hand. Chapter 043 Netflix. Overbearing meal. Up, so far? Zhang Chu's eyes widened, looking at the fishing man in front of him with a face full of astonishment. He had once been to Hailing, which was nearly 200 kilometers away from Magic City, and this fishing man in front of him had actually driven more than 200 kilometers just to find an ideal fishing spot. "Older brother, you're awesome." Zhang Chu couldn't help but give a thumbs up and heartily exclaimed. It was true that fishing guys could literally go out of their way for the sake of fishing. If he were to replace himself, he would definitely not be able to do such a thing. "Fishing is the only hobby I have, so of course I can't treat myself poorly." As he spoke, old brother excitedly took out his cell phone and clicked pictures of the large bluegill. He obviously wanted to share the photo of this big fish in his circle of friends and show off. After chatting with his brother for a while, Zhang Chu returned to his car's fishing position, continued to focus on fishing. During this period, the fish hooked several times, but unfortunately, their size was not very large. At the same time, the side of the old brother opened the live broadcast, began to live broadcast the whole process of fishing. Surprisingly, the traffic in the live stream was very good, and the viewers seemed to be interested in this seemingly boring activity and watched with great interest. As expected, people could do anything in their spare time. Is the live fishing traffic so good now? Zhang Chu was secretly surprised in his heart as he looked at the constantly bouncing data on his cell phone screen. He also decided to follow the trend and try it out. So he opened a certain sound software and opened his live fishing broadcast. Instantly, the live broadcast room was flooded with a large number of viewers, and the pop-ups rolled up like a tidal wave. However, Zhang Chu was not distracted to pay attention to these messages and comments, but instead focused all his attention on the fishing rod in his hands. "Why is the anchor ignoring people?" someone complained. "I heard that the Air Force is the greatest blessing to a fishing guy. May the anchor keep the Air Force," someone said jokingly. "It turns out that Big Brother also likes fishing. I have one more thing in common with Big Brother," someone said excitedly. "Drive Cullinan fishing. Is a real Big Brother? Optional 300,000 Range Rover seats just for fishing." Some sharp-eyed viewers recognized that it was a Cullinan through the seats in the back box of Zhang Chu's car. "Wow, driving a multi-million-dollar car just for fishing. Love love love." Some people marveled. "Shanda is the #1 rich man in photography," someone praised. "Don't underestimate the fisherman upstairs. He's good at everything except catching fish," some people refuted. Just as the live broadcast was warmly discussing, Zhang Chu's fishing rod suddenly moved, and he immediately gripped the fishing rod tightly. Feeling the tension from the fishing line with all his concentration, he knew that this time, it might be a big fish that had taken the bait. As the line pulled, Zhang Chu quickly reeled in his rod, feeling that the fish under the surface was not small and kept pulling to try to get rid of the hook. This exciting feeling made his heart beat faster. He tightly gripped the fishing rod, did not dare to have the slightest slack. The harder the fish pulled, the more excited Zhang Chu became. He thought to himself, it was not worth getting up early in the morning to come to this deserted place. The water here is crystal clear and the fish are delicious, but it is not easy to catch them. After a fierce struggle, the fish gradually lost its strength, and could only allow Zhang Chu to slowly pull it to shore. When the fish was pulled to the surface, it finally revealed its original shape. It turned out to be a river eel, weighing about 5 pounds. "Yo, it's still a river eel. It's really rare," Zhang Chu said with some excitement. This thing was already rare now, and it was even harder to find in the market. "I didn't expect to catch it here today. Brother is lucky. This is a valuable commodity." The old brother on the side was also attracted over by Zhang Chu's commotion. It was also the first time he had seen such a large river eel, and his eyes were filled with envy. "Ha ha, it's just luck. How can it compare to the big bluegill caught by old brother?" Zhang Chu said that it was nothing on his lips, but the smile on his face had betrayed his inner joy. "Older brother, I'll leave you alone for now. I wish you a great harvest today." Zhang Chu contentedly packed up his fishing gear and prepared to leave. After all, he had rushed here early in the morning to fish, and now his stomach was rumbling with hunger, so he had to find a place to eat in a hurry. Zhang Chu drove all the way back to Gourmet Garden. He planned to give the fish he caught to the restaurant to deal with so that the chefs could make delicious dishes. Old Jean, Zhang Chu shouted as soon as he entered Gourmet Garden. "Boss, what is your business? This will disturb the other guests from eating." Lao Jean walked out from the back kitchen and looked at Zhang Chu with some grumbling. "Old Jean, take this fishing box to Chef Li and tell him that I'm hungry and get me something to eat first." Zhang Chu handed the fishing box to Old Jean. "Yo, rare thing." Lao Jean opened the fishing box and saw that inside was actually a river eel of more than 6 kilograms and an 8-kilogram turtle, and couldn't help but be surprised. "Boss, did you catch this yourself?" "Yes, good luck today." have Chef Li arrange it. I want to see both of them for dinner. Zhang Chu smiled proudly. That's great, Lao Jin said happily. Boss, I'll get it to the back kitchen right away to ensure that you'll see the two of them on the dinner table at night. By the way, do you want to eat braised or steamed? Both are fine. You can let Chef Li do whatever he's good at. Zhang Chu waved his hand. Also, you quickly arrange a few dishes for me. I'm about to starve to death. Also, arrange another private room for me. Alright, boss, I'll get on with it. Old Jean hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, then took the fishing box and headed towards the back kitchen. At noon, Guiyuan was also full of guests, attracting many admirers with its beautiful environment and superb cooking skills. A man and woman slowly walked down the stairs from the rooftop of the building. Apparently they had already finished their delicious food and finished their mealtime. Holding a head camera in his hand, the man walked towards a waitress and inquired, "Excuse me, is your store manager in?" At this moment, it happened that old Jean walked out from inside the kitchen. Upon hearing the voice, he immediately responded, "What do you guys want to see me about?" When the man saw Lao Jean appear, a mysterious smile appeared on his face before he said to Lao Jean, "You are the store manager of this store, right? Can you please move over here for a moment? Is it okay for us to have a private chat?" Old Jean frowned, but still firmly replied, "If you have anything to say, just say it here." The man hesitated for a moment and finally decided to be honest. "It's like this. I'm actually a person who specializes in food self-publishing. I really like the dishes and environment of your store, so I hope to help you with some publicity and promotion. This is the number of my fans on a certain sound platform and the related data flow situation." After saying that, the man quickly opened the background interface of certain sound in his cell phone, showing him those impressive figures. As Lao Jin looked at these figures, a feeling of doubt couldn't help but well up in his heart. He alertly asked, "So, how do you guys specifically plan to carry out this publicity?" The man seemed to have expected to be asked this question, as he smiled slightly and rubbed his fingers together, hinting at some sort of deal. However, Lao Jin did not react as he expected. Instead, he decisively refused. "I'm sorry, sir, we don't need any kind of publicity. At the same time, we resolutely do not accept any overbearing behavior. Please proceed to the front desk to settle the bill. Thank you." Chapter 044 Netflix, Overbearing Dining. Next, I've helped a lot of stores do human traffic promotion, and the results are all very good. The man didn't seem to want to give up on this opportunity, and hurriedly opened the jitterbug software in his cell phone to show old Jean the relevant data and cases. However, Lao Jean was not impressed. "I'm really sorry, sir, our store doesn't need any promotion services. Moreover, we will not accept any kind of bullying behavior." Old Jean responded with a resolute attitude. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart, but he forced it down and continued, "Not only can we do foot traffic promotion, but we can also help the store salvage its reputation by controlling public opinion. Oh, of course, if we want to put a store out of business, it would be easy." He tried to use a threatening tone to make old Jean give in. Hearing this, Lao Jean couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking that the man in front of him was simply a joke. Although they had only been open for a few years, Guiyuan had always ranked among the top upscale restaurants in Magic City and had a good reputation, so they didn't need any of the so-called redeeming measures at all. Moreover, he wouldn't be afraid of any public pressure from the outside world. "I'm sorry, sir, our store's reputation does not need any redeeming. Our store's reputation amongst the high-end restaurants in Magic City has always been amongst the top, and we are not afraid of any public opinion threats," Old Jean replied confidently. "No businessman has ever refused our cooperation. We're the #1 food self-media in Magic City. We have 5 million fans all over the internet." The woman on the side saw that the bully meal could not be eaten, and resolutely joined the ranks of threatening Lao Jean. Only her brain was as big as an ostrich. Old Jean, who had seen big scenes, was not at all flustered by this kind of threat, and he said with a contemptuous expression, "I'm sorry ma'am, this store doesn't need any publicity. The customers who come to this store are all senior white-collar workers and business people who work in the neighborhood. There is no need to recommend it to them at all, and they won't necessarily watch your video, so please go to the bar and settle the bill." Feeling insulted, the woman's face turned red and her voice became shrill. "What do you mean? Are you belittling us?" At this time, Zhang Chu in the box heard the noise downstairs, frowned, and walked out of the box. At a glance, he saw a man and a woman arguing with old Jean and could not help but be a little puzzled. Thus, he quickly walked downstairs and inquired, "Old Jean, what happened?" The boss encountered 2 little caramels who wanted to eat a bully's dinner. "I can fix it," Old Jean said very easily. "I'll leave it to you." Zhang Chu also had a calm face and returned to the box after understanding the situation clearly. At this moment, the situation was reversed, and it was Lao Jin's turn to threaten them. "Both of you, the place where we are standing happens to be facing the surveillance camera. And some time ago, this store upgraded the surveillance system, which can realize the audio and video recording functions. What you two just said has been fully recorded, and can be used as strong evidence that you threatened our store. Little Wang, go call the police and have Officer Wang come over to handle this matter. Good. How much do we pay you? Upon hearing that they wanted to call the police, the two instantly wimped out and obediently walked over to the bar to pay, not forgetting to drop a harsh sentence on their way out. You guys wait for me. The words just fell. The two hurriedly left. Lao Jin looked at the two men's distant backs and knew deep down that they would never stop there, so he immediately went to report to Zhang Chu. Boss, those two men have left, but they might create trouble online. I see. Old Jin, you've done a good job. Zhang Chu highly appreciated Lao Jin's handling of the situation. He understood that he must not bow down and compromise with such a rice plum. Leave the rest to me. What is the name of the account of those two people from Lao Jin? Zhang Chu asked. Boss, their account name is XXXX, Lao Jin said. Okay, I know. Lao Jin, you go and get busy first. Appease the other guests, Zhang Chu responded. After Lao Jin went out, Zhang Chu dialed a phone number. Help me check this account. Tell a certain sound platform to block him for me, and also have them monitor the online reviews for Guiyuan. As expected, the pair of men and women left, angry and ready to convene the water army on the internet to smear Guiyuan. Tell them to blacken the internet in terms of hygiene, food safety and taste, and don't let go of every platform, such as public evaluation, magnesium tuan, certain sound and hungry. The man began to give orders to the head of the water army through the phone. Not good. A cry of alarm came from a woman looking anxious as she ran this way with her cell phone. What's the matter? Panic? What happened? The man looked at the woman's nervous demeanor and couldn't help but frown, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Our certain voice account was blocked. The woman handed her cell phone to the man, and a blocking notice was displayed on the screen. Isn't it just blocked? It will be automatically unblocked in 7 days. It's just a good time to take a break and treat it as a vacation. For the next 7 days we'll be broadcasting live on a certain hand. The man shrugged, not caring about this matter. Alright, I know, then I'll go arrange it now. The woman nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone rang. The man picked up the phone. Hey, have you guys started the operation already? His voice revealed anticipation and excitement. Still acting. All of my accounts have been blocked by the platform. Who the hell have you offended? Angry curses came from the other end of the phone. What did you say? All of your accounts have been banned? The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted out. Yeah, I don't know what happened either. What now? Hurry up and settle the money. I don't dare to do this business anymore. It's the first time I've encountered such a situation. The person on the other end of the phone anxiously urged. I know. The man forced a calm and collected look, but in fact, he was already flustered inside. What exactly is the owner of this Gue garden? Surprisingly, he possesses such powerful energy. Only after a long period of silence did the man slowly spit out these words. Right at this moment, the man's cell phone rang once again, and the caller ID showed that it was the brand he was carrying, Mr. Huang. Hey, Mr. Huang, this is Xiao Li. The man tried his best to make his voice sound calm. However, what came from the other end of the phone was a desperate message. Little Li, due to some factors beyond our control, the cooperation between us had to be cancelled. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. The next termination calls came one after another. This news was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The man completely collapsed. He collapsed helplessly to the ground and muttered, It's over. We're done. Chapter 045, Apologize. The man was completely desperate, collapsing on the ground with his eyes lifeless. The woman also collapsed on the ground together. No, let's go to Guiyuan now and apologize. This is our only chance. The man suddenly seemed to have his lost soul back again, as he knew this was his only chance. If they missed this chance, they might never be able to salvage the situation again, and would even face more serious consequences. Yes, let's go to Guiyuan. The woman's hands were in a frenzy, as if she had seen the straw that saved her life. She quickly organized her emotions and grooming and prepared to go to Gue Garden with the man, hoping to get the other party's forgiveness and understanding. On the other hand, Zhang Chu in the Gue Garden was enjoying his lunch, but he wasn't alone. Lao Jin and the store's chef Li Xiang also accompanied him. Lao Jin, in the future, we will no longer entertain the kind of shop-hunting netizens. We don't need this kind of traffic. Our store is doing high-end dining. During the meal, Zhang Chu emphasized once again. He was well aware that high-end dining needed to maintain a certain quality and image, and could not be influenced by some vulgar netizens. Boss, I understand. Lao Jin nodded in agreement, and he was also clearly aware of this. Although those internet celebrities could bring in a certain amount of traffic, for high-end restaurants, word of mouth and quality were the most important. Old Jin, I'll be coming inside the store often during this period of time. Didn't you say I don't come here much? From now on, I'll be in the store for about half a day every day. Zhang Chu went on to say that he hoped that by personally supervising, he would ensure that both the service and the quality of the dishes in the store would meet the highest standards. Actually, boss, you don't have to stay in the store every day. Just come to the store often for a meal, Lao Jin said with some embarrassment, not realizing that his words had become a way of lifting a stone and hitting his own foot. Originally, it was just a casual remark, but it made Zhang Chu decide to come to the store every day, which undoubtedly increased the pressure of his work. Old Jin, you wouldn't have done anything wrong, right? Zhang Chu looked at Lao Jin with a bad smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at him with interest. Lao Jin was shocked in his heart, but his face still pretended to be calm. No, boss, how could I possibly do something wrong? I'm your hardworking, loyal, and capable right-hand man. After saying this, Lao Jin regretted it. Why did he say this? This is not the same as having no silver in the ground. Oh, Zhang Chu lengthened his voice. The smile on his face became even more intense. That's really great. I thought you were doing something bad behind my back. Looking at old Jin's embarrassed look, Zhang Chu's heart had long been blossoming with joy, secretly thinking in his heart, I told you to denigrate me in front of Mingyue. Let's see if I don't clean you up properly. How should I find a reason to deduct old Jin's salary next? At this time, Li Xiang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Boss, where did you get this turtle and river eel from? Wild ones are rare nowadays, and they're all so big. Hearing this, Zhang Chu said proudly, this is what I caught this morning, but that's all I caught. It's really too little. Although his mouth said that he was not satisfied, the smile on his face completely betrayed his pleasant mood at this time. Old Jin on the side suddenly interjected, Boss, why don't you go fishing every day from now on, and the fish you catch can be put in the store to sell to the customers? Zhang Chu frowned and said unhappily, Old Jin, are you the boss or am I the boss? In his heart, he thought, I was worried that I couldn't find a reason to dock your wages, but I didn't expect you to send yourself to the door. Lao Jin quickly explained, Boss, of course you're the boss. I'm doing this for the sake of the store's business. Zhang Chu smiled smugly, then said in a serious manner, Lao Jin, given that you made a suggestion without permission, deducting a month's salary from you as a punishment, you shouldn't have an opinion on that, right? Lao Jin secretly grumbled in his heart, but on the surface, he replied as if nothing had happened. Of course I don't have any opinion, boss, you are the most wise. However, inwardly, he was thinking, do I dare to have an opinion? I'm afraid that if I had an opinion, it wouldn't be as simple as just deducting a month's salary. These capitalists are really black-hearted. It's a good thing they didn't deduct my year-end bonus. Right at this moment, the front desk Xiao Wang hurriedly ran into the box and said under his breath, Boss, store manager, that pair of netizens just came over again. They said they came to apologize. Zhang Chu said expressionlessly, I know. Lao Jin, you go out with me and take a look. Lao Jin then followed Zhang Chu out of the box and down the stairs. When that pair of men and women saw Zhang Chu and Lao Jin appear, an eager look appeared on their faces, as if they had grabbed the last straw. They couldn't wait to run towards them. They knew in their hearts that this might be their only chance. The man ran to Zhang Chu and said with a sobbing voice, Sir, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have extorted and blackmailed. I know I'm wrong. Please be magnanimous and spare me. Saying that, he even disregarded his dignity and directly knelt down on the ground, his head thumping loudly, as if that would show his sincerity. However, Zhang Chu looked at him with a look of disgust and said coldly, You'd better change your line. Then he turned his head to Lao Jin and said, Lao Jin, see off the guests. There was some disappointment in Zhang Chu's heart. Originally he was expecting to be able to accompany these two for a little while longer to see what other tricks they had up their sleeves, but he didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to hold out so soon. It was really boring. Thinking of this, he turned around and left, leaving that pair of men and women in place at a loss for words. Seeing this, old Jin immediately gave an eviction order. Are you leaving on your own, or are you going to let us kick you out? When the man heard this, he knew that it was not good, but he was unwilling to give up on it, and decided to throw his weight around, trying to rush over to stop Zhang Chu, his mouth still begging for forgiveness. Mister, we really know that we're wrong. Please be generous and let us go. We've already shown you the greatest mercy by not calling the police. We'll call the police if you don't leave. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Old Jin had long since seen through their tricks and called for the store clerk to rack the two out. After the two were kicked out, old Jin breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost let those two rush over. Luckily I stopped them in time. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to keep my paycheck next month. The man shook his head with a bitter smile. He clearly knew that he didn't have any more chances. Stopping as early as possible while he might still be able to minimize some of his losses. Thus, he said helplessly, forget it, let's just leave. Well, let's leave Magic City, go back to our old home, and never come back again. The woman chimed in, her heart already dead as well. the two of them left Guiyuan forlornly, and in just a few hours, everything the two of them had built from scratch turned to ashes. Chapter 046 Scaring Old Jean. After confirming that the two had left, Lao Jean returned to Zhang Chu's side and asked with a puzzled expression, "Boss, are you letting them off so easily?" He felt that it seemed to be too cheap for those people. Zhang Chu smiled faintly, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes, and said softly, "Don't worry, I've already asked a certain sound and a certain hand platform to permanently block their accounts, and the bandwagon cooperation has been cancelled altogether, so I guess there will be no more chances to dabble in the field of food self-media in the future. However, do people leave a line? The future is good to meet." Lao Jean heard, suddenly realized, but also a little embarrassed to scratch his head, feeling that he asked too much. In his heart, he secretly admired his boss's skillful tactics, teaching the other party a lesson without driving them to extinction. Zhang Chu glanced at Lao Jean and patted his shoulder, comforting him, "All right, things are in the past, let's just focus on the business at hand." After saying that, he stretched his back, feeling extraordinarily relaxed. "Right, old Jean, tonight I'm going to invite a few friends over for a taste, so arrange the private rooms in advance and remember to bring out all the best ingredients to make sure everyone has a good meal," Zhang Chu commanded. Lao Jean smiled and nodded, and suddenly asked curiously as if he remembered something, "Are they still the same two beautiful ladies from last time?" Zhang Chu shook his head and laughed, "No, it's old Chow and a few friends in the circle, just go get ready, the more you know, the more deflated your wallet will be." "Yes, boss, I'll go get ready first." Old Jean hurriedly left, as if there was an evil spirit chasing behind him, only leaving a back that fled in haste, afraid to stay long enough to be docked by Zhang Chu's paycheck. "Ha ha ha, old Jean you also have today." Zhang Chu couldn't help but laugh heartily as he looked at old Jean's fearful appearance. Downstairs, old Jean was carefully directing the employees in the store to work, but his heart was a burst of apprehension. He knew that this dog boss was a black sesame dumpling, seemingly kind on the surface, but in reality, he was very dark, and might be thinking about how to deduct his own wages. Moreover, this store had surveillance cameras installed everywhere. He felt that his every move was being watched by Zhang Chu, and even felt that he had become a laughingstock in Zhang Chu's eyes. Just thinking about this, Lao Jean felt a bit scared. He secretly regretted that he should not have disliked his boss if he had known earlier. But now, not only did he not get any benefits, but instead, he caused a lot of trouble. Lao Jean at this time. Lao Jin's voice came from behind Zhang Chu. His voice was ice cold, without a trace of emotion. "Old boss." Lao Jean shivered. His back went cold, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Damn, how is this dog boss like Chow Chow?" Speaking of Chow Chow, I only cursed him in my heart for just a few moments, and then he appeared. Lao Jean turned around and realized that Zhang Chu had stood behind him at some point, so close that he could almost feel the chill emanating from the other party. He cautiously asked, "Boss, do you have something to say?" Zhang Chu gave him a faint look and said, "Prepare some noodles for the evening, preferably hand-rolled noodles." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Okay, boss." Old Jean nodded respectfully, but secretly muttered in his heart. He knew that the store didn't have hand-rolled noodles, so he hurriedly said, "But the store doesn't have hand-rolled noodles. I'll go buy them now." He thought to himself that this would temporarily get rid of this hateful boss and take the opportunity to go out for some fresh air. However, Zhang Chu seemed to have read his mind and said coldly, "I'll give you 1 hour. Deduct your wages if you exceed the time limit, and deduct 1 month's wages if you exceed 10 minutes. Hearing this, Lao Jin's face instantly turned ugly to the extreme, and in his heart, he had already cursed Zhang Chu countless times. However, he still replied stiffly, "I'll go now." Then he hurriedly ran towards the parking lot, gritting his teeth as he did so, as if he wanted to vent out all the dissatisfaction in his heart. In the evening, the sun gradually sank in the west, and the sky was dyed with a gorgeous late sunset. Several limousines slowly drove into the parking lot near Guiyuan. After the vehicles stopped, the doors opened and a group of well-dressed men and women got out one after another. "Old Chow, you're quite early." Lu Ming stepped down from the car, his eyes swept over the surroundings, and when he saw Old Chow standing not far away, a smile appeared on his face and he waved his hand in greeting. "Ha ha, old Lu, you didn't come quite early too." Old Chow responded with a smile, striding towards Lu Ming and extending his hand to shake his. At this time, Old Chow's wife, Dong Qingyan, came down from the car, wearing a gorgeous cheongsam. She walked to them in a graceful manner. "Old Lu, is sister-in-law here too?" Dong Qingyan asked Lu Ming with a smile. "Sister-in-law, I'm here." Chen Hong happened to come down from another car, and when she heard Dong Qingyan's words, she immediately greeted her. "Just in time, let's be companions tonight and not sit with the two of them." Dong Qingyan took Chen Hong's arm, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "Good." Chen Hong readily agreed, and the two of them conversed intimately. as if they had left their respective husbands behind. Old Chow and Lu Ming looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They walked into Gue Garden together, and were led by a waiter to the largest box in Gue Garden. Entering the box, all of them saw at a glance that Zhang Chu was sitting inside, leisurely waiting for the guests to arrive. "You guys are here." Zhang Chu stood up and greeted everyone with a gentle smile on his face. "Old Zhang, what brings you here today? Actually inviting us to dinner?" Old Chow found a seat close to Zhang Chu and asked curiously. It's nothing special. It's just that I had some small gains when I went fishing this morning, and it just so happens that I was too busy a while ago to have time to get together with a few old brothers. This time, let's call it an atonement." The smile on Zhang Chu's mouth became more and more obvious. "What's the catch?" Old Chow, who was also a fishing man, asked with some curiosity. "Just caught such a big turtle and such a thick river eel," Zhang Chu said while comparing the size with his hand. "So big." Old Chow's eyes widened with astonishment, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "If you don't believe me, you can go to the kitchen and take a look, but it should have already been processed by now, just waiting to go into the pot." Zhang Chu replied with a smile. "Where did you catch it? Make sure to bring me along next time." Old Chow was even more interested in Zhang Chu's fishing spot, his eyes filled with anticipation. "No problem." Zhang Chu agreed readily and made an okay gesture. Just as they were chatting, the others arrived one after another. "Since all the brothers have arrived, let's eat first." Zhang Chu turned his head to the waiter beside him and said, "Go tell storekeeper Jean that it's time to serve the food." The waiter hurriedly responded, "Okay, boss." After saying that, he quickly walked out of the private room and conveyed the news to the kitchen. Chapter 047 Interesting Friends. Break down these bottles of wine and pour them for the several old bosses. Zhang Chu instructed the waiter to break down the wine he brought and pour it into the wine dispenser before pouring it for the old bosses. "Old brothers, I was really too busy to get away from the last gathering. I'll punish myself here." Zhang Chu raised his wineglass and drank it all in one go. "Today, I'll make something to look forward to, all of you old brothers eating to your heart's content." After saying that, he filled another cup for himself. "Come pour me the wine." Zhang Chu greeted the waiter at the side and then raised his cup again to everyone. Just as Zhang Chu punished himself with a glass, the dishes were also being served one after another. The first being Gue Yuan's signature dish, steamed river eel. "Come on, all of you old brothers, quickly try this eel. This is a wild river eel that was just caught today. The flavor is extremely fresh and delicious," Zhang Chu enthusiastically introduced. As soon as the crowd heard that it was a wild river eel, their eyes lit up and they all moved their chopsticks. After all, although these people here were all prominent figures in Magic City, and usually ate all kinds of delicacies from the mountains and the sea, it was indeed rare to see such a large wild river eel, so naturally, they couldn't miss this opportunity to savor the delicious flavor. Zhang Chu couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and first picked up a piece of river eel. Nowadays, because of some reasons, wild river eels like this were very rare, plus this size, especially if it was caught by him personally, plus, it was even more precious. Just put it into his mouth. A rich fresh flavor of eel instantly filled the air. The skin of the fish was thick and glutinous, not like a fish skin but rather like a soft boiled meat skin. The rich oil of the eel perfectly penetrated into the eel meat, and despite the huge size of this eel, the meat was still delicate and soft. Steaming this way of cooking is undoubtedly the greatest respect for it, and can maximize its own wonderful taste. After everyone had tasted it, they couldn't help but let out heartfelt exclamations of admiration. Although they had already tasted countless delicious dishes, they still expressed their admiration for Li Xiang's exquisite cooking skills as well as his attentive handling of the ingredients. In addition, they were also filled with respect for these precious ingredients. It's true that only the wild ones have the most flavor. The farmed ones still can't compare to the wild ones. Someone couldn't help but lament. Just like that, the 6-catty river eel was divided up amidst everyone's laughter. And even the soup was not spared, as some people were ready to use it to soak rice at last. The steamed river eel was just an appetizer for this feast. The real star of the show was about to appear, the ice sugar turtle. This was the grand finale of the night. This wild snapper is not ordinary. It is almost impossible to find it in the market. Li wants to make it into the local gang of ice sugar braised flavor. Long-time stewing makes the turtle's own collagen and the perfect blend of broth. The taste is excellent. What's even more thoughtful is that the store also prepared a small charcoal stove on the table, so that the turtle has been cooling in the pot. The aroma is overflowing. "Waiter, quickly serve us some rice." Someone could no longer hold back and eagerly shouted to the waiter. "Ha ha, old Wang, aren't you usually able to easily drink a bottle of white wine? How come you can't after only 2 glasses today?" Another person laughed and teased. "Screw you, I'm just craving for this turtle soup. It's too much of a waste not to use such a delicious soup to soak rice. Eat a bowl of rice and then drink." Old Wang licked his lips, his eyes staring straight at the pot of turtle rolling duck on the charcoal stove, his mouth about to water. "You're right, indeed. Those present were all food lovers, and looking at the turtle soup that was constantly bubbling on the charcoal stove, they couldn't help but have their appetites whetted as well. Go get a serving of rice up here, Zhang Chu instructed the waiter at the side. He waited for the food to arrive with anticipation in his heart. Soon, the waiter brought up a steaming pot of rice, emitting a tantalizing aroma. What was even more surprising was that the waiter also very thoughtfully served a handful of freshly chopped green onions and some cilantro. This was obviously Li Xian's special request. The sticky soup was poured over the crystal clear rice, instantly exuding a charming fragrance. After the waiter gently stirred it well, he sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions and cilantro on top, making the whole dish even more tantalizing. Each grain of rice was coated with the delicious soup, making people salivate. Zhang Chu couldn't wait to pick up a piece of turtle skirt with his chopsticks and carefully placed it on top of the rice. This piece of skirt was thicker, softer and more flexible than ordinary turtle, as if it was like jelly. When he gently took a bite, he felt a rich and fresh flavor spread out in his mouth, while the soft and sticky texture made him unable to help but be intoxicated. He felt as if his mouth was sealed with collagen, a wonderful flavor that was hard to describe. After a bowl of turtle soup with rice was consumed, the crowd continued to push their glasses. Recently I met a rather interesting client. Suddenly someone chatted about business. The men here were all well-known entrepreneurs in Magic City, so it was natural for them to chat about business. What client? The crowd was a bit curious. Tianfang's customers only require domestic production to pay very quickly, basically pay when the goods arrive. A single business is almost 50 small goals, said Old Qin. What's wrong with this? This group of Tianfang princes is the most technically savvy, said Lao Chao, whose company mainly does petrochemicals, and the Middle East princes often deal with this group of princes. The company's main business is petrochemicals and the Middle East princes often dealt with. This group of princes fast money will not put forward unreasonable requirements, like to give professional things to the professional people. The main thing is that this prince like this, and most like this white. Old Qin pointed to the transparent sorghum juice on the table. Oh, the crowd immediately understood what it meant. After dealing with the Tianfang people, they naturally understood. People are like this. The more you don't let him do something, the more he wants to do something. This guy especially liked to drink and especially able to drink. I asked him what he usually drink. You guess what he said? Old Qin deliberately whetted everyone's appetite, a mysterious smile on his face. The crowd urged, Old Qin, you say it quickly, don't keep it a secret. Old Qin looked at the crowd's anxious appearance, nodded with satisfaction, and continued. He said that he is a relatively frugal person, and he can't throw away the expired fermented grape juice and wheat juice. Upon hearing this answer, everyone froze for a moment, and then a burst of laughter erupted. Someone laughed and said, ha ha, so that's what he calls thrifty. What a funny guy. Another person chimed in. He's an interesting person. Old Qin, next time you introduce him to me. Such an interesting prince of Tianfan definitely needs to be recognized. Even if he doesn't do business, he can still be a friend. Chapter 048 Farm, Yao Shi, October 8th, the last day of the National Day holiday. This year's National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival collided together, so this holiday is 8 days long, which can really be too much for Zhang Chu's heart. After all, this way the company will be able to give its employees 2 days of Mid-Autumn Festival vacation less. This is not. Early in the morning Zhang Chu drove a car to leave the Magic City area, located in the suburbs of the Magic City towards the family farm. Sped away. He was really tired of being in the city, and just wanted to hurry to the farm to relax and unwind, and then pick some fresh vegetables, and then ride his horse for a couple of laps. On the farm, Uncle Tai was diligently picking vegetables in the vegetable field. Yesterday, Zhang Chu had called him to tell him that he would be coming to the farm today, so Uncle Tai had come to the vegetable garden early in the morning to pick the freshest vegetables in preparation for Zhang Chu's arrival. Later on, he also had to go kill a chicken and then go to town to buy some pork or something. Just then, Zhang Chu's car arrived at the farm. The German Shepherd Black Tiger tethered at the gate saw that it was Zhang Chu who had arrived and excitedly wanted to pounce on Zhang Chu's side, but due to being tethered by a rope, he could only be anxious. Zhang Chu walked up and stroked the dog's head. Hey, Black Tiger has grown strong again. Hearing this, Black Tiger happily laid down on the ground, exposing his belly for Zhang Chu to stroke to his heart's content. Let's go, Black Tiger, let's go to the farm for a stroll. Zhang Chu untied the rope on Black Tiger's collar. After being untied, the Black Tiger didn't play around excitedly like usual, but instead followed Zhang Chu's side in a very understanding manner, walking in step and being careful, as if it was afraid of upsetting Zhang Chu. One person and one dog, strolling leisurely in the farm. The sunlight sprinkled down through the gaps of the leaves, forming a patchwork of light and shadow, and the breeze gently brushed, bringing the slightest bit of coolness. Everything was so beautiful. However, the Black Tiger was still very dejected. When it followed Zhang Chu past its companions, it would cock its head high and strut past. its eyes looking askance at the other dogs, its eyes full of complacency and pride. Not only that, it also rubbed against Zhang Chu from time to time and gently bumped his legs with its head, as if saying, "See, I'm the master's favorite dog. You demonic stay away from the master." Right at this moment, Zhang Chu suddenly saw a familiar figure, Uncle Tai. At this moment, Uncle Tai was walking out from the vegetable garden, carrying a full load of vegetables in his hand, while the other hand was grasping a plump hen. "Uncle Tai," Zhang Chu greeted with a smile. "Boss, you're here?" Uncle Tai responded enthusiastically. "Well, I just came for a while, so I'll play with Black Tiger." Zhang Chu patted the black tiger's head, and the black tiger obediently wagged its tail. "Alright, then you guys stroll around first. Call me anytime if you need anything." After saying that, Uncle Tai continued to walk towards the kitchen, ready to send the chickens on their way. After taking the black tiger for a stroll around the farm, Zhang Chu tethered the black tiger up. "Black tiger, no more love, huh? Black tiger, you open the door well. I'm going to go see my little darlings." Before leaving, Zhang Chu purposely stroked Black Tiger's dog head. In the horse farm next door to the farm, Zhang Chu's little darlings were leisurely moving freely in the pasture under the guidance of the breeder. "Mr. Zhang, you've come over." The staff of the horse farm stopped their work when they saw Zhang Chu coming over. "I've come to take a look at my little darlings." Zhang Chu walked over to a black Pandate red horse. If all the horses in Xian's house have his blood and bones, then every horse in Zhang Chu's house has his heart and soul. Every one of them is carefully selected by him to be raised from ponies. For this reason, Zhang Chu purposely constructed a stable and invited a famous horse breeder to assist in the raising of the horses. "Yao Shi." Zhang Chu shouted the horse's name while stroking his mane. Every horse in the stable had its own name. Yao Shi was the only sweat-blooded horse in the stable and used to be the fiercest horse in the stable, but was tamed by Zhang Chu. "Yao Shi!" With a shout, as if enchanted, Yao Shi immediately leaned its head against Zhang Chu's body, as if it was as intimate as a child. The corners of Zhang Chu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a doting smile as he gently patted Yao Shi's head and said gently, "Good boy, we're about to set off." Then, he led Yao Shi and slowly walked towards the center of the stable. When he was halfway there, Zhang Chu stopped and turned his head to look at Yao Shi, a glint in his eyes as he said softly, "Yao Shi, wait for me here for a moment. I'm going to go change into a set of clothes." After saying that, he quickly walked towards the small house on the side, leaving Yao Shi to wait quietly. A few minutes later, Zhang Chu walked out from the house, dressed in an exquisite black knight's uniform with a helmet on his head. He looked exceptionally heroic. The white breeches and black riding boots even elevated his temperament to the extreme. And at this time, Obsidian had already put on his riding gear. Seeing this, Zhang Chu smiled and touched Yao Shi's head in appreciation. Obsidian Rock wagged its tail cheerfully, as if to say, "See, how great I am." Zhang Chu stood on Yao Shi's left side. His left hand firmly grasped the reins, his left foot steadily stepped on the stirrup, his right foot stomped with force, and his entire body leapt onto the horse's back as lightly as a flying swallow. The movements were done in a single breath, with a dashing ease that was admirable. When Zhang Chu was seated firmly, Yao Shi did not need any instructions, and he took up a brisk pace, jogging in small steps. Zhang Chu straightened his body, his legs gently kicking Obsidian's stomach as he sat on Obsidian's back, constantly adjusting his posture. Obsidian seemed to sense its master's cue and began to run at a faster pace, those slender limbs taking light steps. While Thermal Take was running, Zhang Chu was also constantly adjusting his sitting posture to adapt to Thermal Take's rhythm, creating a tacit interaction between man and horse, like a beautiful dance performance. Obsidian's speed became more and more rapid, as it galloped furiously while emitting deafening neighs, as if proclaiming to the entire stables, "I am the king of this place." As it galloped, it suddenly leapt high into the air, its forehooves soaring into the air, as free as a heavenly horse. At this moment, people were all mesmerized by it. No wonder countless people have been so fascinated by horses since ancient times. However, this horse farm was too small. With only over 200 acres, the land in Magic City was too precious. There was simply not so much land to build a horse farm. 200 acres was already the limit of Zhang Chu's power, was simply unable to satisfy Obsidian's desire to gallop to his heart's content. After completing a few laps, Zhang Chu ordered to stop with unfulfilled desire. At this point, the Obsidian underneath him began to play up a little bit, seemingly protesting. "I want to go to a wider place outside. Let me run free. Good boy. When I'll take you to the frontier province in the future, there's an endless prairie there for you to gallop." Zhang Chu stroked Yao Shi's neck and softly comforted him. Chapter 049 Raising Horses. "You guys remove the harnesses on the Obsidian. I still like the Obsidian that is not bound." Zhang Chu ordered the staff after dismounting the horse. The Obsidian was a treasure in his heart. Right at this moment a silver-white horse ran to Zhang Chu's side wanting Zhang Chu to touch it. "Prince Yu Hao now just come out. You a little lazy," Zhang Chu said stroking the prince. This is Zhang Chu. Another small baby is also sweat blood horse, because the body silver white and fairy tale white horse similar, so by Zhang Chu named Prince riding white horse. Zhang Chu riding Prince. Compared to Obsidian, Prince is more lethargic and prefers to lie flat in the stables and does not like to exercise, usually only half the amount of exercise of Obsidian. However, it has the capital to lie flat and its speed is also beyond the reach of other horses on the farm, and its endurance is a little better than Obsidian. Hiss 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 dash. The prince seemed to be protesting against Zhang Chu calling it a little sloth. Alright, I won't call you a little sloth in the future. Zhang Chu hurriedly coaxed his little baby. Hearing this, the prince rubbed his head against Zhang Chu's hand to express his satisfaction. Ha ha, what a cute little guy. Zhang Chu chuckled. At this time, Yao Shi also came over and seemed to be a little dissatisfied with the prince. Zhang Chu hurriedly comforted Yao Shi. Yao Shi, don't be jealous. You are both my babies. These two little babies had arrived at the stable at the same time, and were tamed by Zhang Chu at the same time. Among them, the prince was more obedient and more well-behaved, Obsidian was very rigid, and Zhang Chu had spent a lot of time and energy to tame it. As a result, the prince and Obsidian would often fight over their jealousy. After pacifying these two heartthrobs, Zhang Chu had someone dress the prince in riding gear and prepared to ride a few more laps. He adhered to the principle of fairness and impartiality, intending to let both of his heartthrobs have a chance to be ridden by him. After the prince had donned his riding gear, Zhang Chu once again mounted his horse and galloped across the arena. Compared to Obsidian, the prince's explosive power was slightly inferior, but his stamina was better and he was able to maintain his fastest speed galloping for a long time. After running a few laps around the horsefield, Zhang Chu had thoroughly experienced the addiction of riding a horse. As for Obsidian and Prince, they were both horses from abroad, so Zhang Chu felt that it was very worthwhile for him to ride a foreign horse twice today. For the prince, it also felt that it didn't lose to Obsidian today and felt equally satisfied and proud. Are the videos all recorded? Zhang Chu inquired. It's all recorded. The stable staff holding a sports camera on the side made an okay gesture. Good. Zhang Chu took the sports camera from the hands of the staff and carefully flipped through it. Inside the video he wrote Obsidian and Prince in the grassland galloping valiantly. Every action looked so handsome. This can send a vlog. Zhang Chu inwardly calculating. His a certain sound account since the last time the activities of the city of Rongqing for a long time did not send a video. Fans have been looking forward to updating. It should also be water a period of time. In addition to Yao Shi and Prince of the two Sweatblood BMW in the stable also raised Arabian horses, thoroughbred horses and Ely horses. These horses are the stable's treasure, but in the mind of Zhang Chu and the status is still not compared to Yao Shi. Prince. One morning Zhang Chu accompanied the horses at the stable, feeding them, combing their coats, and playing with them. Watching them run happily, Zhang Chu felt incomparably happy. At noon, the sunlight poured right into the farm, and Uncle Tai was busy preparing a sumptuous lunch. He personally cooked a table of delicious dishes. The dishes included fresh vegetables from the farm, delicious fish and shrimp, tender chicken, and braised pork and white-cut lamb made from the pork Uncle Tai had specially purchased in town. Each dish exudes a tantalizing aroma that makes you salivate. When all the dishes were set up on the table, Zhang Chu could not help but have his appetite aroused as he looked at the table full of food in front of him. He couldn't help but exude a look of anticipation as he complimented Uncle Tai. It's really hard on you today. Uncle Tai quickly waved his hand and responded with a smile. No hard work, this is all what I should do. You pay us? Of course we have to do our job well. When it was lunchtime, everyone came to the restaurant to eat. In addition to the staff of the farm, the employees of the horse farm next door also came together. It was good that the tables in the restaurant were spacious enough to accommodate so many people at the same time. Since the horse farm next door didn't have a kitchen, they had to share a kitchen and dining room with the farm. But for them, it was a beautiful thing to be able to get a high salary and still eat fresh, free vegetables produced by the farm. Uncle Tai, about when can we kill the pigs raised on the farm this year? Zhang Chu asked vaguely as he pulled the farm's homegrown rice into his mouth. Well, Uncle Tai thought for a moment. The earliest would be by the end of next month, when the weather is a bit colder. Otherwise there's no way to preserve the meat. Boss, the pigs raised on the farm this year are all bigger than last year's. None of them are less than 200 pounds, and the meat yield should be higher than last year as well. That's great. Zhang Chu excitedly slapped his thighs. Remember to call me when it's time to kill the pigs and we'll all have a pig-killing dinner together. He imagined a group of people sitting around, gorging on meat and drinking wine. His heart couldn't be happier. Then the pork will be made into salted meat, soy sauce and sausage, so that there will be bologna to eat throughout the winter. The thought of nourishing oil farm sausage and salted meat, Zhang Chu's mouth cannot stop. This is much more delicious than those industrially produced bacon and sausages. Zhang Chu imagined himself sitting in a warm house, looking at the snowflakes falling outside the window, chewing on the salty bacon in his mouth, his heart filled with satisfaction. Woof woof woof. The black tiger on the side barked cheerfully, seemingly saying, "Don't forget me when the time comes." Today, Zhang Chu purposely let the black tiger dine with everyone, and its rice bowl was piled high with the bones left over from everyone's meals. Ha ha ha. The black tiger's action caused a burst of laughter. "Don't worry, how could we forget you?" Zhang Chu smiled and stroked black tiger's head. Shibiyi. After the meal, Zhang Chu leisurely laid down on a chair to bask in the sun, while the black tiger plopped down beside him, enjoying the warm sunlight. One person and one dog. Incomparably cozy. Today's sun is really nice and warm. Should I give the two little babies a bath later? Zhang Chu suddenly remembered this matter and immediately stood up, dashing towards the horse farm next door. The black tiger, however, could only look on with bated breath. Because the horses in the stable were opposed to it, it didn't dare to approach easily for fear of being kicked by the horses. Chapter 050, Washing the Horses. After consulting with the stable staff, Zhang Chu received a clear answer. Today's weather was suitable for bathing the horses. This news made him feel very happy as he had always wanted to bathe Obsidian and Prince. After receiving the affirmative answer, Zhang Chu immediately asked the staff to start arranging the bathing matters. They prepared the necessary supplies such as hot water and towels, and made sure that the water was at the right temperature to ensure that the horses could comfortably enjoy their bathing time. When everything was ready, Zhang Chu and the stable staff went to the stables together to prepare to welcome their babies. Obsidian and Prince were currently taking their lunch break, and they were lying quietly inside the stables, seemingly still immersed in a beautiful dream. Every horse in the stable has a regular lunch break, which is one of the most important ways for them to stay healthy and energetic. The stables are very neat and tidy, with clean floors and no odors, and a variety of tools and feed hanging on the walls. The stables are cleaned daily to ensure that the horses live in a comfortable environment. In addition, since horses are sensitive to mosquitoes, the stables are equipped with advanced pest control equipment to effectively prevent mosquito infestation. Not only that, considering the hot summer and cold winter climate of Magic City, Zhang Chu also specially installed a central air conditioning system, making the stables always maintain a constant temperature in all seasons, providing the horses with the most suitable living conditions. In short, the horses in the stables enjoy treatment like nobility. Obsidian, Prince, it's time for us to take a bath. Zhang Chu called out softly before opening the stable door of Obsidian and Prince together with the stable staff. Hearing their master's voice, Yao Shi and the prince slowly opened their eyes and got up to walk out of the stable. Zhang Chu and the staff carefully took the reins and guided them towards the outdoor bathing area. Let's start with Obsidian first. Zhang Chu and the staff first secured the more intense Obsidian with a rope tied to the wall in case Obsidian resisted violently. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Chu opened a certain sound platform and prepared to start a live broadcast. What is this doing? Why is there a horse appearing? Where's Mr. Shanghai? Shouldn't this be Mr. Shanghai's live broadcasting room? I'm here. On the side, Zhang Chu was holding a water hose and was testing the temperature of the water. Yao Shi couldn't bathe in cold water or it would lead to abdominal pain, so he needed to test the water temperature before every bath. Only after the water temperature was suitable did Zhang Chu appear in front of the camera with the water hose. Since Zhang Chu was still wearing his knight's uniform at this time, he looked exceptionally handsome and majestic, and the live broadcast instantly attracted a large number of face fans. Shanda is so handsome. Yamada is simply like Prince Charming. Zhang Chu took the water hose and rinsed Thermaltake's entire body, and then picked up a soft bristled brush and dipped it into the shower gel, carefully scrubbing Thermaltake's entire body. In the past, the staff of the stables were always careful when bathing Obsidian, fearing that it would kick them, but Zhang Chu did not have such concerns. Yao Shi behaved very cooperatively, and this was the difference between an owner and a breeder. However, when it was time to wash Obsidian's hair, it began to become less cooperative. Obsidian kept shaking its head in trying to avoid the staff's movements. The staff had to take out a carrot to attract its attention, and after a lot of hard work, they finally managed to clean Obsidian's head. Next, Zhang Chu rinsed Obsidian's entire body with warm water, carefully rinsing off the body wash. Then, he picked up a scraper and gently scraped away the excess moisture from Obsidian's body. As he was worried that Obsidian would catch a cold, Zhang Chu immediately turned on the dryer and let the warm wind blow on Obsidian's body to help it dry quickly. Zhang Chu's process of washing the horse attracted a large number of spectators. Most of these people were cow hoof repair enthusiasts who usually enjoyed watching others repairing the hooves of cows. Seeing the novelty of bathing a horse, they couldn't help but click in for a moment. Sweat-blooded BMW's hair is relatively short, so only need to blow the wind for 10 minutes to completely dry. But this is not the end. The staff of the stable also specially brought a bottle of gel, carefully applied to the Obsidian hair. The already oily coat looked even shinier and more appealing with the gel's moisturizing. Come on Prince, it's your turn. Zhang Chu put his eyes on the prince who was on the side. The prince who had been watching and eating the melons turned into a melon as Obsidian gloated on the sidelines. Zhang Chu slowly sprinkled water on the prince's body. a magical thing happened. The original silver white fur gradually turned into a light golden color. This was exactly where the unique charm of the sweat-blooded BMW lay, due to their own blood vessel structure being different from other horses, causing the sweat-blooded BMW to produce a wonderful discoloration phenomenon after being exposed to water. Especially the silver white fur color was more obvious. This scene happened to be witnessed by the audience in the live broadcast room, and they have issued a gasp, only to see that before touching the water was a white horse as white as snow, but after touching the water was transformed into a golden horse shining with golden light. What kind of horse is this that changes color? This is definitely a color-changing horse. Maybe it's a cross between a chameleon and a horse, and it's definitely a rare breed that's hard to come by in 100 years. Upstairs, I really admire your ability to talk nonsense in such a serious manner. This horse must be worth a lot of money. The steps for bathing the prince were basically the same as when bathing Obsidian just now, but the prince was relatively more docile, and it was able to actively cooperate with Zhang Chu as well as the movements of the staff, so the time and effort spent was reduced accordingly. After 2 hours of careful scrubbing, the Obsidian and the prince seemed to have a new look. Their appearance changed greatly, becoming more refreshed, and their entire bodies emitted a dazzling light, as if they would glow. It was at this time that Zhang Chu noticed the pop-up scrolling continuously in the live broadcast room, so he introduced to everyone, this is the Ahar Jiajin horse, also known as the Sweat-Blood BMW, which is the national treasure of Dawanistan. This kind of horse's speed and endurance are excellent, and its character is relatively strong, making it difficult for ordinary people to subdue it. These two horses took me a long time to tame. Seeing Zhang Chu appear in front of the camera riding a sweat-blooded horse, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately boiled over. The Sweat-Blood BMW has only been heard of before. I didn't expect to actually see it today. This horse is so beautiful. Its fur color shines like a jewel. Holy, what exactly does Mr. Shanghai do? So rich that he actually has a stable with horses. Looking at the audience's enthusiastic response, Zhang Chu felt very satisfied in his heart as well. He decided to bring everyone along to feel the joys of horseback riding. So he said to the audience, let's change the venue for the live broadcast, so that you can see more of the scenery. Saying that, Zhang Chu held the cell phone holder in one hand and led Obsidian and Prince by the reins in the other, and walked towards the outside of the stables. Arriving at the outdoor stables, Zhang Chu stopped and handed the cell phone holder to the stable staff at the side before saying to them, you guys hold the live broadcast for me. I'm going to go ride a few laps. Chapter 051, Untitled. After saying that, Zhang Chu made a flying leap to straddle the obsidian stone, then gently patted its neck and said gently, let's go, obsidian stone, let's go run a few more laps. The obsidian stone seemed to understand Zhang Chu's words and immediately hissed excitedly, opened its hooves, and galloped up. It was extremely fast, sweeping across the grassland like a whirlwind, raising a cloud of dust behind it. The stable staff even mounted the prince on the side, one person and one horse closely chasing after Zhang Chu and Yaoshi. The staff of the stable even mounted the prince on the side. One person and one horse closely chased Zhang Chu and Yaoshi. Zhang Chu tightly grasped the reins, enjoying the feeling of the wind whizzing by, while not forgetting to show off his valor to the viewers in the live broadcast room. Watching Zhang Chu and Yaoshi work so well together, the viewers let out gasps of amazement. Teacher Shanghai is so handsome. Wow. Mr. Shanghai's horsemanship is too good. Mr. Shanghai's horse is running so fast, it's like a bolt of lightning. This picture is so beautiful that one cannot help but want to experience it for themselves. Seeing these pop-ups, the corners of Zhang Chu's mouth rose slightly, and his heart was happy. He gently patted Obsidian's neck, signaling it to continue accelerating. The obsidian stone seemed to understand what he meant, and its four hooves generated wind as it sped forward like an arrow off the string. Zhang Chu felt the sound of the wind whistling past his ears, his heart filled with excitement and joy. The obsidian's speed grew faster and faster, and Zhang Chu tightly grasped the reins, his body slightly leaning forward, becoming one with the obsidian. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient knight, galloping across the grasslands and chasing after his prey. His figure looked extraordinarily athletic in the sunlight, and the viewers in the live broadcast room praised him for his superior horsemanship. Ha ha, it's so exciting. Zhang Chu laughed and said to the viewers in the live streaming room, I suggest everyone to go for a horseback ride when they have the chance. Horseback riding is really addictive. It's much more fun than driving a car. Hello Boss Zhang. Wine Color suddenly connected with him. Zhang Chu smiled faintly. Why are you free today? Wine Color grinned. No, I just finished filming and was thinking of opening a live broadcast to chatter with my fans, and I just happened to see that you were on the air, Boss Zhang, so I immediately connected over. As he spoke, he showed the camera where he was a bustling filming site. Curious, Zhang Chu asked, where are you filming this? Are you participating in some kind of event? Or are you helping merchants with their advertisements? Wine Color patted the chair underneath her and laughed. I'm currently shooting for a merchant for their new product. Zhang Chu smiled and asked, then you guys have quite a full work schedule today, right? Wine color nodded helplessly. It's okay, I've been busy in the morning and finished shooting in the afternoon. At this moment, a girl in a Chinese dress suddenly appeared on the screen, and she enthusiastically greeted Zhang Chu. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Wine color smiled and introduced. Also my partner in this shoot, Mr. Fish. You should know Boss Zhang, right? Zhang Chu hurriedly responded. Recognize. I've worked with Teacher Fish before. Teacher Fish is also filming. Teacher Fish smiled mischievously. Yeah, this family is my big gold master. I've always cooperated with them, and it just so happens that today, Teacher Winecolor came over to shoot the video together. What are you doing, Boss Zhang? Winecolor asked as he looked at Zhang Chu with a puzzled expression. Zhang Chu smiled after hearing that and said, can't you see? I'm riding a horse. With that, he turned the camera towards Obsidian and Prince before introducing them to Winecolor and Teacher Fish. These are the horses I raise. The white one is called Prince and the black one is called Obsidian. Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Winecolor's face as he asked with some disbelief, Boss Zhang, are these the horses you raised? Zhang Chu nodded and replied, that's right. I have a few horses other than Obsidian and Prince that are also in this stable, but I don't have a large stable here that covers an area of just over 200 acres, so the place is a bit small and it's not even enough for them to run. After hearing Zhang Chu's words, Winecolor and Teacher Fish as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly dumbfounded. They were too shocked to speak. How did the combination of these recognizable Chinese characters like horse farm, more than 200 acres, and horse breeding, become so strange? After a while, Winecolor came back to his senses and said, Boss Zhang, stop it, I'm sour. There was a hint of envy and jealousy in his tone. Zhang Chu spoke with a bashful expression. It's nothing special. Horseback riding is just a small personal hobby of mine, just like photography. It's also my interest. He spoke in a relaxed tone, as if both of these things were nothing more than commonplace for him. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu's words changed, suddenly mentioning another matter. Oh, right, the event that will be held in Hangzhou the day after tomorrow. The several of you should all be going to attend, right? After saying that, he quietly waited for the other party's response. Winecolor hurriedly nodded and replied, of course, the few of us who are based in Hangzhou will definitely go to that event. I've heard that the organizers have put in a lot of effort this time and have also gained the support of Hangzhou City. Not only did models and photographers from Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai come to show off their skills, but professionals from other places were also invited. If it's well organized, it will be held again next year, and the organizers hope to bring him. Zhang Chu nodded slightly in recognition before continuing. I see. Actually, I plan to stay in Hangzhou for a day or two. After all, it's been a long time since I've been to this city, and I still quite like Hangzhou. After saying that, he smiled and looked at Winecolor and the others. At this time, Winecolor curiously asked, by the way, Boss Zhang, may I ask if Teacher Orange and Teacher Mingyue will be attending this event? His eyes were filled with anticipation, as if he was very interested in these two teachers. However, when Zhang Chu heard Winecolor mention Su Mingyue, a trace of vigilance could not help but surge in his heart. His eyes stared slightly, and his originally relaxed demeanor instantly turned serious. He furrowed his brows tightly as he asked rhetorically, they are also participating. Why are you asking about this? There were a few hints of questioning and suspicion in his voice, as if he was scrutinizing whether Winecolor had any ill intentions. Winecolor sensed Zhang Chu's suspicion and was secretly startled in his heart. He quickly waved his hand, an innocent look on his face as he explained, I was just casually asking. Last time, Teacher Orange said that she wanted to come to Hangzhou to play with us. He tried to make himself look sincere and believable, but inwardly, he secretly muttered wondering why Zhang Chu was so sensitive. Zhang Chu was silent for a moment and did not pursue the matter any further. He nodded slightly in understanding before saying in a calm tone, alright, I see. I still have some things to do here, I'll get off the air first. He then disconnected his connection with Winecolor without hesitation. Alright, I'll get off the air first everyone. After saying that, Zhang Chu hung up the live broadcast. Chapter 052 Traveling to Hangzhou. After getting off the air, Zhang Chu walked alone on the horse farm, looking at the familiar surroundings, but felt an urgent pressure in his heart. He could not help but start thinking about his feelings for Su Mingyue. What exactly do I like about her? Is it because of her beauty, intelligence or kindness? Zhang Chu asked himself repeatedly, but every time he received an answer, he felt confused and uneasy. He recalled every bit of his acquaintance with Su Mingyue since he met her, and every meeting, every word, and every smile made his heart flutter. However, what did this feeling actually mean? Was it true love or a momentary impulse? Zhang Chu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that time waited for no one, and if he couldn't finalize his feelings and act on them soon, he might lose this opportunity. No, I have to hurry. The sense of urgency caused Zhang Chu to make up his mind. He decided to stop hesitating and instead bravely face his emotions. He believed that this was the only way to find his own happiness. Shanghai, video. Shanghai, handsome or not? The corners of Zhang Chu's mouth rose slightly as his fingers quickly tapped the screen of his cell phone, sending the video of today's horseback riding to Su Mingyue. Cindy, it's not bad. Su Mingyue pretended to be calm, but her eyes unconsciously showed a hint of surprise, although her mouth said not bad. In fact, she had already silently pressed the save button, collecting this beauty. From the initial acquaintance, to nowadays getting along, Su Mingyue's understanding of Zhang Chu was getting deeper and deeper. At first, she was only attracted by Zhang Chu's talent, and her heart was filled with admiration. However, with the passage of time, as the two of them gradually became familiar with each other, Su Mingyue realized that she had developed an unspeakable emotion towards Zhang Chu. It wasn't until that time in Disneyland, when Zhang Chu stepped forward to help her out, that this feeling became more and more apparent, transcending that of an ordinary friend, yet not yet reaching the level of a lover. Shanghai, next time I'll bring you horseback riding. I'll shoot for you. Zhang Chu's tone was firm, as if he could not wait to share this joy with Su Mingyue. Cindy, good, but I haven't ridden a horse yet. Su Mingyue's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation, and at the same time, she was also a bit nervous. Shanghai, don't worry. I'll teach you. Riding a horse is very simple. It's all-inclusive. Zhang Chu replied confidently. He believed that as long as he was around, Su Mingyue would definitely be able to learn to ride a horse, and in the process, the distance between them will get closer and closer. On October 9th, the first working day after the National Day holiday, the sun shone brightly. Zhang Chu, carrying a backpack full of photographic equipment and a suitcase in his hand, was getting ready to go out. He was going to Hangzhou to participate in a grand national-style event. Originally, he had no plans to participate in this event, but since Su Mingyue and Orange were invited, he decided to go along. Zhang Chu had contacted the event organizer in advance and managed to secure the opportunity to be Su Mingyue's exclusive photographer by sponsoring the event. In addition, besides attending the event in Hangzhou, he also planned to take Su Mingyue and Orange on a 2-day tour of this beautiful city to enjoy a relaxing time. Before departing, Zhang Chu drove to the Hudu Springview neighborhood and picked up Su Mingyue and Orange. Just like last time, they would once again embark on the journey together. How does it feel to live there these past few days? While driving, Zhang Chu asked Su Mingyue, who was sitting in the passenger seat. With concern, Su Mingyue replied with a smile. It's very good. The environment here is beautiful, the air is fresh, and the neighbors are all very polite. She was very satisfied with this new living environment. Hearing Su Mingyue's praise, Zhang Chu smiled happily. He said, that's for sure. Most of the residents over here are white-collar workers who work in the nearby Lujiazui financial city. They are all highly educated intellectuals. Even if their own quality isn't very high, they will still pretend to be highly qualified. At this time, Orange from the back seat curiously interjected. Boss Zhang, where were you yesterday? Is there a horse farm near Magic City? Zhang Chu replied. Over there in Chongming. I have a farm and a horse farm over there, and I usually like to go over there to relax when I'm free. So next time, I'll invite you guys to go over there together. After saying that, he continued to concentrate on driving. If you guys are thirsty, there are drinks in the fridge. The journey from Mordor to Hangchang is about 3 hours long, Zhang Chu very thoughtfully reminded. On the way, the scenery was picturesque, and the sunlight poured through the car windows, putting people in a happy mood. 3 hours later, Zhang Chu's car finally drove into downtown Hangzhou. The first thing they did when they came to Hangzhou was to go to the hotel that the event organizer had booked for them to sign in. The event lasted for 2 days, and the organizers had invited models and photographers from all over the world. Plus the organizers had money with the Hangzhou municipal government, so they were very considerate in arranging a hotel for each of them. After checking in at the hotel, Zhang Chu waited in the hotel lobby for Su Mingyue and Orange to go downstairs to have lunch together. Mingyue. Just as Su Mingyue and Orange were about to go downstairs, a familiar voice came. Achou, you're here too. Su Mingyue turned around to find that it was her former counterpart in Rongcheng. The corner of Achou's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile as she said softly, yes, I'm not the only one. There are several sisters from Rongcheng. We came together. Hearing this, Su Mingyue couldn't help but light up. A little surprise and anticipation spread on her face. She hurriedly asked after her, really? That's great. It seemed that she was extraordinarily excited about this sudden encounter. Achou smiled and nodded, and enthusiastically extended an invitation to Su Mingyue. Mingyue, are you guys free this afternoon? A few of our sisters have arranged to go shopping in the neighborhood together in the afternoon. Su Mingyue replied without hesitation. Sure, it just so happens that Orange and I don't have much to do in the afternoon. Her eyes shone with joy as if she had been looking forward to it for a long time. Orange on the side also responded positively. Me too. Her voice revealed a hint of excitement and curiosity. Alright Achio, I won't chat with you anymore. We still have things to do first law. After Su Mingyue finished speaking, she took Orange's hand and hurriedly left downstairs. A few moments later, the two came downstairs. Su Mingyue gasped for breath as she apologized. Sorry, I just met my counterpart from Rongqing and chatted a bit more. Her tone was apologetic, but at the same time, it was filled with joy. It's fine, I just came downstairs as well. Let's go get something to eat. Zhang Chu got up and prepared to take Su Mingyue and Orange to have lunch. Chapter 053 Hospitality Dinner. After dinner, Su Mingyue and Orange followed the models and photography teachers from Rongqing and went to the nearby streets for shopping. They enthusiastically walked around every corner of the neighborhood, enjoying the freshness brought by this new environment. Feeling a bit tired after the shopping, they decided to find a coffee shop to sit down and have a rest. After entering the coffee shop, the group each ordered their favorite coffee and sat down on the comfortable seats to relax. At this time, Achio suddenly opened her mouth and asked Su Mingyue, Mingyue, did you and Orange come with Mr. Shanghai? Su Mingyue gently took a sip of the fragrant coffee and replied with a smile. Yeah, he happens to be coming to Magic City to participate in this event as well, so we came together as a group. Hearing this, Orange hurriedly chimed in. Right. At the same time, she secretly gave Achio a wink. Achio immediately comprehended the deep meaning in Orange's eyes, so she wisely stopped pursuing the matter. After enjoying a delicious cup of coffee, all of them gradually regained their strength and were refreshed as they continued their Hangzhou shopping trip. Where are you guys? I'll come over to pick you up. When it was more than 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Chu saw that Su Mingyue and Orange hadn't returned yet, so he took out his cell phone and called them to inquire about the situation. We're over here in XXXX on the other side of the phone. Su Mingyue and a few others were standing on the side of the road anxiously beckoning for a taxi, but for some reason, it seemed that cabs were very scarce in this area, and online taxis rarely took orders. I know, I'll be right over, Zhang Chu said. With me and Orange there are a few other sisters who used to be in Rongqing. They can't get a taxi either. See if you can think of a way. Okay, I know. I'll think of a way, Zhang Chu said and hung up the phone. Wine color, Zhao Mer, and Marshall follow me. After Zhang Chu found the 3 wine colors who were waiting for the banquet to start in the hall, he hurriedly walked towards them and shouted at them. Wine color looked at the hurried Zhang Chu and wondered. No, Boss Zhang, what are you dragging us away in such a hurry for? There's a good thing that I need your help with, Zhang Chu said as he dragged them outside. What good thing? Hearing that there was a good thing, the 3 of them asked curiously. Zhang Chu briefly explained the situation. Mingyue is out shopping with a few modeling teachers from Rongqing, and now they can't get a cab and need someone to pick them up. As soon as the wine-colored trio heard that they were going to pick up the modeling teachers, they became so excited that their eyes were glowing, and they couldn't wait to ask, Boss Zhang, you said it earlier, where are they? How many of them are there? In XXXX. I need 4 cars, Zhang Chu replied. The wine-colored trio were a bit impatient and hurriedly urged. Then hurry up, we have exactly 4 cars. After saying that, they moved quickly and prepared to head to the designated location to pick up the people. On the other side, Su Mingyue and Orange and Achio and the girls were waiting anxiously. It was really impossible to get a car in this place. There was still an hour left before the dinner arranged by the organizers would start, and the sky was getting darker and darker. Right at this moment, a familiar car slowly came from the distance, getting closer and closer, until it steadily stopped in front of them. Zhang Chu lowered the car window and smiled as he said to Su Mingyue and Orange, quickly get in. You guys wait a bit, Wine Color and the others are right behind me, Zhang Chu said to Achio and the girls. Just then Wine Color and the 3 of them arrived in their respective cars and smoothly picked up the people. At 6:30 p.m., night had fallen and the entire city was illuminated by bright lights. At this time, the hotel banquet hall was brightly lit. The organizer once again carefully prepared a sumptuous dinner, inviting all the models, teachers and photographers who participated in the event to gather together and do the mobilization meeting before the event started. In the spacious and bright banquet hall, people were laughing and the atmosphere was warm and cheerful. The person in charge of the organizer stood in the center of the stage and delivered a passionate speech. His voice was full of enthusiasm and vigor, attracting a burst of applause and cheers from the stage. However, for Zhang Chu sitting under the stage, the most important thing at this moment was waiting for the opening. Zhang Chu sat quietly in his seat, waiting for the opening. He simply did not have the heart to listen to the people on the stage. Su Mingyue and Orange, who were sitting beside Zhang Chu, were in stark contrast to him. Their eyes stared blankly at the exquisite cold dishes placed on the table, as if that was the only thing they could do at the moment. Su Mingyue could not help but whisper to Zhang Chu, so hungry. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness and longing, as if she was expressing her eager anticipation for the food. Zhang Chu smiled faintly and nodded in understanding, responding, who isn't? He similarly felt the torment of hunger. But in the face of the tantalizing dishes in front of them, they could only wait patiently. In order to distract himself, he simply pulled out his cell phone and started swiping on a certain sound in an attempt to divert his attention. Seeing Zhang Chu focusing on his cell phone screen, Su Mingyue curiously approached him and asked in a low voice, "Do you usually procrastinate in your lectures?" Her tone revealed her curiosity about Zhang Chu's work habits. Zhang Chu continued to swipe a certain tone while answering carelessly, "I dislike speeches the most. Usually, I don't even give speeches myself. It's all about professional people doing professional things. All I need to do is sit down and listen, and occasionally give some advice or comments in a pretentious manner. It's much easier that way, and I don't have to worry about whether the speech drags on or not." After saying that, he laughed, revealing a kind of spontaneity and indolence in his laughter. For some unknown reason, recently, Zhang Chu's certain voice was always pushing some beautiful videos to him, and they were still all different types of beautiful women. Zhang Chu curiously clicked on it and found that these beauties had basically signed up with the MCN organization. And even more coincidentally, their MCN organizations were actually the same company, Worry-Free Media. This company was very familiar to Zhang Chu, as it was a subsidiary of his company. Looking at these beauties, Zhang Chu could not help but frown and muttered in his heart, "How many artists has Worry-Free signed now? It feels like half of certain sound are their artists." At this time, Su Mingyue, who was sitting next to her, noticed Zhang Chu's movements, and when she saw that Zhang Chu's hand kept sliding around on the screen, she asked curiously, "What are you swiping? Why does your hand keep sliding around?" Zhang Chu's heart tightened upon hearing this, and he hurriedly extinguished his cell phone screen, fearing that Su Mingyue would see what he was reading. He pretended to be calm and replied, "It's nothing, just casually swiping a certain sound. The things recommended to me are things I'm not too interested in." Just then the organizer's speech finally ended. The dinner party officially started, and the crowd could finally move their chopsticks. Chapter 054, Shooting in Hangzhou, Up. The next day at 9 a.m. The sun was shining brightly. The shore of Shizi Lake was full of tourists who came here for fun. People were coming and going, and it was bustling with activity. Inside the shooting site by the lake, the staff were busy setting up the scenes and equipment, while the modeling teachers were carefully dressing themselves in the dressing room on the side. At this moment, everyone had already arrived, just waiting for the organizer to give the order to start today's shooting. Zhang Chu leisurely sat on a chair, chatting idly with Wine Color, Zhou Ma, and De Shui. With a cheap smile on his face, Wine Color approached Zhang Chu and said, "Boss Zhang, we are really thankful to you for yesterday. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have had the chance to meet so many beautiful young ladies." It turned out that yesterday, Wine Color and Zhou Ma and the three of them had not only successfully received those girls, but had also successfully added their WeChat messages, and had even made an appointment to go to Rongqing to look for them for shooting in the future when they had the chance. Zhang Chu smiled faintly and looked at Wine Color and said, "Since that's the case, you guys have to show something as well, right?" Wine Color immediately understood and quickly nodded. Of course, we will definitely show something, but the three of us can't afford to invite too expensive." After saying that, he also revealed a wry smile. The time came to 9:30, and with a notification from the organizer, the morning's shooting work officially kicked off. Each photographer was assigned one or more modeling teachers. As for Zhang Chu, under his covert operation, he was unsuspectingly formed into a group with Su Mingyue, and had only Su Mingyue as a model. The organizers really know what they're doing. This is money well spent. Zhang Chu could not help but secretly sigh in his heart. After sponsoring a mere $1 million, the organizer had arranged everything he expected. This party B was simply impeccable. "Mingyue, do you have any special ideas? If so, remember to tell me." Zhang Chu held the camera in his hand, adjusting the parameters as he opened his mouth to ask. However, in terms of conceptualization, Su Mingyue didn't have much talent or inspiration. Thus, she did not hesitate to choose to trust Zhang Chu. After all, she had once witnessed Zhang Chu's overwhelming talent. "I'll completely follow your arrangements, Brother Chu, and I'll shoot however you want." Zhang Chu carefully scrutinized Su Mingyue, and after thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. "How about this? The clothes you're wearing today are more plain in color, and the overall style leans towards being cool and refreshing. Then next, we will use the cool breeze as the theme for the shoot. Later on, you only need to follow my instructions." After saying that, Zhang Chu quickly walked towards the props team and borrowed an oil paper umbrella and a wand. He and Su Mingyue arrived together at the bridge, where the environment was tranquil and the tourists were scarce, just right for them to work on the shooting. Zhang Chu carefully explained the main points of the action while making a demonstration himself, like this. "Mingyue, later on you can gently lean on this railing, and then gaze tenderly at me. What you need to pay special attention to is that when you look at me, you must maintain the emotion in your eyes." Su Mingyue smiled and nodded her head in understanding. "Okay, I know. Then, let's begin, Zhang Chu said excitedly. Su Mingyue elegantly relied on the railing of the bridge as Zhang Chu had just demonstrated, her beautiful and moving eyes looking deeply at Zhang Chu as if they contained endless tenderness. On the other hand, Zhang Chu on the opposite side did not hesitate to crouch down, holding the camera with both hands steadily, concentrating on capturing every moment of Su Mingyue. Very good. Zhang Chu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and quickly pressed the shutter to freeze this beautiful picture forever. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu continued to patiently instruct Su Mingyue. Next, Mingyue, please slowly turn your head towards the lake and then quietly gaze into the distance. After saying that, Zhang Chu walked off the bridge and came to the edge of the lake, and began to look for the best shooting angle. He crouched down from time to time and stood on his tiptoes, just to find the most perfect composition. Finally, he found a satisfactory angle and then gave an okay gesture to Su Mingyue, indicating that he could continue taking pictures. After Su Mingyue saw Zhang Chu's gesture, she elegantly turned her head towards the lake, slightly sideways, as if she was immersed in the lake and mountains. At this moment, Zhang Chu, who was at the lake, quickly pressed the shutter and captured her beautiful moment. Each shutter sound was like a race against time, recording Su Mingyue's charming posture and expression. After continuously taking multiple photos, Zhang Chu returned to the bridge with satisfaction and continued to explain the next shooting points to Su Mingyue. Mingyue, later on, you have to hold the oil paper umbrella and walk down the steps from here. Then stop when you come to this position and gently look at the camera. Remember, be sure to pay attention to your eyes. Okay, I understand. Su Mingyue nodded her head in response. She had completely understood Zhang Chu's request. Then, she held up her oil paper umbrella like a blooming flower and slowly walked down from the bridge. Each step appeared light and graceful, as if the entire world was tranquilized by her presence. When she walked to Zhang Chu's designated position, she stopped and gently looked towards Zhang Chu, her gaze gently falling on him. At that moment, her eyes revealed a faint sadness that one could not help but be moved by. Beautiful! Zhang Chu could not help but exclaim in admiration. He was deeply impressed by Su Mingyue's sense of coolness, and a feeling of pity surged in his heart. The woman in front of him was like a refreshing ink painting, exuding a unique charm. After Zhang Chu handed the camera to Su Mingyue, his face revealed undisguised joy and excitement, and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Mingyue, you're really wonderful. I'm certain that this one video will definitely explode all over the internet. Hearing Zhang Chu's praise, Su Mingyue's heart was also filled with joy, but she still responded humbly. It's all because of you, Brother Chu. If it wasn't for your guidance and filming skills, I wouldn't have been able to perform so well. Saying that, she took the camera and couldn't wait to start checking out the photos she had just taken. When she flipped through the first photo, her eyes instantly lit up, because the self in the photo exuded a sense of coolness, a feeling as if she had traveled through time and space, putting her in the middle of a chaotic world. Looking at the second and third, every photo surprised her. Whether it was the composition or the use of light and shadow, it was all perfect, and the combination of these photos with today's dress and makeup was even more complimentary, making the whole picture seem extraordinarily harmonious. After appreciating all the photos, Su Mingyue couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Chu, you're really too good. These photos are simply works of art, and I'm sure they will definitely attract the attention and love of netizens. At this moment, Zhang Chu smiled and said to her, alright, we should go back. I'm not the type of photographer who pursues high production. I pay more attention to quality. Therefore, as long as I can shoot satisfactory works, I should take a good rest. After all, inspiration needs time to accumulate. After saying that, he gently patted Su Mingyue's shoulder to show encouragement. Chapter 055, Shooting in Hangzhou. Next, when Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue returned to the shooting site, the others were almost done with the main movie and were shooting the bloopers. Seeing them return, someone asked curiously, you guys finished shooting so quickly? Su Mingyue smiled and replied, yeah, I think the two of us worked pretty well together, so it was over pretty quickly. She turned her head to look at Zhang Chu and asked, aren't you going to film the shoot? Zhang Chu shook his head, found a chair to sit down, and said, I never shoot bloopers. I don't shoot anything other than the main movie. And what kind of bloopers do the two of us have to shoot? We work so well together in one shot. His tone was relaxed and at ease, as if he was satisfied with his performance. Su Mingyue heard this and felt that it made sense, so she also found a chair and sat down next to Zhang Chu. The two looked at each other and smiled, tacitly choosing to pose together. At this time, Orange also returned to the venue after filming, and seeing that Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue had long been sitting there resting, he couldn't help but say in surprise, how come you guys are the first one again? Last time Roncheng was as well. Zhang Chu shrugged his shoulders and said, maybe it's because we're luckier. We meet the right partner every time. Su Mingyue nodded and said, indeed, the two of us work well together. That's why we were able to complete the shoot so smoothly. Orange looked at Su Mingyue in disbelief. No, Mingyue, why didn't it go so smoothly every time I filmed for you? Then I don't know. Su Mingyue smiled somewhat embarrassedly, then began to change the topic. Orange, you find a chair to sit in too. The time came to 1 in the afternoon, but the shooting had yet to start. Only Zhang Chu was seen pulling Su Mingyue and coming to the lake together. At this moment, the lake's surface was slightly rippling, and a light breeze quietly whisked by, bringing with it a slight coolness. Mingyue, you wait and sit on this rock. As Zhang Chu spoke, he took out a paper towel and carefully wiped the rock on the side clean. Then, Zhang Chu handed the ruan he borrowed in the morning to Su Mingyue and patiently explained, you wait and hold this ruan and sit on this rock. Then, good, I understand. Su Mingyue smiled and received the ruan, while gently plucking the ruan strings with her slender fingers, and a pleasant sound followed. Alright, let's begin. With Zhang Chu's order, the entire shoot officially kicked off. Su Mingyue elegantly sat on a rock by the lake, holding the exquisite ruan in her arms. The breeze gently blew Su Mingyue's hair, and her silky soft hair fluttered with the wind, seemingly adding a touch of mysterious and charming aura to her. Her delicate hands lightly strummed the ruan strings, each note jumping in the air like a nimble elf, mesmerizing people. Along with the rhythm of the music, Su Mingyue played ruan while slightly lowering her head. Her eyes focused on the instrument in her hands as if she was one with ruan. Her fingers gently plucked the strings of the instrument, emitting a clear and pleasant sound, as melodious as heavenly music. Immediately after, Su Mingyue held the ruan in one hand and placed it on her lap, looking up at the lake not far away. Her eyes were deep and bright, shining like stars. She quietly gazed at the lake as if there were endless grievances hidden within. I didn't realize that you could still play ruan. I originally just wanted you to pluck the strings of the zither, Zhang Chu said with emotion, his eyes filled with surprise and appreciation. Su Mingyue smiled faintly and replied softly, I used to take elective classes on traditional musical instruments when I was in college, and I was very interested in these, so I went to enroll in an interest class to learn. But it's been a long time since I've touched one, so I'm feeling a bit rusty now. She sighed softly, but a confident smile still spread across her face. Zhang Chu stood frozen in place, quietly listening to the music played by Su Mingyue. The camera in his hand had been recording this beautiful moment, fearing that he would miss a single detail. When the last note fell, Su Mingyue slowly put down the pen in her hand, a faint smile appearing on her face. Zhang Chu could not help but exclaim, it's so beautiful. He was deeply impressed and his heart was filled with admiration. He did not expect Su Mingyue to have such an outstanding talent, which made him love her more and more. Zhang Chu looked at Su Mingyue and asked curiously, do you know any other traditional instruments besides ruan? Su Mingyue gently nodded and said, I mainly learned the guzheng, but I can only play one song for ruan. Zhang Chu silently noted Su Mingyue's hobbies in his mind and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect you to be a talented woman. Hearing this, Su Mingyue blushed a bit in embarrassment and hastily waved her hands. No, just a slight understanding. Time quickly came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the afternoon shooting officially started. The photography team and modeling teachers were divided into several groups by the organizers, and roamed around the West Lake in different boats. Simply put, the afternoon shooting activities were carried out on the boats. As for Zhang Chu and his group who were divided into the same boat, there were also a few people from Wine Color, Nan and Dasai as well as several models such as Xiao. Basically all of them were familiar with each other. In this way, the shooting work became much easier. After all, everyone was familiar with each other. Everyone look outside. With the photographers shout, all of them turned their eyes to the beautiful scenery outside the boat, ready to start a new round of shooting. Su Mingyue sat at the bow of the boat with ruan in her arms. The afternoon sunlight sprinkled on the lake. The waves sparkled beautifully. The breeze lightly brushed people's faces, bringing a hint of coolness and comfort. Su Mingyue sat quietly at the bow of the boat. Ruan in her arms looked around curiously, occasionally letting out a joyful cry. She tenderly stroked Ruan's fur, feeling its warmth and intimacy. Zhang Chu busily adjusted the angle and parameters of his camera to capture every wonderful moment. Su Mingyue's smile was as bright as the sun, her eyes revealing her love of life and anticipation for the future. As time went by, the afternoon shoot went very smoothly. Everyone not only completed the shooting task, but also enjoyed the beautiful scenery of Shizi Lake. Everyone was immersed in the beautiful atmosphere and felt the charm of nature and the power of art. And during the filming process, Zhang Chu's favoritism towards Su Mingyue gradually emerged. He always pays special attention to Su Mingyue's every move and is always ready to take the most beautiful photos for her. His eyes were full of tenderness and love. The next day's shooting location was arranged in Cici Wetland. The scenery here was unique, especially the faded lotus flowers. Although they were no longer in full bloom, the remaining lotus leaves still showed a different kind of beauty, as if telling the cycle of life and resilience. The organizer specially arranged an interactive session between the visitors and the hanfu models to make the whole shooting activity more interesting and participatory. In addition to completing the shooting tasks, the models also played the role of NPCs and interacted with the visitors. Dressed in gorgeous Chinese costumes, they elegantly strolled in the wetland, becoming a bright landscape. During the one-day shooting, Su Mingyue took photos with many tourists, always keeping a friendly smile and leaving good memories with each one of them. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, kept pressing the shutter, recording these precious moments with his camera. He looked at Su Mingyue's figure in the crowd, his heart filled with joy and satisfaction. Chapter 056, Wushu Media, Up. The two-day event finally came to an end, and Zhang Chu, along with Su Mingyue and Orange, packed their luggage and prepared to leave the hotel provided by the organizers. They dragged their suitcases to the parking lot and put their luggage into the car. Zhang Chu sat in the driver's seat and looked at Su Mingyue in the passenger seat and Orange in the back seat and asked with a smile, "Are you guys really sure you don't want to stay in the same hotel as me? This is also more convenient." Su Mingyue and Orange looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. "Let's forget about it. We can't afford to stay in the hotel you're staying in." They recalled the sky-high presidential suite at the Bosch Taikoli Hotel that Zhang Chu had stayed at the last time they were in Rongcheng, and the cost of that night was enough for them to work hard for a long time. Zhang Chu smiled and started the car. "Alright then, I'll send you guys to the hotel first." He stepped on the gas pedal and the car slowly drove out of the parking lot. Su Mingyue and Orange had booked a B&B hotel located on the shore of Shizi Lake, with a beautiful environment and moderate prices. The car traveled along the highway and soon arrived at their destination. Zhang Chu helped them carry their luggage to the hotel lobby before saying goodbye to them. Then, he drove to the hotel he had booked, the Four Seasons Hotel Zitsihu. This was the Four Seasons Hotel's only garden-style hotel in China, not far from Su Mingyue's and their B&B, and it was close to Shizi Lake with a picturesque view. After checking in, Zhang Chu took a short rest before deciding to drive to Wuyo Media's headquarters. He wanted to personally take a look at the current status of this subsidiary, mainly to see just how many dares had been signed, as if there were strange things mixed in among them. After all, he wasn't very familiar with the industry, but as the owner of the company, he needed to have a handle on everything. Zhang Chu drove his car to the front of Worryless Mansion, the headquarters of Wuyo Media. This time, he didn't notify Wu Worry Media's CEO Xiao Lei in advance as usual, but instead decided to give him a surprise attack. After all, this was the only way to truly understand the actual situation of the company. Zhang Chu had just walked through the doors of the Worryless Mansion when he was mistaken by one of the personnel staff for a candidate who had come to interview for the position of cameraman. It turned out that today, Zhang Chu was dressed very casually and had a camera bag on his back, so it was no wonder that he would be misrecognized. "I'm not," Zhang Chu tried to explain, but before he finished his words, he was personnel staff tightly pulled and dragged to the elevator without explanation. The elevator was so crowded that Zhang Chu could barely speak, let alone explain his identity. The elevator finally reached the 10th floor, and as soon as the doors opened, the personnel staff pulled Zhang Chu along and jogged all the way to a photo studio. There were already some people waiting to be interviewed inside the studio. They were all candidates who had come to apply for the position of camera operator. "Quickly go in for your interview." After the personnel staff handed Zhang Chu a work tag, they quickly pulled him into the studio. The spacious and bright room was set up in a simple yet professional manner. A young man was sitting in the center, holding a resume in his hand, and it was none other than the personnel manager. He looked intently at the resume in his hand and spoke in a serious tone. "You are the photographer who came for the interview, right? What works do you have? Mr. Zhang, why are you here?" The personnel manager felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, looked up as if he had seen the end of the world. He never thought that he was actually interviewing the company's big boss. The corners of Zhang Chu's mouth rose slightly, and with a hint of a flirtatious smile, he said, "I came to interview the photographer." The personnel manager was instantly dumbfounded, and fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed to Zhang Chu, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I didn't know it was you." Zhang Chu waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for him to be nervous. "It's alright, you're doing well, keep it up." Right at this moment, the personnel who had just pulled Zhang Chu and also walked over. When she saw Zhang Chu, she similarly felt that the sky was about to collapse. She could not have dreamed that she had taken the real big boss of the company as a cameraman who had come for an interview. "Mr. Zhang," she cried out in shock, her face as pale as paper. Zhang Chu smiled at her and said in a gentle tone, "You're very dedicated, but don't be in a hurry in the future. You need to double check." The personnel lowered her head in shame and nodded her head repeatedly. "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I know I'm wrong." Zhang Chu patted her shoulder, then turned to the personnel manager. "You guys continue with the interview. I guess the real interviewees should still be down there. I'll go find your general manager Lei first." After saying that, he got up and left the studio. With Zhang Chu's departure, the entire studio fell into silence. The personnel manager and the other personnel looked at each other and both saw deep shock and fear in the other's eyes. They were secretly glad that Zhang Chu was not that kind of petty person. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. After Zhang Chu left the studio, he wandered aimlessly around this worryless mansion, wanting to gain an in-depth understanding of the actual situation of the employees of Wu Worry. Right at this moment, a voice came. "Hello handsome, are you the new photographer?" It turned out to be MS Chang, an artist under Wuyo, who saw Zhang Chu's good looks and took the initiative to come forward to talk to him. "Handsome guy, are you interested in coming with me to photograph?" Zhang Chu looked at the beauty in front of him and replied bluntly, "I'm not a videographer, I'm your boss." Hearing this, MS Chang couldn't help but laugh, feeling that the joke was a bit funny, and said, "Handsome, you really know how to joke." Zhang Chu didn't explain anymore and simply said, "Believe it or not, you'll know in a moment." Then he turned around and prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, Wu Yu's CEO hurried over, and as soon as he saw Zhang Chu, he immediately greeted him respectfully. "Mr. Zhang, why didn't you tell me you were here?" Zhang Chu turned his head to look at the CEO and smiled as he teased, "Little Lei, why are you getting brighter and brighter?" Xiao Lei's bare head shone under the light, extraordinarily compelling. "Are you really my boss?" MS Chang on the side stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief, clearly unable to accept that the young and handsome man in front of her was actually her top boss. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Chu couldn't help but feel a bit amused as he winked in a mysterious manner. "It's true that I seldom come to Wu Yue, so you might not be too familiar with my looks, but that doesn't mean that I'm not your boss. Moreover, I've heard about your great name for a long time now. To acquire Wu Yue, right?" Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across MS Chang's face as she hurriedly explained, "Oh, you've misunderstood. I'm just an ordinary employee. How would I dare to acquire the company? This is all just a script." Seeing this, Zhang Chu also stopped flirting with her and turned his head to Xiao Lei. "Xiao Lei, let's go to your office first and have a seat." Xiao Lei immediately nodded his head and replied enthusiastically, "Yes, boss, please follow me." After saying that, he led the way in front, leading Zhang Chu towards his office. All along the way, Xiao Lei acted very attentive, constantly introducing the company's situation and the recent project progress. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, listened attentively and raised some questions and suggestions from time to time. Chapter 057 Wushu Media. Next, inside the CEO's office of Wuyu Media, Zhang Chu sat in Xiao Lei's seat and listened to Xiao Lei report on his work. He didn't have an office in Wuyo, so he could only use Xiao Lei's office. Zhang Chu crossed his legs and leisurely looked out the window, very relaxed and cozy, but his eyes revealed a thoughtful look. "Little Lei, I happened to come here this time to attend an event in Hangzhou, then stopped by to see Wu Yu," Zhang Chu slowly said. Xiao Lei nodded, an expression of respect and anticipation on his face as he waited for Zhang Chu's next instructions. Zhang Chu turned his head to look at Xiao Lei, his expression becoming very solemn. "Xiao Lei, there is something I need you to do." Xiao Lei immediately straightened his body and replied seriously. "You say?" Zhang Chu continued. "You've seen those carrying goods anchors flopping recently." Xiao Lei nodded and said seriously, "I know, and I've also given orders to the anchors below the company to strengthen their self-inspection and reject false propaganda." Zhang Chu nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Good, I order you to set up a quality inspection department in the company. In the future, all cooperation from the company's carrying anchor will need to be inspected by the quality inspection department." Xiao Lei was a bit surprised, but quickly regained his composure, thinking for a moment before saying, "Understood, Mr. Zhang. This will ensure the quality of our products and avoid similar incidents from happening again." Zhang Chu smiled and patted Xiao Lei's shoulder approvingly. "Not bad, this is the result I wanted." Xiao Lei asked, "Does Mr. Zhang need me to make arrangements at night?" Zhang Chu waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need. I have an appointment with a few friends at night." Zhang Chu slowly stood up from his seat, a relaxed smile on his face. "Xiao Lei, this seat is better for you to sit. I'll go out for a stroll." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, Xiao Lei did not sit down, but followed closely behind Zhang Chu, saying in a respectful tone, "Mr. Zhang, do you need me to arrange for someone to accompany you?" Zhang Chu waved his hand and replied with a smile, "No need, Xiao Lei, go and get busy. I don't really like being accompanied." Afterward, he dissuaded Xiao Lei and began to wander around this Wuyu mansion alone. When Zhang Chu had just walked out of Xiao Lei's office, he was surprised to find MS Chang standing quietly at the door. He curiously asked, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Seeing that MS Chang was full of apologies, she deeply bowed to Zhang Chu and sincerely apologized. "Boss, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were the boss before." I mistook you for the photographer. Zhang Chu couldn't help but smile as he gently said to Ms. Chang, it's alright, let's put it this way, if you treat me to a cup of coffee at the coffee shop downstairs, it'll be considered as forgiving you. Hearing these words, the stone hanging high in Ms. Chang's heart finally fell, and she hurriedly nodded her head and agreed. No problem, boss, even if I treat you to 10 cups or 100 cups. Inside the coffee shop on the first floor of Wuyu Mansion, Ms. Chang looked at the store's menu and asked, what kind of coffee do you want, boss? I'll have a latte with half sugar, half milk, and less ice, Zhang Chu said to the waitress with a smile. Ms. Chang also followed Zhang Chu's example and said to the waiter, 2 lattes, half sugar, half milk, less ice. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. Uxin, why are you here? Ms. Chang turned around and was surprised to find Huang Yameng and a few of Wu Yu's dudes appearing in the coffee shop. Yu Meng, she greeted happily. The others also noticed Zhang Chu and greeted him with, hello boss, as the news of the big boss coming to the company had already spread in the company group, and someone had even posted his picture in the group. Zhang Chu nodded his head slightly and responded with a smile. Hello guys. As soon as Huang Yameng pulled Ms. Chang aside, she asked in a low voice, Chang Yusin, why are you at the coffee shop with the boss? Ms. Chang replied with an aggrieved face, it wasn't because I was cheap and wanted to flirt with him. I didn't realize he was the boss. Luckily the boss was generous and only let me treat him to coffee as an atonement. Huang Yameng couldn't help but give a thumbs up and complimented. Chang Yusin, you're bullish, molesting the boss and actually not getting fired. Ms. Chang was remorseful, hating that she couldn't travel back in time to give herself a hard slap in the face. Gritting her teeth, she said, don't mention it, I'm such a... At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly asked, boss, aren't you that photographer with a photography account called Shanghai? Zhang Chu was a bit surprised and asked back, how do you know? Did you participate in the event a few days ago as well? The man replied excitedly, yes, boss, my screen name is Sister Sun, and I also participated in that event. What a surprise, I actually participated in the same event as my boss. Zhang Chu asked curiously, then which photographer were you grouped with at that time? I attended the event with my friends and didn't particularly notice you. Sister Sun replied, boss, I was in a group with Mr. Nan, Zhang Chu said as if he suddenly realized. Teacher Nan, ah, I know him, but we don't socialize much. I'm more familiar with Zhaomer and Winecolor. Just as they were chatting, the others took out their cell phones and couldn't wait to open a certain tone, searching for Zhang Chu's account and quickly clicking follow. Everyone was filled with curiosity and anticipation, wanting to know more about this mysterious boss. Huang Yameng was more daring as she smiled and asked, boss, can we follow each other? Her eyes revealed a hint of expectation and longing. However, Zhang Chu refused without hesitation. Sorry, I don't follow each other on this account. His tone was firm and resolute, causing people to feel a little lost. Zhang Chu's follow list was all public, and the crowd curiously clicked on it, realizing that there was only one person to follow, Su Mingyue. There was also only one friend, and the same was Su Mingyue. Coupled with the fact that the top works on the list of works were all related to Su Mingyue, the crowd instantly understood the meaning of it, and a trace of envy arose in their hearts towards Su Mingyue. After talking to Ms. Chang and the girls in the cafe for a while, Zhang Chu began his tour of Wuyo Media again. All of Wuyo Media's professionals in Hangzhou had gotten the news and were rushing towards Wuyo Mansion for various reasons, hoping to give Zhang Chu, the big boss behind the scenes, a good impression in order to gain more input from the company. Even because of the existence of Zhang Chu's catfish, Wuyo's head honchos were even more voluminous than usual. Chapter 058, West Lake Vinegar Fish. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly as Zhang Chu accompanied Su Mingyue and Orange as they strolled along the West Lake. Although they had already filmed here the day before, the beauty of the place was really unforgettable, as if they could never stroll around enough. The crystal clear waters of Shizi Lake were surrounded by rolling hills and green trees. So, the three of them found a quaint tea house by the lake and sat down, ordering a few cups of fragrant dragon well tea and enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea time. Where did you go this morning? Why didn't Orange and I reply to any of the messages we sent you? Su Mingyue frowned and looked at Zhang Chu expressionlessly, her tone revealing a hint of reproach. However, she was very anxious inside, worrying that something had happened to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu scratched his head in embarrassment and hurriedly explained, after I dropped you guys off at the hotel, I went to check in at the hotel I booked for myself, and then went to inspect the work situation of one of my subsidiaries in Hangzhou, so I didn't have time to check my cell phone. I'm really sorry, he said while showing an apologetic smile. Zhang Chu said sorry on his lips, but his heart was happy because he knew that Su Mingyue was so concerned about him, which meant that she must have a place for him in her heart. He felt that the relationship between the two had taken another step forward. You must look at your cell phone next time, Su Mingyue said seriously, her eyes revealing a sense of concern and worry. Orange on the side silently sipped her tea, feeling like a redundant light bulb. She thought to herself that these two people are not together yet like this. In the future when they are together the dog food shall not fly all over the sky. No, if they become a must, want them to pack a huge amount of red envelopes to her. What do you want to eat at night? Zhang Chu said while looking at the two with an expectant expression on his face. When I come to Hangzhou City, I must try Hangzhou cuisine. West Lake vinegar fish seems to have been very hot on the internet, Su Mingyue said excitedly. She had been seeing comments and photos of West Lake vinegar fish on the internet and was filled with curiosity and anticipation for its flavor. Hearing this suggestion, Zhang Chu could not help but shed a drop of cold sweat. He had once tasted the West Lake vinegar fish, but felt that it did not meet the tastes of modern people. However, he did not want to disappoint Su Mingyue, so he smiled and said, West Lake vinegar fish, are you sure? However, since you want to try it, I know of a store that does it very well. We'll go there at night, and it's not far from here. Is it outside the building? Su Mingyue asked curiously, as Lu Wai Lu was a famous restaurant in Hangzhou, known for its authentic Hangzhou cuisine. No, Lu Wai Lu is a younger brother in front of it. Zhang Chu replied indifferently, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. What kind of store is it? Su Mingyue's curiosity was piqued, and she couldn't wait to know the answer. You'll know when you go. Zhang Chu purposely sold the idea, a wry smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Chu drove the two of them to the Zizihu State Guesthouse. Where is this? Su Mingyue stood in front of the door of the Zizihu State Guesthouse, looking up at the solemn and dignified signboard above her, and could not help but feel a surge of awe in her heart. She had never thought that she would have the opportunity to come to such a special place. This is the Zizihu State Guesthouse, a place that the country specializes in entertaining foreign dignitaries. Zhang Chu explained with a smile. The environment here is very beautiful, and the service is also very attentive. The words above the entrance were inscribed by an elder, but it is now open to the public as well, so we will enjoy dinner here tonight. After saying that, Zhang Chu led Su Mingyue and Orange into the gates of the Zizihu State Guesthouse. They walked along a quiet path, lined with green trees and fragrant flowers, making people's moods pleasant. Not long after, they arrived at the Purple Violet Hall, and the two of them, Su Mingyue and Orange, were immediately attracted by the elegant environment inside. Since Zhang Chu had reserved a spot in advance, the restaurant waiter quickly brought them to a private room. The box was spacious and bright, with luxurious decorations, and a beautiful West Lake view could be seen outside the window. After sitting down, Zhang Chu skillfully ordered the dishes. He was very familiar with the dishes here and knew which ones were the most delicious. The first thing that came up was a plum ribs, which could be considered a cold dish. The ribs were deep fried and then roasted with plums. The flavor was sweet and sour, which increased the appetite. Next was a dish of eel paste, cooked in the traditional way, with a mouth-watering aroma of rich soy sauce. However, this dish was not doused with hot oil as in the local cooking method, as Zhang Chu felt that this would better preserve the original flavor of the ingredients. Finally, Su Mingyue's most anticipated West Lake vinegar fish was finally served. This dish used fresh grass carp, which was boiled in water, then topped with a special vinegar sauce and sprinkled with ginger and rice. You taste it first, Zhang Chu said, picking up the male chopsticks and gently picked up the most tender fish meat from the thin part of the grass carp and placed it into Su Mingyue's bowl. This part was one of the most delicious parts of the fish. Su Mingyue was filled with joy as she picked up the piece of fish meat and carefully brought it into her mouth. However, a slight look of disappointment soon appeared on her face. The fish meat was not fishy and the texture was quite tender, but the flavor made her feel a bit strange and uncomfortable. The seasoning of this dish was mainly sour with a slight sweetness, very different from the flavor she had originally imagined. One could only say that it wasn't difficult to eat, but it couldn't be called delicious either. How is it? Is it disappointing? Zhang Chu looked at Su Mingyue's expression and asked softly. Then, he explained, this dish is no longer in line with modern people's tastes nowadays. In the past, it used to be one of the representatives of the literati's cuisine, which emphasized on eating out the crab flavor. And this crab flavor was blended with vinegar and ginger in addition to the sweetness of the fish itself. However, this store is already the highest level of doing West Lake vinegar fish in Hangzhou, and the fish they use in their house is clear water fish, raised in cold water, so there is no fishy flavor. What exactly is the flavor? Orange on the side curiously picked up a chopstick of fish and tasted it. Oops, what kind of strange flavor is this? How come it's so sour and the sweetness is so thin? Come try this Longjing shrimp. It's hand-peeled in the store, and the shrimp are each intact. Zhang Chu introduced while using a male spoon to serve the shrimp into the bowl of Su Mingyue, and Su Mingyue picked up her chopsticks and gently picked up a shrimp and put it into her mouth. The shrimp's texture was very crisp, and it also had a strong tea flavor, which made people savor it. Next, Zhang Chu brought out a dongpa pork with excellent color and flavor. He picked up a piece of fat and thin dongpa pork and placed it on a lotus leaf cake. then handed it to Su Mingyue. Try this dongpa pork. Eat it with this cake. It tastes even better. Oh. Su Mingyue received the lotus leaf cake and carefully took a bite. Dongpa meat melts in the mouth. The meat is tender and juicy. The fat part is fat but not greasy, and there is a light fragrance of wine. The aroma of the lotus leaf cake was perfectly combined with the dongpa meat, making one's mouth taste good. Chapter 059. There is a Taoist temple deep in the mountain. While the three of them were savoring the dongpa pork, the waiter brought in another big dish, lotus-scented chicken. When the lid of the pot was lifted, a rich aroma came to the nose, making people salivate. This lotus-scented chicken looked attractive in color. The chicken meat was savory and flavorful, with a hint of lotus leaf fragrance, and the taste was layered. Zhang Chu ordered 8 dishes for this meal. The amount of each dish was not much, but each dish was sandwiched up just enough to fill the three of them up, except for the West Lake vinegar fish, of course. These dishes not only tasted delicious, but were also beautifully presented and pleasing to the eye. After the meal, Zhang Chu looked at Su Mingyue and asked with concern, "Where are you guys planning to go for a trip tomorrow?" "Unfortunately, I'm going to visit a few friends tomorrow, so I might not be able to accompany you guys." Su Mingyue smiled in understanding. "It's fine, we can have fun on our own. Tomorrow, Orange and I plan to go for a stroll around the neighborhood and enjoy the beauty of Hangzhou." She turned her head to look at her best friend beside her with anticipation in her eyes. Orange nodded her head, expressing her approval of Su Mingyue's plan. Then, Su Mingyue curiously asked Zhang Chu, "By the way, where is that friend of yours?" Zhang Chu smiled and replied, "Those friends of mine live in the mountains, not far from here. However, the environment there is tranquil and the air is fresh, making it a very suitable place for seclusion." Su Mingyue suddenly asked with some curiosity, "Hermitage? That sounds very interesting. What do those friends of yours do?" Her eyes glittered with curiosity. Zhang Chu smiled and replied, "Oh, they are Taoist priests who have become monks. The place I'm going to tomorrow is a Taoist temple located in the mountains near Hangchang. The environment there is tranquil and quiet, perfect for cultivation and living." Hearing this, Su Mingyue said in surprise, "Taoist priests? Then their life must be very simple, right? Is it true that there are no modern technological products like the internet?" The life of a Taoist priest in her imagination seemed to be out of place in the real world. Zhang Chu laughed and explained to Su Mingyue, "Actually, it's not like that. Taoist priests also keep up with the times. Next time I have the chance, I can take you to visit. The environment over there is especially good." Early the next morning, Zhang Chu drove his car to the entrance of the Yujing Guan. After he stopped the car, the trunk of the car followed the back seat to give the guan the rice, flour, grain and oil as well as other household items. He stood at the entrance of the guan and shouted, "Is Taoist Master Zhishuan there?" The sound echoed in the mountains for a long time. A few moments later, a Taoist priest in his 50s walked out of the guan, followed by 2 young junior Taoist priests. When Zhang Chu saw someone come out, he hurriedly greeted them and signaled them to come over to help carry the things. He pointed at the trunk. "Taoist Master Tian De, how are you guys? These are household items for the guanli. Please do us a favor and carry these things to the guanli. Senior Zhang has made you break the bank." Taoist Master Tian De instructed the junior Taoist beside him. "Dao Xian, you go and call your senior uncle to come here." "Yes," Master Dao Xian said and quickly walked into the guan. Zhang Chu asked with some confusion, "By the way, Taoist Master Tian De, why haven't we seen Taoist Master Zhishun? Usually at this time of the day he would be playing Tai Chi at the entrance." Taoist Master Tian De sighed and replied, "AI, Master chased after the drama too late last night and is still not up yet." Zhang Chu could not help but feel very surprised at his words and asked curiously, "Chasing dramas? I didn't realize that Taoist Master Zhishuan would also have such a hobby." Taoist Master Tian De nodded his head somewhat helplessly and said, "Yes, Master has recently become obsessed with short videos, and every day, apart from his daily homework, he spends the rest of his time swiping short videos." Right at this moment, an immortal Taoist priest walked out from the Taoist temple, and as he walked, he gently tapped the back of Taoist Master Tian De's head with his finger, and mumbled under his breath, "You rebellious disciple is cricketing Master me behind my back again." Taoist Master Tian De hurriedly bowed to greet him, explaining, "Master, junior friend Zhang is here. You'd better pay attention to your image. Junior friend Zhang is here. Quickly come sit in the guan." Taoist head Zhishuan saw that Zhang Chu was also there and hurriedly invited him to sit in the guan. Taoist Master Zhishuan's surname was Zhang. His name was Zhishuan. He was 83 years old this year. He came from the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master lineage. He followed his master here when he was 13 years old, and since then, he had stayed here without ever leaving. Zhang Chu smiled in response and followed Zhang Zhishuan into the Taoist temple. He realized that compared to his last visit, the buildings within the guan seemed to have been carefully repaired and maintained. When the few people passed by the Hall of the Three Purities, Zhang Zhishuan stopped and slowly walked in. He picked up 2 oranges from the fruit plate on the offering, one handing it to Zhang Chu, while the other was reserved for his own enjoyment. Seeing this, Zhang Tianda hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Master, this was just bought this morning to offer to the Taoist ancestor. It's not too good for you to eat it like this, is it? Zhang Zhishuan, however, paid no attention to it, peeled the orange and put it into his mouth, saying while chewing, pedantic, how could I have such a disciple as you? There is no such thing as the 3 pristine ones in this world, even if they do exist. Besides, I've been worshipping them for decades. How have they ever blessed me with wealth? After saying that, he did not forget to wink at Zhang Chu, signaling not to care. Seeing this, Zhang Chu also followed suit and peeled the orange in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. It was quite sweet. Zhang Tianda, who was at the side, looked at his master like this and couldn't help but confess to Zhang Chu. Don't blame me, Zhang Zhu. The older my master gets, the more he looks like an old codger. Zhang Zhishuan glared at Zhang Tianda. Why is this kid mentioning which pot is which? He was still thinking about how to get rid of him, but now it's good. He just said it. The more Zhang Zhishuan looked at this big disciple of his, the more displeased he was. Tianda, today Zhang Zhu is here. You go down the mountain to buy some vegetables, remember to buy more meat. It is best to buy another chicken. Yes, Master. Zhang Tianda helplessly bowed and retreated. He knew he had said the wrong thing, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who let his master be such a person? After Zhang Tianda left, Zhang Zhishuan walked into the 3 Ching hall and took away the fruit plate that was offered to him, and said it's too much of a waste to give it to the 3 of you. It's better to give it to me. Zhang Chu looked at Zhang Zhishuan's appearance, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Zhishuan Taoist is really an interesting person. Zhang Zhishuan brought Zhang Chu to the Yuzhangguan side hall. This place is specially used to entertain the incense guest. The environment is quiet and elegant. The arrangement is very elegant. Zhang Zhishuan invited Zhang Chu to sit down, then began to skillfully brew tea. The tea used is his personal fried and made. The taste is naturally extraordinary. When the aroma of the tea overflowed, Zhang Zhishuan handed the teacup to Zhang Chu, and said, Zhang Zhu, please taste my handiwork. Zhang Chu picked up the teacup and gently took a sip, immediately feeling that his mouth was full of flavor, and his mood became soothed. Putting down the teacup, Zhang Chu slowly spoke, Taoist Master Zhishuan, this time, I do have one thing to ask for. When Zhang Zhishuan heard this, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he still responded with a smile. Oh, what is it that Senior Zhang is asking for? But there is no harm in saying. Chapter 060, Calculating Hua. Zhang Chu blushed slightly as he looked at the Taoist priest in front of him and said with some embarrassment, I would like to ask the Taoist priest to read my fortune. He picked up a cup of tea and gently took a sip, trying to hide his embarrassment. Actually, Zhang Chu did not believe in these superstitious things, but there were just too many things that had happened recently that made him feel uneasy inside, so that was why he decided to come and have his fortune told for peace of mind. Zhang Zhishuan looked at Zhang Chu with a smile and asked in a kind tone, Senior Zhang, what do you want the old Taoist to calculate for you? Is it career-wise or relationship-wise? Zhang Chu hesitated for a moment, and finally summoned up the courage to say, love, feelings, Taoist Master. I know a girl. I have a good feeling about her, and she seems to have the same feeling about me. I just want to know if it is possible for us to be together. Zhang Zhishuan muttered in his heart, what's wrong with young people nowadays? Obviously both of them are interested in each other, and they have to seek help from me, an old man who has never been in love, to tell their fortune. However, on the surface, he still maintained his smile. Alright, Zhang Zhu, please wait for a moment. I'll go fetch some tools for fortune telling and come over. After saying that, Zhang Zhishuan stood up and walked towards the inner room. Zhang Chu sat quietly on the chair and waited, his heart somewhat apprehensive, although he understood that fortune telling could not change fate. At this moment, he really needed a kind of solace for his soul. Not long after, Zhang Zhishuan fetched a fortune-telling cylinder, which contained about 100 or so fortune-telling sticks. Taoist Master, is this all there is? Doesn't there need to be some kind of prayer ceremony? And is there no need to report to the Taoist ancestor? Zhang Chu had originally thought that fortune-telling would have a complicated set of processes that required elaborate preparations for the ceremony. At least this Taoist master should have changed into a formal outfit, but never thought that it would be so simple, requiring only a hexagram cylinder. Oh, the monk does not have to think too complicated. The so-called the road is simple. The most important thing is that the heart is sincere, is spiritual. Zhang Zhishuan smiled and after explaining, he handed the hexagram cylinder into Zhang Chu's hands and then said, you first shake it a few times, and then take a hexagram sign from it. Zhang Chu followed up with, Master Taoist, don't you need to recite some scriptures before you tell your fortune? Oh, Senior Zhang, this trigram cylinder is one that has been enlightened by the ancestor in front of the Taoist ancestor. so all you need to do is to draw a divination stick. Zhang Jishuan responded, but secretly muttered in his heart, spell CCCC $9 packages, love to believe it or not. That brother 3, if it is really useful I would have been rich without staying in this Taoist temple. Zhang Chu solemnly took the divination tube, hands tightly held, looked solemn and pious, gently shaking a few times before carefully pulling out a divination sign from inside. His eyes were full of anticipation and nervousness, as if this small sign could decide his fate. His voice trembled a little as he handed it to Zhang Jishuan. Taoist master, please help me see the meaning of this divination stick. At this moment, Zhang Chu's mood was as apprehensive as a stone hanging in midair. Zhang Jishuan received the fortune sign. A mysterious and unpredictable smile appeared on his face, and he pretended to be profound as he counted with his fingers, and then spoke. Senior, your luck is really great. This is the best sign. It signifies that your relationship path will be smooth sailing, and that girl and you are simply a match made in heaven. Zhang Jishuan's words caused the big stone in Zhang Chu's heart to finally fall, but he was still a bit incredulous. Really? Zhang Chu was so excited that his voice trembled a little as he asked with wide eyes and a face full of surprise. Zhang Jishuan nodded affirmatively, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Zhang Chu's curiosity was aroused, and he tentatively asked, Taoist master, can you let me take a look at that gua sign? Zhang Jishuan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and handed the trigram sign to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu couldn't wait to receive the sign, carefully scrutinized the handwriting on it, and indeed saw the 3 words superior sign. However, Zhang Jishuan secretly muttered in his heart that young people nowadays really don't believe in science and want to believe in metaphysics. Zhang Chu looked at the sign excitedly. The joy in his heart is hard to express, but after a while, he seemed to think of something, frowned at Zhang Jishuan and said, Taoist priest, I am still not quite assured. Can you read my fortune again? I will definitely be more serious this time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jishuan quickly shook his head and refused. No, monk, this can't be allowed. The first hexagram is the most accurate. The second hexagram will not be effective. Monk's sincere heart is spiritual, in his heart, but secretly thought, if he let him test a few more times, will not be seen through? After all, he is full of upper sign in this gua cylinder. After hearing this, Zhang Chu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to believe Zhang Jishuan's words. In fact, deep down, he also knew that the so-called fortune-telling was nothing more than a psychological comfort. Alright, Zhang Chu nodded, indicating that he accepted Zhang Jishuan's explanation. Guru, the fee for this fortune-telling is 500 yuan. Zhang Jishuan pulled out a receipt code for a certain letter from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Chu. Okay, Zhang Chu readily took out his cell phone, scanned the QR code and made the payment. Right at this moment, little Taoist Daoxian walked into the side hall and respectfully said, Master, ancestor and resident, it's time for lunch. Zhang Jishuan stood up, smiled, and said to Zhang Chu, Guru, let's go to the dining hall to eat together. Thus, the two of them walked out of the side hall together and headed to the dining hall for lunch. Along the way, they talked about some trivial matters about cultivation and life, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. The dining hall of the Yuzhongguan was located in the backyard, and at this time, the aroma of a gust of rice was already wafting from the dining hall. This aroma was mouth-watering and caused the two to quicken their pace. The Yuzhongguan belonged to the Orthodox One vessel, and unlike other Taoist guans, they were usually allowed to consume wine and meat, but there were some special taboos, such as not being able to consume beef, oyster, dog meat, and geese. Therefore, there were usually some delicious meat dishes on the dinner table to satisfy everyone's taste. Today's meal was extraordinarily sumptuous, as Taoist Master Tian De had purposely gone down the mountain to the street to purchase fresh meat, ribs and chicken, causing the entire dining hall to be filled with a tantalizing aroma. He was busily stir-frying green vegetables in the kitchen, the last dish of the day. These greens are all grown by Guanli himself and are very fresh and healthy. In addition, Guanli had a few acres of paddy fields and dry land. The paddy fields were jointly contracted by Guanli and the village to an agricultural company, where they only needed to use rice as rent every year, while the dry land was cultivated by Guanli himself, growing some vegetables and herbs for his daily needs. There were a total of 8 people in the Guanli, including Zhang Jishuan, 2 disciples, and 5 grandsons. Due to Zhang Chu's arrival, there was an extra set of chopsticks and bowls on the dinner table today, adding a touch of fireworks. Chapter 061, The Taoist Priest and the Monk. Taoist Jishuan, your Taoist temple's food is good. Zhang Chu looked at the meals on the table. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, the flavors were very good, causing him to praise them. Our Zhangyi Daoguan is different from the Quanjin sect and those monks. They can only eat vegetarian food, while we have no such restrictions and can drink and eat meat. It's just a pity that you are driving here today. Otherwise I really want to invite you to taste the fine wine that I brewed with my own hands. Zhang Jishuan said as he poured himself a cup of home-brewed wine. then gently took a sip, an intoxicated look on his face. Senior Zhang, I'm really sorry, there are only these simple dishes. I hope that Senior Zhang doesn't mind. Taoist Master Tiande, who was sitting on the side, smiled and said, Taoist Master Tiande is joking. This table of dishes of yours is already very good. Taoist Master Jiwei, your medicine is really too effective. After my old man used it, the pain in his legs has significantly reduced a lot, and working on the ground is not a problem now. Zhang Chu said gratefully, this is nothing more than some trivial tips. It's really hard to be elegant, and I still have to thank you for your trust and support. Taoist Master Tianwei, who was beside Taoist Master Tiande, said modestly. He had followed Zhang Jishuan to study Taoist medicine for many years, and now he was also considered a little famous in the Chinese medicine community in Hangzhou. After the meal, Zhang Jishuan went back to his room to take a lunch break and continued to catch up on short dramas. There were too many short dramas on a certain voice now to watch, while Taoist Master Tianwei continued to go fiddle with his herbs in the backyard. A few young Taoist priests went to rehearse the Taoist music. In a few days a family down the mountain would invite them to perform pujas. Taoist Master Tiandi accompanied Zhang Chu to drink tea in the Taoist temple. Zhang Jishuan, where are you? Just then a loud shout came from the doorway of the Taoist temple. Taoist Master Tiandi, is someone here to look for Taoist Master Jishuan? Zhang Chu saw this and asked. It's a close friend of my master, Master Tian Guang from the Buddhist temple next door. He often comes here to visit. Please do not be offended. Taoist Master Tiandi said and excused himself to Zhang Chu and walked out after that. Master Chang Guang, you are here. My master just finished his lunch and is taking a siesta in his room, said Taoist Master Tiandi. Good. I will go and seek him out. After saying that, Monk Chang Guan walked straight towards Zhang Jishuan's room. Zhang Chu looked at this scene a little puzzled. This Master Chang Guang seemed to have a very good relationship with Zhang Jishuan, directly to Zhang Jishuan's room. But since he was Zhang Jishuan's close friend, there shouldn't be any problem. Guru, we continue to go and drink tea. Dead bald donkey, what are you doing? I'm watching a drama. Just then Zhang Jishuan's furious shouts came from Zhang Jishuan's room. You dead newbie old Taoist. Old Cassock, kindly come to see you, actually do not entertain me. Then came the shouts of Master Changguang, who was not willing to show weakness. Tian de Taoist, Jishun Taoist and Changguang Master, two people are alright. We need to go and take a look at it. Seeing this situation, Zhang Chu with a puzzled face to the side of the Tian de Taoist asked. I don't need to. My master is exchanging Taoism and Buddhism with Master Changguang, although Tian de Taoist said so on his lips. But in his heart he secretly complained of bitterness. Tao ancestor, I'm too difficult. These two people are more than 80 years old. How can they not have a proper behavior? You guys don't mind the shame. I still mind the shame. Zhang Chu saw the other people in the view a look of habit. Also no longer ask more questions. Followed Tian de Taoist back to the side hall to continue to leisurely drink tea. Tian de, make a cup of tea for this dead donkey. Just as Zhang Chu was chatting with Taoist Master Tian de, Zhang Jishuan and Monk Changguang appeared in the side hall. This resident looks strange. How come I haven't seen him before in the Jade Truth Temple? Monk Changguang noticed Zhang Chu, who was chatting with Taoist Master Tian de in the side hall, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. This Zhang Jusher is a friend of Lao Dao, an honored guest of our Yu Jingguan. How is it possible that you, a dead bald donkey, have seen it before? Zhang Jishuan's mouth was unforgiving as he sneered at Monk Changguang. Amat Ba Buddha, I've seen you, Master Zhang. My name is Changguang. I'm the presiding officer of the Golden Buddha Temple next door. Monk Changguang folded his hands. He saw Zhang Chu's extraordinary temperament. He was by no means an ordinary person, and associating it with the limousine at the entrance of Yu Jingguan, he understood a few points in his heart. Good day, Master. Zhang Chu politely responded. Master Changguang, what is your business in the Guan today? Taoist Master Tian de opened his mouth and asked, trying to ease the atmosphere. Monk Changguang's gaze locked straight onto Zhang Jishuan. The religious association will be holding its annual meeting in a few days, and I have come here to find this newbie to discuss certain matters with each other. Zhang Jishuan heard but the corner of his mouth, nonchalantly returned. Humph, you dead bald donkey, don't think I don't know your little plan is not just want to rub the car, once 500 round trip then 1000, you are also an old friend to give you a discount 800. Monk Changguang looked dignified in his precious appearance, a look of a high monk, but actually had a poisonous tongue. He only saw him narrowing his eyes, staring at Zhang Jishuan and said nonchalantly, you stinking Taoist monk, all you know is money all day long, falling into the eye of money, right? Let me tell you, I am a Buddhist monk, and I don't have a penny on me. There was a bit of dissatisfaction and disdain in his tone, as if he felt very disdainful of Zhang Jishuan's money-grubbing behavior. Love to sit or not? Zhang Jishuan was also not willing to show weakness, and directly disliked him back. His tone was full of provocation and disdain, as if he did not put Monk Changguang in his eyes. In this way, Zhang Jishuan and Changguang Monk began a fierce war of words. They attacked and mocked each other with sharp words. making people wonder how eloquent these two old men really were. Taoist Master Tian De on the side shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart. These two were already over 80 years old, yet they were still bickering like 2-3-year-old urchins. It was truly laughable. As a matter of fact, Zhang Jishuan and Monk Changguan were both highly respected figures in the religious community of Hangzhou, and if outsiders were to see them like this right now, I'm afraid that they would be shocked and dumbfounded. After all, in people's impression, these religious figures should be solemn and benevolent figures, not bickering like they are now. Taoist Master Tian De smiled as he explained to Zhang Chu, "Don't be offended, Master Zhang. My master and Master Changguan have known each other since childhood, and the two of them have been like this for as long as I can remember. Although they often bicker and quarrel, their relationship is very deep." Zhang Chu couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. He felt that the way Zhang Jishuan and Monk Changguan got along with each other was very interesting, and although there were some bickering, he could feel the genuine friendship between them. He replied with a smile, "No harm, no foul. Taoist Zhang Jishuan and Master Changguang are indeed quite interesting." Taoist Master Tian De, "I'm going to take a walk outside the courtyard." Zhang Chu got up to leave this place of wrongdoing. Chapter 062, Game Passing on Love. "Please be my guest." Taoist Master Tian De walked out of the side hall together with Zhang Chu. They really could not stand the noisy sounds of those two old codgers. Taoist Master Tian De had long wanted to leave this noisy place, so he could just take this opportunity to check on his disciples' rehearsals. As a famous Taoist music master in Hangzhou, Taoist Master Tian De had a deep understanding and research of the Taoist music canon. In the room next to the dining hall in the backyard, the third-generation disciples of the Yuzhangguan were nervously rehearsing the pieces they needed to perform in a few days. At the head of the group was none other than Dao Xian, who was intently chanting the Taoist scriptures with a melodious voice. The other brothers and sisters, on the other hand, were holding a variety of musical instruments, playing in tacit coordination, creating a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Chu packed up his things and then prepared to depart back to Hangchang. In the evening, the three of them, Wine Color, Zhao Mer and Deshe, invited him to have dinner with Su Mingyue, saying that they wanted to thank Zhang Chu for introducing the modeling teacher from Rongqing to them earlier. Later on, he would directly go to the hotel where Su Mingyue and the others were staying to pick them up. On the way back, Zhang Chu drove his car and hummed a song in a happy mood. Today's trip to the Yuzhangguan had left him very satisfied. Not only did he get the answers he wanted, but he had also seen distinctive Taoist priests and monks. How about it? How did it feel to go to that friend of yours today? As soon as he got on the car, Su Mingyue couldn't wait to ask. Quite good. The air in the mountains is especially fresh, and we ate all the vegetables they grew themselves. Zhang Chu had a satisfied smile on his face, praising this trip to Yuzhangguan. I also ran into a particularly interesting thing. Oh, what is it? Su Mingyue's eyes flashed with curiosity and she couldn't wait to ask. Wait until the road and then I'll slowly tell you about it. Zhang Chu smiled mysteriously and deliberately sold a secret. Is it that interesting? Su Mingyue's curiosity was piqued, and she was looking forward to Zhang Chu's story all the way. Finally, on the way to the restaurant, Zhang Chu narrated his experience today. When they heard Zhang Chu recount his interactions with the Taoist priests and monks, Su Mingyue and Orange couldn't help but laugh out loud in the car. This story had completely subverted the serious and stereotypical image of Taoist priests and monks in their impression, giving them a whole new understanding of these traditional characters. Upon arriving at their destination, Wine Color and the others chose a Sichuan restaurant as their gathering place, considering that there were relatively few local cuisines in Hangzhou and that delicious Hangzhou dishes were expensive. Sichuan cuisine became a suitable choice. In addition, Wine Color also invited several modeling teachers working in Hangzhou to join the gathering. On top of the dining table, the crowd began to introduce themselves to each other. Zhang Chu, Su Mingyue and Orange as well as the several modeling teachers from Hangzhou City introduced themselves and got to know each other. Wine Color raised his wine glass and asked Zhang Chu, "Boss Zhang, how many days do you guys plan to play in Hang City this time?" Zhang Chu smiled and glanced at Su Mingyue beside him before replying, "I'm fine with all of them. Anyway, I don't have anything special to be busy with lately. It mainly depends on how long Mingyue and the girls want to play." Hearing Zhang Chu's words, Su Mingyue felt a wave of warmth. She knew that Zhang Chu cared about her thoughts, and this feeling of being valued made her very happy. She glanced at Zhang Chu and said with a smile, "Me, Orange and I plan to play another day tomorrow." Zhang Chu nodded in understanding. He said, "No problem, it's fine even if we play for another day or two, as long as you guys are happy." His words exuded support and consideration for Su Mingyue, allowing everyone present to feel the close relationship between the two. The three of them, Wine Color, Zhao Ma and Shui, as well as Orange couldn't help but cry out MMP in their hearts when they saw the ambiguous atmosphere between Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue. They felt that these two were becoming more and more blatant in their blatant spreading of dog food. since everyone is familiar with each other, let's play a little game. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Zhang took out a deck of playing cards from his body and said with a smile, "What do you want to play?" Someone asked curiously. Zhang heatedly smiled. "Let's play truth or dare." Later each person draws a card, the smallest value on this carousel lottery. After saying that, he opened his cell phone WeChat and clicked on the big carousel small program. When the crowd heard it, they thought it was quite interesting and expressed their agreement. The game began, and Zhang skillfully dealt a playing card to each person. A tense atmosphere filled the room, and everyone was looking forward to the cards in their hands not being the minimum. However, fate always likes to play tricks on people, and the lucky winner of the first round turned out to be Shui, only to see him looking at the cards in his hand with a helpless face, while the others let out a burst of laughter. Zhang laughed and said, "Marshall, you're so lucky, quickly see what the punishment on the turntable is." With a bitter face, Marshall clicked on the dial, and the result showed that the punishment was to call the first of his WeChat contacts and shout out "I love you." His face instantly turned red, but amidst everyone's coaxing, he dialed the number and shouted out the words, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. The second round of the game continued, and this time the lucky winner was Orange. The punishment she drew was to sing a song called The Song of Good Men. Although Orange was a bit shy, she bravely stepped forward and sang the song in a loud voice, winning a round of applause. Zhang Chu was exceptionally lucky in the next few rounds of the game. Whether it was the 3rd, 4th or 5th round, he managed to avoid punishment. However, when it came to the 6th round, Zhang suddenly announced that he was going to make it more difficult, changing the rules to where the person with the smallest value and the person with the largest value would receive the punishment together. This directly doubled everyone's probability of winning, making the game even more exciting. Finally, in the 8th round Zhang Chu stepped on the thunder. He drew the king, which was the card with the largest value. Zhang Chu excitedly clicked on the big wheel, and the pointer slowly stopped. Hold the opposite sex and do 20 squats. As soon as this punishment came out, the scene immediately became lively, and the crowd began to clamor, with expressions of anticipation and curiosity on their faces. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Chu directly walked towards Su Mingyue. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, seemingly exchanging something with their eyes. Then, without hesitation, Zhang Chu picked up Su Mingyue in a princess hug and did 20 squats amidst the cheers and screams of the crowd. After doing the squats, Zhang Chu gently put Su Mingyue down. In order to avoid the others from continuing to raise a ruckus, he smiled and said to everyone, "Alright, let's continue playing the game." Once again, a burst of applause and laughter rang out from the scene. Chapter 063, Hasty Confession. The game continued. On the 11th round Su Mingyue was hit. She drew an ace, which was the card with the smallest value. "Come on, big beautiful Su, quickly draw the lottery." Zhang took his cell phone and came in front of Su Mingyue. Su Mingyue clicked on the dial. The pointer began to rotate and finally stopped on truthfulness. The dial began to randomly produce the next question to be asked. This question is a bit explosive. "Su, big beautiful girl, do you want to change it?" "Change it to a dare is fine." Zhang looked at the randomly generated question and straightened up. What question? Su Mingyue was a little curious, took Zhang's phone and looked at it. "You ask." "Good, like this. I'll ask. Su, big beautiful girl, you have been in several relationships?" Zhang read it out according to his cell phone. "1 period. Su Mingyue replied. "Then this counts as first love. When was it?" Zhao looked at the cell phone and continued to ask. "When I was in college." Su Mingyue continued to answer. Zhang nodded and then asked again. "Then what is your current relationship status?" Hearing this question, Su Mingyue's face changed slightly, but still answered truthfully. "I'm currently single." "Then do you have a favorite?" This was something that was not on the cell phone. Zhang began to add private goods. When Su Mingyue heard this question, her face once again turned red. She lowered her head, gently biting her lips, and after hesitating for a while, she said, "There is." This answer instantly caused the others to cheer. "Then does he know that you like him?" Zhang asked the last question. A trace of shyness and uneasiness flashed across Su Mingyue's face as she gently nodded her head. After spending some time together, she had already fallen in love with the man in front of her, and she had sensed Zhang Chu's feelings for her very early on. At this time, Zhang Chu suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Alright, the questioning is almost done. Let's continue playing the game." His voice was somewhat low, carrying an unquestionable tone that caused everyone else to quiet down. Zhang Chu looked at Su Mingyue, a complicated light flickering in his eyes. He knew that the person Su Mingyue said she liked was herself, and just now when Su Mingyue secretly glanced at him before answering this question was also seen in his eyes. He was already completely sure of Su Mingyue's feelings for him. Let's continue the game. Zhao noticed that Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue's expressions were a bit unnatural and realized that they might need some alone time, so he decided not to pursue the matter any further and continued playing the game. For the next few rounds of the game, Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue were both very lucky to avoid punishment, much to the surprise of the others. Everyone commented on how lucky they were today. It's time for us to turn around. Winecolor looked at the time and realized that it was almost time for the reserved KTV room, so he proposed that everyone go to the KTV to sing together. With that, the group bustled out of the hotel box and headed to the KTV booked by Winecolor. At the entrance of the hotel, Orange suddenly said to Su Mingyue, "Mingyue, I have some things to take care of, so I'll take Marshall's car to go over first. You guys come over slowly." After saying that, Orange quickly got into the Marshall's car, leaving Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue with enough private space. On the way to the KTV, Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue were in the same car, but they remained silent without any communication. From time to time, Zhang Chu observed Su Mingyue in the back row through the car's rearview mirror, silently pondering in his heart how to confess to her. Originally, it only took 10 minutes to drive, but Zhang Chu deliberately slowed down his speed and drove for 20 minutes before arriving at his destination. And at this time, Su Mingyue was also secretly muttering in her heart, "Don't look, I've already made my feelings known. So why don't you hurry up and poke through that layer of window paper between the two of us?" She was also looking forward to Zhang Chu taking the initiative to confess to her. When Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue walked into the KTV box, the others had already taken their seats, and the waiters had already placed the snacks and fruit plates neatly. The crowd watched Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue walk in, but did not say much. After all, the feelings between Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue, everyone knows. After Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue sat down, they sat beside the three of them and Orange respectively. The crowd couldn't help but wonder what exactly happened with those two just now. Zhang Chu ordered one of Zhou Dong's confession balloon, picked up the microphone and started singing, "On the banks of the Seine, coffee on the left bank, I hand a cup, savor your beauty, leaving lip prints on your mouth, darling, falling in love with you." Since that day, when Zhang Chu sang this line, he looked at Su Mingyue fondly. "Your eyes are saying I am willing." Zhang Chu sang the last line with deep emotion. Su Mingyue was somewhat touched inwardly, but felt that Zhang Chu was not brave enough. She secretly muttered, "Be more brave. I'm going out for a while." After saying that, Su Mingyue got up and walked outside. "I'll go to the restroom." Zhang Chu excused himself to go to the restroom and also left the box. The others didn't say anything, after all they were all adults. Mingyu. Zhang Chu called out Su Mingyu's name as he walked. "Stop shouting. Do you want me to lose face?" Su Mingyue stopped her steps and turned around, looking at Zhang Chu with an angry face, pouting. "You big dummy just had such a good opportunity to actually only sing a song." "I'm sorry, Zhang Chu incarnated apology. Heavenly Father hurriedly apologized. "Do you only apologize? Idiot." Su Mingyue was a bit angry with Zhang Chu. "This elm brain. Let's go, you're coming with me to a place." Zhang Chu pulled Su Mingyue towards the outside. Zhang Chu drove his car and brought Su Mingyue to the shores of Shizi Lake. Tonight the moonlight was mesmerizing. The moonlight sprinkled on the surface of the lake, sparkling and beautiful. The sky full of stars dotted the night sky, making people feel incomparably cozy and serene. It was just that the moon wasn't full, which was a bit unfortunate. "What did you bring me here for?" Su Mingyue looked at Zhang Chu with a puzzled face, not knowing what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. She couldn't help but get curious, thinking that this guy was finally going to confess. Zhang Chu took a deep breath, calming his agitated mind. He finally gathered the courage to say to Su Mingyue, "Mingyue, ever since I first saw you in Rongqing, I have deeply fallen in love with you. Perhaps this is the so-called love at first sight, but in the past, I always lacked courage and never had the guts to express this love to you. However, today, I have decided to bravely come out and tell you, Su Mingyue, I like you." After Zhang Chu shouted these words out loud, he followed up by asking, "Su Mingyue, are you willing to become my girlfriend?" Hearing Zhang Chu's confession, Su Mingyue was moved to tears as she replied without hesitation, "You idiot, of course I'm willing." As she said that, tears slid down her cheeks. After receiving an affirmative reply, Zhang Chu was thrilled as he tightly hugged Su Mingyue, deeply embracing her and silently chanting in his heart, "So fragrant and soft, it really deserves to be my wife." Chapter 064 Reactions from all sides. "Have you hugged enough?" Su Mingyue was tightly wrapped in Zhang Chu's arms, slightly tilting her head up, a pair of bright big eyes gazing at him. "Not enough? How can I? My girlfriend is fragrant and soft. Hugging her for a lifetime will never be enough." Zhang Chu looked down at Su Mingyue, his eyes filled with doting and tenderness. "You bad egg." Su Mingyue's face flushed with a blush as she pouted shyly. "I'm the bad egg. I just like hugging my girlfriend." The corners of Zhang Chu's mouth rose, revealing a bad smile, but his hands did not show the slightest sign of letting go. After a while, Zhang Chu was only able to slowly let go of Su Mingyue reluctantly. Her gaze flickered as she softly asked, "Did you bring me here just to confess your love?" "Yes. There are so many people over there, and confessing in front of so many people always feels a bit awkward. However, as long as you're not satisfied, I can always give you a confession ceremony that will satisfy you. Oh. Zhang Chu replied seriously. He was already prepared that if Su Mingyue was not satisfied with the current arrangement, he would not hesitate to utilize his banknote power to create a grand and romantic confession for her. However, Su Mingyue gently shook her head and said with a smile, "No need. With the words you just said, I am already satisfied." In this starry, moonlit night, the two held hands and slowly strolled along the Shizi lake. Their silhouettes looked extraordinarily cozy under the moonlight, as if the whole world was left with only each other. The breeze lightly brushed their hair, and the lake reflected their happy smiles. "No, I have to send a friend circle to declare that I have a girlfriend." Zhang Chu thought of something, took out his cell phone and took a picture of him and Su Mingyue holding hands and paired it with a picture of the two of them together with the text MS. "Su has you for the rest of her life." Su Mingyue also took the same picture and wrote, "Mr. Zhang, I will have you for the rest of my life." Zhang Chu's mother, Ms. Chu Qin, was watching TV in the living room of her home, and suddenly opened a letter to see that her son, who had not sent out friend circles for hundreds of years, had actually sent out friend circles. Ms. Chu Qin mouth muttered, "This brat big night to send circle of friends certainly nothing good. Have this energy not to find a girlfriend," while scolding Zhang Chu, but still cannot help curiosity, clicked on his circle of friends. However, when she saw the content of the circle, her entire body froze. Then, she revealed a surprised smile. This brat finally got the hang of it and found a girlfriend. Wait, Zhang Chu has a girlfriend? She suddenly realized this fact, and an unspeakable joy and excitement surged in her heart. Chu Qin excitedly shouted, "Jianming, come over here." There was an obvious urgency in her voice. Zhang Jianming walked out from his room on the second floor, rubbed his eyes, and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? It's so late and you're still not sleeping." Chu Qin was so excited that she was a bit incoherent, pointing at her cell phone and saying, "Look at Zhang Chu's friend circle." With a suspicious face, Zhang Jianming took out his cell phone and opened his friend circle to check. At a glance, he saw the headline of the friend circle. It was precisely the friend circle posted by his own brat. Zhang Jianming said calmly, "It's not just that Zhang Chu has found someone. After all, as someone who had seen the world, he was able to remain calm and collected." "What's wrong with Jianming?" In the middle of the night, Zhang Guoming and Lu Fengqin heard a commotion coming from outside, so they walked out from their rooms. "Mom, Zhang Chu has a girlfriend," Chu Qin said excitedly, holding her cell phone. "What did you say? Xiao Chu has a girlfriend?" Lu Fengqin was so excited that she could barely believe the news, her eyes wide. "Mom, take a look. This girl is really pretty." Chu Qin was full of praise for Su Mingyue's appearance. She thought that the two were simply a match made in heaven. Lu Fengqin took the cell phone and scrutinized the photo on the screen. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that Su Mingyue was beautiful. "Jianming, tomorrow you can send your father and I to town. I still have a piece of jade and a gold bar here, which can just be used to create some jewelry for my future granddaughter-in-law." Lu Fengqin attached extra importance to this matter. After all, Zhang Chu was the eldest son and grandson of their family. Meanwhile, in the home of Su Mingyue's parents in Rongcheng, Su Mingyue's father, Su Changping, looked a little haggard. Knowing that the daughter he had raised for nearly 26 years already had a boyfriend, he could not help but feel a hint of loss in his heart. "Well, don't be like this. Yue should find a boyfriend when she grows up. Do you want her to be an old girl?" Su Mingyue's mother, Deng Jia, comforted at the side. "No, aren't you worried? Your daughter suddenly found a boyfriend that you're not even familiar with." Su Changping still couldn't accept it. "Yue is an adult. She has her own judgment." Deng Jia was seldom satisfied with Zhang Chu's appearance and her daughter was a good-looking man. She just didn't know how her moral character was. "No, I have to make a phone call to my daughter. I must let her pay attention not to be cheated." Su Changping is really uneasy. "It's so late. You don't disturb people." "No, today I have to call. Tomorrow to fight." Cannot. Deng Jia for her husband is very understanding. The temper is particularly tenacious. It seems that he had to make a must-kill. Old Purple Shudao Mountain. Or tomorrow in the fight at Su Changping immediately go to down. This is more or less. Deng Jia laughed and said, "Your daughter is not a child anymore. You do not always treat her as a child." "I know, but I just can't help it." Su Changping sighed helplessly. "Okay, do not dwell on this issue. We first sleep on it." Deng Jia patted Su Changping's shoulder and said, "Next month our family Yu's birthday we go to the Magic City trip to see the moon by the way to check out her boyfriend. Just as the mom's health is not good to take her to the Magic City's hospital to check out the body." Su Changping nodded helplessly. In his heart, although a little reluctant, but still listened to his wife's arrangements. After all, Deng Jia is in charge at home, and he is also very concerned about his daughter's situation. Listen to you. Su Changping stayed in Rongqing for 30 years has been the same as the Sichuan and Chongqing men are Arakiers are most afraid of her wife, said Old Purple Shudao Mountain. "You see, my circle of friends have so many people like blessing." Su Mingyue took the phone to Zhang Chu. "See, really much. But my circle of friends more Zhang Chu some arrogance holding the phone Su Mingyue look. The following are all the comments of the groom. Many people note are the governor, general manager and so on. Su Mingyue looked at Zhang Chu's smug look, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, don't show off, let's quickly go back. Orange and the girls are still waiting for us at the KTV. They will be worried if we leave for so long. Su Mingyue gently pushed Zhang Chu, signaling that it was time for him to go back. Chapter 065, Dating, Up, you guys finally came back. We thought you two did something. The crowd in the KTV room saw Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue come in hand. They flirted. I brought you some snacks, Zhang Chu said, carrying a snack in his hand to stop the crowd from talking. Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue found two neighboring seats and sat down. Boss Zhang, Miss Su, why don't you sing a song together? Winecolor handed Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue two microphones. Let's do a song called A Smile for the City. Zhang Chu took the microphones and ordered a song. As the music slowly started, Zhang Chu's eyes gently looked towards Su Mingyue and softly said, "This song is for you, I hope you like it." After saying that, he gently held Su Mingyue's hand. I always tell you my wishes gently. When the accompaniment ended, Zhang Chu got up and his magnetic voice resounded in the private room. You smile like a ray of light, suddenly illuminating me. Su Mingyue picked up the microphone and then sang. Her voice was clear and pleasant, as melodious as an oriole bird. The two of them looked at each other with deep emotion, with only the other's figure in their eyes. As the song progressed, Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue's emotions grew stronger and stronger, and they used their songs to interpret their love for each other. The most romantic thing is to watch the sunset side by side with you. When Zhang Chu sang this line, he slightly looked sideways at Su Mingyue, his eyes full of doting. What my heart desires. Su Mingyue responded to Zhang Chu's gaze, a happy smile on her face. The two of them sang one lyric after another, working in perfect harmony as if they had rehearsed countless times. As the song entered its climax, Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue's singing voices intertwined together, forming a beautiful harmony. I want to travel with you to the four directions to enjoy the scenery of sunshine and rain. I want to write the rest of my life with you. Laughs and tears are shared. No matter how dramatic the plot is, we won't break up. As the last line of the song fell, the entire private room fell into silence, and then a round of applause erupted. Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue smiled at each other, their hearts filled with sweetness and warmth. The next day, the sky of Hangzhou City was shrouded by a gray cloud, as if it had put a mysterious veil over the city. The heavens didn't seem to be kind, and a light rain drifted up from time to time, making people feel a little cooler. Zhang Chu arrived early at the entrance of the hotel where Su Mingyue was staying. Today was his first official date with Su Mingyue, and he was extraordinarily excited. Orange, on the other hand, chose to go to the shooting site with Winecolor and the others, leaving Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue to enjoy the world of two. Orange's inner PS, it doesn't matter if it's a shoot or not, it's mainly so that I don't eat dog food from you two. Su Mingyue carried an exquisite backpack and slowly walked out from the hotel. Due to the colder weather today, she purposely added an extra thick jacket, looking both warm and stylish. Where shall we go shopping today? Zhang Chu asked gently. Su Mingyue thought for a moment before replying. I've been to almost all of the famous spots in Hangzhou. Shizi Lake has been there several times this time. Cici Wetland has been there as well. And I even went to Lingyin Temple yesterday. Do you have any other places you can recommend? Zhang Chu smiled and said, then we can go to Longjing Village to have a look. It's the birthplace of Longjing tea and you can enjoy the beautiful tea garden scenery. Or go to Nine Streams Smoke Tree. The streams there are crystal clear and picturesque. Su Mingyue's eyes lit up after hearing this and said excitedly, great, it sounds very good. Let's go to Longjing Village first then, and then go to the Nine Streams Smoke Tree. Zhang Chu drove his car and brought Su Mingyue to Longjing Village. They parked the car at the entrance of the village and then walked down the steps into the tea garden. Just as they entered the tea garden, the sky suddenly began to drizzle. The rain dampened the ground and also filled the air with a fresh tea fragrance. The mountains in the distance were shrouded in mist, hidden from view, like a beautiful ink painting. This kind of scenery reminded Zhang Chu of a scene from a movie he had seen, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and he could not help but exclaim, this is the legendary Jiangnan Smoke and Rain. Seeing such a beautiful view, Zhang Chu took out his camera and prepared to take pictures. He first took a few pictures of Su Mingyue, recording her strolling in the rain. Then, he pointed the camera at the tea garden and took some close-ups of the tea trees and the surrounding scenery. Su Mingyue looked at the camera in Zhang Chu's hands and asked curiously, is there a place that sells Longjing tea here? Zhang Chu replied, of course there is. Many villagers in the village sell it at home, but the quality varies. If you want to buy authentic Longjing tea, you can go to a regular tea store to buy it. Then when is the more appropriate time to buy it? Su Mingyue pursued. Zhang Chu smiled and explained, the best time to pick Dragon Well tea is around the Qingming festival. Now is not the best time. Next year I should come here to pick the first tea. When that time comes, you can come with me, so that you can experience being a tea picker. Hearing this proposal, Su Mingyue nodded excitedly and expressed her great anticipation. After strolling through Longjing village, Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue decided to walk to the 9-stream smoke tree scenic area. Only 2 or so were separated between the 2 places. The 2 of them walked on the stone-paved path, and on the way, they crossed several crystal-clear streams, which gurgled and made pleasant sounds. If they weren't wearing sneakers, Zhang Chu would have stepped in without hesitation. After a period of difficult trekking, they finally arrived at the 9-stream smoke tree scenic area. It was a pity that the time was not yet right and the maple leaves were not yet red, but the scenery before them was still beautiful. The water of Joshi is as pure as the lake in Jushegu. No wonder it is called Little Jushegu. Standing in front of the Joshi waterfall, you can clearly feel the coolness of the water. If it were a hot summer day, this would undoubtedly be an excellent summer resort, but it is already October and the weather is gradually turning cooler. Wow, the scenery over here is so beautiful. Su Mingyue couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Is this enough to satisfy you? When all the leaves over here turn red next month, that's when it'll be truly beautiful. Zhang Chu leisurely sat on the chair, his body slightly leaning backward towards Su Mingyue as he smiled and said, "In the future, we will have to walk through every beautiful part of the motherland together. Mr. Zhang Chu, you must remember what you just said. Oh, you will take me to see all the beautiful scenery of the motherland. I, Zhang Chu, hereby swear to the heavens that I will definitely bring this beautiful MS. Su Mingyue beside me to tour all the great mountains and rivers of the motherland." Zhang Chu swore to the sky with a solemn face. "Are you a little kid? So many people are watching you swear." Su Mingyue instantly felt a bit ashamed. Just let them be witnesses. Chapter 066, Dating. Next, young man, can you take a picture of me and my wife? An old couple slowly walked over to Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue's side, looking at them with kind smiles. Of course, Zhang Chu readily agreed as he turned his head and said to the old couple, "How would you like to be photographed?" The grandpa and the old couple smiled and replied, "Young man, just take a picture with the waterfall for us. The scenery here is so beautiful that we want to leave behind good memories." Zhang Chu took the phone and carefully adjusted the angle and parameters, striving to take the most perfect photo. As he adjusted, he said, "Grandparents, come a little closer and make a nice pose." Oh, the old couple looked at each other and smiled, then leaned close together. They followed the young man's instructions and posed in a cute Beals pose, their faces beaming with happiness and contentment. "Grandparents, take a look at this photo. If you're not satisfied you can retake it." Zhang Chu showed the 2 old men the photo he had just taken. The 2 old men looked at the photos in their cell phones and had happy smiles on their faces. "No need. Young man, I'm very satisfied with this photo. It's much better than the one you took, old man. What did you take last time?" The old grandmother was particularly satisfied, and while satisfied, she didn't forget to spit on the old grandpa's photo-taking skills. Hearing this, the old grandpa scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. As people get older, their skills have also regressed. Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue couldn't help but laugh at the side. At this time, the grandmother suddenly said, "Young man, young girl, you were just together, right?" Zhang Chu was a bit surprised. "Yes, Granny, how did you see that?" The old granny smiled and said, "I guessed it by feel." Then jokingly said, "But no more jokes, the 2 of you look like a couple in love." Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue glanced at each other and both saw the sweetness in each other's eyes. "Young man, you and this girl are truly a couple." The old grandfather also complimented. Zhang Chu hurriedly said, "Thank you, Grandpa, for the compliment. We will cherish each other." Afterwards, they chatted for a while and learned that the 2 of them had already been married for 50 years this year, which made Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue very envious, and they hoped that in the future, they would also be like this old couple to spend 50 or 60 years together until the end of their lives. The time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue had just come out of the 9-stream smoke tree, where the scenery was breathtaking, yet they did not feel hungry at all. However, once they left that place, their stomachs began to growl as if protesting their neglect of it. When they arrived at Fuyuanju, they found that the place was still full of people despite the fact that it was already past lunchtime. The shopkeeper went to great lengths to find an empty table for them. "His crispy large intestines are delicious. Do you like large intestines?" Zhang Chu looked at the menu and inquired. He was worried that Su Mingyue might mind eating animal offal, so he wanted to confirm her preference in advance. Su Mingyue smiled and replied, "I quite like it." She grew up in Rongqing and had the boldness of a half-Sichuan Chongqing person in her bones, and could readily accept all kinds of food. Hearing this answer, Zhang Chu smiled reassuringly before ordering 4 dishes, including Ning-style shredded eel, crispy peeled large intestine, scallion oil chicken, and popped double flowers. These were the signature dishes of this restaurant, and they were mouth-wateringly delicious. Right at this moment, Zhang Chu's cell phone suddenly rang. When he looked at the screen, it turned out to be a video call from his mother, Chu Qin. He couldn't help but hesitate a bit, wondering if he should answer it or not. "Should I pick it up?" he asked softly. Su Mingyue kindly said. Answer it, maybe Auntie has something urgent to find you. She knew that sooner or later, she would have to face Zhang Chu's family one day, and now she was just letting that one come a little earlier. After receiving Su Mingyue's permission, Zhang Chu took a deep breath before picking up the phone. He tried his best to make his voice sound calm and natural. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? I'm still eating. Chu Qin's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Are you alone? Her attention seemed to be completely off Zhang Chu, instead searching for some important information. Zhang Chu froze for a moment and subconsciously replied, yeah, it's just me. However, Chu Qin did not believe his words and her tone became harsh. You pretend again. If you do this next time you won't be able to go home. Right at this moment, Su Mingyue, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but laugh out. She took the cell phone from Zhang Chu's hands and turned passivity into initiative, smiling as she said into the phone, hello Auntie. As soon as Chu Qin heard Su Mingyue's voice, she immediately became very kind, and in her heart, she couldn't help but marvel. Not bad, proactive and generous. She quickly responded, hello, little Su. Su Mingyue then said, Auntie, I am Zhang Chu's girlfriend. She spoke in a generous manner, without the slightest bit of shyness or constraint. Once Chu Qin heard this, a surprised smile appeared on her face, and even her voice became cheerful. Aya, so it's little Su. That's great, little Su. Where are you guys now? Su Mingyue smiled and replied, Auntie, we are in Hangzhou City now. Mom, we're eating now. I'll talk to you later. Zhang Chu took the cell phone from Su Mingyue and hung up. Why did you hang up the phone? I haven't finished chatting with Auntie yet. Su Mingyue pouted and looked at Zhang Chu with some blame. Zhang Chu smiled helplessly. I know my mom. She probably will let you be a guest in my house later. Su Mingyue's eyes lit up and a hint of delight appeared on her face, but she still pretended to be angry as she asked back. What? You don't want me to go to your house? Zhang Chu hurriedly shook his head and explained. No, I just don't want to give you pressure. This can be done slowly. Right at this moment, Su Mingyue's cell phone rang, and the screen displayed an incoming call from her father, Su Chongping. Hey, Dad, are you busy right now? Is there anyone around? Su Changping's anxious voice came from the phone. Su Mingyue glanced at Zhang Chu, hesitated, and lied. Dad, I'm alone right now. Dad just wants to tell you that you must protect yourself when you're out alone. Don't gullibly trust others, especially those who are unfamiliar with you. Don't just believe in what they say, and stay vigilant. Su Changping on the other side of the phone educated Su Mingyue incessantly. Su Mingyue listened patiently, occasionally responding with, okay, Dad, I know. I'm already an adult and have my own judgment. By the way, next month, your mom and I and your grandmother will come to Magic City for a trip, Su Changping suddenly said. Su Mingyue cried out in surprise. Really? That's great. Then when will you guys come? The exact time hasn't been decided yet. I'll inform you when the time comes, Su Changping replied. Su Mingyue nodded happily. Okay, Dad. I look forward to your arrival. Chapter 067 Loving Each Other as a Family. What did your father say? Zhang Chu asked with great curiosity, his face filled with anticipation and excitement. Su Mingyue smiled mischievously, a playful glint in her eyes. My dad said that he wants me to be careful of you. The bad guy. Oh, she deliberately dragged out her voice to make the sentence sound more dramatic. Zhang Chu laughed helplessly, but in his heart, he had already expected such a response. After all, he had pried away the other party's little cotton-padded jacket that he had raised for more than 20 years, and it was only natural for the other party's parents to be resentful towards him. Thinking of this, Zhang Chu could not help but gently sigh. Right at this moment, Su Mingyue suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly said, right, my parents and grandmother are coming to visit me in Magic City next month. Hearing this, Zhang Chu's expression instantly became tense and his eyes widened. What? Uncle and aunt are coming over? He secretly screamed in his heart. He was already nervous enough, but now he had to face the arrival of his future in-laws. This was really a headache. Seeing Zhang Chu nervous as a child, Su Mingyue couldn't help but giggle and hurriedly comforted. Don't worry, my mom and dad are very nice. They'll definitely like you. Saying that, she gently patted Zhang Chu's hand in an attempt to ease his tension. However, Zhang Chu was still unable to let go of his nerves and frowned tightly. No, wait, you'll come home with me. My mom and dad want to see you too. His tone was slightly childish, as if he was pampering Su Mingyue. Su Mingyue smiled faintly and agreed. Good, it just so happens that I also want to pay a visit to my aunt and uncle. Moreover, Auntie and I are especially compatible. We can definitely get along very well. Unlike some people who panic when they hear that their girlfriend's parents are coming over, she intentionally aggravated the tone of her last sentence, and did not forget to glance at Zhang Chu, her eyes revealing a hint of flirtation. Zhang Chu looked at Su Mingyue's smug look and helplessly shook his head, sighing in his heart. Alas, Women who panicked? I'm just thinking about how to properly entertain my uncles and aunts when the time comes. Zhang Chu's mouth was hardened in denial. Right at this moment, Zhang Chu's cell phone screen lit up and a message appeared in front of him. Mom, how did the brat hang up the phone? I haven't finished chatting with Xiao Su yet. Quickly push Xiao Su's certain letter to me. It turned out to be from Zhang Chu's mom, Ms. Chu Qin, who blamed Zhang Chu for hanging up the phone and asked for Su Mingyue's contact information. Zhang Chu helplessly handed the phone to Su Mingyue and said, "My mom is looking for me for your contact information. Should I give it?" Su Mingyue nodded without hesitation and said with a smile, "Of course I have to give it. Auntie and I just had such a good chat." Then, Zhang Chu sent Su Mingyue's WeChat business card to her mom. Soon, there was a response from the mom's side. "My son recommended Cindy's to you." Seeing this message, Ms. Chu Qin couldn't help but mutter, "This brat, why is he so slow in letting him recommend little Su?" Although her mouth was becoming increasingly dissatisfied with Zhang Chu, her hand still quickly clicked the add friend button. "Cindy, hello auntie, I'm Su Mingyue, plain and simple, hello little Su, plain and simple sends you a red packet." "Cindy, thank you auntie, you're too kind." "Bland, you're welcome, it's a small token of appreciation from auntie." Blandly sends you another red packet. "Cindy, thank you, auntie, but I really can't take any more." "Bland, it's okay, kid, it's auntie's favorite of yours." Blandness sends you another red packet. In this way, Ms. Chu Qin sent red envelopes to Su Mingyue one after another, each of which was 200 renminbi. She sent a total of 44 such red envelopes, and added an extra 88 yuan red envelope at the end. "Plain and simple, little Su is meeting for the first time. You should take it. Should I accept it?" Su Mingyue asked Zhang Chu with some hesitation. "Take it. This is a little bit of my mom's heart for her daughter-in-law," Zhang Chu said with a smile. Under Zhang Chu's several persuasions, Su Mingyue ended up accepting Ms. Chu Qin's red packet for her future daughter-in-law, and Su Mingyue did not expect Zhang Chu's mother to value her so much. "Ha ha, it seems like my mom already considers you as her own family," Zhang Chu said happily. "Yeah, she's really good to me." Su Mingyue also felt warm. "Mom, brat, quickly pull little Su into our family group." Zhang Chu took the chat logs to Su Mingyue and said with some helplessness on his face, "My mom wants me to pull you into my family's family group. Are you in?" "Of course into This is a piece of auntie's good intentions." Su Mingyue nodded her head in agreement without hesitation. Since Zhang Chu's mom didn't treat her as an outsider, Su Mingyue naturally wouldn't reject this goodwill. "My mom is so generous that she actually sent out 8,888 red envelopes. Next time you go to my house I guess I'll give you a 10,001 red envelope." Zhang Chu looked at his cell phone screen and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Although he had expected it, he still didn't expect his mom to be so generous this time. Wow! Su Mingyue couldn't help but marvel as well. Her favorability towards Zhang Chu's mom instantly soared to the extreme. "Su Mingyue, you can't escape. You are destined to be my wife from now on." Zhang Chu gazed deeply at Su Mingyue, his eyes filled with love and determination. If he wasn't in the hotel at this moment, he would have hugged her tightly and proclaimed their happiness to the world. Su Mingyue was deeply moved by Zhang Chu's mother's behavior, her eyes slightly moist. Just through a video meeting, Zhang Chu's mom had already treated her as her own family, and this warmth made her feel incredibly happy. Group tip, Zhang Chu pulled Cindy to join the loving family. Fuyuan Textile, Zhang Jianming at Chanwan, welcome to Xiao Su. Plain and simple at Chanwan, welcome Su to our family. When Su Mingyue just joined the group called Loving Family, she immediately felt a warm welcoming atmosphere. Zhang Ting at Chanwan, welcome to Canyon. How many people are there in your family? Su Mingyue asked curiously. In the past, there were 6 people in our family, namely my grandparents, mom, dad, me and my sister. But now we have another mouthful of people in our family, so there's a total of 7 la. In addition, there is also my uncle and aunt's family in the group O. Zhang Chu patiently answered. Then what does your family do? Su Mingyue continued to inquire, trying to gain a deeper understanding of Zhang Chu's family background. My father and uncle opened a textile factory together, mainly producing all kinds of mulberry and silkworm products, like silk thread, silk cloth, and so on. Zhang Chu introduced his family's industry to her in detail. By the way, what does uncle do? What does he usually do? Does he have any special hobbies? Zhang Chu also began to care about Su Mingyue's family situation. My father is from Hucheng. He is engaged in the silk industry and has opened a company specializing in the silk business in cooperation with others in Rongqing. His usual favorite thing is drinking tea and fishing, and he often goes fishing with his friends. Su Mingyue described her father's habits in detail. Chapter 068 Accounting. Sending auction. I didn't expect my girlfriend to be a rich second generation. On the way back to the hotel after sending Su Mingyue, Zhang Chu flirted with Su Mingyue. You are not also? The family is also open factory, said Su Mingyue. I'm not a rich second generation. I'm at most a factory second generation. The gap between the rich second generation and the factory second generation is still quite big. The second generation of rich people are dashing around outside, slaughtering cows and horses, while we, the second generation of factory workers, can only work hard in our own factory, and even have to be mercilessly PUA'd by the factory generation. But then again, I should be more like a Gen E. Everything I have today was obtained through my own unremitting efforts, Zhang Chu explained seriously to Su Mingyue. From the time he accidentally obtained that so-called bull ***** system after graduating from his senior year of high school, the system was almost useless except for rewarding him with a sum of money or a piece of information every day. Until Zhang Chu graduated from university, this system was even more merciless and went straight offline. Zhang Chu was relying on the funds provided by the dog system as the original capital to start his business in his freshman year, allowing his career to set sail, and in the later stages, it was all due to the talent and hard work of both Zhang Chu and Lu Ming that he had achieved today's success. This I know. My boyfriend can be a man with an exclusive entry in the encyclopedia. Su Mingyue inwardly expressed that she was under a lot of pressure. Her boyfriend was too outstanding. That's true. Only I can be worthy of our beautiful, generous Ms. Su Mingyue. Zhang Chu laughed with a smug expression, his tone filled with pride and confidence. He felt that he was really lucky to have found such an outstanding girlfriend. Right, Mingyue. There's one thing I have to confess to you. Zhang Chu suddenly remembered something and his expression became serious. Zhang Chu turned his head and carefully looked at Su Mingyue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, his eyes revealing a hint of seriousness. What is it? Go ahead. Su Mingyue sensed Zhang Chu's abnormality and could not help but feel some curiosity in her heart. The day before yesterday, when I told you that I went to inspect the company, I actually went to Wuyu Media, the one that has signed countless beautiful women. Zhang Chu frankly told the truth, his gaze always resting on Su Mingyue, observing her reaction. I see. Su Mingyue smiled faintly, not feeling angry or dissatisfied because of this matter. On the contrary, she was still somewhat happy in her heart because Zhang Chu was willing to take the initiative to confess everything to her. However, I am not at all interested in those rouge and vulgar powders. Oh, if you don't like me inspecting them, then I won't go in the future, Zhang Chu hurriedly explained, fearing that Su Mingyue would misunderstand himself. Do you believe me when I say I don't mind? Su Mingyue just said of the sentence. She had only just started with Zhang Chu. She was still unable to achieve complete trust. All she could do now was to talk things out and draw a line. Zhang Chu immediately understood the meaning. He would almost never personally travel to Wuyu again in the future. And even if he needed to go, he would send someone else instead. When we return to Magic City, I will have my lawyer make a list of all my properties, and when we get married, these will also belong to you. At 10 o'clock sharp on the morning of October 15th, at the home of Kafko Sedu-1 in Mordor, Zhang Chu had just awakened from his large and comfortable bed. Since Meatball had gone back home, the house was missing a small alarm clock that regularly woke him up. Oops, gotta get a move on. Zhang Chu glanced at the clock. It was already 10 minutes past 10. He had agreed with Su Mingyue to arrive at her rented house at 10:30 to help her with the photoshoot, but now there were only 20 minutes left. Zhang Chu hurriedly got up and hurriedly shuffled around. In the end, at 10:33, Zhang Chu hurriedly arrived at the Hoodoo Springview neighborhood. I'm very sorry, I'm 3 minutes late. Zhang Chu stood at the entrance panting, his face filled with apologies and anxiety. Come, have some water, look how tired you are, Su Mingyue said gently, then thoughtfully poured a cup of water for Zhang Chu. Thank you, wife. Zhang Chu gratefully accepted the cup of water, but his hand unconsciously began to be unruly, gently stroking Su Mingyue's hand. Bad egg. Su Mingyue gently slapped Zhang Chu's hand, and a hint of redness rose on her face. How many sets of clothes are we going to shoot today? Zhang Chu asked curiously. Not much, just 2 sets of clothes. These clothes were sent over some time ago. It's just that I didn't have the time to shoot them then, Su Mingyue replied with a smile. In fact, Su Mingyue didn't take pictures in time some time ago because she was lazy. Plus she went to Hangzhou 2 days ago, so she didn't have time to take pictures either. It was only now that the businessmen were urging her so hard that she had to rush into action. Then let's hurry up and get ready to start shooting. Zhang Chu was already prepared to be a toolman. Whether it was filming or post-production editing, he was willing to do it all. Don't be in a hurry. Let's eat first before shooting. Su Mingyue smiled and said, You rushed here in such a hurry. Surely you haven't had time to eat breakfast yet. You two come and help. Orange's voice came from the kitchen, where she was frying vegetables. Coming, Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue hurried into the kitchen. The kitchen chopping board had fried dishes on it. You two helped take the vegetables out, and take out the dishes as well. Orange was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand as she kept stirring the vegetables in the pan. Alright, Zhang Chu hurriedly picked up a plate of dishes and walked out of the kitchen. Tang Jingguan went to get the dishes. MMP, these two were outside talking about love. and she was the only one stir-frying vegetables in the kitchen. It smells so good. Chef Orange. Zhang Chu hadn't eaten breakfast in the morning and was already famished. Smelling the aroma of the food, his stomach was already rebelling. After frying this dish, you can eat Orange while stir-frying the dishes in the pot. While standing on the side of Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue said, "Alright, hard work." Zhang Chu responded with a smile. "Let me serve it," he said as he took the dishes that had already been plated from Su Mingyue's hands. "You can just wait outside for the meal to start." In between serving the dishes, Zhang Chu didn't forget to treat Orange to dog food. Delicious. Su Mingyue tasted it and nodded with satisfaction. Soon, all the dishes were placed on the table. Zhang Chu, Su Mingyue and Orange sat around and began to enjoy this sumptuous meal. "Teacher Orange is a good cook," Zhang Chu said in praise as he gulped down his meal. "Ha ha, it's alright, it's just an average level." But during this period of time, days of eating Jiangsu and Zhejiang dishes, I've long missed this mouthful of Sichuan dishes. Being a Sichuan girl, she couldn't stand it anymore after not eating spicy food for a long time. Chapter 69, Sending Shoots. Almighty Zhang Chu. "I'll go wash the dishes." After the meal, Zhang Chu took the initiative to take on the responsibility of washing the dishes and said to Su Mingyue, "You go put on your makeup and change your clothes first." After saying that, he began to clean up the dishes on the dining table. When it was said to be washing the dishes, it was actually very simple to put the dishes into the dishwasher. Zhang Chu had taken this into consideration when he first bought the home appliances, so he purposely bought a dishwasher. This was not only convenient and quick, it also saved a lot of time and energy. In Su Mingyue's room, Orange was helping Su Mingyue with her makeup. In addition to being good at filming, Orange was also an amateur makeup artist, often applying some daily makeup to her friends around her. This time, Zhang Chu took over the filming job, so she was reduced to doing makeup. At this time, Su Mingyue had already changed into the first set of clothes sent by the merchant, which was a JK uniform, white blouse with a pink and white skirt, and finally a pink bow, overflowing with a youthful and lovely atmosphere. When Zhang Chu walked into the room, his entire body was attracted by the sight before him. He didn't expect Su Mingyue to be so youthful after putting on the JK, as if she had returned to her college days all of a sudden. "How does it look good?" Su Mingyue asked when she noticed Zhang Chu's eyes staring straight at her. "Good looking. Of course my wife looks good. She's at the youthful age of 18." Zhang Chu did not spare any compliments. "Count on you to speak." Su Mingyue heard Zhang Chu's words and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. At the same time, Zhang Chu was also busy on the side. He carefully studied the requirements provided by the merchant and combined them with his own creativity and experience to design unique movements and styling for Su Mingyue. "For the first move, you lean on the windowsill like me and look outside, so that you then tie a pill head," Zhang Chu said as he personally demonstrated to Su Mingyue. His movements were elegant and natural, as if he was one with the scenery outside the window. Zhang Chu's butt was slightly tilted up and his posture looked very enchanting. This made Su Mingyue couldn't help but laugh, but at the same time, she also felt admiration for his professional attitude and creativity. Su Mingyue tied her hair into a cute pill head as per Zhang Chu's request. She stood in front of the window, mimicking Zhang Chu's movements and casting her gaze into the distance, overflowing with the youthful cuteness of a young girl. Zhang Chu pressed the shutter to freeze this moment, and then immediately began to explain the next action. For every photo of this set of clothes, Zhang Chu strictly followed the requirements of the merchant. After completing this set of shots, Su Mingyue returned to her room to change outfits. The second set was still a JK uniform, but the style was very different from the previous set. If the last set was a fresh and lovely schoolgirl image, then this set displayed a mature and steady schoolgirl demeanor. She wore a black suit top with a solid color tie on top, and her lower body was paired with a blue plaid skirt and black stockings and small leather shoes. When Su Mingyue walked out from her room, she walked straight towards Zhang Chu, grabbed him by the collar, and whispered in his ear, "The student council is checking the dormitory. Don't let me catch you in a disciplinary offense." Oh. Hearing these words, Zhang Chu couldn't help but feel ecstatic inwardly and secretly marveled. Really picked up the treasure. The ever-changing Su Mingyue, I like her more and more. However, after a short period of joy, Zhang Chu quickly adjusted his mindset and returned to his normal working state. He calmly said to Su Mingyue, "Come on, let's continue shooting." Then, he explained in detail to Su Mingyue the actions that needed to be filmed next. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed, and today's filming task was finally completed. Zhang Chu originally thought that this was just an easy shoot, but the requirements provided by the merchant were too broad, causing him to encounter some difficulties in conceptualizing the later stages. After the shooting, Zhang Chu quickly plunged into the intense retouching work. Holding his laptop, he sat on the sofa in the living room and processed each photo with full concentration. At this time, Su Mingyue also came to the living room and sat next to Zhang Chu. Watching him retouch the pictures, she suddenly asked, "Do you think I should start a live broadcast?" While staring intently at the screen, Zhang Chu replied, "Yes. This will increase the number of fans and boost your influence. I'll brush you with huazi, a kind of gift, later," Su Mingyue said with some surprise. "It's better not to brush the carnival." Zhang Chu smiled and explained, "It's not a loss to brush huazi. I'm a shareholder of Byte, and after the platform deducts half of the fees, it will eventually return to my pocket in the form of dividends." Hearing this, Su Mingyue could only smile helplessly in agreement. Thus, she picked up her cell phone and prepared to start broadcasting. Su Mingyue admonished, "Then I'll start broadcasting now, but remember to control yourself. Don't swipe the gifts." "That's right. Reward you." Su Mingyue smiled and gently kissed Zhang Chu's cheek as a reward for his hard work today. However, Zhang Chu didn't seem to be satisfied with this, and with a wry smile, he said, "I still want another one." Well, Su Mingyue laughed helplessly, gently stroked Zhang Chu's head, and said softly, "Be good. Next time, I'm going to start broadcasting." Oh, saying that, she skillfully opened the live broadcast software. Instantly, people began to enter the live broadcast room one after another. In the recent period of time, Su Mingyue's certain sound account traffic was exceptionally hot, with the number of fans rapidly growing from 100,000 or so last month to over 400,000 now. Among them, the videos that Zhang Chu had shot for her deserved a lot of credit, and one of the videos was even more explosive, with the number of likes surpassing 500,000. In particular, that video of turning around made countless people fall for it. The goddess has finally started broadcasting. I want to be the goddess's schoolmate so badly. The pop-ups kept rolling, and Su Mingyue smiled as she greeted the camera. "Good afternoon everyone." Then, she placed her phone on the stand. After all, holding it up all the time was not an easy thing to do. "I just finished filming, so I just happened to take this opportunity to chat with everyone for a while," Su Mingyue said, while not forgetting to glance at Zhang Chu who was sitting next to her. "Is there anyone beside the goddess? Why does the goddess keep looking to the side? On my side is Mr. Shanghai. Come and say hello to everyone." Su Mingyue pointed her cell phone camera at Zhang Chu next to her. "Hello everyone in the live broadcast room, I'm Mingyue's boyfriend," Zhang Chu said to the camera. "Goddess is in love. My heart is broken. How can old thief Shanghai be worthy of a goddess?" Upstairs, Mr. Shanghai is handsome, golden, and exceptionally talented. How can he not be worthy of Ms. Mingyue? Zhang Chu's fans also entered the live broadcast room. They would definitely defend Zhang Chu. On the side, Zhang Chu's cell phone hangs on Su Mingyue's live broadcast. Saw the heartbroken netizens, felt that it would be better to make their hearts a little bit more broken. So he sent 10 carnivals in a row in the live broadcast room along with a large amount of jittery coins. Read. Chapter 070 Live Broadcast Showing Love. Ah, I cha lemon. It's true that rich people end up in love. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room had their hearts broken even more. "Aren't you not allowed to swipe gifts?" Su Mingyue whispered to Zhang Chu. "A small amount of money. Help you increase your popularity. It'll come back to my pocket in the end anyway," Zhang Chu replied carelessly while modifying the photos. "What is Mr. Shanghai doing on the sidelines? Old mountain and sea thief. Turn on the broadcast." The viewers in the live broadcast room were filled with curiosity about Zhang Chu on the sidelines, sending out questions and urges. "He's retouching the pictures. He took all of today's pictures." Oh, Su Mingyue smiled and gave the camera to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu under the camera was fixing the pictures with full concentration. His eyes were firmly fixed on the screen. The mouse in his hand kept clicking and dragging, not sparing every detail, as if he wanted to eliminate every flaw in the pictures. "Mr. Shanghai's computer seems to be unusual. It's a shame to use this computer for editing." Right at this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly realized that the computer Zhang Chu was using seemed to be different, and upon closer inspection, it was actually a high-end alien laptop. "It's just an alien. It's slightly better to use than an ordinary computer," Zhang Chu replied with a calm face, as if this high-end device was just an everyday tool for him. "This is the picture taken today," Su Mingyue said, pointing the camera at the computer screen. "Can the goddess take a look at the computer desktop?" "Yeah, want to see the computer desktop?" As the pop-up scrolled, Su Mingyue softly asked, "Everyone wants to see your computer desktop. Is it okay?" "Of course," Zhang Chu responded without hesitation, then skillfully switched back to his desktop. And instantly, a photo of the two of them together was displayed in front of the audience, feeding the audience in the live broadcast room a mouthful of fresh dog food. However, when everyone saw the applications on Zhang Chu's desktop, they were even more excited, only to see a variety of well-known gaming platforms such as Battle, Rotten Orange and Ebao, etc. And the list of games in the BF series, COD series, Big Cousin 2, GTA 5 and other classic masterpieces is even more mouth-watering. "Hello Mingyue." Just at this time with Su Mingyue acquaintance friend connect. "Hello Rabbit teacher, long time no see, Su Mingyue greeted to the cell phone. Mingyue, let's play a PK bar, Teacher Rabbit said excitedly. Hearing this, Su Mingyue was a bit surprised as her eyes looked towards Zhang Chu, seemingly asking him if he agreed. As Zhang Chu looked at her eyes, a trace of doubt could not help but well up in his heart. Could it be that this woman was doubting his strength? Thus, he firmly nodded his head in agreement. Seeing Zhang Chu's response, Su Mingyue smiled faintly and agreed. Alright, then let's have a go. With the decision of the two, a fierce live-streaming PK kicked off. At the very beginning, Zhang Chu sent out a radish one gift in the live broadcast, instantly suppressing the blood bar to the opponent's side. However, time passed by minute, and when there was only the last minute left before the end, the opposite live room suddenly powered up and began to frantically upvote, with the blood bar gradually closing in on their side. In the face of this situation, Zhang Chu did not panic, but instead directly turned on carnival mode, causing carnival to fly all over the sky. Carnival as a heart giveaway is so outrageous. I'm a student, I want it too. The viewers within the live broadcast room were all shocked to the point where their scalps went numb by the scene. At this time, Zhang Chu suddenly came up with a ludicrous remark. Sorry, I just ordered the wrong thing and saw the carnival as a little heart. This sentence instantly left everyone speechless. In the end, the opposite side directly chose to swing for the fences, as no matter how hard they tried to upvote, they would not be able to defeat Zhang Chu. Teacher Rabbit, let's forget about the punishment this time. Su Mingyue looked at Zhang Chu's maneuver and felt somewhat defeated. Then we'll have the chance to be together next time. Teacher Rabbit finished disconnecting the connection. On the side, Zhang Chu finally fixed the photo, stretched his back, then sat a little closer to Su Mingyue to see what the viewers in the live broadcast room were saying. Hello everyone, Zhang Chu greeted the viewers in the live broadcast room. I'm done with my work, come and chat with everyone for a while. He smiled while looking at the comments section of the live broadcast. Old mountain and sea thief, stay away from my goddess, even though you are boyfriend and girlfriend. Seeing this pop up, the corner of Zhang Chu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. He deliberately brought his body closer to Su Mingyue and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, not allowing the audience in the live broadcast room to get what they wanted. Pay attention, it's on live broadcast. Su Mingyue snapped with slightly reddened cheeks while reaching out to gently take Zhang Chu's hand on her shoulder down. However, Zhang Chu was unmoved and instead came close to Su Mingyue's ear and whispered, "Just don't." This intimate move made Su Mingyue even more shy, while the audience in the live broadcast room exploded. I'm sour, old thief, I don't share the same fate as you. Zhang Chu only smiled contemptuously at this and looked at the comments section of the live broadcast. He originally wanted to stimulate the audience in this way, but he didn't expect to achieve his goal so easily. And in the meantime, he invited the audience to eat a meal of dog food. Of course, apart from those sour comments, there were also quite a few viewers who sincerely wished Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue well. After all, the two of them were indeed a perfect match. When did Mr. Shanghai and Goddess Su get together? Yes, I want to know how you guys got together. Seeing that there were many people in the live broadcast room who were curious about their relationship experience, Zhang Chu replied with a smile, we got together 2 days ago. As for confessing, it was me who confessed to Mingyue. Hearing this, Su Mingyue couldn't help but roll her eyes and directly dismantled Zhang Chu. Is that your initiative? I've already given you a hint. You elm brain. If it wasn't for Su Mingyue's hint that day, the two of them might not have known how long it would take for them to come together. I'm wrong, next time I'll definitely take the initiative. No, there's no next time, I'm just an elm brain. Zhang Chu took the initiative to admit his mistake in front of the live broadcast audience. Good, children can be taught. Su Mingyue hand gently rubbed Zhang Chu's head to express satisfaction with his good apology. Su Goddess will not Shu Road Mountain. Want to listen to Su Goddess to the old thief of the mountain and see said Shu Road Mountain. Ha ha, I also want to hear. What is Mount Shudao? Is it a sitting mountain? Where is it? Zhang Chu looked at the comments in the live broadcast room confused. What exactly is this Shudao mountain? Nothing, it's a dialect, but I don't know how to say it. Su Mingyue smiled awkwardly. Shudao mountain, she often heard it at home. Every time her dad pissed off her mom would say this phrase, and her dad immediately wimped out. Chapter 071, Shudao Mountain. Son-in-law. What exactly is this Shudao mountain? After going off air, Zhang Chu's mind kept echoing these words, and he was filled with curiosity and doubt about this term. He guessed that the phrase must have a special meaning, but he couldn't figure it out no matter what. So, he decided to ask Su Mingyue for advice, hoping to get an answer from her. It really doesn't mean anything, it's just an ordinary dialect word. Su Mingyue helplessly explained. I don't believe it. Zhang Chu firmly shook his head, thinking that it was impossible for these netizens to simply use a dialect word to express their emotions. They definitely had ulterior motives and wanted to convey some deeper information. Since Su Mingyue was unwilling to tell him, he would have to find the answer himself. Thus, Zhang Chu picked up his cell phone and started searching for information about the Shudao Mountain. After some searching, he finally found an article about the Shudao Mountain. This article describes in detail the origin and meaning of the term Shudao Mountain. It turns out, Shudao Mountain is the number to 3 Sichuan-Chongqing language reading. When the other half of the Sichuan-Chongqing women, they will say Shudao Mountain. This word has a kind of magic power. This word had a kind of magic power, which could make Sichuan and Chongqing men's knees automatically kneel down. Seeing this, Zhang Chu could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. He did not expect the seemingly ordinary dialect word to have such a profound meaning. He immediately showed the search results to Su Mingyue and questioned, "Good lord, Su Mingyue, do you know this or not?" Su Mingyue looked at the cell phone screen in Zhang Chu's hand and said with an awkward smile on her face, "Well, I actually know the meaning of this word, but I don't know it. My dad didn't let me say this word since I was little." "Does Auntie know this?" Zhang Chu asked, secretly grateful in his heart to that old husband whom he had yet to meet. At the same time, he guessed that Su Mingyue's father might have often been subdued by her mother using this word. "My mom knows this." Su Mingyue smiled somewhat awkwardly. "It seems like I need to flatter my aunt in the future." Zhang Chu silently calculated in his heart to take care of Su Mingyue's mother first so that he could easily take down Su Mingyue's father. After all, he was a wifely man. Ah Chu. At the same time, Su Chongping was in his company's office when he inexplicably sneezed 3 times in a row. "The weather has recently turned cold, so it seems like I need to add some more clothes. My mom is very easy to get along with," Su Mingyue consoled, knowing full well that she had become an uncompromisingly black-hearted cotton-padded woman. "You recommend Auntie's WeChat to me. I want to add her as a friend." Zhang Chu couldn't wait to say that he was ready to attack his mother-in-law. "By the way, does Auntie have any hobbies? My mom usually likes to play mahjong. If she's not working, she's basically playing mahjong," Su Mingyue answered truthfully. Inside a mahjong hall in Rongcheng, Su Mingyue's mom, Deng Jia, was sitting in front of the mahjong table, fighting a fierce battle with a few little sisters. She had an excellent hand and had already won several hands in a row, her face beaming with joy. "Ha ha, I'm so lucky today," Deng Jia laughed triumphantly. Just at this moment, her cell phone rang with a beep. She put down the cards in her hand and picked up her cell phone to check. It turned out to be a new message. "You guys wait a moment, someone sent me a message," Deng Jia explained to her sisters. She clicked on WeChat and saw that an unfamiliar number had applied to add her as a friend and left a message claiming to be her daughter's boyfriend. "The scammers nowadays are so bold that they dare to pretend to be my daughter's boyfriend to add me as a friend." Deng Jia frowned, feeling very dissatisfied with this behavior. "Wait, my daughter's boyfriend?" Deng Jia suddenly realized something, and a wave of anticipation surged in her heart. She hurriedly opened the chat window with her daughter Su Mingyue and sent a message asking if it was really her boyfriend who wanted to add her. Soon, Su Mingyue replied in the affirmative, stating that it was precisely Zhang Chu who wanted to add her as a friend. Deng Jia was instantly overjoyed and clicked the agree button without hesitation. "How is it? Is it your daughter's boyfriend?" the little sister on the side asked curiously. "Ha ha, look at my memory. It's really my family you use boyfriend," Deng Jia replied with a smile. "Sisters, let's call it a day." Deng Jia didn't want to play mahjong anymore. She just wanted to chat with Zhang Chu to explore this future son-in-law. After all, it was about her daughter's lifelong matters. Everything couldn't be sloppy. "Shanghai, hello, Auntie. My name is Zhang Chu." Deng Jia, hello. On the way home Deng Jia couldn't wait to chat with Zhang Chu. "Deng Jia, how old is Zhang this year? What kind of work does he do? And where is his family from?" Deng Jia came up with a series of questions as if she was conducting a census. "Shanghai, Auntie, I'm 28 this year. I'm now starting a business in Magic City. My hometown is Xiuzhou, Zhejiang Province. I'm now settled in Magic City, has a few suites. My family is opening a textile factory. The family also has a younger sister who is attending college." Hearing Zhang Chu's answer, Deng Jia nodded slightly, expressing her satisfaction. Zhang Chu's own conditions were good, able to secure her daughter's future life. Deng Jia, good. "Shanghai, Auntie, I heard Mingyu say that you were a great beauty when you were young." Deng Jia, no, don't listen to her nonsense. Although Deng Jia said this on her lips, she had a bright smile on her face and was very happy in her heart. This young man's mouth is really sweet. Deng Jia was happy after hearing Zhang Chu praise her. This son-in-law was becoming more and more likable the more she looked at him. The two chatted happily. As time passed, Deng Jia became more and more satisfied with Zhang Chu, and had already initially recognized him in her heart. "Deng Jia, Xiaozhang, next month, Yu's father and I are planning to come to Mordor. On one hand, I want to accompany Yu. On the other hand, I want to take Yu's grandmother to the Mordor hospital for a medical checkup on the way." "Shanghai, Auntie, when will you, uncle and grandma come?" "Deng Jia, we haven't decided yet, but you and Ye should come to pick us up." The meaning of Deng Jia's words couldn't be more obvious. and she was obviously very satisfied with Zhang Chu as her son-in-law-to-be. On the other hand, Zhang Chu's heart had long been blossoming with joy, because he knew that he had successfully won the recognition of Su Mingyue as mother. Shanghai, alright, auntie, when you come notify me and Mingyue in advance huh? The two of us will definitely go to the airport to pick you up at that time. See, auntie is satisfied with me. On the other side of Magic City, Zhang Chu proudly showed Su Mingyue his chat records with Deng Jia, a happy smile on his face. Che, my mom is so nice to everyone. Don't be too complacent. Although Su Mingyue said this on her lips, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Chapter 072, The First Meeting of a Son-in-Law. What's good to eat at night? Why don't the two of us go out to eat? Zhang Chu said after looking at Orange's room. He actually preferred to abandon Orange and Su Mingyue to enjoy the world of two together. That's not too good, is it? Even though her boyfriend was very important, Su Mingyue didn't want to leave her bestie Orange behind. After all, she introduced us to each other. If not for her, there would not be the two of us today. Zhang Chu tried to convince Su Mingyue. Okay, Su Mingyue agreed on her lips, but in her heart, she understood that Zhang Chu just wanted to spend the world of two with herself. Right at this moment, a sudden yell came out from Orange's room. Ouch! Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue immediately rushed into the room nervously, worried that something unexpected had happened, only to see that Orange was sitting on the bed playing King of Glory, emotionally shouting into her cell phone. Can you play shooter or not? How so vegetable? It turned out that it was because of her teammates' poor operation, causing her to open her microphone and yell. What are you two running in for? Orange asked suspiciously when she saw Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue barging in. We thought something had happened to you in there. Su Mingyue hurriedly explained. Oh, it's fine. Orange breathed a sigh of relief and continued to focus on the game. Right, Su Mingyue and I are planning to go out for dinner. Do you want to come along? Zhang Chu took the opportunity to ask. No, I'm not going. I'm going to re-up the stars I dropped today. You two go by yourself. Orange replied without lifting her head. Do you want us to bring you some dinner? Su Mingyue asked with concern. No, you two just go ahead. I'll just order a takeout later. You guys get going, don't affect my game playing. Orange impatiently waved her hand and continued to immerse herself in the world of the game. On the other hand, in the home of Su Mingyue's parents in Rongcheng, Deng Jia was telling Su Changping about what happened today. Hubby, let me tell you something. Today, Zhang Chu took the initiative to add me as a WeChat friend. Deng Jia said excitedly. Oh, Su Changping frowned, a trace of displeasure welling up in his heart, but he still pretended to be calm and asked, what is he looking for you for? Nothing special, just greeting me and asking how I've been doing lately. Deng Jia smiled happily. Well, little Zhang is quite good. His own conditions and family conditions aren't bad. He's quite compatible with our family Yu. Deng Jia praised heartily. Hearing his wife's words, Su Changping's face became gloomy, and in his heart, he secretly cursed. This bastard boy, he really knows how to get things done, surprisingly pleasing my wife so easily. However, he didn't dare to show it, and could only nod his head with a forced smile to show his approval. After all, he didn't want to hear his wife call out Shudao Mountain. You make a video call with that person later. I would like to examine it. Su Changping was furious and intended to see what magic that person had to pull his daughter and wife to his side. On the other side of the Magic City, Zhang Chu took Su Mingyue to the nearby shopping mall to look for food. This side of the crowd there must be good food. He chose a Western restaurant specializing in steak. Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue sat at the window seat, and could see the bustle of Magic City. And there was an ice bucket by the table with the non-alcoholic sparkling wine that the two of them had ordered. The first appetizer was the mango shrimp salad with foie gras mousse. Then the main course of pan-fried tomahawk steak was still bubbling on the plate when it was brought up, accompanied by roasted portobello mushrooms and potatoes. While the two of them were feasting, Deng Jia made a video call to Zhang Chu. Auntie is calling. Do you want to answer? Zhang Chu asked. Answer it, Su Mingyue said. Hello auntie, uncle. Zhang Chu connected the video call, and it turned out that the opposite side was not Deng Jia but Su Changping. You are Zhang Chu, right? Su Changping opened his mouth and asked, his face expressionless. Yes uncle, I'm Xiao Zhang. Uncle Mingyu is having dinner with me right now. Zhang Chu put himself very low in front of his future father-in-law. He had already started organizing his words in his mind, thinking about how to answer the questions he might encounter next. I'm Su Mingyue's father. I'm the one who used her mother's cell phone to contact you. You should know my purpose. Su Changping did not use Mandarin. Instead, he used the dialect of his hometown, as Su Mingyue grew up in Rongcheng and did not really speak the dialect of her hometown. Hucheng. Zhang Chu's heart sank, but he quickly reacted and quickly switched to his dialect and said, yes uncle, I know where you are coming from. I can understand. After all, you are a father. Dad, what are you talking about? Su Mingyue looked at the cell phone screen with a puzzled face. She didn't know much about the Huqiang dialect and could only roughly guess some of the meaning. However, she was still a little nervous in her heart, not knowing why her dad was talking about this with Zhang Chu. It's nothing, I'll chat with Xiao Zhang for a while. Su Changping switched to Mandarin inside, then turned to the vernacular. Your aunt told me about your conditions. I hope you treat my daughter well, even if you can't go on in the end. You shouldn't bully her. Uncle, please don't worry, I really like Mingyu. I can assure you that I will pamper Mingyu, Zhang Chu said with earnest words. This who will say, I hope you can, and your words and deeds will be this to do. My daughter grew up. I will not interfere with her choice, but I will be for her bottom, Su Changping said. His daughter grew up with their own ideas and choices. He as a father can do is to do his daughter's backing. Zhang Chu knew in his heart that Su Changping was reminding him that if he wanted to marry Su Mingyue, he had to let them see his determination and sincerity. He nodded and replied in a firm tone, Uncle, don't worry, I will definitely prove my love for Mingyue with my actions, and I will also endeavor to become a person worthy of her lifelong commitment. Hearing these words from Zhang Chu, Su Changping did not have anything to say. This kind of words would be said by anyone. What he wanted was the other party's actual actions. Alright, you guys eat first, I won't bother you anymore, Su Changping said with a smile. Zhang Chu hurriedly responded, Alright, thank you uncle for your concern. Well, goodbye. Su Changping hung up the phone. What did my dad just say to you? Su Mingyue curiously asked Zhang Chu. Just now, her dad and Zhang Chu had been talking in the vernacular, which made her a bit puzzled. Zhang Chu smiled and replied, Uncle said that he left you in my hands, asking me to treat you well and to prove my sincerity to him with practical actions. Hearing this, Su Mingyue's face flushed with a hint of redness, and she responded shyly, Then you have to perform well. If you fail the test, I won't be able to marry you easily. Zhang Chu hurriedly nodded his head in agreement and promised that he would definitely try his best to pass Father Su's test. At the same time, he couldn't help but curiously ask, By the way, Mingyue, do you really not understand the native language at all? Su Mingyue shook her head. I grew up in Rongcheng, and I basically don't know the dialect of my hometown other than some everyday phrases. Chapter 073, Dating, Shopping. Do you want me to teach you the vernacular? The dialects of your hometown and my hometown are pretty much the same. Oh. A hint of smugness spread across Zhang Chu's face, as if he was quite proud of the language skills he had mastered. He had always been keen on imparting knowledge, especially those authentic vernaculars. Su Mingyue smiled and nodded, indicating her willingness to learn. Alright then, but don't think that you think I'm a slow or clumsy learner. She knew Zhang Chu's enthusiasm, but was still worried that she was not capable enough. Zhang Chu hastily shook his head in denial. Idiot, how could I dislike my girlfriend? Don't worry, you'll definitely be able to learn. Come on, let's eat first, or else the steak will get cold. After saying that, he used his fork to fork up a piece of steak and put it on Su Mingyue's plate, and carefully cut it into suitable small pieces. This piece of steak was 7% cooked, with much less blood than a 5% cooked steak, and looked even more tantalizing. Moreover, the steak was specially treated to dry-aged to give the meat more flavor. While the exterior was charred and crispy, the interior maintained a soft and tender texture, emitting a rich cheese and nutty aroma. Su Mingyue gently took a small bite of the steak, feeling the delicate meat texture and unique flavor. Then, she savored a mouthful of the alcohol-free sparkling wine, the soft bubbles jumping on her tongue, bringing a pleasant sensation. The light fruity flavor subtly neutralized the greasiness of the steak, making the whole taste experience richer and more varied. In addition, the restaurant was kind enough to provide toasted bread to go with the steak. The steak feast was surprisingly satisfying with 3 different flavors of bread. Freshly baked bread with the restaurant's homemade butter was served before the meal. Foie gras mousse was also served with bread, and the steak was now also served with bread. For the main course, a lavish seafood risotto was chosen, with top-notch ingredients such as Boston lobster from the Atlantic, mussels, calamari, Spanish red shrimp, and Atlantic cod. These seafood were skillfully braised into a mouth-watering dish. What makes this dish unique is that it is prepared using Materia's unique cooking method, where the heat is particularly important, and cooked just right so that each grain of rice is full of flavor, but without a hard core. After the main course, it was time for the much-anticipated dessert, which is always an irresistible temptation for girls. When ordering, the shopkeeper enthusiastically recommended their signature soufflé and vanilla ice cream. Su Mingyue was so impressed that she decided to order them both to try. The first thing on the table was the vanilla ice cream, which was limited in supply every day for no other reason than it used precious Madagascar vanilla seeds as the raw material instead of ordinary artificial vanilla flavoring. This premium ingredient gives the ice cream a much purer and richer flavor. When the white ice cream appears in front of your eyes, it is decorated with black vanilla seeds, which is as delicate as a work of art. When you take a bite, the delicate and silky texture of the ice cream is as soft as silk, and the milky flavor with a strong vanilla aroma will mesmerize you. Immediately after, the The second dessert, the soufflé, was also carefully brought up. This little guy is very cute in its trembling appearance, as soft as cotton candy, and its elasticity can be felt at the slightest touch. When entering the mouth, its cloud-like light texture made it seem like one was in the clouds, and the sweet flavor instantly filled the entire mouth. After Su Mingyue took a shallow taste or two, she wiped her lips with a paper towel and then began to replenish her makeup. As for the rest of the desserts, all of them were handed over to Zhang Chu, the garbage bin, to deal with. Let's go out for a stroll. After the checkout was completed, Zhang Chu opened his mouth and proposed. After finishing the rest of Su Mingyue's dessert, he was really unable to eat any more food, so it was just right to go and dissipate his appetite. This steakhouse was located in the IFC of the IFC Center, which was one of the most luxurious shopping malls in Magic City, with many internationally renowned brands converging here. At the mention of shopping, Su Mingyue immediately became excited. After coming to Magic City, she hadn't really shopped properly, not to mention that there were so many big brands gathered here. Looking at the wide array of big branded goods in the mall, Su Mingyue's heart surged with a strong desire to shop, but when she saw the price tags that could easily be 5 figures, this impulse instantly dissipated. Want to go in and take a look? I'll pay the bill. Zhang Chu noticed Su Mingyue's eyes and took the initiative to propose. However, Su Mingyue gently shook her head and replied, going in to take a look is fine, but forget about purchasing. She did not want Zhang Chu to break the bank too much, even though they were boyfriend and girlfriend. It's just a little bit of money. What's the point of breaking the bank? After saying that, Zhang Chu picked up Su Mingyue's hand and accompanied her into the LV store. Welcome. The two had just walked to the entrance of the store, when a clerk warmly greeted them. Hello, I'm accompanying my girlfriend to take a look at the bags. Do you have any new or classic bags to recommend here? Zhang Chu smiled and said to the store clerk. Of course you can, Mr. and MS. Please come this way. The store clerk replied with a smile and then led them towards the bag area. After arriving at the bag area, the clerk carefully picked up an on-the-go medium-sized bag and showed it to Su Mingyue, and introduced, this is our LV on-the-go series. It is a very versatile style, and it's relatively affordable. It only costs $28,000. After hearing the price, Su Mingyue gently grabbed Zhang Chu's clothes and whispered, forget it. However, Zhang Chu shook his head and said to the clerk, I'm sorry, what about the rest? This price is too cheap. It's not quite suitable for my girlfriend. Sir, are you sure you want something more expensive? The clerk couldn't help but measure up the two people's attire as well as Su Mingyue's small actions just now, and secretly thought in her heart, would these two people really buy such an expensive bag? Just take us there, Zhang Chu said faintly, a little curious in his heart. Okay sir, since these two wanted to see. The clerk didn't refuse. A professional smile appeared on her face before she brought the two to a small room inside, which had a wall of bags that looked very exquisite. Sir, the bags over here are all priced above 6 figures. The clerk introduced. Of course, if you want something a bit more expensive, you can go over there and take a look. The bags there are all priced around 7 figures. Oh, then I'll take a look first. Zhang Chu nodded. Try whichever bag you like, Zhang Chu said. He roughly estimated that the bags on this wall weren't worth as much as the watch he was holding. Chapter 074, Hitting the Face. Forget it, let's go look elsewhere. You don't have to be like this. You've earned your money. You've spent enough today. Su Mingyue was not calm after seeing the prices. She thought in her heart, these things are also too expensive. Although she likes them very much, she can't waste her money like this. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but somewhat regret coming shopping with Zhang Chu. You like to try. It does not cost money. Zhang Chu knew that Su Mingyue was really distressed about his money, but it was not necessary so much money not to spend it to keep the money. All of the bags in this store can't afford to add up to a single millimeter of his assets. Zhang Chu looked at Su Mingyue, smiled and comforted. Don't worry, as long as you like it, I will buy it for you. However, the sales clerk did not think so. She felt that she had already determined that Zhang Chu was just puffing up his face. So with sarcasm, she said, Sir, I think this lady is right. One should try their best. There's no need to puff up one's face. Her tone was filled with mockery and disdain, as if she was laughing at Zhang Chu's incompetence. Hearing this, Zhang Chu instantly blackened his face. He swore in his heart that he would definitely make this clerk regret it later. But right now, all he had to do was to take Su Mingyue and leave this place. And since Su Mingyue didn't want to spend any money, then he could just spend it behind Su Mingyue's back. So, he held back his anger and said to Su Mingyue, Let's go somewhere else to shop. After saying that, he pulled Su Mingyue and left the store. Let's go shopping somewhere else, Zhang Chu said to Su Mingyue with a smile before pulling her out of the LV boutique. They strolled through the mall, admiring the various goods while chatting. We're tired from shopping. Let's find a place to sit for a while first, Zhang Chu suggested. After resting for a while, Zhang Chu stood up and said, I'm going to go to the restroom. You wait for me here for a while. Oh, Su Mingyue nodded in understanding. Zhang Chu excused himself and left his seat, then quickly walked towards the LV boutique from earlier. Where is your store manager? Call your store manager over to see me. Zhang Chu instructed the store clerk who had just received them. When the clerk who had just received them saw that Zhang Chu had come again, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled in his heart, but he still greeted them and politely replied, "Sir, our store manager is very busy right now and may not have the time to see you. Moreover, I do not think it is necessary for you to request to see the store manager like this." When Zhang Chu heard this, a hint of displeasure appeared on his face as he fiercely glared at the sales clerk and said in an icy tone, "Quickly go and call your store manager over to me." However, that clerk did not immediately do as she was told. A trace of disdain and contempt flashed in her eyes, and she secretly muttered in her heart that this man was really good at pretending. He was obviously a pauper and still posturing here. Thus, she decided to ignore Zhang Chu's request. "I'll tell you one last time. Go and call your store manager over." Zhang Chu issued another warning, but the store clerk remained indifferent. At this moment, Zhang Chu's eyes became sharp as he realized that this sales clerk seemed to be intent on making things difficult for himself. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid that if I don't take a tough approach, I won't be able to solve the problem. So," he said coldly, "if you don't do what I say again, you will bear the consequences." The clerk was intimidated by Zhang Chu's aura and couldn't help but feel a bit flustered in her heart. She could only follow Zhang Chu's request to find the store manager. The clerk jogged all the way to the store manager's office door and gently knocked on the door before entering the room. She anxiously told the store manager, "It's not good. Store manager, there is a person at the door who wants to find you. I guess he is here to make trouble. You go and take a look." When the store manager heard that someone was causing trouble, his heart was immediately nervous, and he immediately stood up and prepared to go forward to check the situation. When they rushed to the entrance of the store, they only saw Zhang Chu quietly standing there waiting. The store manager walked forward and politely inquired, "Sir, may I ask what you're looking for me for?" Zhang Chu looked at the store manager expressionlessly, his eyes so cold that people could feel a trace of chill as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Help me pack the bag inside as well as that on the Go Medium just now and send it to Kafko Seaview 1. After saying that, Zhang Chu pulled out a black card from his wallet and casually handed it to the LV store manager. After the store manager received the black card, a respectful smile appeared on her face, but inwardly, she was thrilled. She knew that this kind of black card represented unlimited wealth and status, and the customer in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. She hurriedly nodded her head and replied, "Yes sir, I'll arrange for someone to pack it for you." Zhang Chu continued coldly, "Just swipe this card for how much?" The tone of his voice revealed an unquestionable majesty. The store manager carefully held the black card in her hands as if she was holding a precious gem. She knew the great energy contained behind this card and didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. She immediately arranged for her staff to prepare the packing matters and personally led Zhang Chu to the VIP room to rest and wait. However, Zhang Chu shook his head, indicating that he did not need to enter the VIP room. His gaze scanned the surroundings of the store, seemingly losing interest in everything here. "The clerk of your store is too noble. I just can't stand her service." The corner of Zhang Chu's mouth rose slightly with a hint of a sarcastic smile. The store manager instantly tensed up when she heard these words. She realized that she might have overlooked a certain detail that made this noble guest feel dissatisfied. She hurriedly pursued, "May I ask which sales clerk offended you? Please tell me and I will deal with this matter seriously." Zhang Chu did not answer directly, but silently gazed at the store manager. His eyes revealed an irresistible force, as if he was telling the store manager that if he did not resolve this issue, the consequences would be severe. Cold sweat broke out on the store manager's forehead. She knew the importance of this mysterious guest and must not be offended. "The store manager is me." The store clerk who had just spoken with a slightly trembling voice, her face became as pale as paper, and her body involuntarily trembled slightly. At this moment, she had already realized the seriousness of the matter, and her heart was filled with fear and dread. She understood that she had provoked a big shot who absolutely could not be offended, and if she could not obtain the other party's forgiveness, she was afraid that not only would she not be able to keep this job, she would not even be able to gain a foothold in the Magic City anymore. "I'm sorry, sir. It's me who has eyes to see. It's me who has eyes to see," that clerk said while starting to slap herself hard, the sound of clear and loud slaps echoing in the air. Afterwards, she did not hesitate to kneel down and knocked her forehead heavily on the ground, expressing her deep apologies to Zhang Chu. I can't really afford to receive such an apology from you." Zhang Chu looked at the scene in front of him, a mocking smile spreading at the corner of his mouth as he continued to say in a conspiratorial manner. His eyes were cold and sharp, making people not dare to look directly at him. Chapter 075 Watches. The store manager stood at the side, watching all this happen, secretly screaming in his heart. He deeply knew that the man in front of him had an extraordinary status and was definitely not an ordinary customer. So, she carefully opened her mouth. Sir, don't worry, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Please believe that we will handle this matter properly and give you an explanation. Good, then I'll wait to see how you handle it, Zhang Chu said with a teasing tone. Snap, without saying a word, the store manager directly slapped the clerk in the face. You won't have to come in tomorrow, and you won't be able to work in this industry in the future. You'll be blocked by the entire industry. Store manager, I know I'm wrong. The clerk was so horrified that she hurriedly fell to her knees and begged for forgiveness. She crawled to Zhang Chu and begged bitterly. Sir, it's all my fault. It's me who had eyes but didn't recognize Tai, judging people by their appearance. It's me who was dog-eyed. Please forgive me. Forget it, dismissal is even. However, she really isn't suitable for this job. Let her clean in the future. If she can't do cleaning well, don't do it. Zhang Chu dropped these words, turned around and prepared to leave. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and clean this place up. The store manager yelled at the clerk. You will be in charge of the store's cleaning from now on. If there's a speck of dust you won't be able to do it. After Zhang Chu came out of the LV, he raised his hand and looked at the time, only to realize that he had gone to the toilet for a full 20 minutes. His heart couldn't help but tighten. Oh no. This way back to Su Mingyue will definitely notice something. No, have to think of a way to explain it. Thinking of this, Zhang Chu quickly walked to a nearby milk tea store, bought 2 cups of milk tea, and only then peacefully returned to Su Mingyue's side. Sure enough, as soon as she saw Zhang Chu return, Su Mingyue immediately frowned and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Why did you take so long to go to the restroom? Zhang Chu was secretly happy in his heart, but on the surface, he did not move, smilingly handing one of the cups of milk tea to Su Mingyue. Here, just now, I saw that there was a milk tea seller, so I ordered a cup for you by the way. Su Mingyue took the milk tea. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, but still pretended to be angry. You don't have to buy milk tea next time. I'm not a child, and I actually don't like milk tea too much. Zhang Chu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was good that he was not recognized, and hurriedly agreed. I know, but this milk tea tastes pretty good. Try it. After the two of them took a short break, Zhang Chu proposed. It's almost time to rest. Why don't we go downstairs and take a stroll? There is a watch counter downstairs. How about we take a look? Saying that, he deliberately looked at Su Mingyue's empty wrist. Look, is there a watch missing on your hand? Su Mingyue naturally understood what Zhang Chu meant, and she nodded somewhat helplessly. Alright, then going to take a look is fine, but buy even if. Nowadays they all use their cell phones to check the time. There's no need to buy a watch specifically. Zhang Chu tightly held Su Mingyue's soft and warm little hand and together they arrived at the watch area. This area was filled with a wide array of watches from various internationally renowned brands such as Rolex, Panerai, Vacheron Constantin, and Jaeger-LeCoultre to name a few. They first walked into the Rolex boutique. After all, the first Swiss watch that many people recognized was often a Rolex. Zhang Chu's father had once purchased no less than 3 Rolex watches, while the one Su Mingyue's father wore on his hands was also a Rolex. Obviously, for those middle-aged men with a certain amount of wealth, Rolex had a unique appeal. The watches in here are not quite suitable for you yet. Let's go to another store to take a look. Zhang Chu helped Su Mingyue try on a few watches consecutively, but failed to find a model that satisfied both of them. The sales clerk next to him did not say much because the Patek Philippe watch that Zhang Chu had unintentionally revealed just now had already indicated his identity and status. Therefore, she decided to remain silent and let this big customer choose freely. Subsequently, Zhang Chu held Su Mingyue's hand and headed to the Vacheron Constantin boutique. What watches do you have here that are suitable for my girlfriend? Take them out and take a look. Zhang Chu finished by inadvertently revealing his valuable watch at his wrist. The Vacheron Constantin store clerk's eyes lit up and he immediately said enthusiastically, Alright, please 2 of you come with me this way to take a look. As he spoke, he brought the 2 to an exquisite counter. Sir, all the ladies' watches in our store are here. The sales clerk smiled and introduced to Zhang Chu. This lady yelling 8005F is perfect for this lady yet. Only to see the sales clerk carefully take out a watch from the display case, which had an elegant and chic design. In comparison, those watches seen at Rolex before instantly paled in comparison. Honey, try it on. Zhang Chu received the watch and personally put it on for Su Mingyue. Su Mingyue was a little embarrassed, but she still stretched out her slender wrist and allowed Zhang Chu to help her put on the watch. When the watch was worn on her hand, her beauty seemed to be further magnified, and her entire person appeared even more noble and elegant. Wow, it's so beautiful. The clerk could not help but exclaim, Sir, this watch is simply tailor-made for this lady. With this lady wearing it, it is truly like a tiger adding wings and icing on the cake. When Zhang Chu saw Su Mingyue's elegant and charming appearance after wearing the watch, a trace of pride and satisfaction could not help but well up in his heart. He nodded slightly in agreement, saying, I think so too. This watch was simply made for you, and complements you perfectly. Subsequently, without the slightest hesitation, he quickly pulled out his bank card from his pocket and resolutely walked towards the cashier, ready to pay off the purchase of this watch. However, Su Mingyue appeared a little alarmed, as she hurriedly took off the watch and anxiously said to Zhang Chu, "Didn't we agree that we're just here to take a look? We don't need to buy it." Zhang Chu gently stopped Su Mingyue's attempt to remove the watch. He gazed at her firmly and said softly, "No, this watch really suits you too well. It perfectly complements your unique temperament. Just wear it." Su Mingyue furrowed her brows and inquired worriedly, "How much will this cost?" Zhang Chu smiled and replied, "Don't worry, it's not expensive." After saying that, he passed a suggestive look to the store clerk. The clerk understood and immediately responded, "Yes ma'am, this watch belongs to an extremely cost-effective model amongst all the series in our store yet. Sir and madam, this is the watch box. Spare strap and report that comes with this watch." The clerk handed them both a gift box with Vacheron Constantine printed on it. Chapter 076 Zhang Ting Internship. Next time you don't buy something so expensive. After coming out from Vacheron Constantine, although Su Mingyue liked the watch very much, she still couldn't help but feel a bit distressed about that huge amount of spending. That's only how much was spent. You should slowly get used to this kind of spending in the future, Zhang Chu said to her with a smile. "Come, take a look at this." Saying that, Zhang Chu opened the Cosmic Walk app in his cell phone and handed it to Su Mingyue. "What is this?" Su Mingyue curiously pieced over to take a look, and when she saw the long string of numbers displayed on the screen, she was instantly stunned. So much, only to see that on top of that screen, there was a smacking 11-digit balance displayed. "Ha ha, little fool, this is only a portion of my assets law. This is still only a mere 9 cows and a hare." Zhang Chu dotingly scraped Su Mingyue's nose. "I'll try my best to adapt," Su Mingyue said. She needed some time to adapt to this change in lifestyle. Having a boyfriend who was too rich is also a pain. She couldn't help but sigh. When Zhang Chu heard this, a hint of smugness and satisfaction appeared on his face. "Actually, you should be glad that I'm swinging for the fences now. If I were to switch to the person I was a few years ago, I guess my current assets would still be rubbing off on me," he said somewhat smugly, while revealing his pride in his past successes. Su Mingyue looked at Zhang Chu and couldn't help but smile. After getting along, she realized that Zhang Chu had a haughty temperament in his bones, but this trait made him appear cute and interesting. Yes, my boyfriend is the best," she responded with a smile, her eyes filled with tenderness and love. Zhang Chu was in an extraordinarily pleasant mood after hearing this. He stood up, holding Su Mingyue's hand, and walked outside. "That's for sure. Let's go to the Bund and take a stroll." Early the next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the curtains. Zhang Chu was roaming in a beautiful dream when he was suddenly woken up by a ringing phone. He opened his eyes in a daze and muttered, "Who is it? Not letting anyone sleep in the morning." He grumbled as he reached out and fumbled for his cell phone. "Hey, who are you? Don't let people sleep in the morning." Zhang Chu sleepily picked up the phone, his tone carrying an obvious waking breath. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother, it's me, Ting Ting." It turned out to be his younger sister, Zhang Ting, calling. "It's Ting Ting. What's the matter with you calling me so early in the morning?" Zhang Chu sat up and rubbed his eyes, trying to wake up. "Brother, I have something I want to beg you for," Zhang Ting on the other end of the phone said with some reluctance. "What's wrong, sister? Did something happen?" Zhang Chu asked nervously. "No, brother, I just have a small favor that I would like to ask you for," Zhang Ting explained. "Oh, what is it? Is the living expenses not enough? Or have you encountered any difficulties?" Zhang Chu pursued with concern. No, the living expenses are enough, and I haven't encountered any difficulties. There's just one thing I want you to help me with. Aren't I a senior this year? We're going to intern this month. I want to come to your company to intern. Is that okay?" Zhang Ting said carefully. "You come to my company for internship? But all my companies are in Magic City. Do your parents know if you want to come to Magic City?" Zhang Chu asked worriedly. Zhang Ting sighed. "I haven't told mom and dad yet. They definitely won't agree. Dad wants me to go back home to intern in his factory, but I really don't want to go." "Why?" Zhang Chu asked in confusion. Zhang Ting spat at Zhang Chu with a grumbling face. "It's all your fault. Brother, you're so outstanding that it's impossible for you to take over Dad's job. That's why Dad wants me to take over his position. Therefore, he plans to let me go home early for an internship so that I can familiarize myself with the factory, and then directly enter the factory to take over with Brother Xin after graduation. But I really don't like the textile industry. Have you forgotten? When I was a kid, as long as I smelled the cocoons, I couldn't help but want to vomit." As a sister controller, Zhang Chu would not hesitate to agree to any request his sister made. Thus, he gently responded, "All right, I understand. Then when will you probably come to Magic City? Regarding the internship, you don't have to worry at all. I will help you make proper arrangements. As for Dad's side, I will also find a chance to communicate with him properly. Ha ha, it's still brother who loves me the most. I'll probably come over next week, brother. I won't bother you and your sister-in-law with your sweet world. After saying that, Zhang Ting quickly hung up the phone. Wait, your sister-in-law hasn't moved over to cohabitate with me yet. Zhang Chu hurriedly tried to explain, but the other party had already mercilessly hung up the phone. Oh well, I can't sleep anymore at this time. Zhang Chu's sleepiness was gone, and he could only sigh helplessly. Sitting up from the bed and stretching, while rubbing his eyes, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a familiar number. Hello, old Lu. Zhang Chu called Lu Ming, preparing to arrange for Zhang Ting's internship. Lu Ming's flirtatious voice came from the other end of the phone. Yo ho, you kid actually have time to call me ah? Did you make your girlfriend angry? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lu Ming's snide remarks, Zhang Chu couldn't help but roll his eyes and scolded with a laugh. Asterisk 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 you ma. Don't talk nonsense. I've got something serious to look for your help. Lu Ming saw Zhang Chu seems to really have something, then also put away the heart of the joke. Seriously asked, okay, what is it? Zhang Chu asked. Our company has not recruited all the interns this year, right? Lu Ming froze for a moment, and then answered, yes, there are still a few short of it. How is it? My sister Tingting just called me. She wants to come to Magic City for an internship and wants me, her brother, to help arrange it. So I wanted to ask, since there are no vacancies on the head office side, arrange for her to be at the head office. I'm also relieved. You're the big boss, you just tell the personnel. No need to tell me, Lu Ming said. After all, you're in charge of personnel, so I'm sure I'll have to tell you in advance. You're also the boss. By the way, what other positions are vacant now? Lu Ming frowned and thought for a while, then slowly said, most of the positions that are currently vacant in our company require strong specialized skills, such as in the field of network technology, financial management and financial investment. If we don't consider specialization, then there might be 1 or 2 vacant positions in the administration department. By the way, what specialty did your sister study in college? Hearing Lu Ming's question, he immediately replied, she majored in Chinese language and literature, which can be said to be a rather versatile major. How about this? Let's just place her as an intern in the administration department first and see what happens. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. No problem. Later on, you send me your sister's details, and I will notify the personnel director to take care of the entry procedures. Don't forget, your sister is my sister. I will definitely take care of her. Chapter 077, Father and Son Talk. Hey, your internship has been arranged. Come to our company's administrative department. No problem. Right, Zhang Chu called Zhang Ting after the matter was finished. No problem. Brother, you, this efficiency is also too high. Right on the other end of the phone, Zhang Ting did not think that only in the past 10 minutes the matter of her internship will be arranged. Since it's no problem, send me your ID and resume, Zhang Chu said. Okay, brother. Brother, you're the best to me, Zhang Ting pampered Zhang Chu over the phone. Right. You came to Magic City for internship. Have you found a house yet? Zhang Chu asked with great concern. Isn't there a ready-made house? Brother, don't you have a lot of rooms over there? I'll live in your house, and it's also close to your company with a short commute. Zhang Ting had already thought about where to live. Ah, no, I live well. Once you come over, it will affect my normal life, Zhang Chu said with some hesitation. How to affect the normal life? You are my own brother. Ah, I accept the night and daytime and do not stay in your home. How to affect your life? And you have not lived with my sister-in-law. Brother, you are my own brother from the same mother. I am your own sister that you have spoiled since childhood. Zhang Ting continued to pamper herself. Alright then, but there is one thing that I have to declare that can affect my life, as well as the hygiene of my home will be your responsibility. Zhang Chu hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing to Zhang Ting's request, but at the same time, he also put forward his own requirements. Okay, I will definitely do it. Don't worry, brother. I'm a professional when it comes to hygiene, Zhang Ting said happily. As far as she was concerned, as long as Zhang Chu agreed to let her stay at his house, everything else was negotiable. Moreover, she believed that there was no way Zhang Chu would actually leave the housework to her. Remember to send me your ID card and resume later, Zhang Chu admonished before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chu sat on the sofa, quietly thinking about his next arrangement. He felt that his home was empty. The meatballs had been staying in the countryside for some time recently, and without its company, Zhang Chu always felt that there was something missing in his heart. He had to make a trip back home to fetch the meatball back. If he didn't fetch it back, maybe the meatball wouldn't even recognize him. In addition to this, there is another thing, is to have a good chat with Zhang Jianming. Since Tingting does not want to go home to take over, do not force her, let her do what she likes on the line. At 11 o'clock at noon, when the sun was shining, Zhang Chu suddenly appeared in front of his father Zhang Jianming's factory. It was the time for the workers to take their lunch break, and they were all heading towards the cafeteria. Zhang Chu walked straight to Zhang Jianming's office. When Zhang Jianming saw his son Zhang Chu walk in, he asked with some surprise, "Why did you come over? Are you the only one who came?" Zhang Chu walked over to Zhang Jianming and sat down in front of him, replying, "Well, I came alone. I wanted to go home to get some things." Zhang Jianming looked at the Zhang Chu in front of him, his heart filled with doubts, but he continued to ask, "Oh, then what are you taking?" Zhang Chu took a deep breath before saying, "I came to pick up the meatball. It's been in its old home long enough." Zhang Jianming looked at his watch and realized that it was already lunchtime, so he suggested, "Since we're here, why don't we go out to eat something?" Zhang Chu hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. He really didn't want to eat the food in Zhang Jianming's factory, because the cafeteria in Zhang Jianming's factory provided meals to more than 200 workers every day. The ingredients were very fresh, but for Zhang Chu, who was used to eating good food, he wasn't used to the clear soupy meals in Zhang Jianming's factory. As a father, Zhang Jianming knew this son very well, plus he had eaten enough meals in the factory as well. Zhang Jianming and Zhang Chu came to a small restaurant. This restaurant is in Zhang Jianming factory opposite. Due to the lunch rush, the store is crowded, very lively. Zhang Jianming and Zhang Chu managed to find an empty table and sat down, ordering a few dishes. "Dad, today Tingting called me. She wants to come to my company for an internship. In between waiting for the food to be served, Zhang Chu mentioned about Zhang Ting's internship. Tingting coming to your company for an internship is a good thing. Let her see more of the world so she can come back and take over in the future," Zhang Jianming said. "And Tingting told me that she doesn't want to come to the factory," Zhang Chu continued. "Tingting doesn't want to come to the factory?" Zhang Jianming frowned slightly. "Yes, Tingting doesn't like weaving, and you know she can't smell the cocoons," Zhang Chu said. "Do not like the smell of cocoons. You can wear a mask. Really cannot I have other positions in the factory? Finance, sales," Zhang Jianming said more forcefully. "You cannot take over. I count on Tingting to take over. First of all, financial Tingting is a know-nothing. You are not afraid of her miscalculation of the Inland Revenue Department to find the door. Sales every day in contact with the big old man. You are assured that Tingting contact with them?" Zhang Chu refuted article by article. "Then what does she like?" Zhang Jianming frowned. "Tingting told me that she wants to be a teacher. Being a teacher isn't worse than taking over a shift. It's a decent job with good benefits and double time off," Zhang Chu said. "Teacher is a decent job, but our family's factory also needs someone to take over." Zhang Jianming looked at his son. His tone was a bit anxious. Zhang Chu responded nonchalantly, "Dad, times are different now. I know a lot of business partners, and after they retired, they all handed their companies over to professional managers to take care of them, and their own children just take the dividends. This way, they don't have to worry about their children running the business recklessly and losing the family business, and they can also ensure the stable development of the compa." New York. Hearing this, Zhang Jianming was silent for a moment and sighed softly, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and resignation. How could he not know this? It was just that in his heart, he could never let go of that obsession of passing on the family business. Seeing his father's thoughts, Zhang Chu reached out and patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Dad, don't worry too much. Hiring professional managers is a necessary path for the transformation of many family businesses. You surely don't want to see the business you have worked so hard to create destroyed due to the incompetence of the next generation, right?" Zhang Jianming pondered for a long time, and eventually only spat out a few words. "You're also right." However, behind these 4 simple words, it was full of unwillingness and loss. "Besides, there's still Xin. He can help too," Zhang Chu continued. Xin? When Zhang Jianming heard this name, he was first silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Well, Xin. In fact, Zhang Jianming was very clear about Xin's ability in his heart. His younger brother, Zhang Jianben, had trained Xin as a successor since he entered the factory, and he was good at every job in the factory. What's more, Xin has an excellent reputation among the workers in the factory, and everyone recognizes and trusts him very much. If it really came to the last resort, handing over the factory to Xin to take care of it might also be a good choice." Chapter 078, Drinking and Spitting the Truth. "How are you doing with little Su?" Zhang Jianming suddenly opened his mouth, shifting the topic to Su Mingyue without a trace. "I've only just started with her, but I've sort of met her parents." Zhang Chu naturally understood what his dad meant and replied with a smile. "Oh, then what is her parents' impression of you?" Zhang Jianming continued to pursue the question. "Her mom is very satisfied with me. As for her dad, well, currently still in the stage of testing me," Zhang Chu said frankly. "Ha, that's good. You have to perform well. Don't let people down. Your mom and I are looking forward to holding our grandchildren sooner. By the way, Xiao Su, her family is in the silk business, right?" A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Jianming's face, clearly satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. From his perspective, Su Mingyue's family was considered a good match for their Zhang family. Of course, This was only the result of analyzing from his and Su Mingyue's father's status and position. Well, yes, her family's silk industry is doing very well, but the company is headquartered in Rongcheng, but her hometown is in the bordering Hucheng, Zhang Chu explained. Xiaosu is a good girl you have to cherish. Are almost 30, imaginary age, early to start a family, Zhang Jianming urged. I know, Dad. After dinner, Zhang Chu and Zhang Jianming returned to the factory together. Since Zhang Chu accompanied Zhang Jianming to drink a little bit of wine at noon, he definitely couldn't return to Magic City today, and could only wait until tomorrow to go back. So Zhang Chu decided to go to Zhang Xian's office first to rest for a while. Of course, the main reason why he chose Zhang Xian's office instead of Zhang Jianming's office was because he really didn't want to see his dad's serious and old-fashioned face. After all, there was a not-so-small generation gap between them. When Zhang Chu entered Zhang Xian's office, he found that he was grasping for a lunch break, and once the workers below had something to do, the first thing they thought of was to find him to solve their problems. Brother, why are you here? Zhang Xian asked suspiciously while rubbing his eyes. I just went home to pick up a few things, then stopped by to find my dad to do some errands. I even had a meal with him outside at noon and drank some wine, so I can't go back now. Zhang Chu casually found a chair and sat down to reply. Zhang Xian's office was relatively simple. There was only a simple desk, 2 chairs, a data cabinet, as well as a computer and a water dispenser. Nothing else. Aren't you going to find someone to decorate this office? Zhang Chu looked at this simple office, and then thought of his own luxuriously decorated office. Some heartache. Zhang Xian is at least a manager. Quite good. A little bit of hardship and simplicity. Zhang Xian said on the mouth to hardship and simplicity in the heart of the real heart aggrieved above the two do not agree with him to renovate the office. Especially his own father also said in the name of exercise him. Zhang Xian talking kung fu on the phone. Hey, could I come over? Zhang Xian hung up the phone and got up and jogged away from the office. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xian returned to the office. I'm sorry, brother. Something happened in the workshop. I went to deal with it. Just sat down soon. Zhang Xian took a phone call out. An afternoon he took 7 or 8 phone calls. Either the workshop something to find him or sales, warehouse something to find him. More than 5 o'clock in the afternoon Zhang Xian finally empty can sit down in the office to catch his breath. Are you like this every day? Zhang Chu asked. Pretty much. Zhang Xian let out a bitter smile and said, ever since I came to take over, Uncle and my dad let me go down to the workshop more often to work out and understand the various equipment and production processes so that I can better manage the company. What hard work, Zhang Chu said with emotion. But it's also true. Wanting to manage a company well does require comprehensive knowledge and experience. Yeah, I just came to the factory and rotated through various positions. Zhang Xian smiled and said, but this is good. It allows me to familiarize myself with the company's business faster, and I won't be overwhelmed when I take over in the future. Well, this is a good way. Zhang Chu nodded in agreement. Oh, that's quite good. Zhang Chu said, right, brother, let's go out for a drink later. It's been a while since we've gotten together with you. Good. What time do you get off work later? Zhang Chu asked. If there's no accident I'll get off work at 6:30. If there's an accident I don't know. There shouldn't be anything today. Zhang Chu said. At 6:30 in the evening, Zhang Xian very smoothly stayed up to get off work, during which there were no accidents and he was not left to work overtime by his black-hearted old man. After work, Zhang Xian first bought a hot pot package online followed by 2 bottles of wine from home. Don't ask why to the hot pot restaurant to order. Ask is thrifty and frugal. All over the body on a few $100s. Brother, is Tingting going to intern at your company? At the dinner table Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Chu and asked. Yes, today I came to my dad for this. Tingting doesn't want to come to the factory. Zhang Chu replied. How nice. Zhang Xian's eyes were full of envy. He recalled that when he was interning at the university, he was also dragged to the factory by Zhang Jianbin under the name of exercise. Zhang Xian picked up a glass of wine and poured himself some wine, then downed half a glass in one gulp, and then said, brother, I really envy Tingting. She does not have to come to the factory, and do not have to smell the cocoon odor, and even less people will not be able to make her work. After saying that, he poured himself another glass of wine. Today he planned to use the strength of wine to say all the words he had been holding in his heart. Brother, do you know? My dad is a liar. When he said that he would let me take over and delegate power. But what happened? Every time to let the following people first report to him. This is called what? Decentralization. Once a salesman reported to me first because of the urgency of the matter, and as a result, he was heavily criticized by my dad. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more angry he became. He picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one go, and continued. Also, I'm only working for $5,000 a month now, but I don't manage to get my paycheck on time every month. Every time I make a reimbursement, I have to take money against the bill first. And vacation. This year I got married on my own, a few days off, and the national day October 1st rested a day. Did not come to the holiday, first called me on duty, something first thought of me. I also want to accompany the family, also want to rest. I'm not a nuclear-powered donkey. Zhang Chu did not know what to say. Xin, this factory second generation now in the factory is indeed a bit miserable. Not as good as the average worker. Xin, actually you are already very lucky. At least you don't have to worry about the future. Your family has already paved the way for you. Zhang Chu tried to comfort Xin. Brother, thank you for your comfort. But sometimes I really wish I could choose my life as freely as you do. But since I was born into this family, I can only accept reality. Come on, cheers. After saying that, Zhang Xin poured the wine and drank it all in one go. Chapter 079, Overtaking at High Speed. Brother, in fact I quite envy you, even some jealousy. Since childhood you have good grades, went to college and started your own business. Why is the same factory second generation you can rely on their own efforts to get rid of the fate of the factory second generation? Do not have to be bound. After Zhang Xin finished speaking, he drank the white wine in his cup in one go. A hint of drunkenness had surfaced on his face. What's so good about me? You've only seen my bright and shiny side, but you haven't seen the bitterness and helplessness behind it. We entrepreneurs, every step we take is like walking on thin ice, and the slightest mistake will lead us into a situation of no return. Zhang Chu gently sighed and picked up the wine cup. Alright, don't think so much, let's drink a toast. As time passed, the 2 bottles of white wine that Zhang Xin had brought with him were all drunk. Among them, most of the wine was drunk by Zhang Xin alone. Tonight, he happened to utilize the strength of the wine to vent out all the depressed emotions in his heart that had been suppressed for a long time. Come, Xin, we should go back. Zhang Chu assisted the already drunk Zhang Xin, walked out of the restaurant, and called a cab to send them home. After returning home, Zhang Chu found multiple WeChat messages from Su Mingyue on his cell phone. Zhang Chu's heart was in a state of flux, fearing that Su Mingyue was angry and ignoring herself. She hurriedly made a video call over. As soon as the phone was connected, there came Su Mingyue's concerned voice. What did you just do? Why didn't you return my message? I thought something happened to you. Zhang Chu explained with a face full of guilt. I'm sorry. I just went out to dinner with my brother and didn't read the message to make you worry. Su Mingyue could tell at a glance that Zhang Chu's face was slightly red, and couldn't help but frown and ask, have you been drinking? Zhang Chu scratched his head and replied shyly, yes, I drank a little, but I didn't drink much. Mainly my brother drank more. He was in a bad mood. Su Mingyue curiously pursued, what's wrong with your brother? Zhang Chu hesitated for a moment and decided that it would be better not to say anything for now, so he changed the topic. I'll tell you about this tomorrow when I come back. Now I'll show you the room in my old home. After saying that, he turned the camera towards the room. Su Mingyue carefully observed the room and the video inside. It's quite big. Zhang Chu smiled proudly. This is nothing. There is still an empty floor upstairs. After we get married, that floor will all be ours. At that time, the master bedroom, study, baby room and check room will all be decorated according to your favorite style. Who wants to get married with you? Su Mingyue blushed slightly, somewhat embarrassed, and snapped. Anyway, you are my recognized daughter-in-law. You can't run away. Zhang Chu heatedly smiled and said confidently. The next morning, before the sun rose, Zhang Chu got up early. He had in mind that he had to rush back to Magic City to handle his affairs, so time was running out. He had drunk a lot of wine last night, but was now fully sober. However, his stomach felt empty. He first found a snack bar on the street and ordered a bowl of traditional small wontons. Even though the bowl of wontons didn't have much filling, the delicious and rich soup and the smooth and tender wonton skins made one feel very satisfied. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Chu came to Zhang Jianming and earnestly urged, Dad, you must ask Uncle to be nicer to Xin. We talked for a long time last night, and he seems to have a lot on his mind. Since Uncle has decided to hand over the shift to Xin, he should learn to let go and stop staring at everything. When he left his home, Zhang Chu chose a highway that led to the Magic City, hoping to reach his destination as soon as possible. For this trip home, instead of driving the striking Cullinan, he chose an Audi RS6 RABT Avant. This car is not only faster, but also has been professionally tuned by ABT. Its performance is more passionate and energetic. Underneath its seemingly ordinary appearance lies the heart of a powerful performance monster. It is low profile without losing its strength, and can be called a model of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Zhang Chu was driving his car on the highway, keeping the speed at 100 km per hour. Suddenly, a modified car with the same design as his car. Suddenly, a modified Civic sedan with a greenish body paint came into view. The Civic kept overtaking cars, and the driver kept honking his horn to taunt those being overtaken. Bye-bye, you trash! Inside the Civic sat a young man with dyed yellow hair, who had a smug look on his face, as if he felt that his driving skills were very superior. Zhang Chu noticed the eye-catching Ghostfire Civic behind him, and began to change lanes to the left. trying to get rid of it by speeding up. However, things did not go as he wished. Yellow Hair quickly realized Zhang Chu's intentions and began to accelerate to catch up and prepare to overtake the car. Hey, seeing another idiot in a luxury car. Let's see how I can overtake him and let him taste my exhaust. Yellow Hair muttered to himself, his eyes filled with provocation and disdain, completely disregarding the safety of the other vehicles around him. At the same time, Zhang Chu saw in the rearview mirror that the Ghostfire Civic was trying to overtake, but he didn't care about it. To race on the track, go not on the highway. However, that Yellow Hair didn't seem to have the intention to give up, still following closely behind, honking the horn non-stop, seemingly provoking Zhang Chu, speed up, I'm going to overtake you. However, Zhang Chu still maintained his high speed of 120 km per hour and was unmoved. He really couldn't be interested in this kind of childish behavior. After several unsuccessful attempts, the Yellow Hair inside the Ghostfire Civic finally lost his patience. He changed his mind and decided not to wait any longer, but to immediately overtake Zhang Chu and give him a taste of being left behind, only to see Huang Mao put his foot hard on the gas pedal. The car's engine instantly roared, the powerful power to make the car violently forward, while the special modified exhaust, it issued a sharp and ear-piercing sound, like a harsh sound wave, will be dispersed by the surrounding vehicles have dispersed away. Finally, when there was a gap in the road ahead, Yellow Hair seized the opportunity and jerked the steering wheel, driving the Ghostfire Civic to cut through the gap and successfully overtook Zhang Chu. However, for all of this, Zhang Chu didn't care, didn't even look at it, and remained focused on driving. After all, driving on the highway required full concentration, and any slight distraction could lead to an accident. Right at this moment, the Ghostfire Civic sped past like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, and instantly overtook Zhang Chu. Chapter 080, The First Meeting of a Human Cat. Not only that, that car had deliberately pressed its horn while passing, emitting a series of ear-piercing honks as if it was mercilessly mocking Zhang Chu. The speed of this Ghostfire Civic had soared to a staggering 156 km per hour. All of this crazy behavior was recorded one by one by the surveillance cameras on the highway. At the same time, the Highway Traffic Police Brigade has long been notified, and at the exit stood by, ready to meet the crazy driver. A highway exit just that Civic was waiting for a long time. Traffic police stopped, high-speed overtaking, robbing the ETC, driver's license is less than a year and in the company of older drivers on the highway, and illegal car changes. Everything that just happened seems to have nothing to do with Zhang Chu. He concentrated on driving the car. Only one thought in his mind, hurry back to Magic City as soon as possible to accompany Su Mingyue. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, at more than 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Chu arrived at his home located in Kofko City 1. As soon as he entered, Zhang Chu couldn't wait to walk to the cage, opened the cage door, and carefully carried out the meatballs. After all, it had been more than a month since he had returned home. Meatball felt a little unfamiliar with this once familiar environment, and it slowly walked out of the cage, looking a little cowering and restrained. What's wrong, little guy? Don't even recognize your own home? Looking at Meatball's cautious appearance, Zhang Chu could not help but laugh out loud. He bent down and gently stroked Meatball's head, comforting, don't be afraid, this is our home. Hearing Zhang Chu's voice, the Meatball raised its head and let out a soft meow sound, seemingly pampering its master. Zhang Chu smiled and hugged Meatball tightly into his arms, feeling its warm body temperature and soft fur. Right at this moment, Zhang Chu's cell phone rang, and the caller ID was none other than Su Mingyue. He pressed the answer button and said with a smile, I'm home, come over. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chu quietly sat on the sofa waiting for Su Mingyue's arrival. He didn't expect that Su Mingyue would miss him so much after just one day of not seeing him. After about 10 or so minutes, Su Mingyue finally arrived at the door of Zhang Chu's house. This time there was no need to need Zhang Chu to go to the door to pick her up like before, as Zhang Chu had registered with the property saying that she was the mistress of his house so that Su Mingyue could come and go freely. When she walked through the door, she saw at a glance that Zhang Chu was sitting on the sofa holding a cat. The cat looked very cute, all fluffy and plump in a way that made people want to hug it. This is Meatball, isn't it? So cute, Su Mingyue said at first sight. Her heart almost melted by this little guy in front of her. The Meatball seemed to sense her kindness. Not only did it not run away, instead it actively came over and rubbed its head against Su Mingyue's hand, showing its intimacy with her. Yes, it is the Meatball, Zhang Chu replied with a smile before placing the Meatball on the ground and letting it play with itself. Su Mingyue gently stroked Meatball's head and said to it with a smile, Meatball, you're such a good boy. Meatball seemed to have understood her words and let out a soft meow in response. What happened to your brother yesterday when you two drank so much? Su Mingyue suddenly remembered last night's incident and asked Zhang Chu curiously. Zhang Chu sighed, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Alas, my brother was mainly aggrieved in the factory and was depressed, so he drank alone. Hearing this, Su Mingyue frowned, feeling very puzzled. Aggrieved in the factory? But isn't your brother the second generation of the factory? How could he be aggrieved? The main thing is that my uncle does not want to delegate power to him. Saying that he is letting my younger brother take over actually does not give him any power at all. Everything has to be decided by my uncle's clapboard before he can do it, but also unlimited use of him, and even holidays are rare. People get married and do not have the time to stay with their wives. Zhang Chu helplessly shook his head inside. Anan, so miserable, said Zhang Chu. Aang, so miserable ah. Then are all of you so-called factory second generation treated like this? Su Mingyue's eyes widened in some surprise. Actually, most of the factory second generation face similar problems. The people above are unwilling to easily delegate power, while the people below are unwilling to be bound, always wanting to fight for more power and freedom. Once they do a slightly less than satisfactory job, they will be scolded by the factory generation. Zhang Chu patiently explained to Su Mingyue. Oh, so it's like this ah. Then, why did you choose to come out and start a business? Is it just because of this reason? Su Mingyue curiously pursued. This is sort of one of the important factors, but more importantly, for someone as talented and capable as me, if I don't go out and start a business, wouldn't it be a waste of my talent? Zhang Chu said confidently, a hint of arrogance appearing on his face. I'm hungry, do you have anything to eat here? Su Mingyue spoke while rubbing her deflated little stomach. Alright, then I'll go cook here. Zhang Chu immediately stood up at the words and walked towards the kitchen. After arriving in the kitchen, Zhang Chu opened the refrigerator door and realized that there wasn't much food left inside. Only 2 steaks, a box of spot prawns, and a packet of spaghetti. That's all that's left in the refrigerator. Let's make do with what we have for lunch, Zhang Chu said to himself before carrying the 2 plates of fried steaks out of the kitchen. Then, Zhang Chu set the 2 plates of fragrant steaks on the dining table and specially prepared a small table for the meatballs with a special food bowl for meatballs on it. Afterward, Zhang Chu poured some cat food for meatball. Are all these shrimps for meatball? Su Mingyue looked at the spotted shrimp on the plate and asked curiously. Of course not. We have to eat it too. It can't eat so many shrimps, Zhang Chu replied with a smile. Come on, meatball, eat the shrimp. Su Mingyue picked up a pair of chopsticks, picked up a big fat shrimp, skillfully peeled off the shell and handed it to Meatball. Meow. Meatball's entire eyes lit up at the sight of the shrimp. Ha ha, this little greedy cat loves eating shrimp. During this time in my old home my mom bought shrimp for it to eat every day, and it has gained a lot of weight during this time. And now it's a little chubby cat. Seeing this, Zhang Chu couldn't help but burst out laughing, while gently stroking Meatball's head. Meatball is so cute and well behaved. Su Mingyue watched Meatball eat the shrimp with a surprised look on her face and couldn't help but reach out and touch its head. Zhang Chu laughed and said, ha ha, yeah, look how well behaved it is, but don't let its appearance fool you. It's actually naughty as hell. Every morning, it would run to my bedroom on time and wake me up so that I can feed it cat food. Su Mingyue curiously asked, then how does it wake you up? Chapter 081, Supermarket Shopping. Zhang Chu shrugged helplessly. It just jumps straight onto the bed and walks all over me, clawing at my face and hair until I wake up. Sometimes I really want to throw it out, but I can't. Do you know how much it's worth now? Su Mingyue blinked and asked tentatively, a few tens of thousands of dollars? She felt that no matter how expensive a cat was, it would not be more than $100,000. Zhang Chu shook his head and stretched out a finger to shake it. Nope, it's even higher. Su Mingyue opened her mouth wide in surprise. Could it be hundreds of thousands? Zhang Chu smiled faintly and said softly, not hundreds of thousands, but tens of millions. What? Tens of millions? Su Mingyue's eyes widened in disbelief at the figure she heard. She looked at the meatball incredulously, secretly muttering in her heart, what was so special about this cat that it could be worth so much money? Zhang Chu nodded and explained, the meatball itself isn't worth this much. It's only through its own efforts that it's worth what it is today. After all, it's already broken several of my antiques. Su Mingyue couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. It seems that our meatball is also a cat that seeks advancement. It's quite progressive. So progressive that I don't dare to let it go near my antiques and wine cabinet. Zhang Chu said teasingly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a flirtatious meaning. In fact, the status of these antiques in Zhang Chu's heart was not even close to that of a meatball. The meatball on the side didn't care about Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue at all, and only focused on its dry rice. It was focused on the food in front of it, its mouth chewing nonstop as if food was the only thing in the world that could attract its attention. The refrigerator is empty. Let's go to the supermarket this afternoon, Zhang Chu said at the dining table, his gaze falling on the dinner plate in front of him before turning his head to look at Su Mingyue. Good. I haven't shopped at the big supermarket in Magic City since I came to Magic City. Su Mingyue came to be interested, her eyes glittering with excitement. Meow. The cat food in the meatball's basin on the side was finished, and it raised its head to look at Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue with longing in its eyes. Don't worry, meatball, we'll bring you back delicious food later. Oh. Su Mingyue gently rubbed the meatball's head. comforting it. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon exactly, Zhang Chu drove that RS6 to drive Su Mingyue along to the Mr. Box X member store. Su Mingyue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, curiously looked out the window, and her gaze was suddenly attracted by the pan-tilt camera that was placed aside. She asked suspiciously, what are you bringing this pan-tilt camera for? The corners of Zhang Chu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile as he explained, it's not because I want to record our lives. After all, today is the first time we shopped at the supermarket together, so such an important moment must of course be recorded. And, said here, he paused, a mysterious expression flashed across his face, then said, I also have a small idea. Su Mingyue raised her eyebrows and curiously followed up, what idea? Tell me about it. Zhang Chu smiled faintly, his eyes revealing a longing for the future, and said softly, I want to record both of our daily lives on camera, and if the conditions allow it, then share them online. That is, the vlog that everyone often mentions. Hearing this, Su Mingyue fell into a brief moment of contemplation. After a while, she gently nodded her head in agreement. However, she then made a small request. Well, that's fine, but only if you don't take ugly pictures of me. Zhang Chu couldn't help but laugh out loud and gently touched the tip of Su Mingyue's nose, gently responding, don't worry, how would I want to make you look ugly? While joking, they had already arrived in front of the Boxma Freshman X member store. Zhang Chu parked his car and pushed up a shopping cart at the shopping cart parking area, then walked into the mall hand in hand with Su Mingyue. The two first came to the fresh food area, which was crowded and unusually lively. They first came to the sampling stalls, wanting to taste and see if the food was to their liking before deciding whether or not to buy it. There was a wide variety of food to choose from, tender and juicy beef, smooth fern root noodles, fresh and delicious salmon. The two men tasted all the food they could. This beef is so good, you can use it for hot pot, Su Mingyue said in praise as she chewed the beef. Then buy it. Zhang Chu did not hesitate to pick up the 2 boxes of beef and quickly put them into the shopping cart. At this time, they noticed that the king crabs in the pool were flaring their teeth and claws with vigor, as if they were waving at them. So, Zhang Chu skillfully picked up the clip and picked one of the liveliest king crabs, ready to turn it into the main character of tonight's dinner table. After strolling through the fresh food area, they came to the dessert area. The freezers here were filled with a variety of exquisite desserts that would make one's mouth water. Pick whatever you like, buy whatever you like. You don't have to save me any money, Zhang Chu said boldly as he pushed the shopping cart while holding the head camera. He knew that Su Mingyue had a sweet tooth, so he purposely brought her here to pick out some delicious desserts. Su Mingyue excitedly walked to the freezer and carefully selected her favorite desserts. She saw the mousse cake. The delicate texture and rich flavor made her drool. There was also the Swiss roll, the soft crust wrapped in sweet cream. It was simply the perfect combination. The durian lasagna exuded a unique durian aroma that made it irresistible, and last but not least, she chose a piece of buttermilk popping flame cake, imagining a mouthful of milky aroma and sweetness when she bit into it. Every dessert in the freezer seemed to emit a sweet scent, making Su Mingyue's heart flutter. Whether it was the exquisite cake, delicate ice cream or soft pudding, she couldn't resist their temptation and hardly let go of any of her choices. After all, for girls, desserts always had an irresistible charm. Next, they came to the snacks section. This place was simply a paradise for foodies. The array of snacks on the shelves was overwhelming. From crispy and delicious potato chips to nutritious nuts, from silky smooth and mellow chocolates to crystal clear jellies, there was everything. Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue excitedly shuttled between the shelves, constantly putting their favorite snacks into the shopping cart. In a short while, one shopping cart was already full, but the two of them seemed to be still not satisfied, so they went to get another shopping cart to continue shopping. Zhang Chu picked up a bag of potato chips and said to Su Mingyue with a smile, "This tastes very good. Oh, do you want to try it?" Su Mingyue nodded and took the chips and put them in the shopping cart, then also recommended, "Then let me pick some chocolates for you. It's just right to eat while watching a movie." Just like this, the two of them discussed and picked, unknowingly choosing another large cart of snacks. Finally, they looked at the two shopping carts full of snacks with satisfaction and decided to go to the checkout. Let's go to the checkout. Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue each pushed a cart towards the self-service bar. Chapter 082 Racing on the Raceway. Inside the parking lot, Zhang Chu and Su Mingyue were stuffing the items they had just purchased into the car. There were just too many things that they had bought today, so much so that the trunk simply couldn't accommodate all the items, and they had no choice but to put some of them on the back seat. "Do you know how to drive?" Zhang Chu sat in the driver's seat, turned his head to look at Su Mingyue in the passenger seat, and asked softly, "Well, I have a driver's license. What's wrong? Should I be allowed to drive?" Su Mingyue asked curiously. "Well, tomorrow I'm planning to go to the track for a few laps. Are you interested in experiencing it together?" Zhang Chu explained with a smile. "A racetrack? Is it playing go-karts?" Su Mingyue instantly became interested, her eyes flashing with excitement. No, oh, it's not go-karts law, but real racing cars, just like the ones you see on TV, Zhang Chu patiently explained. Wow, racing cars, that must be fun, right? Su Mingyue's curiosity was completely aroused and asked with a face full of anticipation. Of course it's fun. When you drive fast enough, you can drive up to over 120 kilometers per hour. That windy feeling is simply too exciting, especially the strong pushback feeling that makes people want to stop, Zhang Chu said as he started the car. Woo, with a low and powerful roar. The 4.0 TV8 engine instantly erupted with powerful power, and the body slightly trembled, as if a sleeping beast was about to awaken. Unfortunately, the urban area cannot put its performance out, and the urban roads cannot be speeding. Zhang Chu, as a law-abiding and disciplined good citizen, naturally will not do such a thing. The next day, Zhang Chu drove Su Mingyue to the Magic City International Circuit. Su Mingyue, who was sitting on the passenger seat, was in a very excited mood at this time. Although she had gotten her driver's license a long time ago, she had never had the chance to experience the feeling of a fast car, except for her daily driving. And today, she would have the opportunity to try the real speed and passion, which made her excited. After arriving at the racetrack, the first thing Zhang Chu did was to go find the racetrack manager. It was because he had 4 race cars in trust here, and these cars meant a lot to him. Mr. Zhang, you are finally here. Your 4 cars have completed their maintenance work and are ready to hit the track at any time. The racetrack manager enthusiastically introduced the situation to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, as their big customer, had 4 cars in escrow at the racetrack, and each one of them was a limited edition model worth more than $10 million. Manager Chen, then let's go to the garage first. Zhang Chu responded with a smile. For him, seeing his beloved racing car was as dear as seeing an old friend he had met after a long time. The 4 divine beasts in the Magic City International Circuit's garage were parked in C-places and were waiting for their owners. The 4 cars lined up in front of us are like 4 shining stars, attracting people's attention. They are Pagani Zone d'Or, Porsche 935, Lamborghini SCV12 and Ferrari FXXK, each of which exudes a unique charm and sense of power, with huge rear wings and exaggerated streamlined design, as if announcing their track genes to the world. This is your car. Su Mingyue's voice was filled with surprise and excitement, her eyes staring intently at these heartwarming rides. Zhang Chu smiled and nodded his head, confirming, yes, they are all mine, but I only have the right to use this Ferrari. As he said the last sentence, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, feeling an immense hatred in his heart for the Ferrari company's rules. Then, Zhang Chu turned his head to look at Su Mingyue and asked softly, which one of these 4 cars do you want to drive? A hint of anticipation showed in his eyes, as if he was hoping to hear an answer that would satisfy him. Su Mingyue's eyes widened as she looked at the 4 top-class sports cars in front of her, hesitating in her heart. Each car exuded endless charm, making it difficult for her to choose. After some internal struggle, she finally made a difficult decision. I want to drive that Ferrari. The corners of Zhang Chu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he handed the Ferrari key in his hand to Su Mingyue and said gently, good, then you will drive this Ferrari. I, on the other hand, will choose the Pagani next to it. After saying that, Zhang Chu turned around and walked towards the Pagani, opening the door and sitting in the driver's seat, waiting for the moment when he would ride the track together with Su Mingyue. I'll teach you how to drive this car later. Let's go change first, Zhang Chu said with a serious face. After the 2 of them changed into their racing clothes, the 2 cars were driven onto the track like 2 beasts waiting for battle. Come on, get in the car and I'll teach you how to drive a Ferrari. Zhang Chu sat on the passenger side of the Ferrari Fuck. The Fuck was specially made for the racetrack, so the interior design was no different from an ordinary Ferrari except for some modifications made for the racetrack. This is the gearshift paddle. It relies on the gearshift paddle to shift gears. You flick it like this. Inside the car, Zhang Chu very carefully introduced to Su Mingyue. Let's drive out and give it a try. After Zhang Chu had finished explaining everything, he began to turn to the real world. Su Mingyue started the vehicle according to what Zhang Chu had just explained. With a roar, the car slowly drove onto the track. After a morning of Zhang Chu's patient guidance and detailed explanations, Su Mingyue had finally figured out how to drive this luxurious Ferrari, and even had the confidence that she could drive it on the track to show off her skills. You wait by the side for a while first. Oh, I'm going to experience the thrill of a straight-line sprint first. Zhang Chu couldn't hold back his inner excitement at this point, and couldn't wait to feel the thrill of driving a race car and speeding. He quickly sat into his dream car and came to the wide straight road, ready to challenge a heart-racing 0-100 acceleration. With a low and powerful roar of the engine, the Pagani Zone d'Or driven by Mr. Zhang Chu sped out like an arrow from a string. Sitting in the car, Zhang Chu was pressed tightly into the seat by the strong sense of thrust, and the needle on the speed dashboard turned rapidly, starting from 200 and climbing to 220, 240, 260, and finally stabilized at an astonishing 300. Then Zhang Chu felt not enough to enjoy, began to drift on the track corner. A corner and 2 consecutive drifting through 3 turns. Chapter 083, Clash at the Racetrack. Just as Zhang Chu was running wildly on the track, speeding along, Su Mingyue stood beside the track, holding a pan-tilt camera and concentrating on capturing every one of his handsome moments. Zhang Chu on the camera is valiant, driving skillfully and confidently, so Su Mingyue can't help but feel admiration and appreciation. However, right at this moment, a group of uninvited guests intruded into this originally calm racecourse. At the head was a wealthy son of a wealthy family, followed by 3 minions, who stepped into the Magic City International Racing Circuit aggressively. These people were obviously not ordinary spectators, but had come to seek excitement and show off their racing skills. Young Wang, this time you have to show us a good hand. Let us see your unrivaled car skills. The little brother standing on Wang Xiao's left-hand side said fawningly, his tone full of flattery. Wang Xiao smiled proudly. Of course, my driving skills have been honed on top foreign racetracks, and there are very few people who can match me at home. He was full of pride in his driving skills, enjoying the flattery of his minions. Suddenly, Wang Xiao's footsteps came to a screeching halt, his eyes locked tightly on a certain place in front of him, only to see Su Mingyue focusing on filming Zhang Chu's brilliant performance, the head camera in her hand recording a shocking moment. A hint of amazement flashed across Wang Xiao's eyes, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising. Hey, this little girl is quite pretty looking. One of you few go over and ask for her contact information for me. Wang Xiao instructed the 3 juniors beside him, while his own line of sight never left Su Mingyue, as if he was already deeply attracted by her. Wang Xiao, I'll go. The little brother on Wang Xiao's right-hand side volunteered to go forward. Hello beautiful woman, are you here alone? There is a handsome man over there who wants to know your contact information. He is the crown prince of Qiangxing Group. I wonder if you are willing to give this face a... That person walked to Su Mingyue with a flattering face and said with the same old pickup line, I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Please don't bother me anymore or I will call the police to deal with it. Su Mingyue refused directly without any mercy. Wang Xiao, I failed. She said she has a boyfriend. After seeing that the accosting failed, that little brother grayly ran back to Wang Xiao's side to report the situation truthfully. Really useless things. This little thing cannot be done, but also have to be this young master personally. Wang Xiao's heart was a burst of hot and unbearable. He liked this kind of challenging, especially those girls who claimed to have boyfriends were even more exciting to him. Hello beautiful girl, wow. Under Wang Zhe Torque, the strong group's Wang general manager is exactly my father. I wonder if you are interested in going for a ride on the track with me. Wang Xiao walked to Su Mingyue with a smug face, while making a self-introduction. He also didn't forget to shake his greasy head in a dashing manner. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Please stay away from me. Su Mingyue looked at this face in front of her that was both lewd and greasy, and a feeling of nausea couldn't help but spread in her stomach. Beauty, even if you have a boyfriend, that doesn't prevent us from communicating. We can be friends. Wang Zhe moment still refused to die. Please make way. If you don't get out of the way, I'm going to call the police. Su Mingyue said seriously. Beauty, I'm sincerely trying to make friends with you, Wang Zhe Torque said while revealing the string of Porsche car keys on his waist intentionally or unintentionally. You stay away from my girlfriend. Right at this moment, after running a lap of the track, Zhang Chu saw someone harassing Su Mingyue from afar as soon as he got off the track, so he hurriedly ran over. Who are you? I'm chatting with a beautiful woman. What's it got to do with you? Wang Zhe moment glared at Zhang Chu with an angry face. I'm her boyfriend. You harassed my girlfriend. I haven't settled this score with you yet. Zhang Chu stared at Wang Zizhu angrily, and in his heart, he had already calculated how to send this guy to a mental hospital. I'll give you $1 million. You leave this beauty immediately. No, 2 million. Wang Zizhu took out his bank card and said confidently, my girlfriend is not an item. She is my favorite person. Take your stinking money and get the hell out of here. Zhang Chu's face became more and more ugly, and his tone became more and more irritated. Kid, don't give your face away. Seeing that the soft one didn't work, Wang Zhe Torque's face suddenly sank and he was ready to come to the hard one. He greeted his juniors and intended to make a direct move. However, just as they were about to make their move, Zhang Chu suddenly struck out with a move to capture the thief, instantly subduing Wang Zhe moment. Kid, do you know who I am? Strong Group's general manager Wang is my father. Although the subdued Wang Zizhu was a little panicked, he still tried to bring out his own father to deter Zhang Chu with a stiff upper lip. On the other hand, the 3 junior brothers of Wang Zizhu on the side stood dumbfounded, not daring to move a single muscle. Strong Shang Group? Humph, it's just a small fish. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Zhang Chu laughed coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. I now limit you to disappearing from my eyes within 3 minutes. Otherwise you don't want these 2 arms. It hurts. Wang Zizhu let out a miserable scream. a horrified look appearing on his face as he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Big brother, I'm wrong, I'll leave right away. Right away. Zhang Chu loosened Wang Zizhu's collar and looked at him coldly. You wait for me. A trace of hatred flashed in Wang Zizhu's eyes, but he didn't dare to lock eyes with Zhang Chu again, instead turning around and leaving with his 3 little brothers in ashes. Only after watching their distant backs did Zhang Chu turn around, his gaze landing on Su Mingyue. Are you alright? Zhang Chu asked with concern, his eyes filled with worry. Su Mingyue gently shook her head and gratefully glanced at Zhang Chu. I'm fine, thank you. Especially after hearing the words that Zhang Chu had just said to her. It made her heart feel very warm and touched. It's good that you're fine. Zhang Chu let out a sigh of relief, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Strong Group's stock price is a bit high. Zhang Chu spoke into the other end of the phone before hanging up. Then, he looked at Su Mingyue and proposed with a smile. Come, let's race. Whoever loses will fulfill a wish of the other. Good. A trace of excitement flashed in Su Mingyue's eyes as she replied confidently. I won't lose to you. Thus, the two of them each got into their own race cars, ready to start this battle of speed and passion. With the roar of the engine, the 2 race cars rushed out like arrows off the string. On the track, Zhang Chu demonstrated his superior driving skills, and tightly overtook Su Mingyue by a head. In the end, it was Zhang Chu who was superior and crossed the finish line first. Ha ha, looks like I won this time. Zhang Chu smiled triumphantly. No way. It's only the first time you and I have ever raced a car and you won't let me, Su Mingyue said somewhat unconvinced. Chapter 084, Tracking. Car accident. No means you lose. You have to fulfill one of my wishes but you can't back out. Zhang Chu said to Su Mingyue with a smug look on his face. Fine. Then tell me, what wish do you want to fulfill? Su Mingyue was very dry and directly asked Zhang Chu. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's wait for me to think about it. I'll tell you then. Zhang Chu heatedly smiled, and for the time being, he didn't intend to voice out his wish. Right, how about it? This is your first time driving a Ferrari. Oh, how does it feel? Zhang Chu hurriedly changed the topic. Sitting inside isn't too comfortable, but the sense of pushing back is really strong. Su Mingyue replied truthfully, while secretly muttering in her heart, no wonder she usually didn't see him drive a supercar. Ha ha, yeah, although supercars look handsome, if one has to drive them for a long time, it would definitely be unbearable. Zhang Chu said while putting his arm around Su Mingyue's shoulder and said with a smile, if you like the way I drive a Ferrari with one hand, then in the future, I can also often drive a supercar to pick you up. It just so happens that there are still several supercars in my garage that have been sitting there eating dust. Don't. No matter what kind of car you drive to pick me up. I like it. Su Mingyue quickly waved her hand and refused. She didn't want to mess up her back after sitting for a long time. Let's go for a few more laps. Zhang Chu felt that he hadn't enjoyed himself yet, so he pulled Su Mingyue and wanted to drive a few more laps. Manager Chen, remember, in the future, those few people who just harassed my girlfriend, they are not welcome here. Before leaving, Zhang Chu purposely instructed, don't worry, Mr. Zhang, those few people will definitely not be welcome at our racetrack in the future. Manager Chen assured Zhang Chu repeatedly. Let's go home. Su Mingyue sat on the passenger seat. Good, we'll go back now. You should be tired after playing all day, right? Zhang Chu smiled as he looked at Su Mingyue in the passenger seat. Just as Zhang Chu was driving away, a Porsche 911 quietly followed behind his car. Sitting in the car was none other than Wang Zizhu, who had just been chased away by Zhang Chu at the racetrack, and harboring a grudge. He decided to follow Zhang Chu and look for an opportunity to take revenge. What do you want to eat tonight? Zhang Chu skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel while turning his head to look at Su Mingyue. Su Mingyue frowned slightly, seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed by the question. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know. It's better for you to decide. What do you want to eat? Throwing the question back to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu smiled and gently shook his head. I'm fine with all of them. I'm not picky. The key is to see what you want to eat. As long as you like it, I can do it. There was a hint of doting in his tone. Su Mingyue bit her lip and thought for a while before slowly saying, well, I want to eat hot pot. Is that okay? Zhang Chu sniffed and immediately revealed a smile. Yeah, no problem. It just so happens that I bought fresh beef yesterday, so it's perfect for shabu shabu. As he said that, he stepped on the gas and the car accelerated forward. However, right at this moment, Zhang Chu suddenly noticed that there was a Porsche 911 at the back that had been following closely. Did you feel that there has been a car following behind us? Zhang Chu furrowed his brows and observed the vehicle behind him through the rearview mirror. Su Mingyue also followed his gaze and looked backward, and soon discovered the Porsche that was following closely behind. You don't say. It seems like there really is one. This car has been following us since just over the racetrack. I don't know what kind of person it is. She looked at Zhang Chu with some worry, an ominous premonition welling up in her heart. Zhang Chu calmly analyzed the situation, then said in a low voice, Don't worry, I'll find a chance to get rid of him later. As they spoke, they had already arrived at a traffic light intersection, and Zhang Chu stopped the car and waited for the green light to come on. He was secretly calculating his next action, preparing to use this opportunity to get rid of that car, and at the same time, he would write down the license plate number to see who dared to follow him. As the red light entered the countdown, Zhang Chu gripped the steering wheel with both hands and focused on the road ahead. He knew that the next few seconds were crucial, and he had to react quickly the moment the green light came on. He took a deep breath, adjusted his seating position, and prepared for a sprint. The 911 behind him was a normal version, and his ABT-tuned RS6R was no match for the acceleration of the car he was driving. The moment the red light turned green, Zhang Chu stepped on the gas pedal without hesitation, and the car shot out like an arrow from a string. The powerful power of the wheels instantly erupted with amazing torque, and the car sped forward at a rapid speed. He skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel and quickly overtook the vehicles in front of him, leaving them behind. However, Wang Zizhu in the back was not easily thrown off. After he saw Zhang Chu's acceleration, he immediately increased the gas pedal and followed closely behind. His eyes were filled with determination and fighting spirit, as if he did not intend to easily give up this opportunity to chase. Yo, not bad at driving. Zhang Chu observed the situation behind him through the rearview mirror, and in his heart, he couldn't help but appreciate the driving skills of the car behind him. However, he would not let his guard down because of this, and instead, he drove his car with even more concentration. Zhang Chu began to blend his car into the traffic in front of him, trying to utilize other vehicles to cover his tracks. He nimbly weaved in between the traffic, skillfully dodging the tracking of the vehicles behind him. This move was really effective, and for a while, Wang Zero had trouble distinguishing which one was his real target. Seeing this, Wang Zizhu in the back was a little anxious in his heart. His eyes were fixed dead center on the traffic in front of him, carefully searching for Zhang Chu's traces. He kept changing lanes, trying to maintain the distance from his target, but was never able to determine which car Zhang Chu was actually hiding in. Just as he passed a turning intersection, Zhang Chu keenly sensed an excellent opportunity. He quickly steered and pressed on the gas pedal, coming up with a beautiful acceleration through the corner. The body of the car drew a beautiful arc in the curve, and then smoothly drove out of the curve, continuing towards his destination. Wang Zai moment in the back also discovered Zhang Chu's movement, but due to the excessive speed, the vehicle showed some signs of skidding at the curve. He desperately tried to control the steering wheel, but in the end, he still lost his balance and crashed into a street lamp on the side of the road. With a loud bang, the front end of the car hit the street lamp post heavily. The hood buckled and smoke came out. Wang Zaitork sat in the car with a face of chagrin and anger. Not only did he lose someone this time, his car skills were mocked. He slapped the steering wheel fiercely, his heart filled with unwillingness and frustration.